Chapter 1, Fellow Cultivators. Before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. The wooden training sword splintered against Shun Yujin's shoulder, and the crowd of outer disciples laughed. 3 years at the first stage of Qi gathering, and he still shows up to spar. Li Wei twirled his replacement sword with casual contempt, his feet planted in the standard flowing cloud stance that every azure cloud disciple mastered within their first month. Just quit, Shin Yujin. The sect accepts charity cases, but even charity has limits. Shin Yujin tightened his grip on his own practice sword, ignoring the sting spreading across his collarbone. 16 years old, 3 years a disciple, 0 breakthroughs. The numbers defined him in the eyes of every person watching from the stone benches surrounding the Azure Cloud Sect's training ground, a wide circular platform of worn granite, ringed by formation lanterns that cast pale blue light across the afternoon shadows. But the numbers didn't know what he felt in his meridians every night when he sat in meditation, straining against a barrier that refused to yield. A pressure, dense and contradictory, like 2 rivers trying to flow through the same channel in opposite directions. His qi didn't refuse to move. It fought itself. Every technique he'd been taught assumed a single current of energy flowing in one direction. His body seemed to contain 2 currents locked in eternal opposition. Again, Shin Yujin said. A murmur ran through the watching disciples. Most had stopped coming to see his matches months ago. There was no entertainment in watching a first-stage cultivator get battered by mid-level opponents. Today's crowd was here because the rumor mill had promised something interesting. Li Wei had bet 3 spirit stones that he could end the match in a single exchange. Li Wei shrugged and attacked. A standard flowing cloud strike, textbook form, adequate power, the kind of technique a mid-Qi gathering disciple could execute without thinking. The sword descended in a smooth arc, trailing wisps of blue qi that marked it as an energy-enhanced strike rather than simple physical force. Against a first-stage cultivator, it should have been decisive. Shin Yujin saw it coming. Not because he was fast, his body was no better conditioned than any other first-stage cultivators. Something shifted in his perception, a flicker of dual awareness that he'd never experienced before. He felt Li Wei's yang-dominant qi telegraphing the strike's trajectory before the sword even moved, the energy signature preceding the physical action by a fraction of a heartbeat. The information arrived as sensation rather than thought, a warm pulse on the left side of his body, a cold absence on the right, mapping the incoming attack's path with crystalline precision. He stepped left, letting the blade whisper past his ribs close enough to shear the fabric of his training robe. Li Wei's eyes widened. The crowd went silent. Lucky dodge. Li Wei set his jaw and pressed forward with 3 rapid slashes. Overhead, diagonal, thrust. A basic but effective combination designed to overwhelm slower opponents through sheer volume. Shin Yujin dodged the first, feeling the yang energy signature telegraph the strike's angle a heartbeat early. He sidestepped the second with a pivot that surprised even himself, his body responding to perceptual information his mind couldn't consciously process. The third slash caught him across the forearm. Unavoidable, the combination designed to funnel the target into the final strike's path. Pain lanced through his meridian channel, sharp and electric, and the pressure that had lived inside him for 3 years lurched. Something cracked. Not his arm, not a bone. Something deeper, a barrier that had been containing the twin currents of energy inside his body for years, strained by 3 years of constant cultivation attempts. Weakened by 1,000 sessions of pushing against an immovable wall. The pain of the sword strike was the final grain of sand on an overtaxed foundation. The training ground erupted in light. Black and white energy spiraled outward from Shun Yujin's body like twin dragons emerging from the same egg, coiling around each other in a helix that shattered the stone beneath his feet. The spiral expanded outward with the force of a localized storm. Li Wei was hurled backward, skidding across the granite until he hit the arena's boundary stones. The stone benches cracked. 3 formation lanterns exploded overhead, showering the screaming disciples with sparks and fragments of enchanted crystal. The energy pulse lasted 3 seconds. It felt like an eternity. Shin Yujin stood at the center of the devastation, staring at his own hands. Threads of black energy wove between his left fingers, cold and dense, carrying a weight that felt like shadow given substance. White energy crackled across his right palm, hot and bright, pulsing with an intensity that made his skin glow. The two forces warred for a heartbeat, then slowly, impossibly, synchronized into a rhythm that hummed through his bones like the bass note of a cosmic instrument. The pressure in his meridians was gone. For the first time in 3 years, his chi flowed. Not one current, but two, spiraling around each other in the double helix pattern that had just devastated the training ground, moving through channels he hadn't known his body possessed. What? Li Wei stared from 20 paces away, his practice sword reduced to splinters, his training robe scorched by energy backlash. A thin line of blood trickled from his nostril. What the hell was that? Shen Yujin didn't answer. He couldn't. The sensation of free-flowing qi after 3 years of stagnation was overwhelming, like a drowning man's first breath, like color returning to a world that had been gray. But he wasn't the only one who had noticed. High on the observation balcony, where the inner sect elders never watched outer disciple sparring matches, a pair of ancient eyes had seen everything. Elder Mingi, reclusive, eccentric, rumored to have not left her quarters in 15 years, had been drawn to the balcony by a spiritual disturbance she hadn't felt in 2 centuries. She set down her tea and rose from her chair. She hadn't moved that quickly in 40 years. Chapter 2. The summons came at midnight, delivered not by a disciple or a jade slip, but by a paper crane that dissolved into mist after whispering a single location: the sealed orchid pavilion. Shen Yujin had never been to the inner sect's restricted grounds. The path wound through bamboo groves dense enough to block starlight, their stalks creaking in a wind he couldn't feel, the leaves overhead weaving patterns of darkness that seemed deliberate rather than random. Past warning formations that tingled against his skin like static electricity but didn't trigger. Whoever had summoned him had disabled them with surgical precision, leaving the path open while keeping every adjacent route sealed. The sealed orchid pavilion sat at the edge of a cliff overlooking an abyss of cloud. The building was ancient, older than the sect itself, if the architectural style was any indication. Curved eaves of blackened wood, pillars carved with characters so weathered they'd become abstract art. A single oil lamp burning inside with a flame that cast no shadows. Inside, a woman who looked ancient enough to predate the sect itself sat behind a low table carved from a single piece of spirit jade. White hair cascaded past her waist in a silver river. Her robes were plain, the color of rain-washed stone, devoid of the sect's emblems or rank insignia. But her eyes burned with an alertness that made Shen Yujin's newly freed qi stir in recognition. 2 currents responding to a frequency they had been waiting for. Sit, Elder Mingi said. He sat on the cushion across from her, acutely aware that her cultivation level was so far beyond his that he couldn't even sense its boundaries. Most cultivators radiated pressure proportional to their power. Elder Mingi radiated nothing, a void where a presence should be, which meant she was either powerless or so powerful that her control was absolute. The latter seemed more likely, given that paper cranes capable of independent navigation required at minimum a nascent soul level of spiritual manipulation. Show me your hands. He extended them. She didn't touch him, didn't even lean forward. Instead, she held her own palms an inch above his, and a film of silver energy passed between them, scanning through his meridians and dantian with the precise, invasive thoroughness of a master physician examining a patient she'd waited decades to find. Her breath caught. Supreme Yin-Yang Physique, she whispered. The words carried the reverence of someone identifying a creature from mythology. I'd read about it in texts so old the jade had begun to degrade. I memorized every description, every theorized mechanism, every historical account. But I never believed I'd see it manifest in a living person. Elder, I don't understand what happened today. You've been trying to cultivate a single stream of qi through meridians designed for 2. She lowered her hands, and her expression softened from scholarly intensity to something almost maternal. The look of someone who had been searching for an answer for 200 years and had finally found the question that fit. Your body produces both yin and yang energy in equal measure. Standard cultivation techniques assume one dominance or the other. Most cultivators are 60-40 or 70-30 in favor of one element. You are perfectly 50-50. You've been forcing a river through a pipe meant for a stream while ignoring the second river entirely. Shin felt the truth of it resonate in his core. The fighting currents, the pressure, the endless, futile cultivation sessions where his energy moved in circles without advancing. 3 years of failure not because he lacked talent, but because his talent was too unusual for conventional methods. The Supreme Yin-Yang Physique appears once every 10,000 years. Elder Mingi continued, pouring tea with hands that trembled slightly, from excitement, not age. The last recorded case was a man named Hung, who became one of the most powerful cultivators in recorded history before vanishing from all records. His physique allowed him to harmonize opposing forces within his body, not just yin and yang, but any complementary pair. Fire and water, light and shadow, life and death, creation and destruction. Then why have I been stuck at first stage qi gathering for 3 years? Because your physique requires balance that solo cultivation cannot provide. She met his gaze steadily, and in her eyes he saw the weight of a decision she had been preparing for longer than he'd been alive. You produce yang energy naturally and abundantly. To activate the yin half of your cultivation system, you need a source of compatible yin energy from outside yourself. A partner. The word hung in the air between them like a sword suspended by a thread. You mean dual cultivation? Elder Mingi's expression didn't waver. I mean the only cultivation method that works for what you are. She reached into her robe and produced a jade slip so old that its edges had worn smooth, the material thin to near translucency by the passage of millennia. Cracks webbed its surface, sealed with faded spiritual adhesive that pulsed with residual energy. A single character was engraved on its face, written in a script so ancient that Shin couldn't identify the language, let alone the meaning. This is the first volume of the Dual Cultivation Sutra. I've been its keeper for 200 years, passing it down from my own master, who received it from hers, in a chain that stretches back to the era when dual cultivation was not merely accepted but celebrated. She placed it on the table between them with the delicate precision of someone handling an explosive. Whether you use it is your choice. But understand this. Without it, your physique will remain a prison. The energy burst today was a pressure valve releasing. If the dual currents build again without a proper outlet, it won't just shatter training grounds. It will shatter your dantian, your meridians, and every cell of your body. You will die, Shin painfully and spectacularly. He stared at the jade slip. His fingers itched to touch it. His mind screamed caution. Dual cultivation is forbidden, he said. The Heavenly Balance Court banned it 2,000 years ago. By the Heavenly Balance Court, yes. They had their reasons, a catastrophic incident involving a practitioner who corrupted the art for personal gain. Her voice carried the weight of someone who had studied history long enough to distrust its verdicts. But a sick man doesn't refuse medicine because someone else once overdosed. She stood, leaving the jade slip on the table. Read it. Don't read it. Come find me when you've decided. She paused at the doorway, her silhouette framed by moonlight that turned her white hair luminous. But decide soon, Shin. The energy inside you is awake now. It won't go back to sleep. Chapter 3. The jade slip contained not text but sensation. When Shin pressed his spiritual awareness into it that night, alone in his cramped outer disciple quarters, a room barely large enough for a sleeping mat and a cultivation cushion, its walls thin enough to hear his neighbors snoring, the knowledge didn't arrive as words on a page. It arrived as feeling, deep and structural, the way a musician learns rhythm not from notation but from the beat in their chest. The Dual Cultivation Sutra's first volume taught 3 foundational principles. First, the nature of resonance. All living beings emitted spiritual energy with a unique frequency, as individual as a fingerprint and as constant as a heartbeat. Most frequency pairings produced noise, incompatible signals that interfered with each other, creating static rather than harmony. But certain pairings produced resonance, a harmonic amplification where 2 frequencies synchronized to create a combined output greater than either alone. The mathematics were intuitive rather than numerical. Compatibility wasn't about similarity, but about complementarity. Lock and key. Question and answer. Void and substance. The Supreme Yin-Yang Physique was a universal harmonic, a frequency capable of resonating with any strong yin-natured cultivator. Not every resonance would be equally powerful. Some pairings would produce mild enhancement. Others would produce thunderclaps. Second, the soul resonance bond. By synchronizing energy with a compatible partner through guided meditation, a dual cultivator could form a permanent spiritual link, a bridge between two souls that allowed the continuous sharing of energy, emotions, and eventually techniques across any distance. The bond existed in layers, each deeper than the last. The first layer allowed emotional awareness and minor energy trickle. Subsequent layers permitted technique sharing, spiritual projection, and ultimately a fusion of consciousness that the sutra described as two rivers becoming one ocean without either losing its current. Each bond deepened the cultivator's connection to the Tao of harmony, the fundamental understanding that opposites were not enemies but incomplete halves of a greater whole. The yin did not oppose the yang. It completed it. Third, a warning. The sutra was not a shortcut. It was not a weapon. It was not a tool for the ambitious or the desperate. Bonds formed without genuine connection, without trust, respect, and willing participation, would become unstable. A resonance built on manipulation, coercion, or pure transactional interest would carry the seeds of its own destruction. When a soul resonance bond collapsed, it didn't simply sever. It detonated, releasing all stored energy in a catastrophic burst that could kill both partners and devastate everything within a significant radius. The sutra made this danger viscerally clear. The knowledge included a sensory echo of a bond collapse, a phantom experience that lasted a fraction of a second but left Shin-Yujin gasping, his hands shaking, tears streaming down his face from pain that wasn't his. He withdrew from the jade slip with his heart hammering. The knowledge sat inside him like a seed waiting for rain. He could feel the truth of it in his meridians. His dual-natured chi responded to the sutra's principles the way a lock responds to its key. The twin currents that had been fighting for 3 years hummed in recognition, as though they'd always known this framework existed and had been waiting for him to discover it. But the stigma, the weight of it pressed down on him like a physical force. Dual cultivation in the popular imagination meant debauched sects where powerful cultivators maintained harems of partners, draining their yin or yang energy for personal advancement while discarding depleted victims. The Heavenly Balance Court's ban had cemented the image. Dual cultivators were predators wearing the mask of partnership, wolves clothed in the language of harmony. If anyone discovered he was studying this sutra, his sect would expel him. His family name, already tarnished by his apparent lack of talent, would become synonymous with perversion. His grandfather, who had raised him and fed him and given him a place in the world, would disown him with prejudice. He hid the jade slip beneath a loose floorboard and didn't sleep. By dawn, he had decided not to pursue the sutra fully, not to abandon it, to test it, alone, carefully, without involving anyone else. The first volume's preliminary exercises didn't require a partner. They taught the cultivator to sense yin-yang fluctuations in the environment, the subtle currents of opposing energy that flowed through all natural things. Sunlight was yang dominant. Shadow was yin. Running water carried yang energy where it struck rocks in turbulent cascades, and yin energy where it pooled in still eddies. Living wood was yin with veins of yang. Stone was yang with pockets of yin. The entire world was a tapestry of opposing forces in constant negotiation. Shin-Yujin spent the next 3 days practicing perception exercises while maintaining his normal outer disciple routine, morning cultivation sessions that he continued to fail at with practiced grace, afternoon chores, evening study in the sect's library. The results of the perception training were immediate and staggering. His awareness of energy expanded tenfold, then 20-fold. He could feel the yin-yang balance of every person he passed, the slight yang dominance of martial cultivators, the yin lean of healers and scholars, the chaotic imbalance of those with damaged meridians or emotional turmoil. The world had always been a symphony of opposing forces, playing a composition of infinite complexity. He'd just been deaf to it until now. On the 4th day, his sworn brother found him. "You're different." Chunhao dropped onto the bench beside Shin-Yujin in the sect's dining hall, his broad face creased with a concern that his perpetually cheerful demeanor couldn't quite mask. Chun Hao was a mid-Qi gathering cultivator of modest talent and a modest personality, loud, loyal, and possessing the rare gift of treating Shin Yujin no differently, whether he was the sect's greatest prodigy or its biggest embarrassment. You've been avoiding me for 3 days, your chi feels weird, and you keep staring at people like you can see through their robes, which is alarming behavior under any circumstances. I'm not staring through anyone's robes. You just tracked Elder Zhou across the entire hall without moving your head. Your eyes followed his energy signature, not his body. I've been watching. Chun Hao lowered his voice, leaning closer. I saw what happened at the training ground. That energy burst wasn't normal chi deviation. I've been reading, and before you look surprised that I can read, shut up. The only documented phenomenon that matches a simultaneous black and white energy release is... He trailed off, eyes widening. Yujin, tell me you don't have what I think you have. Shin Yujin looked at the man who had befriended him when no one else would, who had sworn brotherhood over cheap wine and cheaper promises during their first month as disciples, who had never once mocked his stagnant cultivation even when the entire sect used it as shorthand for failure. He told him everything. Chun Hao listened without interrupting, a feat that required visible effort, his jaw working through several expressions ranging from shock to disbelief to a dawning comprehension that rearranged his entire understanding of his sworn brother. When Shin Yujin finished, Chun Hao stared at the ceiling for a long time, then said, "So you need to dual cultivate with compatible women to not explode and die." That's a reductive summary, but essentially yes. I want you to know that I fully support you, and also that I hate you with every fiber of my being. Despite everything, Shin Yujin laughed. It was the first time he'd laughed in days. Chapter 4. The preliminary exercises consumed Shin Yujin's every free moment over the next week. He practiced sensing yin-yang currents while sweeping courtyards, while carrying water from the spirit spring to the kitchens, while enduring the sneering commentary of senior disciples who still laughed about the talentless trash who broke the training ground by accident. The irony gnawed at him. They called him talentless. He possessed the rarest physique in 10,000 years. If he could learn to wield it properly, he would surpass every person in this sect, every person who had ever looked at him with pity or contempt. But rare didn't mean powerful. Not yet. His chi flowed more freely since the awakening, the twin currents no longer fighting each other, but instead spiraling in a controlled double helix through his meridians. Without a yin source to balance his naturally dominant yang production, however, he was like a cart with one wheel, moving, barely, and in circles rather than forward. He pushed deeper into the sutra's perception techniques, moving beyond basic yin-yang detection into the subtler art of emotional resonance reading. A person's chi carried their feelings like a river carried sediment. Anger made yang energy spike hot and jagged, its frequency spiking into aggressive overtones. Sadness pulled yin energy into cold, dense knots that clung to the lower dantian. Joy brightened both elements equally, creating a brief harmonious shimmer. Fear compressed energy inward, creating a hollow echo that felt like standing at the edge of a pit. The skill was useful. It was also deeply uncomfortable. He could feel Li Wei's insecurity radiating like a furnace every time the older disciple passed him, the bravado a shell around a core of desperate fear that his mediocre talent would leave him stranded in the outer sect forever. He could sense Elder Mingyi's patient watchfulness whenever she observed him from her balcony, her spiritual perception brushing against his awareness like a cat's whisker, testing and measuring and waiting. He could taste his grandfather's cold disapproval from across the sect compound, a permafrost of rigid yin energy that spoke of pain calcified into principle, grief frozen into doctrine. Elder Shinbaiha, Grand Elder of the Azure Cloud sect, spirit-severing cultivation realm. The man who had raised Shin Yujin after his parents died in a beast tide when he was 4 years old, who had fed him, clothed him, enrolled him as a disciple through channels that technically violated nepotism rules, and never once, in 12 years of guardianship, told him he was proud of him. Shin Yujin had always assumed the emotional distance was disappointment at his lack of cultivation progress. A grandfather who was a spirit-severing elder producing a grandson who couldn't pass first-stage chi gathering. The shame would be considerable in a society where cultivation level was the primary measure of worth. Now, Sensing the specific texture of his grandfather's energy, the dense grief, the rigid control, the faint but unmistakable undercurrent of terror, he wondered if the truth was more complicated, more painful. He filed the observation away. There were more immediate concerns. On the 8th day, an announcement shook the sect. The Ice Phoenix sect has accepted our invitation for a formal cultivation exchange. The sect's herald, a foundation establishment cultivator with a voice amplified by a projection formation, read from a jade scroll in the central courtyard while the entire outer and inner disciple body assembled. 20 elite disciples and 3 elders will arrive within the fortnight. All inner and senior outer disciples are to prepare for joint training exercises, academic exchanges, and formal banquets. This exchange represents a historic opportunity to strengthen bonds between 2 of the continent's premier cultivation institutions. Murmurs rippled through the crowd like wind through wheat. The Ice Phoenix sect was exclusively female, founded 3,000 years ago on the principle that Yin cultivation reached its highest expression in feminine energy channels. Their disciples were renowned across the continent for 2 things: devastating ice element combat techniques that could freeze spiritual energy itself, and being the most sought-after dual cultivation partners in the entire cultivation world. Chunhao materialized at Shun Yujin's elbow with the speed of someone who had been waiting for exactly this moment. "Pure Yin cultivators," he said, his voice carrying an undertone of barely suppressed glee. "An entire delegation of them. Coming here. To our sect. Where you live." Shun Yujin's throat went dry. His yin-yang perception was already humming at the distant approach of concentrated yin energy, like a compass needle swinging toward magnetic north with enough force to bend the housing. "Don't say whatever you're about to say," Shun Yujin warned. "The universe provides," Chunhao said solemnly. Then he grinned. "The universe has a sadistic streak." That too. Chapter 5. 5 days later, the Ice Phoenix sect arrived. Their procession entered the Azure Cloud sect's gates at dawn, timed to coincide with the first light striking the sect's cloud-wreathed peaks, a calculated display of both discipline and aesthetic sensibility. 20 young women in robes of silver-white moved in formation, each step synchronized, each breath a controlled exhalation of yin energy that left crystalline frost patterns on the stone pathway. The frost wasn't technique. It was overflow, the natural byproduct of concentrations of yin energy so intense that the moisture in the air couldn't resist crystallization. They moved with the grace of a flock of winter cranes descending through snowfall, and the Azure Cloud sect's assembled disciples watched with expressions ranging from admiration to intimidation to, in Chunhao's case, open-mouthed awe. Shun Yujin stood at the back of the welcoming assembly, positioned behind 2 rows of taller disciples, trying to be invisible. His perception had been screaming since the delegation crested the mountain path. 20 yin signatures, each distinct, each producing a different frequency of yin energy that his yang-dominant system registered with varying degrees of interest. Most created a mild tingle of potential resonance, like hearing a distant melody and recognizing it might harmonize with a song he already knew. But one was a thunderclap. She walked at the delegation's center, positioned slightly ahead of the others in the subtle hierarchy of formation walking. Tall, perhaps only an inch shorter than Shun Yujin himself. Black hair bound in a severe knot that exposed the clean lines of her jaw and neck. Features carved from porcelain with the sharp elegance of a winter hawk, beautiful in the way that blizzards are beautiful, magnificent, deadly, indifferent to the opinions of those who observe them. Her yin energy didn't tingle. It roared. A blizzard compressed into human form, so concentrated that the temperature dropped noticeably within a 10-foot radius around her. And every molecule of Shun Yujin's yang-dominant qi lunged toward it like a starving man toward bread. The resonance was so powerful that he had to physically grip the stone pillar beside him to keep his body from stepping forward involuntarily. "That's Luo Qingyan," Chunhao whispered, appearing at his side with the reliability of an unwanted conscience. Their number 1 disciple. Pure Yin Ice Physique, a special constitution that produces exclusively ice aspect Yin energy in overwhelming quantities. They say she froze a river solid at age 12 and shattered a nascent Soul Elder's defensive formation at 15. Shun Yujin barely heard him. He was fighting his own energy, forcing it to stay contained within his meridians, his knuckles white where they gripped the pillar. Hairline cracks appeared in the stone beneath his fingers. If he lost control here, in front of both sects, the energy burst would make the training ground incident look like a candle being lit. Then another figure stepped through the gates behind the delegation. Male, broad-shouldered, radiating yang energy so aggressive it felt like a physical slap against Shun Yujin's heightened perception. Dark robes trimmed in deep blue, the insignia of the Abyssal Tide sect, a crashing wave consuming a broken shore, emblazoned across his chest in silver thread. And that, Shun Hao said with considerably less enthusiasm, is Duan Mahai, Abyssal Tide sect's top young master. Late foundation establishment at age 19, which is genuinely impressive. Also rumored to have the Supreme Yang Tyrant Physique, which makes him the leading candidate to become Luo Qingyin's dual cultivation partner. Duan Mahai strode forward as if the welcoming ceremony existed for him alone. His chin was lifted at an angle that suggested he'd practiced it in a mirror. His yang energy flared with each step, a deliberate display of power that forced lesser cultivators to lean away from his path. He stopped beside Luo Qingyin and spoke loudly enough for the entire courtyard to hear. I've come to formalize my partnership with the Ice Phoenix sect's greatest talent. Luo Qingyin and I will demonstrate the future of harmonized cultivation. Luo Qingyin's expression could have flash-frozen the sun. She didn't look at him. She didn't acknowledge his existence with so much as a shift in her stance. The temperature around her dropped another 2 degrees. Shin Yujin felt the first stirrings of a headache that would grow to define the next several months of his life. The welcoming banquet was held that evening in the Hall of Gathered Clouds, a vast chamber carved from a single piece of blue-veined marble that the sect's founder had excavated from the mountain's heart 3,000 years ago. Floating spirit lanterns cast warm light across tables laden with spiritual fruits, beast meat glazed with honey essence and spirit herbs, and wines aged in formation-sealed cellars where time moved at half its natural pace. Shin Yujin sat at the outermost table with the other senior outer disciples, a social stratum that placed him somewhere between the serving staff and the decorative calligraphy scrolls in terms of importance. Shun Hao sat beside him, methodically working through a plate of spiced spirit boar while providing a running commentary on the other attendees that was equal parts informative and inappropriate. Stop staring at her, Shun Hao said around a mouthful of meat. I'm not staring. You're staring so hard I'm surprised she hasn't caught fire. Which would be ironic, given the ice thing. Shin Yujin forced his gaze away from Luo Qingyin, who sat at the head table beside Elder Shin Baihe and the Ice Phoenix delegation's senior elder. Even from across the hall, through 60 feet of marble and 100 intervening bodies, her yin energy pulled at him. The sutra's perception exercises had made him exquisitely sensitive to resonance, and the resonance with Luo Qingyin was unlike anything the Jade Slip had described. The sutra spoke of compatible frequencies in clinical terms. This felt less like compatibility and more like destiny forged in a furnace and hammered into the shape of longing. Duan Mahai occupied the seat on Luo Qingyin's other side, despite not belonging to either host sect. He'd inserted himself into the arrangement through sheer force of personality and a cultivation level that nobody present wanted to challenge. The Abyssal Tide sect has researched dual cultivation for generations, Duan Mahai was saying, his voice carrying across the hall with practiced projection. Our Yang Tyrant method is the ideal complement to the pure Yin Ice physique. The partnership I'm proposing would produce cultivation results within months. Sect Master Bingxian will evaluate all proposals, Luo Qingyin replied, her tone flat as a frozen lake. When she arrives, Shin Yujin's perception caught what no one else could see. The moment Duan Mahai's yang energy brushed Luo Qingyin's yin field, it didn't harmonize. It clashed. Her energy recoiled from his like oil from water, a fundamental incompatibility masked by his raw power. His yang was too aggressive, too one-directional. It didn't complement, it overwhelmed. He's not compatible with her, Shin Yujin realized. Not truly. He has the power to force a resonance through brute strength, but it would be like hammering a square peg into a round hole. Functional on the surface, destructive underneath. Then, because the universe apparently did have a sadistic streak, A servant asked him to carry a fresh platter of spirit fruit to the head table. He picked up the jade tray. He walked toward the front of the hall. He kept his energy contained, his breathing even, his expression neutral. He was an outer disciple performing a menial task. Nothing more. Nothing significant. Nothing worth anyone's attention. He passed behind Luo Qingyan's chair. The world detonated. His yang energy and her yin energy snapped toward each other like magnets fired from cannons. Visible spirals of black and white light erupted from both their bodies, coiling around each other in the same helical pattern that had destroyed the training ground a week ago. The jade tray shattered in his hands, spirit fruits bouncing across the marble floor in every direction. Every formation lantern in the hall flickered, several popping with bursts of sparks. Wine sloshed out of cups. A decorative vase on the head table cracked. Luo Qingyan shot to her feet, whirling to face him. Her eyes were wide, not with anger, but with shock so profound it had bypassed her legendary composure entirely. Her yin energy swirled around her in visible currents of white frost, reaching toward him, reaching, as though it had been waiting for this moment its entire existence. "What did you do to me?" she demanded. Shen Yujin, still wreathed in fading spirals of intertwined energy, the jade tray's remains falling from his numb fingers, said the only honest thing he could. "I have no idea." The hall erupted in chaos. Chapter 6. Every elder in the room was on their feet within a heartbeat. Shun Baihe's yin energy radiated cold fury, his spirit severing pressure pressing down on the room like a glacier descending a mountainside. The Ice Phoenix elders had drawn defensive formations around their disciples, 3 concentric circles of ice aspect barriers that hummed with lethal potential. Duan Mahai stood rigid beside his chair, his yang energy flaring so hot that the marble table beneath his palm began to smoke, hairline cracks spreading through the stone. Outer disciples dove under tables. Servants fled through side doors. The spirit lanterns, still flickering from the resonance burst, cast the chaos in strobing blue-white light. "Resonance," Elder Mingi said from the back of the hall. Her voice cut through the pandemonium with surgical precision, not loud, but carrying a weight of authority and certainty that compelled silence the way a dropped stone compels ripples. Every head turned. What we just witnessed was a spontaneous energy resonance between complementary physiques. It is a documented phenomenon, rare but not unprecedented, and it is not an attack. Complementary. Duan Mahai's face twisted, his composure shredded. That outer disciple trash just assaulted the Ice Phoenix sect's premier talent with some kind of parasitic technique. "Sit down, boy." Elder Mingi's spiritual pressure settled over the hall like a mountain falling from the sky. It was the first time in years that anyone in the sect had felt her true cultivation level, and the revelation was staggering. Duan Mahai's knees buckled. Everyone below spirit severing staggered. Even Shun Baihe narrowed his eyes, reassessing a colleague he had apparently underestimated. "I have studied energy harmonics for 2 centuries. Elder Mingi continued, her voice carrying the patience of someone explaining basic arithmetic to a child who has confused addition with arson. What occurred was mutual. Neither party initiated it. Their physiques recognized each other. The reaction was involuntary on both sides and entirely natural." Luo Qingyan stared at Shun Yujin across the wreckage of spirit fruit and shattered jade. The shock on her face was slowly crystallizing into something harder. Not hostility, but intense, analytical focus. The mind behind those ice-blue eyes was processing, categorizing, evaluating. "I felt it," she said quietly, addressing no one in particular. The admission cost her. Shin Yujin could see the effort it took for someone so controlled to acknowledge a loss of control. My yin energy moved toward him on its own. It's never done that before. Not with anyone. "Because you've never encountered a compatible yang source of this caliber," Elder Mingi said, stepping forward through the crowd that parted around her like water. "Your pure yin ice physique is extraordinary, but it is also unbalanced. Too much yin without a yang counterpart causes stagnation, compression, and eventually critical failure. I suspect your cultivation has plateaued recently." The flicker in Luo Qingyan's eyes confirmed it before she could mask the reaction. "That is Ice Phoenix sect internal business," the delegation's senior elder interjected sharply. She was a thin woman with hair like spun ice, her protective posture radiating both authority and defensiveness. Of course, Elder Mingi inclined her head with a courtesy that was more political than genuine. I merely observe that natural resonance of this magnitude is exceedingly rare, perhaps once in 10,000 years. The phrase landed like a stone in still water. Several elders who knew their cultivation history exchanged loaded glances. 10,000 years. The same interval she had cited when identifying Shun Yujin's physique. Shin Baihe stepped forward, his expression carved from the same granite as the sect's mountain. This incident will be investigated privately. My grandson. The word carried the weight of obligation rather than affection, heavy with the burden of shared blood and none of the warmth. Will be questioned about any techniques he may have employed. I used no technique, Shin Yujin said. Every eye in the hall turned to him. The outer disciple, the weakest person in the room by an order of magnitude, standing amid shattered jade with spirit fruit juice staining his robes. He stood straight despite the trembling in his hands. I walked past her, and our energies reacted. I have no ability to force a resonance. I am a first-stage qi-gathering cultivator carrying a platter of fruit. A beat of silence. Then Shun Hao snored of barely suppressed laughter from the back of the room, shattered the tension by a single, merciful degree. Then it was an accident, Shinbai had declared, seizing control of the narrative. And it will not be repeated. Shin Yujin, you are confined to your quarters until further notice. Grand Elder. Luo Qingyan's voice stopped him mid-turn. She spoke with the calm authority of someone accustomed to being heard by powerful people. With respect, I would like to understand what happened. Confining the other party prevents that understanding. Shinbai's jaw tightened. He looked at his grandson, at the ice phoenix cultivator, at the political minefield unfurling before him in every direction, and made the calculation of a man who had navigated sect politics for over a century. He will be available for supervised inquiry, Shinbai has said. Nothing more. As the banquet dissolved into clusters of urgent whispered conversation, Duan Mahai caught Shin Yujin's eye across the hall. The hatred in that gaze was not political, not strategic, not the measured opposition of a rival calculating advantages. It was the primal fury of a predator who had just watched his prey stolen by something smaller and weaker and inexplicably chosen by the universe for a prize he considered rightfully his. Shin Yujin held the gaze until Duan Mahai looked away. It was, he reflected later, probably the most foolish thing he'd done all evening. And considering he'd just accidentally caused an inter-sect incident by walking past a woman with a platter of fruit, the bar for foolishness was already extraordinarily high. Chapter 7. The challenge was delivered at dawn, carried by a jade slip wrapped in the formal protocol of witnessed combat. 3 neutral elders to officiate. Sect rules governing engagement parameters. Techniques restricted to those below core formation power levels. A civilized framework for what was transparently an attempt to put Shin Yujin in the medical ward. You can refuse, Shun Hao said, reading the challenge terms over Shun Yujin's shoulder as they sat on the outer disciples' dormitory steps. You're 2 full stages below him. Nobody expects a first-stage qi-gathering cultivator to accept a formal challenge from a late foundation establishment genius. Declining is not only acceptable, it's the sane choice. If I refuse, Duan Mahai controls the story. He tells everyone I used some parasitic technique on Luo Qingyan and was too cowardly to face consequences when called out. Shin Yujin pulled on his training robes, adjusting the belt with deliberate calm. The narrative writes itself. The coward, the parasite, the trash who hides behind excuses. And if you accept, he breaks your bones. Possibly all of them. Then I heal and still have more dignity than a man who ran. Shin Hao groaned and pressed his palms against his eyes. I liked you better when you were talentless and cautious. The duel took place in the sect's formal arena, a stone circle 50 paces across, ringed by tiered seating carved into the natural rock of the mountainside. The arena floor was inscribed with stabilizing formations that contained energy overflow and prevented lethal force attacks from breaching the boundaries. They were designed for inter-sect sparring matches, not the kind of power a late foundation establishment cultivator could bring to bear, but they'd have to do. Word had spread overnight. The stands were packed, Azure Cloud disciples occupying the home sections, Ice Phoenix visitors clustered in the guest area, with their silver-white robes creating a patch of winter in the otherwise ordinary crowd, and a scattering of abyssal tide retainers who had accompanied Duan Mahai occupying the neutral section with the smugness of spectators who had already been told the outcome. Shin Yujin stepped into the ring and felt several hundred gazes land on him like physical weight. Most carried skepticism. Some carried pity. A few, elder Mingies from the VIP balcony, Chen Hao's from the front row, carried concern. One carried something else entirely. Luo Qingyan sat in the fourth row of the Ice Phoenix section, her face expressionless, her yin energy tightly controlled. But through his sutra-enhanced perception, Shin Yujin could feel the faintest tug of resonance between them, her energy reaching toward his without her conscious intent, a whisper of connection that the banquet incident had awakened and that proximity sustained. She was watching closely, very closely. Duan Mahai entered from the opposite gate. He dressed for spectacle, full abyssal tide combat gear, dark armor plates over reinforced robes, a saber at his hip with a blade that radiated compressed yang energy even in its sheath. His yang energy blazed like a bonfire, deliberately intimidating, and several weaker cultivators in the front rows leaned away from the waves of aggressive heat. "I'll give you one chance to apologize for the offense at the banquet," Duan Mahai said, his voice pitched to carry to every seat. Playing to the audience. "Kneel, admit you used a technique on Luo Qingyan, and I'll let you keep your legs." "Nothing happened at the banquet that requires an apology," Shin Yujin said calmly. "From either of us." Duan Mahai's eyes went flat. "So be it." The presiding elder, a nascent soul cultivator from the Azure Cloud sect's disciplinary division, called the start. Duan Mahai didn't waste time. He launched forward with Abyssal Tide Slash, a yang-charged saber technique that compressed air into a cutting blade of pure force. The attack crossed the arena in a fraction of a heartbeat, trailing a wake of distorted air and scattered dust. It would have bisected a stone wall 3 feet thick. Shin Yujin's yin-yang perception flared. He saw the attack not as a visual event, but as an energy pattern, a dense concentration of aggressive yang with a thin, vulnerable seam where Duan Mahai's control faltered at the blade's leading edge. The seam was barely an inch wide. It was there for a fraction of a second. He stepped into it. The attack passed so close that it sheared 3 hairs from his head and left a burning line of heat across his right ear. The crowd gasped, a collective intake of breath from several hundred people that created a moment of vacuum silence before the murmuring erupted. Duan Mahai's composure cracked. His eyes widened. A first-stage chi-gathering cultivator had just threaded the gap in his signature technique, a gap that even other Foundation establishment cultivators rarely identified. "Luck," Duan Mahai snarled, resetting his stance. He pressed forward with 3 rapid slashes, overhead, crosscut, rising diagonal, each one faster and more precisely aimed than the last. Shin Yujin dodged the first, reading the yang signature that preceded the physical blade by a heartbeat, deflected the second with a burst of yang energy from his right palm that surprised both of them. The energy acting on instinct rather than training, slapping the saber aside with a force disproportionate to Shin Yujin's cultivation level. Twisted under the third, the blade passing through the space his head had occupied a moment before. But Duan Mahai was Foundation establishment for a reason. His fourth strike came from an angle Shin Yujin couldn't evade, a saber pommel strike to the ribs delivered with the speed of someone who had been drilling combat techniques since childhood. Pain flared wide across Shin Yujin's left side. He staggered but didn't fall. Duan Mahai pressed the advantage. 6 consecutive strikes designed to herd an opponent into a corner where the 7th blow finished them. A sequence taught in the Abyssal Tide sect as the Drowning Current, named for the way it pulled the target into a position from which escape was impossible. Shin Yujin took 2 more hits, a glancing blow across his shoulder, a sharp impact against his thigh, but read the hurting pattern through his perception and deliberately broke the sequence by throwing himself sideways rather than backing up. It cost him a rolled ankle and a mouthful of arena dust, but it denied Duan Mahai the killing 7th strike. The crowd was no longer silent. Murmurs had become exclamations. This was not the one-sided demolition anyone had expected. Duan Mahai came again. Faster. Harder. His yang energy blazing at the limits of Foundation establishment, every attack carrying enough force to crater stone. Shin Yujin couldn't dodge them all. His body simply wasn't fast enough, his cultivation too low to match the physical enhancement that foundation establishment granted. But he could read them. Every strike announced itself, through his perception, a heartbeat early. He minimized each impact, turning lethal blows into glancing hits, shifting at the last instant so that a strike aimed at his heart caught his shoulder instead, so that a saber meant for his throat grazed his collarbone. He bled from a dozen cuts. His left arm hung numb from a nerve strike he'd almost avoided. His breathing came in ragged gasps. But he didn't fall. 7 minutes. That was how long a first-stage chi-gathering disciple lasted against a late foundation establishment prodigy. The match ended when Duan Mahai, frustration overriding technique, abandoned his saber arts and drove a yang-infused palm strike directly into Shun Yujin's chest. The impact launched Shun Yujin off his feet. He flew backward 15 feet, hit the arena floor, skidded, and came to rest against the boundary stones. Blood on his lips, stars in his vision, pain in every part of his body. Match concluded, the presiding elder called. Victory to Duan Mahai. The applause was scattered and uncertain. The Abyssal Tide retainers cheered dutifully. The Azure Cloud disciples looked at each other with expressions that mixed relief with confusion. The expected demolition had instead become something no one could quite categorize. A loss, yes, but a loss that somehow felt like an indictment of the winner. Because Duan Mahai, a prodigy 2 full realms above his opponent, had needed 7 minutes to beat a boy who should have fallen in 7 seconds. And every person in those stands who knew anything about combat recognized what that meant. Shun Yujin had read every attack, exploited every flaw, and survived through pure perceptive brilliance what he couldn't match in power. As Chun Hao helped Shun Yujin off the arena floor, half carrying him toward the medical ward, Luo Qingyin's gaze tracked him with an intensity that had nothing to do with the resonance incident and everything to do with the fact that she had just watched the weakest person in the arena fight with more intelligence and more courage than the strongest. Chapter 8. She came to him that evening. Shun Yujin sat on the steps of the outer disciples' medical ward, his torso wrapped in spiritual bandages that smelled of camphor and ground spirit herbs. 2 cracked ribs, 1 dislocated shoulder reset by a healer with unsympathetic hands, and a meridian bruise along his left arm that would ache for a week. The healers had called it surprisingly light damage for someone who should be a paste on the arena floor. The evening sky was the color of bruised plums, the last light painting the sect's mountain peaks in shades of amber and violet. Shun Yujin watched it with the appreciative attention of someone who had recently been reminded that consciousness was not guaranteed. Luo Qinyin appeared from the shadows between buildings like a ghost dressed in moonlight. Her silver-white robes glowed faintly with residual yin energy, and the temperature dropped 3 degrees as she approached. Not a technique, just her natural aura. "You shouldn't be here," Shun Yujin said. "The outer disciple quarters are hardly appropriate for. I owe you an apology." She sat beside him on the steps without invitation, maintaining precisely 1 arm's length of distance, close enough to talk quietly, far enough to preserve propriety. Her posture was rigid, her hands folded in her lap. "Duan Mahai challenged you because of what happened at the banquet, and what happened at the banquet was mutual. You bore the consequences of something I was equally responsible for. You don't owe me anything. The challenge was his choice. I decide what I owe." Her tone was firm enough to cut steel, and the slight narrowing of her eyes suggested that disagreeing on this point would be unwise. "I also want answers. The resonance we experienced. I've been a cultivation prodigy since my physique manifested at age 9. I've been tested for compatibility with dozens of potential dual cultivation partners over the past 6 years. My physique has never reacted to anyone. Not a flutter, not a ripple, not a single involuntary fluctuation. Until the banquet. Until the banquet." She met his gaze, and in the lamplight from the medical ward's window, her ice-blue eyes held a vulnerability she would never display in public. "My energy didn't just react. It lunged. It moved faster and more forcefully than it does when I'm actively attacking someone. I need to understand why." Shun Yujin considered lying, considered deflecting, considered the fact that this woman's energy called to his with a voice that made his bones hum, and that honesty, whatever the risk, was the only foundation worth building on. "I have the Supreme Yin-Yang Physique," he said. "It was identified recently by Elder Mingi. My cultivation was stagnant for 3 years because my body produces both yin and yang energy in equal measure, and standard techniques can't accommodate that duality. Luo Qingyin's composure cracked. A subtle widening of her eyes, a slight parting of her lips, the carefully maintained ice facade showing its first fracture. The Supreme Yin-Yang Physique is a myth, a legend from texts so old that most scholars consider them allegorical. Apparently, the allegory showed up and broke your sect's dinner service. The faintest ghost of something that was not quite a smile touched her lips, vanishing before it could be confirmed. You have a talent for understatement. They sat in silence for a moment, listening to the evening insects and the distant murmur of the sect's night patrol changing shifts. My cultivation has been stalled for 14 months, she said finally, each word extracted like a tooth, painful, necessary, leaving a gap where pride had been. My sect's elders believe the stagnation will resolve naturally. It won't. The pure Yin Ice physique produces more Yin energy than my current body and realm can process. Without a Yang source to balance the output, I'll reach a critical compression point within 2 years. My core will freeze solid from the inside. I'll either die or be reduced to a crippled mortal. The clinical delivery couldn't disguise the fear beneath it. Through his perception, Shen Yujin felt the shape of that fear, dark and cold and compressed, just like the Yin energy that was slowly killing her. Let me help, he said. Your grandfather forbade it. My grandfather is wrong. About this, at least. She studied him for a long time, her analytical gaze dissecting him with the thoroughness of someone accustomed to evaluating combat opponents and finding them wanting. Whatever she saw in his eyes must have passed her standards, because the rigidity in her posture softened by a single, barely perceptible degree. You're reckless, she said. I'm necessary. And so are you. My physique is a prison without a Yin source. Your physique is a death sentence without a Yang source. We're each other's cure. Or each other's destruction. Maybe. But I'd rather face destruction trying than die of stagnation while playing it safe. The first edge of dawn broke over the eastern mountains, painting the clouds in gold. Luo Qingyin's Yin energy, stirred by the proximity, reached toward him like frost reaching for warmth. A natural, involuntary response that she could feel and, for once, chose not to suppress. We train in secret, she said. No one except Elder Mingi. Not your grandfather, not my sect's elders, and not that arrogant peacock Duan Mahai. Agreed. She held out her hand. Yin energy crackled across her palm, an invitation and a test, and a declaration of intent, all compressed into a single gesture. He took it. Yang energy surged from his hand into hers. The resonance ignited between them, gentler this time, controlled, a sustained hum rather than an explosion. Their energies braided together and held, two currents finding their shared channel. Neither of them let go for a very long time. Chapter 9 Elder Mingi's private cultivation chamber was carved from living jade, a rare geological formation where spiritual stone had grown organically over millennia, creating walls that pulsed with a gentle green luminescence. The jade's natural properties stabilized energy fluctuations, absorbed overflow, and created an environment where even volatile spiritual reactions could be contained safely, perfect for what they were attempting. A trial resonance session, Elder Mingi explained to Shen Yujin and Luo Qingyan, who sat on meditation cushions facing each other across a distance of 5 feet. The elder had arranged a diagnostic formation array around the chamber, 12 jade monitoring stones positioned in a circle, each one calibrated to measure a different aspect of the resonance: amplitude, frequency, stability, emotional bleed, energy transfer rate, and 6 other parameters that Shen Yujin didn't recognize. You will open your meridians simultaneously and allow your energies to interact under controlled conditions. I will monitor every fluctuation and intervene if necessary. At the first sign of instability, we stop. No arguments. Understood. Both nodded. Begin. Shen Yujin closed his eyes and initiated the sutra's resonance protocol. Open the Yang channels, the 12 primary Yang meridians that ran through his body like rivers of warm light. Extend awareness outward without pushing, without forcing, without aggression. Invite. Across from him, Luo Qingyan opened her Yin channels. Her energy unfurled like frost spreading across a window pane in the depth of winter, delicate and precise and sharp enough to cut, each crystal of Yin energy forming with mathematical elegance. The two fields met in the space between them. The resonance was immediate and overwhelming. Shun Yujin gasped as Yin energy, pure, crystalline, cold as the space between stars, flowed into his meridians through channels that had been starving for 3 years. The empty Yin half of his circulation system, dormant since birth, activated like a machine, receiving power for the first time. Qi flowed through pathways he hadn't known existed, channels mapped in his body's blueprint, but never illuminated, never used, never alive until this moment. Simultaneously, Luo Qingyan made a sound she would later deny, a soft, shuddering exhalation of relief, so profound it was nearly a sob. His yang energy entered her system and began dispersing the dangerously concentrated Yin that had been compacting inside her core for 14 months like ice-crushing stone. The pressure that had been building toward critical failure dissolved, redistributed, rebalanced. For the first time in over a year, her meridians flowed freely. The balance was exquisite. His yang tempered her Yin without diminishing it. Her Yin cooled his yang without extinguishing it. Two rivers that had been fighting their banks suddenly found the ocean. Elder Mingyi watched with tears tracking down the deep creases of her weathered face, though she'd deny it later with the same conviction Luo Qingyan would deny the sob. The resonance coefficient is off any scale I've ever measured, she murmured, consulting her diagnostic array with trembling hands. The jade monitoring stones were glowing so brightly they cast shadows. This isn't just compatibility. This is harmonic perfection. The textbook definition of maximum resonance would be a 0.9 coefficient. What I'm reading here is 0.98. I didn't believe the scale went that high. The session lasted 20 minutes. When they opened their eyes, both of them had changed. Shen Yujin's qi, previously stuck at the barrier between first and second stage of qi gathering, a barrier he'd been beating against like a prisoner against a cell door for 3 years, had crashed through it like a flood through a paper dam. He sat at mid-qi gathering, a leap of 3 minor stages that should have taken months of dedicated cultivation. Luo Qingyan's stalled cultivation had unlocked. The dangerous Yin compression in her core had dissolved, redistributed through channels that now carried a thread of warm yang energy alongside her ice. A golden line in a field of blue-white, permanent and stabilizing. She hadn't advanced a major stage, but the blockage that had been slowly killing her was gone. They stared at each other across 5 feet of jade-lit space. One session, Luo Qingyan said, her voice carrying the faintest tremor. One session, and it accomplished what 2 years of my sect's finest healers couldn't achieve. Shen Yujin felt the truth crystallize into certainty. This was his path. Not a forbidden shortcut. Not a perverse indulgence. Not the depraved technique the heavenly balance court had condemned. This was how his physique was meant to cultivate, and Luo Qingyan's physique was meant to cultivate with him. The evidence was undeniable, written in their meridians, validated by their breakthroughs, confirmed by the diagnostic array's unprecedented readings. We'll need to discuss terms, Luo Qingyan said, already shifting into her practical, analytical mode. Her composure was rebuilt, but the warmth in her eyes hadn't fully retreated behind the ice. My sect won't accept an informal arrangement. And your grandfather, the Grand Elder's opposition, will be formidable. We need a strategy. One problem at a time, Elder Mingyi interjected. For now, let's appreciate the fact that we just witnessed something beautiful. Something I have waited 200 years to see. Luo Qingyan's cheeks colored again, a faint rose against porcelain that she would deny with the ferocity of a cornered tiger if anyone mentioned it. It was scientifically significant. Of course, child. That's exactly what I meant. Shen Yujin caught Elder Mingyi's eye. The old woman winked. One problem at a time. But the list of problems was about to get much, much longer. Chapter 10 word traveled through the Azure Cloud sect with the speed and discretion of a wildfire in a paper factory. By the next morning, every disciple, servant, and guard dog knew that the talentless outer disciple Shen Yujin had formed a cultivation resonance with the Ice Phoenix sect's greatest prodigy that produced results visible from 3 buildings away. Opinions divided along predictable lines. The romantic disciples whispered about destiny and star-crossed cultivation partners. The cynical disciples whispered about parasitic techniques and energy theft. The ambitious disciples whispered about what they could gain if they could replicate whatever method Shin had used. The sects' gossip networks, which operated with more efficiency than any intelligence organization, ensured that every conversation reached every ear within hours. Elder Shin whispered nothing. He summoned Shin to the Grand Elder's Hall, a cold stone chamber with vaulted ceilings designed to make its occupants feel small, furnished with nothing but a single desk of ironwood and 2 chairs that seemed specifically crafted for discomfort, and proceeded to not whisper at all. "You will end this immediately." Shin stood before his grandfather's desk. The old man's energy filled the room like ice water rising around his ankles, his spirit severing cultivation pressure bearing down with the weight of centuries of authority and pain. "Grandfather, the resonance. I know what the resonance is." Shin stood, and his pressure intensified until the air itself seemed to crystallize. "I have watched cultivators pursue dual cultivation before. I have seen the promises. I have heard the rationalizations, the logical arguments, the cultivation theory, the carefully constructed justifications. I have watched it all crumble. It always ends the same way." Elder Mingi believes the resonance is. Mingi is a scholar who has never formed a bond in her life. She theorizes from jade slips and ancient texts and controlled experiments that bear no resemblance to reality. "I speak from experience." His voice cracked on the last word, a fissure in the granite facade that sealed itself almost before Shin could register it. "This path destroys everything it touches." Shin felt the pain beneath the anger through his perception. His grandfather's emotions were a landscape of compressed grief, diamond-hard, stored under immense pressure for decades, held in place by sheer willpower and rigid philosophical opposition to the thing that had caused the wound. "Grandmother," Shin said quietly. Shinbai's hand slammed the ironwood desk. The wood cracked, a jagged line splitting the surface from edge to edge, a spirit-severing elder's momentary loss of control, creating structural damage that no carpenter could repair. "You do not speak of her. She died attempting a dual cultivation technique. That's why you oppose this. Not doctrine, not philosophy, personal loss. She died because she trusted a path that betrayed her." Shinbai's composure was fracturing, cracks spreading through the mask of authority he'd worn for 60 years. "Your grandmother was the most brilliant cultivator of her generation. She believed in dual cultivation with every fiber of her being. She practiced it with a partner she trusted completely, and that trust was the foundation of everything they built together." He paused. His hands gripped the edges of the cracked desk. "And it killed her." The bond destabilized without warning. The resonance collapsed. She burned from the inside out, her own energy turning against her, converting to destructive force, consuming her meridians, her core, her physical body. I held her hand while she screamed and could do nothing. Nothing. A spirit-severing cultivator, and I could do nothing to save the woman I loved. Silence filled the room like water filling a tomb. "I am sorry," Shin said, and meant it with every fiber of his being. "I never knew. You never told me. Because the pain is mine to carry, not yours." Shinbaiha lowered himself back into his chair. In that moment, with his energy signature stripped of anger and left with only grief, he looked every one of his 300 years. "I have protected you from it because I believed you would never need to know. You were supposed to be a normal cultivator. Average. Safe. I'm not normal. I'm not average. And this path is the only one that works for my physique. I forbid you from pursuing dual cultivation." Shinbaiha's voice reassembled its authority, brick by brick, wall by wall. "I forbid you from using whatever technique triggered the resonance. And I forbid you from private contact with Luo Qingyan." Shin looked at his grandfather, the man who had raised him, who had never said he was proud, who had channeled every atom of parental emotion into rigid discipline because softness reminded him of a dead woman and the path that had killed her. "I understand your fear," Shin said, "and I love you enough to tell you that I cannot obey." He left before Shinbaiha could respond. Behind the closed door, he heard nothing, but his perception caught the old man's energy signature shuddering, a tremor deep in the foundation of a spirit-severing cultivator's iron control, as grief buried for 60 years clawed toward the surface with fingers made of memory. Chapter 11. Shin spent the night in the sect's library, buried in historical records that smelled of dust and old preservation formations. If his grandfather's opposition was rooted in personal tragedy rather than pure doctrine, understanding what had actually happened to his grandmother might be the key to navigating the crisis, or at least to empathizing with the man who stood between him and the only cultivation path that could save his life. The records were sparse. Shinbaiha had clearly curated what survived, using his authority as Grand Elder to seal, restrict, or quietly destroy most references to his wife. Even her name had been excised from the sect's formal histories, a ghost erased from the record by the man who mourned her most. But bureaucracy was harder to purge than personal history. Administrative records, financial ledgers, disciplinary files, these survived in archives that Grand Elders rarely bothered to audit. In the sect's financial archives, Shin Yujin found transaction records for rare dual cultivation materials purchased 62 years ago, reagents and formation components consistent with advanced resonance practice. In the disciplinary archives, buried beneath decades of minor infractions, he found a sealed report on an energy destabilization incident, classification, lethal, that had resulted in 1 death and 1 case of permanent psychological trauma requiring ongoing treatment. The details confirmed what his grandfather had said: a resonance bond collapse, the death of his grandmother, the unimaginable grief of the survivor. But the sealed report contained a note that Shin Yujin hadn't expected, written in the investigating elder's careful hand at the bottom of the final page. External interference suspected. Energy signature analysis incomplete due to destruction of evidence at the collapse site. Anomalous third-party yang signature detected in residual traces, identity and origin undetermined. Investigation closed at Grand Elder Shun Baiha's request. External interference. A third-party energy signature. Someone might have sabotaged his grandparents' dual cultivation practice. The bond hadn't collapsed on its own. It had been attacked, destabilized from outside. And Shun Baiha had closed the investigation himself. Had he been too grief-stricken to pursue the truth? Or had the truth been too dangerous to uncover? Shin Yujin tucked the information away. It wasn't enough to prove anything, and confronting his grandfather with a 60-year-old suspicion based on a footnote would only deepen the rift between them. But it changed the calculus fundamentally. If his grandmother's death wasn't a natural consequence of dual cultivation's inherent dangers, but the result of deliberate sabotage, then Shin Baiha's entire philosophical opposition rested on a false foundation, blaming the path for a murder committed by an unknown hand. He returned to his quarters at dawn, exhausted and carrying questions he couldn't yet answer, to find a jade slip on his pillow sealed with Luo Qingyin's energy signature. Northern Cliff. 1 hour before dawn tomorrow. Alone. She was there when he arrived, standing at the edge where the cliff dropped into an abyss of cloud that glowed faintly with pre-dawn light. The wind pulled at her unbound hair, and for once, she looked less like a cultivation prodigy and more like what she actually was. A 19-year-old woman carrying burdens that would have crushed most people twice her age. Their bond, the resonance connection that grew stronger with each interaction, hummed between them, a warm cold thread of shared awareness that needed no words. "I've spoken with my sect's elders," she said. "They're divided. Half see the resonance as an unprecedented opportunity for both sections. Half see it as a threat to our existing alliance negotiations with the Abyssal Tide sect, negotiations that have been in progress for 2 years and involve significant trade concessions. And Duan Mahai's candidacy remains politically advantageous and energetically wrong." She turned to face him, her ice blue eyes carrying the exhaustion of someone who had been fighting institutional inertia all night. "I've analyzed the data from our resonance session myself, compared it with the compatibility assessments from my previous candidates. The difference isn't marginal. It's categorical. Every other candidate scored below 0.4 on the resonance coefficient. You scored 0.98. It's not a contest. Data alone won't convince politicians. No, but results might." She paused. "I want to continue the resonance sessions. Regularly. Under Elder Mingy's supervision. Not because I've been ordered to or because it serves my sect's interests, but because it works. My cultivation is moving again for the first time in over a year, and I refuse to let political maneuvering take that away from me. My grandfather forbade contact between us. I know. That's why I said alone in the message. The faintest edge of defiance hardened her jaw. I have spent my entire life following orders, my sect's orders, my elders' orders, the expectations of everyone who saw my physique as a resource to be managed rather than a person to be respected. For once, I am making my own choice. Shen Yujin felt the weight of her words through the connection between them. Not just the meaning, but the emotion, the years of compliance cracking under the pressure of self-determination. Then we continue, he said. Together. Chapter 12. Duan Mahai paced the guest quarters assigned to him by the Azure Cloud sect, his saber scoring lines in the wooden floor with each agitated turn. The room, generously appointed for a visiting dignitary, had been reduced to a cage by his own fury, furniture shoved against walls, a meditation cushion sliced in half, scorch marks where his yang energy had flared against surfaces that couldn't absorb it. The resonance was visible, he said to the man sitting in the corner's deepest shadow. Half the sect saw the energy spiral at the banquet. My candidacy for Luo Qingyin's partnership is being questioned. 2 years of negotiations, political pressure, cultivated alliances, all of it threatened by a first-stage nobody who can't even properly execute a flowing cloud strike. The man in the shadow was unremarkable in every observable detail. Medium height, medium build, brown hair, the kind of face that slid out of memory the moment you stopped looking at it. This anonymity was not accidental. He was an agent of the Abyssal Tide Sect's intelligence division, a specialist in the kind of problems that couldn't be solved through diplomatic channels. What do you know about the boy beyond what's publicly available? The agent asked. His voice carried no inflection, no emotion, no personality. A voice designed to ask questions and retain answers without leaving an impression. Shen Yujin. Outer disciple, 3rd year. Stuck at first stage Qi gathering since admission, the definition of a talentless liability. Grandson of Grand Elder Shen Baiha, which gives him a degree of political protection but no practical power. Duan Mahai's lip curled. The resonance at the banquet was some kind of physique-based reaction. If I can prove he used a forbidden technique to force it, forget about proving anything. The agent stood, his movement fluid and economical. I'll access the sect's bloodline archives tonight. If the boy has a special physique, there will be ancestral records. The question isn't what he is. That's merely intelligence. The question is whether the intelligence is useful or dangerous. 3 hours later, the agent returned with information extracted from a bribed archive keeper who would remember nothing of the encounter by morning. He laid a copied jade slip on the table. Supreme Yin-Yang Physique, the agent read, the words carrying clinical precision. Last recorded instance, approximately 10,000 years ago. The physique produces both yin and yang energy in perfect balance, enabling universal resonance compatibility with any strong yin-natured cultivator. Historical association with the forbidden Dual Cultivation Sutra. Duan Mahai's face went through several colors. Disbelief, recognition, fury, and finally a cold, calculating fear. This changes the strategic landscape entirely. The agent continued, pocketing the jade slip. A Supreme Yin-Yang Physique holder isn't just a rival for one partnership. He's a potential rival for every partnership on the continent. Every sect with a talented female cultivator whose cultivation has stalled. Every faction looking for a dual cultivation breakthrough. Every power broker who understands the political value of exclusive bonding access. They will all want him. Then he can't be allowed to develop. Agreed. I'll send word to our sect's war council through emergency channels. The agent paused at the door. But you should be aware, the communication networks overlap. By the time our headquarters processes this information, at least 2 other intelligence networks will have intercepted and decoded it. Specifically, the Crimson Moon sect. Their leader, Gu Jinwu, has been actively hunting cultivators with rare physiques for the past decade. I don't care who else hunts him, Duan Mahai said, his yang energy flaring hot enough to char the table's edge. As long as he doesn't stand between me and what's mine. The agent departed without expression. The message was dispatched through formation relay before midnight. And exactly as predicted, the Crimson Moon sect's interceptor array, a web of eavesdropping formations disguised as merchant communication nodes, spanning half the continent, flagged the transmission, decoded it, and forwarded the contents to Sect Master Gu Jinwu before the sun rose on the next day. Chapter 13 Sect Master Bingxian of the Ice Phoenix sect arrived on the third day after the banquet incident, descending from the clouds on a chariot of condensed ice that refracted the morning sun into prismatic arcs across the azure cloud sect's courtyard. Her cultivation pressure preceded her like a glacier, spirit-severing realm, deep and old and utterly controlled, the kind of power that didn't need to announce itself because the world simply bent around it. She was not what Yin expected. Where he'd imagined a severe matriarch carved from the same ice as her sect's name, Bingxian was warm-eyed and deceptively soft-spoken, her round face framed by hair, so white it was nearly blue, her smile carrying the genuine warmth of someone who liked people and saw no contradiction between warmth and power. She looked like someone's favorite aunt, the kind who snuck you extra dessert at family gatherings and then, when necessary, could reduce a city to frost. She radiated the energy of someone who could crush a mountain range without adjusting her smile. And she'd come specifically for Yin. So you're the boy who made my best disciple's energy dance without asking permission. Bingxian examined him in the sect's formal reception hall, her spiritual perception probing his meridians with the clinical precision of a surgeon. The scan was thorough, invasive, and completely unapologetic. Supreme Yin-Yang Physique. Confirmed. Active dual current circulation, harmonic frequency calibrated to. She paused, running the numbers again. The resonance coefficient with Qing Yin is the highest I've ever measured. And I've been measuring resonance coefficients since before your grandmother was born. The mention of grandmothers sent a sharp spike through Shun Bai's energy, visible to anyone with perception training. Sect Master Bingxian. The Grand Elder's voice could have etched glass. I trust you are not suggesting a formal cultivation partnership. I'm not suggesting anything, Grand Elder. I'm proposing, formally and with the full weight of the Ice Phoenix sect's authority. Bingxian folded her hands in her lap and delivered her proposal with the pleasant efficiency of someone offering tea. A dual cultivation alliance between the Ice Phoenix sect and the Azure Cloud sect, anchored by a sanction bond between Luo Qingyin and Yin. The benefits to both sects are substantial: breakthrough rates, combined technique development, political prestige, and the resolution of Qingyin's stagnation crisis, which, unacceptable. Shin Baihe rose from his chair, and his spirit-severing pressure filled the room like a flash freeze. Dual cultivation is a corruption of orthodox cultivation practice. I will not allow my sect, a sect with a 3,000-year tradition of disciplined, individual path cultivation, to be associated with. Your sect houses the only Supreme Yin-Yang Physique holder in 10,000 years, and you're treating him like a disease to be quarantined. Bingxian's warmth evaporated, replaced by the steel underneath, and underneath Bingxian's warmth was a great deal of steel. My disciple's cultivation is dying. Your grandson's cultivation was imprisoned. Together, they freed each other. What orthodox practice in your sect's 3,000 years of tradition achieves those results? The argument escalated. More elders weighed in, drawn by the spiritual pressure clash between two spirit-severing cultivators who were technically allies and practically at each other's throats. The debate was political, philosophical, personal, and occasionally petty, ranging from high-minded discussions about the nature of cultivation to pointed remarks about whose sect had produced more nascent soul cultivators in the last century. Yin stood against the wall and watched the adults fight over his future like dogs over a bone. Luo Qingyin stood against the opposite wall, her expression carved from ice, watching the same fight with the same helpless fury. Their eyes met across the room. Through the resonance connection that proximity maintained, emotions passed without words. We didn't choose this, his gaze said. We never do, hers answered. But we can choose what we do next. Chapter 14. They had been meeting secretly for 5 days, stolen hours before dawn and after midnight, in Elder Mingyi's jade chamber, practicing the resonance techniques from the sutra's first volume. Each session lasted longer than the previous, their energies harmonizing with increasing ease, like musicians who had spent their lives playing different songs in different rooms and suddenly discovered they were part of the same orchestra. On the 6th night, something shifted. The resonance session began normally. Yin opened his yang channels. Luo Qingyin opened her yin. Their energies met, braided, circulated through the shared space between them. The familiar warmth and cold balance settled over both of them, a comfort that had become as natural as breathing. Then it deepened. Shen Yujin felt a tug in his chest, not physical, but spiritual, originating from a point deep within his consciousness that he hadn't known existed. Something inside him reached through the energy connection and touched something inside her. A door that had been closed his entire life swung open on silent hinges, and suddenly he could feel Luo Qingyin's emotional landscape as clearly as his own, spread beneath his awareness like a map drawn in feeling rather than ink. Her calm was not natural. It was constructed, brick by painstaking brick, from childhood discipline imposed by demanding elders and adult necessity born of being treated as a political asset rather than a person. Beneath it roiled a storm of emotions she had never allowed herself to express. Loneliness so profound it had become structural, frustration at being valued only for her physique and its political utility, and a desperate hunger for genuine connection that she had learned to equate with weakness and therefore suppressed until it calcified into something she called strength. She gasped, and through the deepening connection, he knew she was feeling his emotions with equal clarity. His determination that burned like a forged flame, his fear that lurked beneath it, and the growing warmth he directed at her that he'd been trying very hard not to examine too closely. "What is this?" she whispered. "First layer soul, resonance bond." Elder Mingy's voice was hushed, reverent. She stood at the edge of the jade chamber, her diagnostic array blazing with readings that exceeded every parameter she'd established. "You formed it. Naturally, spontaneously, without the guided ritual I was planning to propose next month." The bond settled into Shun Yujin's consciousness like a second heartbeat, steady, insistent, undeniable. Luo Qingyin's presence in his awareness was a bright, cold star, pulsing with emotions she couldn't hide from him anymore. And he knew, with absolute certainty, that his own emotions were equally exposed to her. His hopes, his fears, his growing respect and affection, all of it laid bare. "I can feel everything," Luo Qingyin said, her composure cracking in ways she would never have permitted in front of anyone else. "Your determination, your fear, She stopped. Color rose in her cheeks. Through the bond, he felt what she'd almost said, and his own face warmed. "The bond is permanent," Elder Mingy said gently. "First layer bonds share emotional awareness and allow a continuous trickle of energy exchange across any distance. They deepen with time and proximity. They cannot be severed without extreme risk to both parties, the kind of risk I would not recommend exploring under any circumstances." The weight of permanence filled the room. They were connected now, truly, fundamentally, irrevocably. For better or worse, in triumph or catastrophe, some part of Luo Qinyin would always live inside Shen Yujin's awareness, and some part of him would always live inside hers. "I didn't intend for this to happen yet," Shen Yujin said. "I'm sorry if, don't." Luo Qingyin's voice was sharp, but her energy was soft. "I felt it forming. I could sense the door opening. I had a choice, and I chose not to pull back." She met his eyes, and through the bond, her truth poured into him with the force of a confession. She had wanted this connection with a ferocity that terrified her, had been wanting it since the first resonance at the banquet, and the relief of finally having it was so overwhelming that the fear of vulnerability couldn't compete. "We deal with consequences, not regrets," she finished. Elder Mingy smiled, the smile of a woman who had waited 2 centuries for this moment and found it even more beautiful than she'd imagined. Chapter 15. The ambush came 3 days later. Shen Yujin had been training alone in the Misty Ravine, a deep gorge on the sect's northern border where natural yin-yang currents created spiraling mist patterns and an ideal environment for the sutra's perception exercises. The ravine was considered safe, inside sect territory, monitored by patrol formations, and too remote for casual visitors. Duan Mahai had bypassed all of it. The first sign was the smell, a sharp chemical tang that Shen Yujin's enhanced perception identified instantly. Yang amplification pills, forbidden in most sects for their devastating side effects on meridian integrity. The second sign was the ravine's natural energy currents going silent, smothered by an artificial yang flood that swallowed the subtle yin-yang fluctuations like a bonfire swallowing candlelight. The third sign was Duan Mahai's saber descending toward his skull. Shen Yujin threw himself sideways. The saber split the boulder where he'd been sitting, leaving a trench 3 feet deep in solid granite. Stone fragments sprayed across the ravine floor. No witnesses this time, Duan Mahai said. His eyes were bloodshot, pupils dilated from the pill's effects, his yang energy blazing at twice its natural intensity. The amplification had temporarily boosted his power from late foundation establishment to early core formation, a realm that should have been years away. His body radiated heat like a forge. No elders to intervene, no rules to hide behind. Just you, me, and the truth of who deserves to stand beside her. The pills are destroying your meridians, Shen Yujin said, backing toward the ravine wall. His perception read the damage in real time, hairline fractures spreading through Duan Mahai's yang channels, the amplification pill burning through his energy pathways like acid through paper. I can see the damage from here. Every second you maintain this level, you lose capacity you'll never recover. I'll worry about my meridians after I've removed the obstacle. Duan Mahai attacked with a ferocity that made their arena duel look like a practice exercise. Abyssal Tide Slash, amplified, each strike carrying the compressed force of early core formation, a realm where cultivators could shatter buildings with casual effort. The ravine walls cracked and crumbled under the collateral damage, boulders the size of houses splitting along fault lines. Shen Yujin dodged, deflected, survived. His yin-yang perception read every attack with desperate precision, but the raw power difference was too vast to overcome through perception alone. A near miss from a saber arc caught his left side, slicing through his training robe and the flesh beneath. Blood sprayed across the ravine rocks. 1,000 yards away, in the guest quarters of the Azure Cloud sect, Luo Qingyin felt the pain arrive through the bond like a blade drawn across her own ribs, sharp, hot, undeniable. She screamed. Qingyin. Senior sister by Shui grabbed her shoulders as the room's temperature plummeted. What happened? Are you hurt? Yujin. Luo Qingyin was already on her feet, her yin energy erupting in a blizzard of frost that crystallized every surface. Walls, floor, furniture, the tea-in by Shui's abandoned cup. He's being attacked. The northern ravine. Duan Mahai. She shattered the window with a pulse of ice energy and launched herself through it before Bai Shui could form a response. In the ravine, Shen Yujin was losing. Duan Mahai's pill-enhanced power left no room for the clever evasion that had prolonged their arena fight. The confined space negated Shen Yujin's ability to create distance, and each strike came faster than the last as the amplification pill burned through its peak dosage. A palm strike caught his chest, cracking the ribs that had barely healed from their first fight. He hit the ravine wall and tasted blood. You're not worthy of her, Duan Mahai said, raising his saber for the final blow. Yang energy coalesced around the blade in a corona of compressed force. You're not worthy of the physique you carry. You're just a lucky piece of trash who stumbled into something he doesn't deserve and will never. Ice. A wall of it erupted from the ravine floor between them, 12 feet thick, blue-white, and singing with yin energy, so concentrated it froze the moisture in the air to crystalline dust. Temperature plunged. Mist flash froze into falling crystals of ice. The ground crackled with spreading frost. Luo Qingyin landed on the ravine's upper edge, her hair streaming behind her like a banner of war, her eyes blazing with cold fury that dropped the temperature of the entire gorge by 40 degrees in a heartbeat. Touch him again, she said, her voice carrying the quiet promise of absolute destruction, and I will show you what the pure ice physique does to things it decides to unmake. Duan Mahai snarled and slashed through the ice wall. His saber shattered it in a cascade of frozen shards. But Luo Qingyin was already beside Shen Yujin, her hand on his shoulder, and through the bond, something unprecedented happened. Their energies merged. Not the careful, controlled resonance of their training sessions. Not the guided circulation, the monitored exchange, the clinical precision of Elder Mingyi's jade chamber. This was raw, instinctive fusion, triggered by shared danger and absolute trust, the bond acting on its own deeper wisdom. Luo Qingyin's yin energy flooded into Shen Yujin. His yang energy surged into her. Inside both of them, the combined energy restructured itself into something neither had ever produced alone. A swirling mass of white fire that burned with yang intensity and froze with Yin depth simultaneously, beautiful and terrible, a contradiction made manifest. They moved together. One step forward, one palm extended. No communication, no coordination, just the bond guiding them like a conductor guiding an orchestra. The technique erupted from their joined energy, a blizzard of white flames that filled the ravine from wall to wall, ceiling to floor. The fire didn't burn or freeze. It did both. It annihilated on a molecular level, reducing everything in its path to fundamental particles. Duan Mahai screamed. His yang shield, amplified by forbidden pills to core formation levels, reinforced by years of aggressive cultivation, dissolved like gossamer in a furnace. The white fire stripped away his defenses, seared his meridians, and hurled him backward through 3 layers of solid rock before depositing him in a crater at the ravine's far end, smoking and still. He was alive. Barely. The amplification pill's effects shattered on impact, leaving him at his natural cultivation level with severely damaged meridians and burns across 70% of his body that would scar regardless of healing. Shen Yujin and Luo Qingyan stood together in the ravine, white fire slowly dissipating around them like the afterimage of a divine judgment, both breathing hard, both bleeding from separate wounds, both more alive than they had ever been. What was that? Shen Yujin managed. Through the bond, Luo Qingyan's answer carried the full weight of her astonishment and a tremor of something that might have been awe. I have absolutely no idea, but it felt right. Chapter 16. Elder Mingi identified the technique within the hour. Yin-Yang Annihilation Palm, she said, standing in the devastated ravine with her diagnostic formation deployed around the blast radius. The scorched stone, fused into glass by the white fire's passage, reflected the afternoon sun in prismatic patterns that looked disturbingly beautiful for something born of combat. It's described in the sutra's 3rd chapter, a fusion technique that merges yin and yang into a paradoxical energy state, carrying the destructive properties of both elements simultaneously. The 3rd chapter? Shen Yujin sat on an unscorched boulder while Luo Qingyan applied healing salve to his wounds with a tenderness that her expression worked hard to contradict. I haven't studied past the 1st chapter. I certainly didn't consciously execute a 3rd chapter technique. That's what makes this remarkable. Elder Mingi knelt beside a patch of white scorched stone, running her fingers over the fused surface with scholarly fascination. The Yin-Yang Annihilation Palm typically requires years of joint practice to develop. Dual cultivators in historical records spent decades building toward it. Yu and Luo Qingyan produced it spontaneously, in combat, under lethal pressure, during your first month of resonance training. The bond, Luo Qingyan said. When Duan Mahai was about to deliver the killing blow, I felt the danger through the bond, and my energy acted before my conscious mind could form a response. His yang and my yin didn't circulate. They fused at a fundamental level. The energy that came out wasn't his or mine. It was ours. Exactly. Elder Mingi stood, brushing dust from her robes. A first-layer bond should only allow emotional awareness and minor energy sharing. What you describe, instinctive energy fusion, spontaneous technique generation, the ability to produce a combined output that exceeds the sum of its components. These are characteristics of a second-layer bond or higher. She looked between them with an expression balanced between wonder and concern. Your bond is deeper than it should be. Significantly deeper. I theorize that the harmonic perfection between your physiques, the 0.98 resonance coefficient, has amplified the bond's development rate dramatically. What should take years is happening in days. Is that dangerous? Shen Yujin asked. Everything about dual cultivation is dangerous. The sutra makes this clear. But this kind of danger is the kind that makes you exponentially stronger if it doesn't kill you. She paused, her ancient eyes holding the weight of a decision. We need to tell the Grand Elder about Duan Mahai's attack. Attempted murder using forbidden pills on sect grounds. The political and legal implications are severe. Will be a hurricane, Luo Qingyan finished. My sect will demand reparations from the Abyssal Tide sect. Duan Mahai's candidacy for my partnership will be formally terminated. And every intelligence network on the continent will learn that the Supreme Yin-Yang Physique holder has already formed a soul resonance bond. Good, Shen Yujin said. Both women looked at him. I'm tired of hiding. Let the hurricane come. I'd rather face a storm standing up than be crushed in silence. The hurricane came. Chapter 17, The Double Breakthrough, happened on a Tuesday. The morning resonance session had been routine. Energy circulation, balance optimization, the comfortable rhythm of two people whose chi had learned to dance together so naturally that the steps required no conscious thought. Elder Mingi monitored from her usual position, her diagnostic array humming with readings that had become increasingly unremarkable through repetition. Then Shin Yujin's cultivation barrier shattered. The peak of chi gathering, a wall he'd been pressing against for 3 years through conventional methods and had bypassed to mid-stage through the resonance sessions, simply ceased to exist. His chi surged past it with the force of 3 years of accumulated pressure releasing simultaneously, the energy so intense that his dantian restructured before his conscious mind registered what was happening. Foundation establishment. The transition was supposed to take weeks of careful preparation. Specific resources, foundation strengthening pills, stabilization formations, a master's guidance. A dangerous moment where the dantian shifted from a simple chi reservoir into a structured spiritual foundation, with failure meaning crippled cultivation or death. Shin Yujin's dantian didn't merely restructure. It evolved. The twin currents of yin and yang that had been circulating through his meridians since the awakening converged in his core and wove together into a dual helix foundation. Not a single structure, but 2 intertwined spirals, one black and one white, rotating around a central axis of perfect balance. The structure was elegant, beautiful, and completely unprecedented in any cultivation text Elder Mingi had ever studied. Through the bond, Luo Qingyan felt the massive influx of yang energy restructuring his core, felt it as clearly as if it were happening inside her own body. And her cultivation responded in sympathetic resonance. The stagnation that had threatened to kill her shattered completely, the remaining resistance in her yin pathways dissolving as the thread of yang energy from the bond sang with breakthrough frequency. Her own cultivation lurched forward, passing through a compression threshold that her sect's finest elders had declared impassable. Both of them sat in the jade chamber, radiating energy that made the living jade walls hum in harmonic resonance, and broke through simultaneously. Elder Mingi's monitoring formation chimed like a bell struck by a giant. The energy readings were so far above established parameters that the formation's jade display cracked down the middle, unable to contain the data. Foundation establishment, she breathed, examining Shin Yujin's new energy signature with unsteady hands. Clean, stable, dual-structured. And your foundation is unprecedented. A double helix. Yin and yang, intertwined. Your cultivation base has literally incorporated the bond structure into its architecture. The news spread through the sect within hours, carried by witnesses, rumor, and the unmistakable energy signature of a breakthrough that half the sect's formation network had detected. The outer disciple who had been stuck at first stage chi gathering for 3 years, the sector's most reliable punchline, had achieved foundation establishment in a single morning, leapfrogging every intermediate stage with a clean, stable, textbook-perfect breakthrough. The whispers shifted, not from scandal to acceptance. That would take longer, but from contempt to uncertainty. You could mock a talentless failure. You couldn't mock results. Even the skeptics had to acknowledge what the energy signatures confirmed. Dual cultivation wasn't just effective for Shin Yujin. It was transformative. That evening, Chun Hao found him on the outer disciple's rooftop, staring at the stars with the dazed expression of someone whose world had rearranged itself faster than his ability to comprehend. Foundation establishment, Chun Hao said, settling beside him with 2 cups of spirit wine produced from a pocket with suspiciously practiced ease. In one morning, after 3 years of nothing, the sutra works. The sutra and a beautiful ice cultivator who fights off your assassins and accidentally achieves combination techniques with you. Chun Hao handed him a cup. Brother, I am genuinely, unreservedly happy for you. I also want you to know that the universe's favoritism is deeply unfair, and I intend to hold a grudge about it indefinitely. Shin Yujin smiled and accepted the wine. Through the bond, he felt Luo Qingyan's presence, cool and steady, a few hundred yards away in the guest quarters, her energy signature humming with the quiet satisfaction of someone whose cultivation was finally moving again. Through the connection, he felt her contentment, her lingering surprise at her own breakthrough, and a warmth directed specifically at him that she hadn't fully decided whether to acknowledge. "So what happens now?" Chen Hao asked. "We get stronger. Whatever's coming. And something is coming. I can feel it. We face it together. You and Luo Qingyan. And you." Chen Hao snorted. "I'm a mediocre mid-chi gathering cultivator with no special physique and questionable life choices. You're my brother. That counts for more than physiques. Sentimental bastard." But Chen Hao's voice was rough with emotion he'd deny. He raised his cup. "To whatever's coming." They drank under the stars while the cultivation world, unbeknownst to them, began to realign around the existence of Shun Yujin's Supreme Yin-Yang Physique, like celestial bodies adjusting their orbits around a new sun. Chapter 18, They came in waves. The first delegation arrived 4 days after the double breakthrough. 3 elders from the Verdant Spirit sect, traveling by cloud carriage, carrying a formal proposal to explore harmonized cultivation partnerships between their sect's most talented wood element Yin cultivators and compatible Yang sources of demonstrated efficacy. The diplomatic language was so thick you could plaster walls with it, but the meaning was transparent. They wanted one of their girls bonded to Shin Yujin. The second delegation arrived the next morning. The Celestial Blade sect, sharp-eyed and efficient, offering their top sword prodigy Xiao Ruobing as a cultivation exchange partner for mutual technique development. Then the Radiant Dawn sect. Then the Moonfall Academy. Then the Emerald Lotus Pavilion. Then 2 more sects whose names Shin Yujin lost track of amid the avalanche of formal proposals, strategic offers, and thinly veiled bride presentations. By the end of the week, 7 different sects had sent representatives, each with a talented female disciple in tow, each proposing some variant of "let our girl dual cultivate with your boy for the betterment of all." The Azure Cloud sect's guest quarters overflowed into emergency accommodations. The diplomatic staff worked in shifts. Elder Shin Baihe developed a persistent twitch in his left eye that worsened with each new arrival. Shin Yujin stood in the middle of it all and felt like a spiritual herb at an alchemy auction. "This is insane," he told Elder Mingi during a rare moment of privacy. "This is predictable," she corrected, pouring tea with the serenity of someone watching a play she'd already read the script for. The Supreme Yin-Yang Physique is the rarest and most valuable cultivation trait in existence. Every sect with a female cultivator whose cultivation has stalled due to Yin excess, and there are far more than you'd think, sees you as the solution to a problem they've been unable to solve through conventional means. "I'm not a resource to be allocated. You are to them. That is precisely why you need to control the narrative rather than letting it control you." She met his gaze with the directness of someone about to say something he needed to hear but wouldn't enjoy. "The sutra permits multiple bonds, Shin Yujin, not as an indulgence, but as a design feature. The Supreme Yin-Yang Physique reaches its full potential through a network of complementary bonds, each one strengthening the others." He did know it. The first volume described the soul resonance bond as a single component of a larger system. Multiple bonds connecting the physique holder to multiple Yin-natured partners, creating a web of mutual enhancement where each participant benefited from every other participant's energy. The architecture was elegant, the potential staggering, and the personal implications terrifying. Because through the bond, he felt Luo Qingyan's reaction to the arriving delegations, a complex knot of understanding, jealousy, pragmatism, and a fierce possessiveness she was fighting to control with every technique her Ice Phoenix training had taught her. She knew the sutra's provisions. She had accepted them intellectually. Emotionally, she was watching an army of beautiful, powerful women parade through the gates with her partner's name on their lips and her bond thrumming with the conflicting signals of someone trying very hard to be rational about something that wasn't rational at all. He found her in the training yard after the 7th delegation arrived. She was destroying practice dummies with ice techniques so aggressive that the temperature in a 50-yard radius had plunged to midwinter levels. Frost coated every surface. 5 dummies had been frozen solid and subsequently shattered into powder. 2 more were in the process of crystallizing. Qingyan. She drove a palm into the last dummy. It exploded into ice crystals that hung in the air like frozen stars before drifting slowly to the ground. "I can feel your anxiety through the bond," she said without turning. Every time a new delegation arrives, your emotional signature spikes with guilt and discomfort and something that resembles desperation. It's very distracting. I'm sorry. Stop apologizing for things you can't control. She turned. Her eyes were red-rimmed, not from tears, because Luo Qingyan didn't cry, but from the sheer effort of maintaining composure while her bond hummed with sensations she hadn't signed up for but couldn't turn off. The sutra is clear. Multiple bonds aren't just permitted, they're optimal for your physique. Each bond strengthens the network, and the network strengthens each bond. You'll need more than one partner to reach your full potential. What I need and what I want might be different things. What do you want? He looked at her, frost in her hair, fury in her eyes, a bond between them that hummed with emotions she was too proud to name and he was too honest to deny. She was the first person who had ever believed in him, the first person who had stood between him and death, the first person whose presence in his awareness felt less like an addition and more like a restoration of something that had always been missing. I want to not hurt you, he said. Everything else is secondary. Something cracked behind her composure. Not her walls falling, but a door opening. Then be honest with me. Always. Whatever happens, whatever bonds you form, whatever the sutra requires and the world demands. Don't hide things from me. I can handle anything except deception. I promise. She nodded once, sharp and final, sealing the agreement with the precision of a signed contract. Then she walked past him, paused, and said without looking back, the verdant spirit sect's girl, Mu Wanqi. I've observed her energy signature during the delegation reception. The resonance potential with your physique is significant, higher than any other candidate by a substantial margin. I noticed. She also appears to be genuinely kind, which is more than I can say for most of the ambitious harpies who've descended on this sect, like vultures smelling opportunity. A pause. If you're going to add someone to this arrangement, she would be tolerable. She walked away, leaving Xin Yujin standing in a frozen training yard, marveling at the fact that the coldest woman he'd ever met had just given him permission to notice someone else, and somehow made it sound like a military intelligence assessment. Chapter 19. Mu Wanqi was tending to the sect's herb garden when their paths crossed, or rather, when Shunhao engineered their crossing with the subtlety of a battering ram. I'm not doing this, Xin Yujin muttered as Shunhao steered him down the garden path with a hand firmly on his shoulder. You're just walking through a garden. It's a public garden. Any disciple can walk through it at any time. You specifically chose this route because you heard the verdant spirit delegation was conducting a botanical survey of the grounds. I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh look, an herb cultivator. In an herb garden. How completely unexpected. Mu Wanqi knelt beside a bed of spirit chrysanthemums, her fingers glowing with soft green energy, the color of new leaves in spring rain, as she coaxed a wilting plant back to health. The chrysanthemum responded to her touch the way a child responded to a mother's care, its drooping petals lifting, its brown-edged leaves flushing green, its spiritual aura brightening from a dim flicker to a steady glow. She wore robes of pale green trimmed with white, simple and practical, without the ornamental embroidery that most sect representatives favored. Her dark hair was braided simply, a functional choice rather than a fashionable one. Her face, soft and open in concentration, held none of the calculated beauty that the other candidates had weaponized during their introductions. She looked, Xin Yujin thought, like someone who had forgotten that other people existed and was completely content with that arrangement. She looked up as they approached, and Xin Yujin felt it immediately. A resonance, unmistakable but utterly different from Luo Qingyan's. Where the ice cultivator's energy called to him with the sharp pull of polar magnetism, urgent, electric, impossible to ignore, Mu Wanqi's wood element Yin was a gentle invitation, warm rain falling on soil that had been dry too long, seeping in through paths of least resistance rather than forcing its way through. Oh, she stood, brushing garden soil from her knees with absent practicality. Her eyes, green as spring leaves, wide and unguarded, widened slightly as her own energy responded to his proximity, a small tremor running through her wood element Yin field. She touched her chest briefly, surprised by the sensation. You're Xin Yujin. And you're Mu Wanqi. Verdant Spirit Sect, Herb Cultivation Division. She offered a small smile that was genuine and unguarded in a way that made Shen Yujin realize how rare simple warmth was in the cultivation world of calculated gestures and strategic expressions. I was hoping we'd meet, honestly, but not for the reasons everyone else wants. What reasons, then? Your chrysanthemums are dying. She gestured at the garden bed with the earnest concern of someone who found plant mortality genuinely distressing. The Azure Cloud sect's entire herb garden has been declining for months. There's too much yang-dominant energy saturating the soil from all the martial cultivation happening on the grounds above, sword training, energy projection exercises, breakthrough overflow. The plants need yin supplementation, and nobody seems to have noticed. Shen Yujin blinked. Of all the opening gambits he'd experienced from visiting cultivators, political proposals, strategic alliances, outright flirtation, a diagnosis of his sect's gardening problems was genuinely new. You came here to fix our garden? Healthy herbs make better medicine. Better medicine makes stronger cultivators. Strong cultivators protect the sect that grows the herbs. She said it with the earnest conviction of someone who genuinely believed that growing plants was the foundation of all martial power, and who would defend that belief against anyone foolish enough to challenge it. Cultivation begins in the soil. Chunhao nudged Shen Yujin with an elbow and mouthed, "She's adorable," behind Mu Wanqi's back with the discretion of a signal flag. "I've heard about your physique," Mu Wanqi continued, her fingers still trailing green energy into the chrysanthemum bed as she worked and talked simultaneously. "The resonance at the banquet is all anyone discusses. But I didn't come here to. I mean, my sect sent me as a candidate. I know that's the official purpose of my visit, but I wouldn't presume to." She stopped, flustered, her cheeks coloring. She focused on the plants, which were a much safer conversational partner. "I'm better with herbs than with people. Significantly better." The resonance between them pulsed gently, a quiet heartbeat of complementary energy. She felt it. Shen Yujin saw the slight shiver run through her, the brief pause in her healing technique. But unlike the explosive reaction with Luo Qingyan, this was subtle, patient, organic. Like roots growing through stone, slow, persistent, and ultimately unstoppable. If he hadn't been trained by the sutra to perceive it, he might have mistaken it for ordinary comfort, the natural ease of being near someone whose energy was inherently nurturing. "Your energy is good for the plants," Shen Yujin observed. The chrysanthemums were already standing straighter, their petals brightening from wilted amber to vibrant gold, their spiritual aura strengthening under her ministrations. "Have you always been a healer?" "Since I was small. My village, a farming community in the western provinces, no cultivators, no spiritual infrastructure, didn't have a physician. When people got sick, they made do with common herbs and prayer. I started learning which plants helped which ailments when I was 6. By 8, I was the village's unofficial healer." She smiled at the memory, her hands still working green light into the soil. "The Verdant Spirit sect found me when I was 12. I was growing spirit-grade herbs in a mortal garden without any formal cultivation or spiritual knowledge, just instinct and attention. They said I had an innate connection to life energy that they'd never seen in someone untrained." "You do. I can see it." His yin-yang perception showed him what she couldn't see about herself. Her wood element didn't just flow outward in directed healing. It created a field of vitality around her, a gentle sphere of life energy that passively healed, nurtured, and strengthened everything within its radius. The grass was greener where she stood. The air smelled fresher. Even the insects in the garden seemed calmer near her, their flight paths slower, their buzzing softer. She looked at him with genuine surprise. "You can see energy patterns that clearly?" "A recent development, and an ongoing education." They talked for an hour, about herbs, cultivation theory, the relationship between wood element yin and yang-dominant soil, the differences between aggressive and nurturing energy applications, and the philosophy of growth versus force. Mu Wanqi was brilliant in a quiet way that the louder personalities in the cultivation world tended to overshadow. Her understanding of yin-yang balance in plant cultivation was instinctive and profound. She described principles that the sutra taught as advanced theory with the casual ease of someone who had been living them since childhood. When Shen Yujin finally left, Chunhao fell into step beside him and maintained silence for an impressive 12 seconds before speaking. "So," Chunhao said, The most sought-after man in the cultivation world just spent an hour discussing chrysanthemums with the gentlest woman alive, and he enjoyed every moment of it. She's knowledgeable. She's perfect for you, and we both know it. Different from Luo Qingyan in every way, where Qingyan is ice and steel and controlled fury, Mu Wanxi is rain and soil and gentle persistence. And the resonance was obvious to anyone with functional eyes, which unfortunately includes most of the other delegations who were watching from the second-floor windows. I felt it. Of course you did. Chun Hao clapped him on the shoulder. Brother, I say this with love and genuine admiration for the absurdity of your situation. Your life has become the plot of a cultivation novel, and you are spectacularly unprepared for it. Shen Yujin couldn't argue with the assessment. Through the bond, he felt Luo Qingyan's awareness of his emotional state, the curiosity, the warmth, the terrifying sense of possibility expanding beyond what he'd prepared for, and her response was a complex wave of resigned acceptance and protective vigilance. She'd told him to be honest. He sent a pulse of affirmation through the bond. She sent back acknowledgement that was cold on the surface and warm beneath, like a frozen lake with thermal springs feeding its depths. It would have to be enough. For now. Chapter 20 Duan Mahai's blood oath carved itself into the jade tablet with strokes of crimson energy, each character burning with yang fire that spoke of humiliation transmuted into desperate purpose. To the Honorable War Council of the Abyssal Tide Sect, the message began. The Supreme Yin-Yang Physique holder represents an existential threat to the natural order of cultivation. His existence destabilizes every alliance, every partnership agreement, every carefully maintained balance of power across the continent. I request full sect support for his elimination before his influence grows beyond containable limits. He sealed the tablet and handed it to his last remaining attendant, a nervous Foundation establishment disciple who had accompanied him from the Abyssal Tide sect and who had spent the last week watching his young master deteriorate from confident prodigy to bandaged, bitter wreck. Deliver this to the War Council. Emergency channels only. Maximum priority. The attendant hesitated. Young master, the War Council convenes only for existential threats to the sect. If they determine this doesn't meet the threshold, it meets it. Duan Mahai's voice was quiet, stripped of the bravado he wore in public, carrying only the flat conviction of someone who had stared at his own irrelevance and refused to accept it. The boy forms bonds with every powerful Yin cultivator he encounters. Each bond makes him stronger, and each bond removes a potential partner from the available pool. If he's allowed to build a network, 5 bonds, 10, 20, he'll command more combined power than any single sect can match. He'll reshape the political landscape around himself without even trying. The attendant bowed and disappeared into a long-range transportation formation. What Duan Mahai didn't know, what his intelligence training should have warned him about, but his fury had blinded him to, was that the Crimson Moon Sects Interceptor Network had been monitoring Abyssal Tide communications for 6 months, ever since a border dispute had made the two sects cautious neighbors. In a chamber carved from red stone beneath the Scarlet Desert, a jade mirror displayed Duan Mahai's decoded message in glowing crimson characters. Sect Master Gu Jinwu read it with the slow, savoring attention of a predator discovering that prey he'd been seeking for years had walked into the open. Supreme Yin-Yang Physique, Gu Jinwu murmured. He was a tall man, lean as a blade, with silver hair that contrasted sharply with a face that could have belonged to someone a third of his considerable age, the face of a cultivator who had found ways to reverse aging that orthodox practice could not explain. His cultivation pressure filled the underground chamber like liquid mercury, heavy, dense, and subtly toxic to everything it touched. He had been searching for rare physiques for a decade. His personal technique, the Crimson Lunar Absorption Method, required exotic energies harvested from cultivators with unique physical constitutions. Fire Spirit Physiques, Crystal Bone Physiques, Thunder Vein Physiques. He had consumed them all, each one extending his power and his lifespan while the donors were reduced to husks. His Forbidden Archive contained research notes on 37 harvested physiques, each entry documented with clinical precision and complete lack of remorse. But a Supreme Yin-Yang Physique? That was the crown jewel, an energy source that produced both yin and yang in perfect balance. the cultivation equivalent of an infinite fuel source. With that physique's essence integrated into his own cultivation, the crimson lunar absorption would achieve a completeness that decades of hunting had been unable to reach. Assemble the Shadow Fang unit, Gu Zhenwu said to the operative standing behind him. Full deployment. Target location, Azure Cloud Sect. Target individual, Shen Yujin. The Azure Cloud Sect is protected by 2 spirit-severing elders, the operative observed. A direct assault would be, I'm not attacking. I'm positioning. A smile crossed Gu Zhenwu's face like a blade crossing skin, precise, thin, and leaving a mark. The boy has the first volume of the Dual Cultivation Sutra. The first volume always reveals the need for the second. And the second volume sits in my forbidden archive, taken from a ruin I excavated 12 years ago. He turned to the window of his underground chamber. A formation-projected view of the scarlet desert stretching to the horizon, its sands the color of old blood beneath a sky the color of brass. When he learns of the second volume, and he'll have no choice but to seek it. He'll come to me. They always come to me. He dismissed the operative and contemplated the desert's emptiness with the patience of someone who had been hunting for so long that patience had become indistinguishable from identity. Come to me, little prodigy. I have what you need. His smile widened. And you have what I want. 1,000 miles away, Shen Yujin stood on a mountain peak at the Azure Cloud Sect's highest point, where the wind carried the scent of Mu Wanqi's healed herbs and the distant chill of Luo Qingyin's evening meditation. Below him, the lights of 7 visiting delegations glittered in the valleys like fallen stars, each one representing a sect that wanted a piece of what he carried inside him. His yin-yang perception stretched outward, further than it had ever reached. He could feel resonance signatures scattered across the region, some faint, some strong, all of them drawn to his physique like iron filings arranging themselves around a magnet's invisible field. The world was full of yin cultivators whose energy called to his, and his energy answered whether he wanted it to or not. Through the bond, Luo Qingyin's presence anchored him. Steady, cold, unshakable, a North Star made of ice. But the world was shifting around them. Forces he couldn't see were in motion, drawn by the light he couldn't hide and wouldn't dim. The Supreme Yin-Yang Physique was a beacon in a world where power attracted both allies and hunters in equal measure. Shen Yujin looked out at the gathering dusk and made a silent promise. Whatever came, whatever the cost, he would protect the people who trusted him. He would master the sutra. He would forge bonds that couldn't be broken by force or fear or the schemes of men who saw other people as resources. And he would face every storm with his eyes open. The wind shifted, carrying a scent he couldn't identify. Something old, something cold, something that smelled faintly of crimson moonlight and ancient, patient hunger. He shivered. The storm was closer than he knew. Chapter 21. Azure Peak City sprawled across 3 mountain plateaus connected by spirit stone bridges that hummed with ancient formations older than most sections. As the cultivation world's largest neutral hub, it hosted a perpetual market of techniques, materials, and political negotiations, a place where enemies shared tables and allies watched each other's backs with one hand on their swords and the other counting spirit stones. The city's architecture reflected its purpose. Wide public thoroughfares flanked by open pavilions designed for conversation, with narrower passages behind where private deals happened in carefully maintained shade. Every major faction maintained a permanent presence here, their compounds clustered by alliance and separated by old grievance, the city's layout reading like a map of the continent's political history. The multi-sect summit convened in the Hall of Reflected Heavens, a domed chamber whose ceiling displayed a real-time projection of the sky above, clouds drifting across its surface like thoughts across a dreaming mind. Representatives from 12 sects occupied tiered seating arranged in a semicircle, their energy signatures creating a tapestry of competing frequencies that Shen Yujin's yin-yang perception read like a musical score, some harmonizing, most clashing, a few maintaining the careful neutrality of instruments that hadn't decided what song they were playing. The hall's acoustics were perfect and deliberate, every whisper carried to the right ears. He attended under heavier guard than he'd expected, 2 nascent soul protectors flanking him at all times, their spiritual pressure forming a bubble that discouraged casual approach. Luo Qingyuan walked at his side, their soul resonance bond humming with shared alertness. Through the connection, her emotions arrived in crisp focus. Wariness of the political theater, irritation at being displayed like a prize at auction, and a protective current directed at him that she'd stopped trying to hide since the ravine. 3 months ago, she would have called that protectiveness professional concern. She'd stopped lying to herself about it somewhere around the 4th clandestine training session. This summit's stated purpose is to discuss harmonized cultivation techniques for the betterment of all sects. Chunhao whispered from behind them, having talked his way into the delegation by volunteering as a logistics aide with an enthusiasm that bordered on suspicious. He was wearing the understated gray of a neutral attendant and carrying a stack of organizational documents he'd somehow acquired in the 48 hours since they'd arrived. Its actual purpose is to determine who gets access to you and under what terms. You're the main course, brother. Everyone else is just arguing about the seasoning. Your analogies are not comforting. They're not meant to be. Through the bond, Shen Yujin felt Luo Qingyin's amusement filter through her careful composure, a flicker of warmth beneath the ice that she'd never have displayed openly. He didn't comment on it. Some things were better acknowledged through the bond than with words. The summit's first session lasted 6 hours and produced nothing except an increasingly elaborate record of exactly who refused to agree with whom and why. Representatives spoke in the formal cultivation idiom that said everything and committed to nothing, each sect positioning itself relative to the Supreme Yin-Yang Physique's political potential without explicitly naming the physique, as though discussing it indirectly made their intentions more sophisticated. By the 3rd hour, Shen Yujin had cataloged 11 distinct factional positions, 3 undisclosed alliance structures that revealed themselves through synchronized seating adjustments, and 1 genuine wildcard. The Crimson Moon sect's representative, who said almost nothing and watched everything with the patient interest of someone who had already decided what they wanted and was waiting for the optimal moment to take it. That representative was not Gu Jinwu himself, but the cultivation signature was high tier, the stillness too controlled, the eyes too still. A lieutenant, possibly a personal disciple. The principal was near. Between sessions, Shen Yujin walked the city's market district with Chunhao and 2 of his guards at a distance he'd insisted upon. He could think better when the protective bubble wasn't pressing in from both sides. Azure Peak City's market was extraordinary. Formations engineered into lampposts that maintained evening temperature for the spirit herb vendors, technique manuals behind glass cases that responded to cultivation affinity and displayed different pages to different readers, a row of assessment platforms where cultivators could measure compatibility before committing to joint ventures. He stopped at one platform and read its inscription, *, the path of cultivation is the path of self-knowledge. Know what you are before you reach for what you want. *, practical and philosophical, Chunhao observed. Someone who understood both. The sutra's 3rd chapter says something similar, Shen Yujin said quietly. The first bond is always with yourself. The summit ended its first day with the formal banquet that these events always featured. Long tables of elaborate cuisine, elaborate speeches, and the exhausting social performance of people who needed each other's political goodwill and resented needing it. Shen Yujin sat where he was placed, spoke when spoken to, and used the opportunity to extend his perception as far as it would go, mapping the city's energy layout. Somewhere in this city, the Crimson Moon sect's principal had a camp. Somewhere, more than one set of eyes was watching him calculate his options. He went to bed carrying 13 new questions and no new answers. The bond connection with Luo Qingyun, a steady warmth at the edge of his awareness even through the walls between their guest quarters, and slept with the specific quality of someone who has accepted that danger is present and has decided to manage it rather than fear it. What he didn't sleep through was the second visit. 2 hours before dawn, Luo Qingyun appeared at his door with the controlled energy of someone who had spent the preceding hours doing something more productive than attempting rest. She was carrying 3 scrolls that she'd obtained from the summit's public resource archive. Historical records of multi-sect negotiations involving dual cultivation proposals, going back 300 years. Pattern recognition, she said, and sat at his desk without ceremony. If 12 sects are here to negotiate access to your physique, the historical record of how these negotiations have resolved for previous rare physique holders is useful information. He lit the lamp and sat across from her. How many precedents did you find? 11 documented cases over 3 centuries. Holders of rare physiques that multiple sects wanted access to. She unrolled the first scroll. Of the 11, 4 were successfully brokered into single-sect alliances with formal protection. 3 fled before negotiations concluded. 2 were killed before any resolution, attributed to mysterious circumstances that the contemporary scholars describe with a diplomatic vagueness suggesting everyone knew the cause and nobody wanted it documented. 1 accepted a multi-sect arrangement that lasted 6 years before collapsing into political conflict. 1 simply vanished. The distribution suggests that protection-first planning is the functional approach. The distribution suggests that rare physique holders who relied on existing sects for protection had worse outcomes than those who managed their own security. She looked at him directly. You currently have 3 bonds. 2 nascent soul protectors whose loyalty is to Elder Mingi rather than to you personally, and the political cover of the Azure Cloud sect's reputation. This is not sufficient protection for what you are. What would be sufficient? A power structure that depends on you rather than depending on existing institutions that have other interests. She paused. The Sutra's bond network was never described as a private cultivation arrangement. Read the first volume's concluding chapter again. Primordial Master Hung described it as the foundation of what he called a new kind of cultivation family, not a sect, not an alliance, something that operates from a fundamentally different logic. He hadn't read the concluding chapter with that particular question in mind. He sat with the implication. That's not a tomorrow problem, he said. It's a 3 months from now problem if we survive the Crimson Moon sect. Problems you haven't identified don't stop being problems because you haven't identified them. She re-rolled the first scroll with the precision of someone who had been taught to care for text from childhood. I'm telling you now, so you have 3 months to think about it. She stood. Sleep. You'll need it. She left as directly as she'd arrived, taking her 3 scrolls, leaving the lamp burning. Chapter 22 Sect Master Guzhen Wu of the Crimson Moon sect entered the summit's second session with the effortless confidence of a man who had never needed to audition for a room in his life and never intended to start. He was tall, broad-shouldered, with hair the particular shade of black that bordered on blue in certain lights, and cultivation energy that his guest robes did nothing to disguise. Tao Fusion Realm, deep and vast, and carrying the particular flavor of power accumulated through methods that didn't include much restraint. He smiled with genuine warmth and introduced himself to 12 sect representatives as though they were old friends he'd been hoping to see, and the performance was so well executed that 3 representatives smiled back before they remembered they were supposed to be wary. The harmonization of cultivation methodologies, Guzhen Wu said in the session's opening discussion, his voice carrying the easy authority of someone used to having rooms lean toward him. This is the great challenge of our generation. The silos we've built, sect tradition against sect tradition, method against method, these impede our collective advancement. What we need is genuine study, open exchange, the willingness to understand what others have achieved and ask whether it can benefit us all. The irony was that he meant every word. He genuinely believed in study and exchange. What he failed to mention was his preferred methodology for obtaining the things he wanted to study, specifically that it involved harvesting them from people who had not consented to be resources. Shin Yujin listened to the speech and used his yin-yang perception to read the energy beneath it. Guzhen Wu's cultivation had the specific structure of someone who had absorbed multiple foreign energy signatures over decades, the baseline yang core overlaid with traces of a dozen other types, each one still distinct, none of them fully integrated. Stolen elements never sat right. They maintained their original character regardless of how the thief tried to reshape them. And to the right kind of perception, they announced themselves like fingerprints at a crime scene. He counted 12 distinct absorbed signatures. At minimum, 12 people. Through the bond, he felt Luo Qingyin's energy tighten fractionally as she made the same observation. She'd studied cultivation theory extensively enough to recognize aberrant energy architecture when she perceived it. Her ice was very controlled around the edges, the specific kind of control that indicated active suppression of something stronger. After the session, Guzhen Wu found Shin Yujin during the afternoon reception with the precise social navigation of someone who had choreographed their approach before the conversation began. He arrived through a crowd that parted around him the way crowds always parted around significant cultivation presence, introduced himself with a handshake that conveyed warmth and measured the energy through physical contact in a single efficient gesture, and began speaking about cultivation theory with the genuine engagement of someone who found the subject actually interesting. The Supreme Yin-Yang Physique, he said, 3 minutes into a conversation that had ostensibly been about cultivation philosophy, represents a fundamental question about dual cultivation's theoretical ceiling. Whether one person's harmonized energy can reach the same heights as two separate practitioners, each maximizing their own element. What's your position? I'm still gathering data, Shinyujin said. Of course, you're very new to the path. Gu Jinwu's smile was exactly the right temperature, warm without being effusive, interested without being invasive. I've been studying the subject for 40 years. If you ever want to compare notes, my sect's research facilities in the Scarlet Desert are open to you. We have texts that don't circulate in the standard networks. That's a generous offer. The study of dual cultivation is underserved. Every practitioner who understands it more deeply is a benefit to the field. He paused, looking at Shinyujin with the expression of a man making an assessment. You should know that my interest is scholarly, not political. I have no candidate for partnership negotiation, no sex cultivation contracts to protect. I'm here because what you represent is unprecedented, and unprecedented things deserve serious study. The conversation ended pleasantly and told Shinyujin everything he needed. The scholar facade was real. Gu Jinwu genuinely loved the research. The goodwill was manufactured, and the interest in what Shinyujin represented had a specific clinical quality that matched the perception of those 12 absorbed signatures exactly. Between the afternoon reception's end and the evening meal, Shinyujin found an alcove off the summit hall's main corridor and spent 20 minutes in quiet observation. The Crimson Moon sect's delegation occupied the hall's western tier, and from the alcove's vantage point the delegation's internal dynamics were visible. Gu Jinwu at the center, attended by 4 senior disciples who deferred to him in the specific way of people who feared as much as respected. One of them, a woman in her mid-30s with a cultivation signature that should have been at nascent soul and was instead a half-tier lower than it should be, met his gaze across the corridor for a moment before looking away with the reflexive caution of someone who had learned that being noticed had costs. She had a negative space in her cultivation architecture, the same kind he'd felt in the kidnapping operative. Small, less severe, but the same shape. He noted her. If he ever had the chance to speak with her privately, there might be information worth having. That night, in his room, he sent a jade slip to Elder Mingi. Need historical research on Crimson Moon sect. Specifically, unusual cultivation incidents, unusual disappearances among rare physique cultivators, Tao fusion level energy absorption techniques. The response came in 3 hours, which meant Elder Mingi had been awake and waiting. Already compiling. The picture is worse than you think. I'll relay through Luo Qingyan's bond connection. Don't ask through summit channels. This network has been compromised at the lower levels. Worse than he thought. He sat with that for a moment, then went back to his evening meditation, holding the triple bond energy in careful balance. The picture becoming clearer was better than the picture remaining obscure. You couldn't navigate by maps you didn't have. The summit needed to conclude with the Crimson Moon sect's intentions visible and the evidence against them secured. He had, at best, a week before Gu Jinwu's patience ran out, and he moved from courtship to acquisition. Chapter 23. The garden reception on the summit's third morning was a more informal affair than the hall sessions. Smaller groups, personal introductions, the deliberate creation of social space, where formal negotiations could continue in the language of conversation rather than the language of official record. The Verdant Spirit Sects delegation had positioned themselves near the eastern herb garden, which was artfully maintained to highlight species that showcased wood element cultivation techniques. It was a practical and effective social communication. This is who we are, this is what we value, and here is living evidence of the work. Mu Wanqi was tending the central display when Shinyujin found her, which happened because Chunhao had strategically navigated their stroll toward the herb garden through what he claimed was coincidence, and obviously wasn't. She was rearranging a cluster of spirit herbs with the focused attention of someone for whom plants were a language, her fingers trailing green luminescence that left the herbs slightly more present than they'd been before she touched them. More vivid, more alive, as though her attention called out what they'd been trying to express and helped them say it. She looked up when he approached, and for a moment the herb arrangement she'd been working on hung between her hands, forgotten. She had the kind of face that took a moment to read correctly. Gentle in its lines, but with a steadiness beneath that was not gentleness at all. The verdant spirit sex robes suited her the way working clothes suit a person who spends most of their time doing what they're dressed for. The eyes were green and direct. "Shin Yujin," she said, which meant she'd been briefed. "I'm Mu Wanshi. I know who you are." He glanced at the herbs she'd been arranging. "Spirit lotus clusters with meridian vine support. You're encouraging them to grow interdependently. That's a technically difficult arrangement to sustain without the plants suppressing each other." The faintest surprise crossed her face. "You know herb cultivation?" "Basic theory. My mother kept a garden." He crouched beside the display to look at the arrangement from the side. The lotus draws water up, the vine draws minerals up. They're exchanging resources at the root system. You've found the balance point where neither overwhelms the other. Most people just see plants, she said. Most people don't look for what plants are doing. She sat down on the garden bench and studied him with the focused attention she'd been giving the herbs. The bond network recognized her energy before his conscious perception finished processing it. A gentle harmonic tremor that started in his dantian and moved outward like ripples from a stone dropped in still water. Warm, completely different from Luo Qingyin's ice-sharp resonance. Where Luo Qingyin's energy was a blade that cut cleanly and precisely, Mu Wanshi's was rain, pervasive, nourishing, finding every crack and filling it. She felt it too. Her fingers stilled on the herb stem she'd picked up, her wood energy pausing in its continuous circulation. "That's resonance," she said. "Yes. I've read about it. The sutra describes it in the first volume." Her voice was calm, academic, the words of someone processing an experience through the framework they'd prepared. "I expected it to feel more clinical, more like a technique engaging." "Does it?" She looked at her hands. The green luminescence had shifted slightly, threading with a faint gold white that was his yang energy's reflection. "No, it feels like relief." She paused. "My cultivation has been stagnating for 8 months. Would element practitioners plateau when their environment doesn't support growth? The verdant spirit sex core cultivation space has become saturated. Too much of the same energy, no friction to push against. And the resonance provides something I don't already have, something that complements rather than matches." She finally looked up at him, her expression unguarded in the way of someone who has decided the truth is more useful than performance. "I'm not here for political reasons. My sect sent a political delegation, and I came with them, but what I want is different from what they want." "What do you want?" "To understand whether the resonance is real, whether it can actually do what the first volume describes." She held his gaze. "And whether the person at the center of it is the kind of person who makes it worth doing." Through his bond with Luo Qingyin, he felt a distinct shift, a flicker of heightened alertness, careful and watchful, that carried the specific weight of an emotion she hadn't named but hadn't hidden either. He sent back a steady pulse of reassurance through the connection. She received it, and after a moment, her energy settled. The afternoon unfolded at the pace of a cultivation exercise done correctly, slowly, with attention, producing changes that accumulation revealed rather than a single moment. Mu Wanshi showed him how she worked with the herbs, explaining the wood element diagnostic techniques her sect had developed over generations, how a plant's growth rate could indicate the local spiritual environment's quality, how the angle of leaves toward or away from a cultivation practitioner's energy told you what the practitioner's dominant element was doing to the local ecosystem, how the color saturation of certain spirit blossoms responded to the emotional state of the person tending them. "Plants don't lie," she said. "They respond to what's actually present. You can't perform for a plant. What are these ones telling you about the summit?" She looked at the display she'd arranged and was quiet for a moment. The spirit lotus clusters, so carefully balanced when he'd arrived, had developed a slight lean that hadn't been there before. Not toward her. Away from the western side of the garden, toward the open sky above the city. That there's something here that's been consuming rather than nourishing for long enough that the surrounding environment has learned to orient away from it. She looked toward the western side without looking at it directly. Crimson Moon Sects compound is in that direction. You can tell. The plants can tell. I'm just reading what they show me. She turned back to the display and made a small adjustment to the meridian vine's position. Spirit herbs in the presence of parasitic cultivation energy develop the same response over time that they develop in the presence of persistent drought. They stop reaching for the local environment and start reaching for something beyond it. He filed this away alongside the 12 absorbed signatures and the negative space in the female disciple's cultivation. Evidence accumulating toward a picture he already knew the shape of, but that would be more useful with more detail. I'll spend the afternoon with you, he said. Show me what the herbs are telling you. We'll see what the resonance does when it has time to breathe. Chapter 24. The conversation with Luo Qingyan happened at sunset on the wall overlooking the city's eastern edge, where the last light caught the spirit stone bridges and turned them briefly amber. She had asked to meet here, not the guest quarters, not one of the summit's formal spaces, but here, where the wind was strong enough to carry voices away and the distance from the city's political center provided the particular privacy of exposure. She was already there when he arrived, standing at the wall's edge, looking outward. Her posture had the exact control it always had. But through the bond, her emotional landscape was more active than usual, several things moving beneath the ice's surface simultaneously, complex currents that she was managing rather than suppressing. He stood beside her. He didn't speak first. Some conversations needed a person to arrive at them in their own time. I felt it, she said. The resonance with Mu Wanshi. Through our bond, I felt it happen. I know. It was, she stopped. Started again. I understand the sutra's rationale. Multiple bonds create a network that amplifies each individual bond's strength. The first volume is explicit about this. I've read the relevant passages. I comprehended them intellectually before I met you. A pause. Intellectual comprehension is a different experience than feeling it happen. Yes. I need you to tell me honestly. She turned to look at him, her ice blue eyes carrying something that was not quite vulnerability, but was adjacent to it. The expression of someone who has lowered a specific piece of armor because the alternative is worse. Do new bonds diminish what we have? He thought about how to answer this correctly, which meant answering it honestly rather than reassuringly. The first volume describes bond networks as multiplicative rather than additive. Each bond strengthens the others. The resonance I felt with Mu Wanshi, it's real, it's distinct, and it exists alongside what we have rather than instead of it. He held her gaze. What we have is the first. The sutra uses the word anchor for the first bond. I understand why now. She looked at him for a long moment. Then, through the bond, something shifted, the careful control relaxed by a degree, allowing something warmer to come through. Not what it was, just that it was. I'm not asking you to limit yourself to me, she said. I would never ask that. Partly because the sutra is clear that it would harm your cultivation, but mostly because it would be asking you to be something you're not, and I respect who you are. She returned her gaze to the city. What I need is for the honesty to go both directions. What you feel, when you feel it, without me having to deduce it through the bond. I can do that. I felt the resonance with Mu Wanshi, she said again, softer now. And through the bond connection, her energy, filtered through you, my ice felt warmer. The same way a deep freeze is made manageable by a layer of living warmth above it. She shook her head slightly. I didn't expect that. The network effect. Herwood energy complementing your ice. It was not unpleasant. The admission cost her something, and the cost was visible in the careful way she reassembled her composure afterward. Tell me the next time something like this is going to happen. Not after. Before. I'll tell you, he said. They stood at the wall until the last light left the bridges, the bond humming between them with the specific warmth of a connection that has survived being tested and emerged more solid than before. Chapter 25. The tournament occupied the summit's middle days. A formal competition structure that everyone understood was a combination of genuine cultivation testing and political theater, the opportunity for sects to evaluate potential allies and rivals in conditions that were officially neutral and practically calculated. 27 participants across 8 sections, 7 stages of single elimination combat. The crowd in Azure Peak City's main arena filled every tier for every match, the energy of thousands of cultivators creating a background hum that Shin Yujin's expanded perception had to actively manage. He fought 7 matches in 3 days. The first 6 were difficult by ordinary standards and educational by his own. His dual-element technique set, yin-yang switching, elemental fusion strikes, the bond-channeled ice work, was still new enough that executing it under combat stress revealed gaps that calm practice hadn't. A fire element cultivator from the Blazing Summit sect tested his ice defense extensively in the second match, pushing the Luo Qingyan bond's energy to its practical limits and revealing a delay in his conversion response time that he needed to address. A shadow element cultivator in the fourth match used confusion techniques that disrupted his perception range, forcing him to rely on physical fighting while his yin-yang awareness fought through the interference. He won all 6. But winning and winning well were different things, and he cataloged each gap with the methodical attention of someone who understood that the cultivation world would keep presenting him with harder tests. The 7th match was Xiao Ruobing. He knew it was coming. The bracket had made it inevitable once they'd both cleared the quarterfinals. He'd watched her fight 3 matches and understood why the Celestial Blade Sect's cultivators called her the Sword Maiden without irony or caveat. Her technique was extraordinary, metal element precision applied to sword arts at a level that made combat look less like violence and more like argumentation, each attack a statement in a formal debate that her opponents couldn't find the language to answer. She didn't fight aggressively. She fought correctly, and there was something more demoralizing about facing someone whose accuracy made your best efforts feel imprecise. The match began at midday, the arena at full attendance, the light falling at an angle that caught Xiao Ruobing's silver sword like a signal fire. She attacked first, a probe, 3 rapid strikes that tested his yin-yang switching response time. He blocked the first, deflected the second, and took the third on his forearm guard because his conversion was too slow. The metal element edge left a score in his spiritual armor that Mu Wanqi's healing, channeled through the second bond, began addressing immediately. He countered with a yang fire burst that she sidestepped without apparent effort, her footwork the kind that looks simple because it's so precisely right. They found each other's rhythms in the first 2 minutes. He was faster at energy conversion. She was more accurate in technique. He could sustain 3 elemental modes. She could execute any single technique with perfect precision. His range was wider. Her depth was greater. The match settled into a high-level exchange where advantages and disadvantages canceled out, neither cultivator finding a decisive opening because they were matched in exactly the right ways. Then the resonance happened. It started in his dantian, not triggered deliberately, not invited, but arising from the simple proximity of 2 compatible energies in energetic proximity and sustained attention. Her sword sang at a frequency that matched something in his yang core's harmonic structure, a chord he hadn't known was incomplete finding its resolution in her blade's signature. He felt it. She felt it. He could see the moment it registered on her face. A flicker of something that wasn't surprise, but was adjacent to it. The expression of someone receiving information they hadn't asked for and don't know what to do with. What was that? Xiao Ruobing demanded, recovering her stance with visible effort. Involuntary resonance. Our energies are, don't finish that sentence. She attacked again, harder, faster, as though she could cut the resonance out of the air with her sword. The match devolved from technical sparring into something desperate on both sides. Her trying to overwhelm the sensation through sheer aggression, him trying to maintain combat effectiveness, while his energy reached for hers with the instinctive urgency of a cord trying to complete itself. The presiding judge called a draw after 20 minutes of combat that left both fighters bruised, winded, and profoundly unsettled. The crowd roared, whether in approval or confusion. Xin Yujin couldn't tell. Xiao Ruobing sheathed her sword, turned on her heel, and walked out of the arena without a word. Her energy signature trailed behind her like sparks from a forge, bright, angry, confused, and carrying a harmonic tremor she couldn't suppress. Xin Yujin wiped blood from his lip and felt the resonance echo in his bones. 3. The universe was insisting on 3. Chapter 26, he found her that evening on the arena's upper tier, where the seating was empty at this hour, and the view took in the entire city below. She was sitting at the tier's edge, sword across her knees, the blade cleaned and its resonance tremor finally stilled. Controlled, not resolved. Her back was to the entrance. She heard him coming and didn't turn. I'm not here to discuss the match, he said. Good. Neither am I. He sat down several feet away, maintaining distance that she would have demanded anyway. The air between them held the faint metallic quality of suppressed resonance, like the smell before lightning. How long has your sword Dao been stagnating? He asked. A silence. Then, 2 years. And before the stagnation? Peak foundation establishment advancing toward core formation. The trajectory was clear. She looked at her blade. Then it stopped. My elders said I was emotionally blocked, that my metal element had become too rigid, too armored. I disagreed. Metal is strength. I had plenty of strength. Metal is precision and integrity, he said. Not just hardness. A blade that's only hard breaks. A blade with integrity bends under extreme load and returns. That's basic metallurgy and basic cultivation theory for metal element practitioners. The rigidity your elders described isn't in your technique. It's in what the technique is protecting. He paused. What happened 2 years ago? The silence this time was longer and had a different quality, not resistance, but the specific stillness of someone who has encountered the correct question and is deciding whether to answer it. My sister, she said. She died. Bandits. I was 14, not strong enough to do anything except watch. Her voice was flat in the specific way of people who have replayed something enough times that the emotion has been worn down to the outline. 2 years ago, I received the official confirmation that the investigation was closed. No arrests. No recovery of her remains. Case filed and forgotten. A beat. I had known she was dead for 8 years. The confirmation added something specific. The closure of the possibility that you were wrong. Yes. She looked at him finally, her eyes carrying the expression of someone who has been unexpectedly accurately seen. I've never told anyone that. I know. How do you? She stopped. The resonance. You can feel, not specifics. But the shape of a wound is legible through resonance even without the details. He met her gaze steadily. The resonance during our match wasn't accidental. It's a response to genuine compatibility, two energies that can help each other reach what they're both trying to reach. My yang can provide what your metal element needs to become less rigid. Not by softening it, by giving it something to work against that isn't itself. And in return you get a third bond partner, she said. The edge was back, the armor reassembling, faster this time because she'd noticed it dropping. In return, the bond network gains a metal element anchor, which is genuinely necessary for structural stability. And you advance past a 2-year stagnation. He let that sit. I'm not going to pretend there's no cultivation benefit. There is. That's not the same as saying it's the only thing that matters. She looked at him for a long time. Then she stood, sheathed her sword, and said, We'll continue this conversation if I decide there's a reason to. She walked away at the measured pace of someone who is not running, and the metallic quality in the air dissolved slowly behind her like tension releasing from a slowly relaxing spring. Through his bond with Luo Qingyan, he felt a pulse of something that might have been Rai acknowledgement. 3. She seemed to say, without words. The universe is insisting. Chapter 27. The kidnapping attempt came on the tournament's final night. Shen Yujin had retreated to the inn's meditation chamber, a soundproofed room in the building's basement, insulated from spiritual interference by layers of dampening formations. He sat in lotus position, cycling his dual-element energy through the pathways the sutra prescribed. His awareness turned inward as he processed the day's tournament data. He didn't hear them come. That was the first sign of professional-grade operational security. The first sign he registered was the suppression array activating, a precise spiritual architecture that snapped into existence around the meditation chamber's walls and immediately began compressing his cultivation output, reducing his energy access by 30% in the first second and 45% in the second. The construction was specific to dual cultivation energy. The yin and yang compression was asymmetric, targeting the harmonized output while leaving raw elemental energy partially accessible. Whoever designed it knew what they were suppressing. For cultivators, core formation to early nascent soul range. They moved with the coordination of trained unit members, each taking a quadrant, the suppression array generating from a central emitter that one of them carried and another maintained with active cultivation input. Professional, efficient, the kind of operation that had been run many times before. Shen Yujin abandoned meditation and assessed. The suppression reduced, but did not eliminate his capability. He had the bonds. He had Luo Qingyan. He sent a pulse through the first bond, not an emergency signal, which would be too slow, but a precise emotional burst. Danger, here, now. The eye-sharp response came back in under 2 seconds. Understood, moving. The lead operative spoke. We're not here to harm you. The Crimson Moon sect requests your presence for a scholarly discussion of your unique. Shen Yujin triggered the Yang fire release in the room's exact center, the point where his meditation had been building output. The burst wasn't large. The suppression array contained most of it, but it was unexpected, and unexpected brightness in a tight space did what it always did to trained operatives. Broke their formation for half a second. He moved in that half second. The meditation chamber was small. Small meant the suppression array had to be close to maintain its geometry. Close meant the operatives were within reach. He took the first one down with an elbow strike to the throat that used body weight rather than cultivation energy, which the suppression didn't limit. The array emitter operator's focus broke for a fraction of a second as they registered their colleague falling. And in that fraction, the suppression thinned enough for Shen Yujin to fire a targeted ice burst, borrowed from Luo Qingyan through the bond. Raw elemental energy channeled, without the harmonic refinement that took longer, at the emitter. The device fractured. The array collapsed. The remaining 3 operatives were skilled and recovered fast. One reached him immediately. Cultivation pressure fully deployed in the now unrestricted space, and the next 30 seconds were the most physically demanding of Shen Yujin's life. Combat at close range against a nascent soul practitioner without room to maneuver. Drawing on both bonds simultaneously to supplement his own foundation establishment energy with layers of ice and wood that didn't belong to him but were genuinely his to use. Elder Mingi arrived through the basement door with 2 Azure Cloud sect nascent soul elders behind her approximately 90 seconds after the array collapsed. The operatives had 2 choices: fight 3 nascent soul cultivators in an enclosed space, or stand down. They stood down. Luo Qingyan arrived 30 seconds after Elder Mingi, breathing hard from running across the inn's courtyard in the cultivation suppression field that the operative's secondary array had deployed around the building's perimeter. Her arrival turned the suppression off. The secondary array required sustained input that the now-detained operatives couldn't provide. The inn's basement became a crime scene. The operatives bore Crimson Moon sect energy signatures in their cultivation architecture, the same distinctive patchwork quality Shen Yujin had noted in the agents at the Azure Cloud sect, foreign energies grafted onto a baseline that had spent decades being refilled from the sect's pools. Detectable by anyone with sufficient perception training. Gu Zhenwu's polite scholarly facade had lasted less than a week. Chapter 28 The diplomatic aftermath was spectacular and entirely predictable, and managing it consumed the following 24 hours in ways that left Shen Yujin with a profound appreciation for why powerful sects employed dedicated political staff. Gu Zhenwu's denial was immediate, elaborate, and included 3 supporting witnesses who had been in his guest compound all evening. The operative's Crimson Moon cultivation signatures, he suggested, were the result of contamination, a known phenomenon in the cultivation world, where proximity to a practitioner of sufficient power could leave traces. It was a technically possible explanation and a practically impossible one given the degree of architectural overlap. But it was the explanation on record, and record was what mattered in inter-sect disputes. The summit's 12 sect representatives spent the morning session arguing about what had happened, what it meant, and who was authorized to investigate. This produced a formal censure motion that failed, 2 parallel investigation declarations that were mutually exclusive, and a diplomatic note from the Abyssal Tide sect that everyone understood as support for Gu Zhenwu, and no one said so directly. Through all of it, Shen Yujin sat in his assigned seat and said very little. What he had done, in the 90 seconds of the engagement before Elder Mingi arrived, was apply the sutra's first chapter perception technique to every operational in the room while they were focused on subduing him. The technique was designed for bond compatibility assessment, but its underlying function, mapping another cultivator's energy architecture in precise detail, worked on any cultivator in proximity. He had 4 complete energy signature profiles, precise enough that his perception could identify each individual at 100 yards in a crowded city. He also had something more significant, The lead operative's cultivation bore a distinct signature overlap with one of the dead zones in Gu Jinwu's own energy architecture, the spaces left by absorbed foreign elements that had been used up. The technique that had consumed those elements, whatever it was, left a particular emptiness in the cultivator's energy field, like the negative space of a casting mold. The lead operative's signature fit one of those negative spaces almost perfectly. Gu Jinwu had consumed one of his own operative's cultivation at some point in the past. The operative was walking around alive and functional, which meant the consumption had been partial, a draining rather than a taking. And the operative didn't know, or had been told a different story about what the emptiness meant. Shin Yujin tucked this information away. It wasn't provable in the sense that a formal censure motion required proof, but it confirmed what the 12 absorbed signatures had suggested. Gu Jinwu's research was not theoretical and had been ongoing for decades. He held the information like a card. Not all cards were played immediately. After the official session, he sent a message to Elder Mingi through a channel they'd established that used the Bond Network's emotional signature relay rather than Jade Slip communication, which the summit's information infrastructure had access to, * for complete energy profiles. Evidence of consumption link between Gu Jinwu and the lead operative. Hold in reserve for optimal deployment. What do we have from your research request? * The reply took 4 hours and arrived while he was having dinner with Chun Hao, delivered through the bond as a compressed information package that he processed in private meditation afterward. Elder Mingi's research had found 17 documented cases over 30 years. Cultivators with rare physiques who had interacted with Gu Jinwu, entered his sect's territory, or accepted his hospitality. 17 cultivators whose cultivation had subsequently declined, plateaued, or in 3 cases ended entirely in ways that official records attributed to natural causes. 17. At minimum. The ones Elder Mingi's network could find. The ones who had been documented at all. Chapter 29. Mu Wanqi came to him the morning after the kidnapping attempt with a healing kit and the specific directness of someone who has decided that offering help is more useful than waiting for it to be requested. You took an elbow to the ribs from a nascent soul operative, she said. The suppression array affected your dual-element circulation during the impact. The energy displacement has created microfractures in 2 of your meridians that your body hasn't fully addressed. I've been managing it. Managing it and healing it are different things. She set out her materials with the efficiency of someone who has been working in organized chaos long enough to make organization automatic. This will take an hour. I'm going to need direct wood element contact with the affected meridians. The healing works through the bond connection, but the initial alignment requires proximity. An hour of her focused healing attention revealed something he hadn't expected. Mu Wanqi's healing was extraordinary in its precision. She navigated his energy architecture as though she had studied its map, finding the microfractures and addressing each one with the specific touch of someone who understood tissue at the level where cultivation and biology overlapped. Her wood energy was rain, and rain found every crack, but it didn't saturate indiscriminately. It went where it was needed and left the rest alone. 40 minutes in, the healing shifted quality. The bond that had been present since the garden, potential energy, harmonized but not formalized, deepened under the sustained intimacy of healing work. Not because they reached for it, because it was the natural consequence of one person giving their complete focused attention to another person's health for an extended period, and the energy system's harmonization responding to the sustained resonance between them. The first layer of a soul resonance bond formed with the gentleness of a tide coming in. No dramatic surge, no explosive crystallization, but a slow and certain deepening that was irreversible by the time either of them fully noticed it. Mu Wanqi sat back and looked at her hands. The green luminescence was threaded with the same faint gold-white that he'd seen in the garden. More of it now. That wasn't, she started. No, it wasn't planned. The sutra describes this. Spontaneous bond formation during sustained healing contact. She was processing it methodically, the way she processed everything, but her eyes were bright with something that the methodical processing couldn't fully contain. The wood element's inherent characteristic is growth toward light. Sustained proximity to yang energy is, she paused. It makes sense mechanically. Does it make sense in other ways? She looked at him. Her expression was the most honest thing he'd seen in 3 days of summit politics. Unguarded, fully present, someone arriving at a thing they'd been moving toward without realizing they were moving. Yes, she said. Through the bond network, he felt the second connection settle into place alongside the first, distinct but complementary. Luo Qingyin's eye-sharp precision and Mu Wanqi's warm depth existing in the same architecture without conflict, like two instruments in a chord that couldn't have been written without both of them. The sutra called this the network effect. He finally understood what the words meant. Chapter 30. Luo Qingyin felt the second bond form. She was on the opposite side of the yin, reviewing her notes from Elder Mingyi's research package, when it happened, a shift in the bond network's emotional landscape that she registered without having to interpret it. The warmth of wood element energy filtered through Shun Yujin's yin-yang nexus point, flowing into the bond connection's outer layers like sunlight entering a frozen room. She sat with it for a long moment. Then she set down her notes and sat in meditation. The professional analysis came first, because it always did. The second bond's formation was necessary for the sutra's advancement path. Mu Wanqi's wood element provided the network with regenerative capacity that the ice-yang combination lacked. The healing capability alone justified the bond from a pure cultivation efficiency standpoint. The warmth flowing through the connection was the practical benefit of network integration, nothing more. Then the personal analysis arrived, slower and less welcome. She was jealous. Not of Mu Wanqi specifically. She had no rational basis for jealousy of someone she respected and whom the cultivation architecture required. Of the ease of it. Of the warmth. Of the specific way the wood energy made her own ice feel like it belonged in a warmer world. She'd spent 19 years learning that her ice was her strength, her precision, herself. She'd never considered that the precision might sometimes be cold in the wrong kind of way. The meditation continued for another hour. What emerged from it was not a resolution of the jealousy. That would take longer than an hour and probably required a conversation she wasn't ready to have yet, but a clarification. The warmth coming through the bond network wasn't threatening her bond with Shin Yujin. It was reaching her through it. Through the connection that was, as he'd said, the anchor. She could feel Mu Wanqi through the network now. Not thoughts, not details, energy, elemental character, the quality of a person's cultivation expressed as sensation. Mu Wanqi's energy was genuinely warm, nourishing in the way that spring was nourishing after a hard winter. Not sentimental. Real. She uncrossed her legs, stood, and went to find Mu Wanqi. The conversation they had was not the one either of them might have scripted. Luo Qingyin arrived with a clarifying question and Mu Wanqi answered it with complete honesty. And somewhere in the middle of the honesty they discovered that they were not rivals for the same resource, but members of the same architecture, different elements in a system that needed both of them to function correctly. The conversation lasted 40 minutes. Neither of them mentioned that it was a conversation they'd both been avoiding. At the end of it, they sat in a silence that was the specific kind that follows two people finding unexpected common ground. Mu Wanqi said, "The wood element heals. The ice element preserves. We're not the same thing, and the system needs both." Luo Qingyin said, "I know." A pause. "The warmth," Luo Qingyin said, "that I felt through the network. That was yours." "Yes. It was." She looked out the window at the city. Unexpectedly welcome. Chapter 31. Xiao Ruobing's private meeting request arrived through a formal sect-to-sect communication channel, which was the most public way possible to request a private meeting, and everyone involved understood that the formality was the point. The Celestial Blade Sect's Sword Maiden did not send informal messages. She sent documented communications that could be referenced later, because people who needed to reference things later were people who had been lied to, and she preferred to create conditions that made lying impractical from the outset. They met in one of the city's smaller pavilions, the kind with woven screen walls that filtered the afternoon light into patterns and provided enough visual privacy for a candid conversation while remaining technically public. Xiao Ruobing arrived 3 minutes early and was sitting with sword across her knees, looking at the light patterns on the opposite screen when Shin Yujin entered. "I want to request a rematch," she said, which was not what she'd come to say, but was the correct first thing to say, establishing the formal occasion for the meeting before moving to its actual purpose. "Noted. That's not why I'm here." She looked at him directly. "My sword Dao has been stagnating for 2 years. I've tried every conventional approach. New teachers, new techniques, extended isolated cultivation, elemental environment exposure. Nothing has moved it. The stagnation is total. I'm at early foundation establishment and should be 3 advancement stages further by any reasonable cultivation trajectory. I know. You told me. I told you that my sister died. I didn't tell you what the stagnation is doing to me. Her voice was precisely controlled. The control of someone who has decided to reveal something and is managing the revelation carefully. Metal element cultivation at stagnation creates increasing rigidity. The technique becomes more perfect and less adaptable. I have perhaps 6 months before my sword Dao becomes so locked into its current configuration that natural advancement becomes structurally impossible. Reopening the pathway afterward would require breaking the existing foundation and rebuilding, which means losing everything you've cultivated. Yes. She looked at her blade. I know what the resonance means. I studied the sutra's first volume after our match. The metal element section is specific about stagnation caused by emotional suppression and the role of resonance in addressing it. A pause. I am not requesting a bond. I am requesting a cultivation consultation. 1 session under Elder Mingyi's supervision to determine whether the resonance can move my cultivation past the blockage. And if it does, then we discuss what comes next. Her jaw was set with the pride of someone who is being as humble as she's capable of being and finding it takes more than she expected. I am asking because the alternative is worse than the cost to my pride of asking. Shen Yujin didn't let the silence stretch too long. She'd paid enough in the asking. I won't do a single consultation session designed to assess the resonance and then decide, he said. That's not how the resonance works, and we'd both know it going in. What I'll do is talk to you. Not about cultivation, not about the sutra, but about your sister. About what you're carrying and why you're carrying it the way you are. He held her gaze. The cultivation will follow when the person it belongs to is ready to let it move. She looked at him for a moment. The pride in her expression didn't disappear. It was too fundamental to her character for that. But something shifted behind it. Recognition, maybe, of the kind of person who said what was true rather than what was easier. That's not what I requested, she said. I know. It's what I'm offering. A long pause. Fine, she said. Chapter 32 The refusal of the transactional approach had consequences Shen Yujin had anticipated. Xiao Ruobing went cold for 2 days, appearing at summit functions with her professional composure perfectly intact and her energy signature carrying the elevated tension of someone managing active irritation at close range. Chen Hao assessed the situation on the first morning with the insight of someone who had been observing interpersonal dynamics for the purpose of finding humor in them for most of his life. You turned down the third-ranked genius of the younger generation's explicit cultivation proposal, he said over morning tea. In the cultivation world, this is approximately equivalent to declining a formal alliance from a major power. People are going to assume the reason is either incompetence or that you have a better offer pending. I have 2 bonds and significant complications. That's not better. Better is relative, brother. In cultivation politics, complicated and powerful are difficult to distinguish from the outside. Chen Hao poured more tea with the practiced ease of someone who made himself comfortable in every situation until the situation noticed him and decided he belonged there. What do you want her to understand? That bonds formed without genuine foundation become liabilities. The sutra is explicit. A soul resonance bond created through transaction or coercion doesn't produce the network effect. It produces instability. The elements don't harmonize, they contest. And you know this because every technique in the sutra is designed around the principle of genuine resonance. The energy knows. You can't fake harmonic frequency. It either matches or it doesn't. And a bond that doesn't genuinely match will work against the network instead of supporting it. He set down his cup. I'm not refusing because of sentiment. I'm refusing because transactional bonds are genuinely dangerous for the architecture the sutra describes. Chen Hao was quiet for a moment. Have you told her that? Not the sentiment version, the technical version? He hadn't. He'd told her the person-first version because he'd thought it was the version she needed. But Xiao Ruobing was someone who trusted technical precision above emotional argument. The technical version might be the one that actually reached her. He sent a message through the formal channel she'd used. Asterisk, the reason I declined is technical. The sutra's bond architecture requires genuine harmonic resonance to produce the network effect. Transactional bonds produce energy contests rather than harmonization. I'm not refusing because of pride or sentiment. I'm refusing because what you requested would have been harmful to both of us. I should have explained this first. The reply came 4 hours later, through the same formal channel. Explain it in person. Tomorrow morning. The same pavilion. The second conversation was different from the first, less armored on both sides, more direct about the technical reality, and gradually more honest about what lay beneath the technical reality. Xiao Ruobing understood mechanical arguments. When the sutra's architecture was laid out clearly, she followed its logic and arrived at the same conclusions he had. The silence after the explanation was the specific kind that followed someone rearranging a significant assumption. You're saying the only functional bond is one that forms from genuine connection, she said. Yes. And genuine connection requires vulnerability. Yes. She looked at her blade for a long moment. The sword was still, its resonance humming below perception threshold. She wasn't channeling, just holding, the way she probably held it when she was thinking. He'd noticed in their match that the sword and her thinking happened together. The blade an extension of her mental architecture rather than simply a tool she picked up. My sect trained me from the age of 9, she said. The Celestial Blade sect's training methodology is specific. Remove excess emotion before it can interfere with technique. Not through suppression, through sublimation. The technique becomes the expression. The sword Tao contains the feeling, and the feeling powers the technique, and you never have to distinguish between them. That works until the feeling is too large to fit in the technique. Yes. Her jaw tightened. Ruame was too large to fit in the technique. I've been trying to contain something the size of a person inside a sword art for 8 years, and the sword art has been complaining, I suppose. Becoming rigid because it was never designed to hold that much weight. What would it mean to let the weight exist outside the technique? Not contained, just present. The question sat in the air between them. She didn't answer immediately, which he'd learned to read as her genuine consideration rather than dismissal. I don't know, she finally said, with the specific honesty of someone who has been asked a question they haven't considered before. I've never tried. Then I'm in trouble, she said. You told me about your sister, he said. That was a beginning. Chapter 33. The formal challenge match at the summit's closing ceremony was Duan Mahai's final gambit. Executed with the theatrical confidence of someone who had spent days preparing a trap and was now inviting his target to walk into it in front of a crowd of witnesses. If I win, Shin Yujin submits to a physique examination by the Crimson Moon sect, Duan Mahai announced in the arena, his repaired saber gleaming, his energy signature carrying the particular crackle of a cultivator who has augmented themselves recently and hasn't fully adjusted to the augmentation. The Crimson Moon sect's new elements were visible in his energy architecture, fragments of stolen essence, grafted on in the 3 weeks since his defeat at the Azure Cloud sect. Different elements than before. More of them. The work showed in how his energy moved. Powerful but slightly unsynchronized. A musician playing with borrowed instruments who hasn't learned them yet. The terms were a trap with teeth. The examination would give Gu Jinwu direct access to study the Supreme Yin-Yang Physique, access that Shin Yujin knew would end in harvesting, not scholarship. But refusing after the kidnapping attempt would broadcast weakness to every sect watching, and weakness in the cultivation world had a way of attracting exactly the kind of attention that filled the space weakness left. Through the bond network, 3 distinct emotional signatures reached him. Luo Qingyin's glacial fury that had been building since the kidnapping attempt and had found its object. Mu Wanqi's pulse of concern, warm and steady, accompanied by a subtle increase in her healing energy prepositioning through the bond in case it was needed, and Xiao Ruobing's sharp readiness. The specific quality of a sword cultivator who has identified an objective and is already calculating the angle. If I win, Shin Yujin countered. The Crimson Moon sect and Abyssal Tide sect pay joint reparations of 100,000 spirit stones and issue a formal acknowledgement of wrongdoing for the kidnapping attempt. Accepted, Duan Mahai said, and his smile carried the confidence of someone who had been specifically augmented for exactly this fight. What had been done to him was visible to Shun Yujin's perception from the moment the match began. Fire's spirit essence, vivid and aggressive, a fire element cultivator's core taken and compressed into an injectable format that produced temporary power at the cost of internal harmony. Thunder vein grafting, an electrical element technique that accelerated attack speed by using the body's own nervous system as a delivery mechanism. Crystal bone augmentation, a mineral element technique that hardened the cultivator's skeleton and produced an armor effect beneath the skin. 3 different elements, 3 different origins, none of them integrated because integration took years, and Gu Jinwu hadn't given him years. The battle began fast and stayed brutal. Duan Mahai's saber work had evolved from the aggressive flooding style into something frighteningly sophisticated, attacks that shifted element mid-strike, a yang slash that became ice halfway through its arc, a fire thrust that crystallized into crystal at the point of impact. His stolen elements gave him versatility that no single element cultivator could match. He was faster than he'd been, more dangerous, and the internal chaos of 3 foreign essences competing for expression inside a core built for one element was costing him energy at a rate that his combat consciousness didn't have room to track. Shenyujin drew on all 3 bonds. Luo Qingyin's ice energy flowed through the first bond, coating his left arm in a gauntlet of crystallized yin that deflected the thunder vein strikes. Electricity lost its charge on contact with deep cold, the physics of it as reliable as any formation principle. Mu Wanqi's wood energy threaded through the second, healing damage in real time as the crystal bone strikes landed, the wood cells regenerating faster than the crystal could penetrate. Xiao Ruobing's metal element yin sharpened his perception to a razor edge, letting him read Duan Mahai's multi-element attacks through the chaos of conflicting signatures, the slight hesitation between an element shift that telegraphed the transition a fraction of a second before it happened. He fought in 3 modes: ice defense, yang offense, wood restoration. Each transition seamless because the bond network was managing the energy flow rather than requiring conscious attention to each channel. The crowd watched something they'd never seen. 12 minutes in, the strategic picture was clear. Duan Mahai was burning energy at a rate his borrowed essences couldn't sustain. His strikes were landing less precisely. The thunder vein's electrical acceleration was triggering involuntarily, consuming his spiritual reserves to maintain augmentation that he hadn't asked it to use. Chapter 30 for the climax came at 13 minutes. Duan Mahai recognized the energy drain and made the decision that a cultivator in his position, with borrowed power on a timeline, always eventually made: stop trading and end it. He pulled all 3 augmented essences to the surface simultaneously, the visual effect a crackling corona of fire, electricity, and crystal light that made him look, briefly, like a phenomenon rather than a person. The spiritual pressure it produced was extraordinary, foundation establishment against foundation establishment, but his augmented output at that moment approached nascent soul levels. The attack he launched was the most powerful thing Shenyujin had ever faced in direct combat. A full-body augmentation strike that drove his saber forward with the combined momentum of 3 elements releasing simultaneously. Shenyujin gathered all 3 bond-channeled elements alongside his own dual output and let them spiral together the way he'd felt them wanting to spiral since the first 4-way session at the summit's opening day. Ice from Luo Qinyan cooling the forge. Wood from Mu Wanqi feeding the flame with patient growth energy. Metal from Xiao Ruobing providing the cutting precision that turned unfocused power into directed force. His own yang igniting the spiral's core, his yin shaping the outer form. The name came without planning, which was how names always came to techniques that were genuinely discovered rather than designed. Harmony Tempest. The attack erupted as a spiraling column of tri-elemental force. Not 3 elements fighting each other, but 3 elements working in precisely the relationship they'd been cultivated to work in, each one serving the other's purpose, the whole system producing an output that no single element and no borrowed combination could have achieved. Duan Mahai's defenses shattered like glass. The conflicting essences inside him couldn't form a coherent response against something so fundamentally organized, because everything disorganized is instinctively threatened by genuine coherence. His stolen fire, crystal, and electricity broke against the harmony tempest geometry and sent energy backward into his own meridians. He hit the arena wall and didn't rise. The silence lasted 2 full seconds before the crowd erupted. Not just approval, recognition. The witnesses were cultivators, most of them experienced practitioners who understood what they'd just seen at a technical level. This was not a forbidden technique. It was not a corruption. It was cultivation doing exactly what cultivation was supposed to do when it was genuinely harmonized. Victory! Shen Yujin, the judge announced. Shen Yujin walked to the arena's center and felt, through the bond network, 3 distinct emotional signatures. Ice-cold satisfaction, warm relief, and the sharp, precise quality of a sword cultivator who had seen something she was filing away to analyze later. Gu Jinwu, watching from the observer's gallery with the pleasant expression of someone watching the weather change, was already adjusting his plans. Chapter 35. The summit concluded with formalities that barely masked the upheaval beneath. Reparations were paid. 100,000 spirit stones, verified in front of witnesses, delivered with the public smile and private resentment that characterized every cultivation world financial transaction that involved loss of face. Formal declarations were made, and Gu Jinwu departed Azure Peak City with his delegation intact and his mood perfectly controlled, his smile carrying the quiet satisfaction of a spider who had just finished weaving a web and was content to wait. Shen Yujin watched the crimson procession leave from the city's highest observation point, tracking Gu Jinwu's patchwork energy signature until it faded beyond his perception's range. The signature diminished the way a strong statement diminishes as it echoes, losing volume but not meaning, still present in the quality of the air it had moved through. He expects us to follow, Luo Qingyan said beside him. She had come to stand at his side somewhere in the 10 minutes he'd spent tracking the departure, moving with the quiet precision that he associated with her approaching from the cultivation side of her personality rather than the political. Her ice energy was controlled and very present. The second volume is bait. He's positioned it in his forbidden archive knowing you'll need it. Knowing I need it doesn't make the need less real. My Dantian will fail without the stabilization technique. The timeline is non-negotiable. Then we plan an infiltration that accounts for the trap. She turned from the view to look at him. We Yujin. Not you. The word landed differently than it would have landed 3 weeks ago. He'd been so focused on managing the political situation and protecting everyone from the consequences of his physique's visibility that the offer of genuine partnership still arrived with a slight surprise. We. Not him navigating around people who were trying to help. Mu Wanxi and Xiao Ruobing joined them on the observation platform within minutes of each other. Mu Wanxi emerging from the stairwell at her characteristic measured pace. Xiao Ruobing arriving from the building's roof access with the casual efficiency of someone who found elevated positions more comfortable than ground level. The 4 of them stood at the city's highest point, looking in the direction the Crimson Moon procession had taken, the bond network humming with shared awareness. How long? Xiao Ruobing asked. 2 to 3 months before his Dantian fractures, Luo Qingyan answered, with the directness of someone who has decided that managing information is less useful than sharing it clearly. After that, stabilization or death. Then we have 2 months to penetrate the most heavily defended sect in the Scarlet Desert, retrieve a volume from their forbidden archive, and escape a Dao Fusion Realm sect master who is literally expecting us, Xiao Ruobing said. She looked at Shen Yujin. While your Dantian slowly decomposes. That's accurate. Good. I prefer accurate assessments. She drew her sword fractionally, checked its edge, and sheathed it again in a gesture that was less about the blade and more about her own internal state. I want a complete plan before we enter Crimson Moon territory. No improvisation for the sake of flexibility. Improvisation is what people do when they haven't prepared. Chun Hao's voice floated up from the stairwell, where he'd been listening with unabashed interest. I leave you unsupervised for 1 tournament, and you've added 2 more women and a death sentence to the itinerary. Truly, brother, your life is performance art. Despite everything, the danger, the deadline, the enemies circling, they laughed. It was the last easy laughter for a long time. Chapter 36. The journey south began 3 days after the summit's conclusion. 5 cultivators moving cross-country through increasingly arid wilderness, avoiding the major roads where sect patrols and intelligence networks monitor traffic with the passive thoroughness of webs monitoring the air. Shen Yujin's yin-yang perception served as their early warning system. He could detect approaching energy signatures for miles in clear terrain, and his mapping of the spiritual topology improved daily as the sutra's exercises continued strengthening his range. The landscape transformed as they moved south. Temperate highlands gave way to the mixed zone where forests grew thinner and rockier, the soil's spiritual content shifting from the rich wood element saturation of mountain valleys to something drier and more mineral. Then the mixed zone gave way entirely to the Scarlet Desert Kingdom's edge, a politically fragmented region of dozens of small clans that survived by selling information to whichever intelligence network paid best and making themselves sufficiently useful to whichever major faction was dominant in any given season to avoid being absorbed. Shinyujin's dantian ached. The three-bond strain manifested as a deep, throbbing pressure that intensified daily, an awareness of structural degradation that was impossible to ignore once he'd felt it clearly enough to name it. The dual helix foundation was trembling at its junctions. He could feel the interlocking spirals fraying where three different elements converged, each element seeking expression through pathways designed for two. Mu Wanqi's healing maintained him. Her wood energy flowed continuously through the bond, reinforcing his foundation's walls like living vines stabilizing a structure that was pulling away from its supports. It was a holding action, and they both knew it. I can maintain the foundation's integrity for the timeline Elder Mingi estimated, she told him one evening, her face carrying the focused exhaustion of someone who had been sustaining a complex technique for days. But I cannot repair the underlying structural limitation. The dual helix simply was not designed for three-element input. The second volume has the answer. The second volume was designed to provide the answer. The sutra is coherent. Each volume builds on the last. She paused. I trust the architecture. He chose to trust her instinct. Travel on the fifth day brought them to the sand WRM attack on the merchant caravan. The WRM Alpha was 40 feet of crystallized sand and biological fury, and the caravan's guards were losing in the specific way that happens when people are fighting something they don't have the right tools for. Shinyujin's group coordinated through the bond without a word. Luo Qingyan opened with a 40-foot ice wall that bisected the battlefield. Xiao Ruobing's sword carved through WRM armor with the precision of someone who had identified the exact joint angles where crystallized plates didn't fully protect the flesh beneath. Mu Wanqi established a healing perimeter and began addressing the fallen guards. Shinyujin took the Alpha. He reached into its energy field with his perception and discovered something that stopped him for a single fascinated second. The sand element wasn't a separate element at all. It was yin and yang in natural balance, blended by the desert environment into a neutral state. The WRM's energy was, in microcosm, what his own energy was in macrocosm, an equilibrium. He resonated with it, not attacking, harmonizing, matching the sand element's balanced frequency with his own yin-yang output. The WRM shuddered. Then he shifted the resonance by a single harmonic, tilting the balance toward yang. The WRM's equilibrium broke. Its armor cracked. Xiao Ruobing finished it with a precise thrust through the exposed flesh. The caravan master, weathered, beard to his belt, cultivation energy retired, but the perception of someone who had spent decades using it remained, was looking at them with a recognition that didn't belong to a merchant. Yin-Yang resonance combat, he said. 3 bonds active. Supreme Yin-Yang Physique. He looked at Shinyujin with the specific assessment of someone who has already added up the numbers and arrived at the total. You're heading toward the Crimson Moon sect. How did you know? Everyone who carries what you carry eventually needs what Gu Jinwu stole. The old man's humor faded entirely. I'm Zhuge Mingshan, retired formation master. I've maintained routes into Crimson Moon territory for 30 years, since Gu Jinwu consumed one of my students. His expression was the specific kind of controlled grief that comes from a wound too old for sharp edges. Help me finish with this caravan, and I'll help you enter the lion's den. Chapter 37. They encountered the caravan on the 5th day, a merchant convoy of 15 wagons strung across the desert road, under attack by Sand WIRMS. The caravan's situation was critical by the time Shinyujin's group crested the ridge above it. 3 guards down, 2 wagons overturned. The remaining defenders in a shrinking perimeter that was compressing toward the civilian wagons at the center. The Sand WIRM pack numbered 11. 6 medium specimens and one alpha the size of a small building. The medium specimens were coordinating, which meant either instinctive pack behavior or a higher intelligence than the typical beast. The defense lasted 3 minutes after Shen Yujin's group arrived. But the fight revealed something beyond tactical information. The 6 medium WIRMS had not attacked the caravan randomly. They'd targeted specific wagons, the ones carrying formation materials in the first position and spirit herbs in the third. The WIRMS weren't feeding. They were directed by something. He filed this observation for later. The more immediate concern was that Zhuge Mingshan's intelligence had just become significantly more valuable than a grateful merchant's gratitude. The caravan itself was something he hadn't expected either. Not a simple merchant convoy, but a supply route for a network of smaller desert settlements that had no access to the major city's resources. The 15 wagons contained formation materials for a settlement's communication array, medical spirit herbs for 3 villages without cultivation healers, and a sealed crate that Zhuge Mingshan explained, with the brevity of someone who has explained it before and would rather not have to again. Contained cultivation texts copied specifically for distribution to young cultivators in remote communities who would never have access to a sect's library. You distribute cultivation resources to communities outside the sect structure, Shen Yujin said. Have for 20 years, Zhuge Mingshan said. The sects manage the good resources. The smaller communities get what's left, which is usually not enough. He adjusted the canvas over the sealed crate with the care of someone protecting something that matters. A formation master who has been running routes in this region for 30 years has specific opportunities to notice what's missing and address it. I take the opportunities when I can. This was not the profile of a retired merchant who happened to have useful intelligence. This was someone who had built an independent operation in the spaces the sects didn't cover, motivated by the specific kind of principled stubbornness that came from watching students get consumed and deciding that was not acceptable. Shen Yujin found himself revising his assessment of Zhuge Mingshan upward significantly. Zhuge Mingshan's camp became a council of war that night. The old formation master spreading his cloth map across a sand-smooth rock with the practiced ease of someone who has unrolled it hundreds of times in exactly this kind of low-light conditions. The Crimson Moon sect's territory was rendered in meticulous detail: patrol routes, formation arrays, guard rotations, the locations of what Zhuge called soft points, where the sect's defensive coverage was lowest at specific times. The Forbidden Archive is underground, 3 levels beneath the sect's central compound, he said, protected by 3 formation layers. The outer layer detects spiritual signatures above Qi gathering, immediate alarm on contact. The middle layer is a maze formation that reconfigures every 6 hours. The inner layer is a killing formation that activates on unauthorized entry. Can you disable the outer layer? Yes. My formation knowledge exceeds the designer's significantly. I've had 30 years to study the sect's techniques through the indirect methods available to someone who can't go indirectly. He paused. The maze requires navigation by energy sensing rather than memorized pathways. Someone who can read the formation's underlying logic instead of its surface configuration. He looked at Shen Yujin. The inner layer, Shen Yujin said, was designed by someone who understood dual cultivation at a master level. Not to exclude all intruders, to admit only those who genuinely understood harmonized energy. A test. The kind the sutra's original author built into things he wanted to ensure reached the right hands. Primordial Master Hung. The same. The plan took 3 hours to design, with 4 significant revisions when Xiao Ruobing identified flaws in the initial versions through the specific methodology of someone who had been running sword sect missions since she was 16 and knew exactly how careful plans failed. The result, Luo Qingyan and Xiao Ruobing creating a diversion at the front gate. Visible, loud, demanding a significant defensive response without triggering a personal response from Gu Zhenwu. Shen Yujin and Mu Wanqi entering through Zhuge Mingshan's underground passage network, navigating by yin-yang perception, 30 minutes to find and retrieve the second volume. 30 minutes is generous, Chun Hao said from his position at the map's edge, where he'd been providing commentary throughout with the particular quality of someone who was genuinely afraid but had decided that honesty was more useful than pretending otherwise. 15 is optimistic. 30 is hope dressed as a plan. Do you have a better timeline? Xiao Ruobing asked. I have a realistic one, which I declined to share because it would be too demoralizing to be useful. He looked at the map. But I wanted on record that I considered saying no to this plan for at least 60 seconds before concluding that someone has to be here to tell the story afterward. You're staying at the camp, Shin said. I know. This is me making peace with that. He straightened. I'll have the emergency relay formation ready and the horses saddled. When you come back, we need to be able to move immediately. Through the bond network, 3 distinct emotional signatures converged. Luo Qingyin's ice-cold resolve, Mu Wanxi's steady warm courage, and Xiao Ruobing's sharp readiness, braiding together in Shun Yujin's core into a combined determination that was greater than any single element alone. Chapter 38. Zhuge Mingshan's camp became a council of war that night, the old formation master spreading his cloth map across a sand-smooth rock with the practiced ease of someone who has unrolled it hundreds of times under exactly these conditions. They rested one final night before the infiltration. The desert sky was impossibly vast, scattered with stars that seemed close enough to reach if the air cooperated, their light silver and the particular shade of ancient that can only be perceived at altitude and distance, and total dark. Shin Yujin sat with each of his bond partners separately, conversations that carried the weight of unfinished possibility, of things that might never be said if tomorrow went wrong in the ways that tomorrow could go wrong. With Luo Qingyan, on a sand dune overlooking the moonlit desert, words were sparse and essential. If this fails, she said, don't sacrifice yourself for the group. I would rather lose the second volume and find another way than lose you and have the volume in hand. The feeling is mutual. It is not a feeling. It is a requirement. Through the bond, her love, which she had never named aloud, which she might never name because naming it would mean acknowledging a vulnerability she wasn't ready to display openly, burned with the focused intensity of a compressed star. Come back to me, Shin Yujin. With Mu Wanxi, beside a desert cactus she'd coaxed into blooming through sheer wood element encouragement, the conversation was gentler but no less serious. I am not a fighter, she said. Her fingers were trailing green light across the cactus's thorns with the absent quality of someone whose cultivation expressed itself automatically when her attention was elsewhere. If we encounter enemies inside the archive, you won't face them alone. That is the entire point of the bond network. We face everything together. She smiled, small, brave, luminous in the dark, the expression of someone who has spent most of their life believing their particular kind of strength wasn't valued, and is learning, gradually and beautifully, that they are essential. With Xiao Ruobing, cleaning her sword with methodical precision by firelight, the conversation was direct. I know the risks, she said, not looking up from the blade. I've calculated them. The probability of complete success is approximately 60% given our advantages. The probability of extracting the volume with some cost is another 25. The remaining 15 is the scenario I'm not calculating because the calculation isn't useful. Xiao Ruobing. She looked up. Why are you here, he said. Not the tactical reason. The actual reason. Her hands stilled on the blade. She looked at the firelight on the metal for a moment. My sister died because the person beside her wasn't strong enough. I've spent 8 years making myself strong enough. The question I've never answered is, strong enough for what? She looked at him. I think I'm beginning to understand what for. They parted with nods. No drama. No theatrical farewells. The quiet understanding of people who have chosen their path together and are at peace with the choosing. Chapter 39. The infiltration began at the hour before dawn, when Gu Jinwu's guard rotation was at its minimum overlap and the desert's natural yin energy was at its pre-dawn peak. A brief window when the cold was deepest, the stars were brightest, and the darkness had the quality of something about to change. Zhuge Mingshan led Shin Yujin and Mu Wanxi to the underground passage entrance, a formation-concealed access point beneath a rock formation that looked indistinguishably natural and was entirely artificial. The old formation master deactivated the access sequence with the efficiency of someone who had written the theoretical framework for the technique decades before the Crimson Moon Sects formation master had adapted it. The passage runs straight for 300 meters, then splits. Take the right branch. The second split, take left. The third split, take the branch that curves downward. The archive is below grade. He looked at Shin Yujin. The outer layer will stop triggering at my suppression point for 22 minutes. After that, the suppression expires. Understood. The WIRMs tonight were not natural behavior. He said it quietly, as though he'd been thinking about it since the afternoon and had decided the information needed to be shared even though the timing was poor. The pack targeting specific wagons. Gu Jinwu has found a way to partially direct WIRM behavior using a modified version of the sand element resonance technique. He's been experimenting with controlled beast cultivation for years. If the archive's perimeter has WIRM presence, assume it's deliberate. Thank you. The old man nodded. He did not wish them luck. People who understood what luck was didn't waste it on words. The underground passage was extraordinary. Not crude tunneling, but careful formation work that maintained the air, managed spiritual interference, and kept the geology stable without leaving formation signatures detectable from the surface. Zhuge Mingshan had built this over 30 years of patient work. Each section bore the marks of progressive refinement, earlier techniques replaced by better ones as his knowledge grew. Mu Wanshi navigated by the bond and by her wood element perception, which tracked living systems the way his yin-yang perception tracked energy currents. She identified 3 small, WRM-like organisms in the passage walls, dormant, monitoring, and they moved past them without triggering the monitoring threshold. The first archive layer deactivated at Shun Yujin's approach without any active effort on his part. The formation read his dual element output and, after a 2-second assessment, simply stepped aside. Primordial Master Hong had been thorough. The maze was harder. It reconfigured under them as they moved, new walls appearing at corridor intersections and previous paths closing. Shin Yujin navigated not by reading the maze's surface configuration, but by reading the formation's underlying logic, the energy current that the configuration was built to guide rather than the physical barriers themselves. The underlying current didn't change when the surface reconfigured. It was the maze's actual architecture, and it pointed, consistently, toward the archive's center. 17 minutes to find the second volume. It was a small jade-bound text sitting on a formation-supported shelf with 3 other volumes that weren't the sutra, but bore related energy signatures. He took the second volume and the 3 related texts, because the sutra's original author had left what Primordial Master Hung left for reasons, and those reasons deserved examination. 22 minutes since entry. The suppression was expiring. He sent the signal through the first bond, exiting now. The response was immediate. Luo Qingyin's energy spiking with the specific quality of someone who has been sustaining a diversion for 22 minutes and is ready to stop now. The alarm triggered at the passage exit. Not the archive's inner alarm, something external. The WIRM monitoring organisms in the walls had received a signal. They ran. Chapter 40. The combined cultivation session happened at dawn on a flat stone platform that Zhuge Mingshan had identified as a natural yin-yang convergence point, a rare geological feature where opposing elemental currents balanced in a stable field, before the full weight of what they were about to attempt against the Crimson Moon sect settled fully into practice and caution. For cultivators at cardinal points. Shinyujin at center. Luo Qinyin north. Ice energy streaming upward in visible currents that crystallized the moisture in the pre-dawn air into needles of silent frost. Xiao Ruobing east. Sword laid across her knees, vibrating at a frequency that made the stone beneath her hand ring at a subaudible pitch. Mu Wanshi west, with energy unfurling in spirals of green luminescence that made the stone bloom with impossible desert flowers, small, fragile, and genuinely real. Chun Hao stood watch at the platform's edge, his cultivation mediocre and his loyalty the kind that didn't require cultivation rank to be useful. They opened their channels simultaneously. The 4-way resonance was unlike anything they'd experienced individually. Single bond sessions were conversations, focused, intimate, 2 voices learning to harmonize. This was a symphony, 4 distinct frequencies converging through Shun Yujin's nexus point, each one interacting with every other in a cascade of harmonic overtones that produced sensations none of them had imagined. Ice fed into metal, cooling and hardening metal's precision to a finer edge. Metal structured wood, giving form to growth that would otherwise diffuse. Wood nurtured yang, feeding living fuel to the furnace. Yang heated the ice boundary, creating the specific temperature where ice became the most structurally powerful form of water. The cycle was complete, self-sustaining, perpetual, four elements orbiting a central point with the natural necessity of a planetary system. Shen Yujin's dual helix foundation strained under the combined input, but held. Mu Wanqi's continuous reinforcement buying the structural integrity the architecture lacked, the combined output greater than the sum of its parts in exactly the way the sutra described, and he was only now fully experiencing. His perception expanded. Miles in every direction, reading individual sand grains, sensing the heartbeat of a lizard beneath a rock 50 yards distant, feeling the deep geothermal currents flowing through the desert's bedrock. He could feel the Crimson Moon sects' outer formation arrays from here. He could feel Gu Jinwu's energy signature, unmistakable in its patchwork architecture, moving toward an elevated platform within his sect's compound. Then the energy reached critical mass and erupted. A pillar of yin-yang energy, black and white spiraling, threaded with ice blue and wood green and metal silver, lanced into the sky. It punched through the cloud layer and kept climbing, visible from 100 miles. Across the continent, every cultivator above nascent soul felt the disturbance. In a mountain temple sealed behind 100 formation layers, a being called the Faceless Arbiter stirred for the first time in a century, his smooth, featureless face turning toward the energy signature with the specific attention of someone who has been waiting for exactly this and has mixed feelings about it arriving. The forbidden harmony, he said, to no one. Reborn. 1,000 miles south, Gu Jinwu watched the pillar through his scrying formation and smiled. On the platform, Shen Yujin and his partners opened their eyes. The pillar faded. The power remained, humming through every bond, ready. That was visible from a considerable distance. Luo, Qingyan observed. Yes, we need to move. They descended into Zhuge Mingshan's hidden passages as the last echoes of the pillar faded from the desert sky, racing toward the forbidden archive and the enemy, who was already preparing to welcome them with the specific warmth of a trap that has been set and is finally closing. Chapter 41. The Scarlet Desert lived up to its name at noon, when the iron-oxidized sand radiated heat in visible waves that bent the horizon into a lie. Shen Yujin walked through that distortion with his 3 bond partners at his flanks, and Shun Hao 2 steps behind, and tried to ignore the sensation that his dantian was slowly being eaten from the inside. It had started 3 days ago, after the combined resonance pillar erupted from their cultivation session. The 4-way fusion had been extraordinary, a confirmation that the pentagonal harmony described in the sutra was real, achievable, magnificent. But magnificence had a cost. His dual helix foundation, already stressed from months of accelerated cultivation, had developed what he could only describe as fault lines. Hairline fractures running along the twin energy channels, invisible to anyone who wasn't intimately familiar with their own architecture. Mu Wanqi noticed before he did. "You're compensating in your left hip," she said, falling into step beside him. Her voice carried the particular precision of someone who had spent years reading bodies as texts, favoring the right side to protect the channel divergence. "How long has the pain been radiating down your left meridian?" 2 days. There was no point lying to her. The bond meant she could feel a ghost of it when she paid attention. She made a small sound that managed to convey both professional concern and personal displeasure simultaneously. "Show me." He let the outer concealment of his cultivation drop by the barest degree, revealing the internal architecture beneath. Mu Wanqi's wood element sensing spread through the bond like rootlets pressing between stones, finding the fractures with the unerring patience of water finding its course. Her intake of breath was quiet. That made it worse. "It's the foundation geometry," she said. The dual helix was built for solo cultivation. The 4-way fusion last night put load-bearing stress on structural points that were never designed to handle external input. You're a house that added 3 load-bearing walls after construction, and the original beams are telling you about it. How much time do we have before critical failure? She calculated, her wood energy maintaining a gentle stabilizing pressure through the bond. Walking pace, careful activity, no combat, perhaps 2 weeks. If we fight anything serious before reaching Crimson Moon territory and finding the second volume stabilization technique. She paused. "Say it." "The foundation could shatter mid-breakthrough. You'd lose the dantian entirely. Given your physique's unique nature, I don't know if it would regenerate." Shen Hao, who had been listening, said nothing. He simply moved up beside Shen Yujin and matched his stride without comment, the silent declaration of a friend choosing proximity over words. Ahead, the desert stretched in corrugated red waves toward a darker smudge on the horizon, the rock formations that marked the Crimson Moon sect's territorial approach. 3 days' walk. Manageable, if nothing went wrong. Something went wrong within the hour. The caravan appeared first as a dust plume, then as a collection of sand-worn wagons drawn by desert elk with hide like burnished copper. 8 wagons, perhaps 40 people, encircling them, rising from beneath the sand in spiraling columns of displaced grit, half a dozen sand WIRMS. The creatures were massive, 30 feet of scaled muscle with disc-shaped maws ringed by grinding teeth meant for pulverizing rock. Their energy was a peculiar mid-spectrum quality, neither yin nor yang, but a balanced hybrid of earth element forces, and it registered against Shen Yujin's perception like a harmonic chord. His awareness of their elemental nature was immediate and precise. Also immediate, the sound of a child screaming from inside one of the overturned wagons. "We help," Luo Qingyan said, her tone not a question. "Agreed. Minimal expenditure. I watch. You 3 engage only as necessary." Luo Qingyan gave him a look that suggested she found his self-imposed limitations personally offensive, but she didn't argue. She and Xiao Ruobing were moving before the conversation ended. The battle lasted 11 minutes. Luo Qingyan's ice arts were devastatingly effective against creatures that relied on a balanced earth element state. Introducing extreme yin imbalance disrupted the WRM's natural energy regulation, causing the crystalline structure of their scales to become brittle and fractured. Xiao Ruobing's sword work was surgical. She identified the gap between Scale Ridge 7 and Scale Ridge 8 on the second WRM's dorsal surface. A gap every sand WRM possessed, a natural anatomy that her sect's ancient bestiaries apparently covered in detail, and drove her blade through it into the primary chi node with the economical precision of someone who had studied the technique more times than she'd had meals. For WIRMS fell to her, and Luo Qingyan working in synchronized patterns. Mu Wanqi handled a fifth that broke toward the wagon cluster, her wood element barriers hardening into something with the density of ironwood, and catching the creature's charge with a crash that shook the ground. Shen Yujin observed from 20 yards back, cataloging, containing the itch in his fingers that wanted to participate. His dantian pulsed once, sharply, when a 6th WIRM turned toward him. He didn't move. Xiao Ruobing arrived from his left in the same breath and solved the problem for him. The dust settled. From the lead wagon, an old man descended. He was perhaps 70, with a face like weathered sandstone and eyes the color of deep aquifers, pale blue-gray, unexpectedly calm. His cultivation registered as negligible, barely foundation establishment, but he moved through the aftermath of the battle with the unhurried competence of someone who had survived several lifetimes of desert. "Old man Zhuge," he said, and bowed with the shallow, precise courtesy of the Scarlet Desert Kingdom's interior provinces. "Retired formation master, licensed caravan escort for 32 years, and currently in your debt, young cultivators." Shen Yujin bowed in return. "Shen Yujin, these are my companions." Zhuge's pale eyes catalogued each of them with the professional swiftness of a man who had spent decades reading groups of people for threat assessment. When they reached Shen Yujin, they paused. "Supreme Yin-Yang Physique," he said, quietly enough that only they could hear. It was not a question. "Thought you might be." The way the WIRMS energy snapped out of balance when you were within range, they could sense it. "You're a magnet for creatures with equilibrium-based energy systems. You know the physique? I know formation theory. Your dantian creates a field that disrupts energy equilibrium within 50 yards when you're not suppressing it, which you're currently not doing very well, if you'll forgive the observation." He tilted his head. "I also know that Crimson Moon sect's outer boundary formations were designed to detect exactly that field signature. You'd trigger every alarm before you crossed the 3rd dune." Shen Yujin's group was very still. "I know underground routes," Old Man Zhuge continued mildly. "Smuggler passages, mostly. I've been moving contraband through Crimson Moon territory since before their current sect master's grandfather was born. I know every gap in their formation network." He paused. I also know what they keep in the deep archive beneath their main compound. I've had colleagues disappear after asking the wrong questions about it. Why tell us this? Chen Hao asked, the practical suspicion in his voice doing the work no one else wanted to voice aloud. Because you just saved 43 people, including my granddaughter. Zhuge looked back at the wagon cluster, where a girl of perhaps 8 years was being extracted from beneath an overturned crate by her mother, entirely unharmed, already demanding to see the dead WRMS at high volume. And because I've been waiting a long time for someone with your kind of cultivation to come along, the people in that archive can't wait much longer. The caravan made camp in a rock alcove as the desert sun burned its way toward the horizon. Old man Zhuge spread formation maps across a flat stone table and began to teach. Chapter 42. Old man Zhuge's maps were not the work of a man with failing memory or deteriorating skill. They were precise, annotated in 3 colors of ink, and updated within the past 6 months based on a network of informants whose identities he protected with the practiced evasion of someone who had survived several regime changes in the formation master profession. 6 approach vectors, he said, tracing routes across the sectional diagram of the Crimson Moon sect's outer territory. 5 of them have been tightened since Gu Jinwu began his experiments. New detection layers, recalibrated sensitivity, guard rotation intervals shortened from 4 hours to 90 minutes. 1 route was updated last year, but by a different formation team, and the update was done carelessly. There's a resonance frequency gap in the northeastern subarray at the border of Grid 7 and Grid 8. Xiao Ruobing was already studying the map with the focus of someone committing it to spatial memory. Her metal element perception had a cartographic quality. She remembered physical space in extraordinary detail once she'd walked it or studied its topography. The gap is how wide? Wide enough for 1 person moving at speed. Not wide enough for 4. Unless someone can maintain a sustained interference pattern that mimics the surrounding formation's natural resonance. Zhuge looked at Xinyujin. Someone with perfect yin-yang balance could theoretically mask an entire group inside their field, if their control is precise enough. You're describing something that would require active concentration for hours. That's the kind of energy expenditure Mu Wanqi started. That would accelerate the damage to his foundation. Luo Qingyan finished, her voice flat with something that wasn't quite anger but was adjacent to it. Xinyujin said, tell me the alternative. Distraction and infiltration. 2-front approach. Your strongest fighters draw attention at the front gate. Legitimate enough to require serious response, but not so devastating that it triggers lockdown protocols. In the confusion, a smaller team uses the underground passage I know from Grid 7 to the archive sublevel. What's in the underground passage? Old man Zhuge folded his hands. Formation puzzles. 7 of them, built by someone who understood yin-yang architecture in considerable depth. I've solved 3, failed on the 4th, and never attempted further. You'd need both yin and yang cultivation expertise to crack them. Xinyujin looked at the map for a long moment, feeling the pulse from his dantian that was becoming a constant companion, a clock counting down. What can you tell us about the archive itself? I've seen 2 people who were inside it. Neither of them was the same when they came out. One was a scholar who went in to research dual cultivation texts, and she came out with her cultivation sealed and her memories of the visit completely absent. The other was a guard who stumbled into the wrong corridor during a patrol and emerged 3 days later with cultivation at least 2 full realms higher than when he entered, and no idea how. He died within a month. The body couldn't handle the acceleration. Gu Jinwu's experiments, Chen Hao said. I have that suspicion, yes. The conversation drifted into tactical specifics. Luo Qingyan and Xiao Ruobing began sketching assault patterns for the frontal diversion. Mu Wanqi worked through supply requirements, healing materials, formation disruption talismans, emergency retreat options. Chen Hao, who had no cultivation worth speaking of in this company, but an organizational intelligence that compensated substantially, mapped logistics. Xinyujin listened to all of it and felt the particular quiet of someone who has moved past the decision into the implementation phase. They would go. They had to go. The second volume was the only mechanism for addressing his foundation damage, and Gu Jinwu's victims in that archive needed extraction regardless of his personal stake in the mission. He found himself watching old man Zhuge, who had stepped away from the planning and was sitting with his granddaughter, the girl still buzzing with the excitement of her sand WRM near-death experience, demanding a recreation of events. The old man obliged with dramatic hand gestures, clearly embellishing the size of the creatures for narrative effect. He's trustworthy, Mu Wanchi said quietly from beside him. She had the gentle certainty of someone who read people the way she read cultivation states, through biological detail rather than surface behavior. His concern for those prisoners is genuine. He's been trying to reach them for years. I know. I also know that you're considering going into the archive alone to keep us out of the direct danger. Shin Yujin said nothing. Don't, she said simply. Whatever is in there, you face it with us. That's what the bonds mean. Herwood energy pressed through the connection, not to soothe, but to anchor. The difference was important. He was not being calmed. He was being held in place by someone who refused to accept his departure. All right, he said. She returned to the planning circle without further comment. But he felt her satisfaction hum briefly through the bond before she tucked it away with practiced discretion. They moved at dawn. Old Man Zhuge sent his caravan east toward the nearest fortified city with a jade slip message for his contacts. He stayed with the group, citing local knowledge as justification for the risk. No one argued. His formation expertise would be worth more inside those corridors than his self-assessment suggested. By the time the sun had fully crested the eastern dunes, the Crimson Moon sect's outer formations registered on Shun Yujin's perception as a distant static, the particular electromagnetic quality of large-scale array work, buzzing at the edge of awareness like an approaching storm. Xiao Ruobing scouted the front approach while the rest of them held position behind the second dune ridge. She returned 40 minutes later with a report that was precise, visual, and faintly irritated in tone. Triple-layered detection array, recalibrated recently. Standard formation matrix on the outside, Yin suppression layer in the middle, Yang amplification trap on the inside. Designed specifically for dual cultivators. She paused. And there are prisoners. I could see the cells from the eastern cliff approach. 5 stories below ground level, minimal qi flow to prevent cultivation recovery. At least 20 individuals. Mu Wanchi's expression went still in the specific way it did when her healer's instinct encountered information that required immediate action. We go tonight, Shin Yujin said. Chapter 43. The plan crystallized over the final hours of daylight. Shin Yujin sat with Old Man Zhuge beneath the red rock outcropping they'd used for cover and worked through the formation architecture of the underground passages, while Xiao Ruobing drew topographical maps from her scouting memory and Luo Qingyan refined the diversion timing with the methodical attention she applied to problems that required precision over improvisation. Zhuge's knowledge of the passage entrance was exact to the centimeter. He'd mapped it during a smuggling run 12 years ago and returned twice since to verify the approach hadn't been sealed. The formation puzzles were his primary concern. The first 3 I can guide you through, he said. Conceptual pattern recognition, yin-yang balance tests designed to weed out cultivators who've only developed one polarity. Your physique makes those trivial. The 4th puzzle is where my knowledge ends. He spread his hands. It looked like a resonance lock, a formation that opens not in response to a physical key, but to a specific frequency pattern. I couldn't identify the frequency. It responded to my attempts by intensifying its defense output. I retreated. Resonance lock. Shin Yujin turned the concept. Designed by someone who understood dual cultivation, which means the key is a yin-yang harmonic pattern, presumably, which suggests whoever built the archive expected the sutra practitioner to come looking for the second volume eventually. They're not keeping it from a dual cultivator. They're keeping it from anyone else. Zhuge blinked. I hadn't considered that interpretation. The sutra's original author was a formation master, according to what Elder Mingi told us. Shin Yujin thought of Tian Xuani, the ancient scholar Elder Mingi had contacted, who had, reportedly, been on his way to assist. The jade slip communication had gone quiet since the combined resonance pillar. Either the faceless arbiter's arrival had disrupted it, or Tian Xuani had redirected. He didn't have to wonder long. A figure descended from the eastern cliff face, not climbing, but walking down the vertical rock surface as if gravity were a suggestion rather than a law. The figure was old, older than Old Man Zhuge, older perhaps than the cliff face itself in the sense that some people carry age as an accumulation of genuine history rather than simple time. He wore gray robes with formation glyphs worked into the hem in silver thread, and his cultivation registered as nothing, completely blank, which meant it was too large to measure with Shun Yujin's current perception, capped at whatever ceiling his own cultivation imposed. Tian Shuani, Luo Qingyan said, her composure intact, but with an edge of surprise beneath. The old man arrived on level ground and bowed with the elaborate courtesy of a previous era. I apologize for my tardiness. The faceless arbiter's movements required monitoring. He is currently occupied 300 li southeast, interrogating the remnants of the Dusk Serpent sect. That purchases us approximately 18 hours before his awareness returns to this direction. You know him, Shin Yujin said. We are contemporaries. A pause that contained considerable history. I was his teacher's classmate. We have complicated feelings about each other. He looked at Shun Yujin with the focused intensity of someone studying a very important text. You are considerably younger than I expected. I get that often. The foundation damage is visible from here. We need to move quickly. He turned to Zhuge with a professional nod. Formation Master Zhuge, your reputation among the underground networks precedes you. Thank you for the passage maps. Zhuge, who had been watching Tian Shuani's cliff descent with the expression of a man recalibrating several assumptions, managed a bow. Tian Shuani pulled a jade slip from his sleeve. The resonance locks frequency. I designed it myself, 40 years ago, when I hid the second volume in what was then an abandoned underground research facility. The Crimson Moon sect built their current compound above it 2 decades later, which I found inconvenient, but ultimately acceptable as an additional layer of protection. He handed the slip to Shin Yujin. You'll need to produce the pattern yourself at the lock. Your physique is the key. The slip contains the notation. Shin Yujin held the slip and felt its information settle into his awareness. The pattern was complex, a 17-note yin-yang harmonic sequence that required simultaneous production of both polarities at precise amplitude ratios. Challenging, not impossible. You're the formation master who designed the archive's defenses, Chun Hao said slowly. I designed several layers of it, yes. The outer detection systems were Gu Zhenwu's additions and have nothing to do with me. I find them crude and overwrought. The inner protections remain mine. The prisoners on the sublevel are a development I find profoundly objectionable. His tone was mild, but something moved beneath it like deep current beneath still water. I have been attempting to reach the archive for some time. Gu Zhenwu's detection improvements made that impossible alone. But with us as a diversion, precisely. The briefing reconvened with Tian Shuani's additions woven in. The picture grew sharper. Luo Qingyan and Xiao Ruobing at the eastern gate. Maximum tactical spectacle, minimum actual engagement. Enough to trigger a full defensive response from the compound's upper levels. Old Man Zhuge navigating the underground approaches. Mu Wanxi, Shin Yujin, and Tian Shuani heading for the archive. Chun Hao's role was the one that no one stated explicitly, but everyone understood. Wait at the extraction point with their supplies, medical talismans, and escape route pre-cleared. His cultivation was not suited for what lay underground. His refusal to be sidelined would have to be managed. He handled it with better grace than Shin Yujin expected. I know what I am and what I'm not. Chun Hao said simply. Tell me the extraction window, and I'll have everything ready. Night came down over the desert like a tide. The Crimson Moon sect's compound glowed in the distance, warding lights and patrol torches creating a grid of orange points against the dark. Beautiful, in the dispassionate way that any well-engineered system could be called beautiful. Shin Yujin studied it and committed the fault lines of its beauty to memory. Chapter 44. Before the operation began, Tian Shuani insisted on an hour. Not for rest, not for cultivation, but for information. He settled onto a flat rock in the formation master's traditional teaching posture and began to speak, and Shun Yujin recognized the particular weight in his voice of someone who had been carrying a story for a very long time and had finally found the appropriate recipient. The Dual Cultivation Sutra was written 10,000 years ago by 2 individuals working in partnership. The male author was my master, a cultivation philosopher who believed that the highest tier of personal power was not solo achievement, but harmonized connection. He called himself Primordial Master Hung in his published works. His birth name is not recorded, because after the sutra was banned, the Heavenly Balance Court expunged him from official histories. Tian Xuani's voice carried neither bitterness nor resignation, just the careful neutrality of someone reporting facts that had long since finished hurting. His partner in the sutra's development was a woman with a supreme pure Yin physique who complemented his yang dominance. Together, they developed the resonance bonding theory that forms the sutra's foundation. The sutra was not forbidden because it was dangerous. It was forbidden because it was successful. Luo Qingyan raised one brow. Successful in what way? The cultivation results were extraordinary. Practitioners who formed genuine bonds advanced faster, cultivated higher, and lived longer than any solo path could achieve. The Heavenly Balance Court saw not a dangerous technique, but a threat to their authority structure. A cultivation methodology that couldn't be ranked, taxed, or controlled through their traditional hierarchy, because it operated outside the hierarchy's logic entirely. So they used Empress Void as justification, Shen Yujin said. Tian Xuani looked at him carefully. You know the name. We know what the Faceless Arbiter said. That he was her student. That she used dual cultivation to absorb her partners. Half-truth. The old man folded his hands. The full truth is this. She was the sutra's co-author. And she and Primordial Master Hong were cultivation partners before they were scholars. What broke between them was not ambition or corruption. It was grief. He paused. Their child died. A child with a supreme yin-yang physique, the natural confluence of their complementary natures. The child's dantian was too powerful for its body, and it broke apart from the inside before its 4th year. A long pause. What she did afterward, trying to absorb Heng's yang energy, calling it preservation, calling it continuing the work. She had lost herself in the grief. That is different from being evil. It is not better, necessarily, but it is different. The camp was very quiet. Heng sealed her. He didn't have another option at the point she'd reached. She was consuming cultivation partners. But he spent the rest of his life designing the mechanism that would eventually undo the seal peacefully. The dissolution technique in the 7th volume of the Sutra. An apology he wrote in Formation Theory. The 7th volume, Shen Yujin said. We have found volumes 1 and 2. There are 7 total. They were distributed to prevent either of the original authors from reconstituting full power alone. Each successive volume contains techniques that build on the previous. He looked at Shen Yujin. You are, as I suspect you already know at some level, following the path the sutra was designed to produce. A supreme yin-yang physique holder forming progressive bonds, acquiring successive volumes, advancing through resonance rather than solo effort. This is not coincidence. You're suggesting my cultivation path was designed. I am suggesting that the sutra recognizes the physique and draws it toward completion. Whether that constitutes design or simply compatibility depends on your philosophical stance regarding intention and pattern. Tian Xuani's eyes held something close to amusement. You have time to develop the philosophical stance later. Tonight, we retrieve the 2nd volume. Tomorrow, you stabilize your foundation. The rest follows. He rose from his teaching posture with the ease of someone whose body had long since stopped registering as a limitation. One more thing. He looked at each member of the group with the slow gravity of someone whose experience included many goodbyes. What Gu Zhenwu has built in that archive is not cultivation. It is harvesting. 23 individuals with rare energy physiques, systematically drained to fuel his personal advancement. They are alive. They are in extraordinary pain. When we reach them, the priority after securing the volume is getting them out. Agreed, Shen Yujin said immediately, and felt the same resolution move through all 3 bond partners simultaneously. Tian Xuani nodded. Then we are aligned. The operation began 2 hours before dawn. The window when the human body's alertness hits its lowest natural point regardless of cultivation level, and when desert cold pushes even disciplined sentries toward movement and distraction. Luo Qingyan and Xiao Ruobing moved east. Their departure was quiet. No ceremony, just a brief contact along the bond. Acknowledgement, readiness, the particular flavor of Luo Qingyan's focused determination and Xiao Ruobing's sharpened readiness. Then the connection receded to background awareness as they concentrated on their respective preparations. Old Man Zhuge led Shen Yujin, Mu Wanqi, and Tian Xuani toward the northeastern approach. The gap in the detection array registered to Shen Yujin's perception exactly where Zhuge had described. A seam in the formation's resonance field, barely wide enough, pulsing with the particular irregular rhythm of maintenance overdue infrastructure. They passed through it in single file, breathing controlled, cultivation suppressed to the lowest functional level. The underground entrance was a crack in a sandstone formation that Zhuge navigated from muscle memory, producing a formation key from his sleeve and pressing it to the stone for exactly 3 seconds. The crack widened without sound. Inside, the air was different. Cooler, dense with accumulated formation energy, and beneath that, something that Shen Yujin's yin-yang perception identified as human suffering rendered into a kind of environmental pressure. 23 people, trapped and drained, their energy residue soaked into the rock. He kept walking. That pressure was the reason for the mission, not a distraction from it. The first formation puzzle waited 15 meters in. Chapter 45. The first puzzle was a light trap. A corridor crossed by 7 beams of formation energy in different spectral qualities, each one keyed to either yin or yang polarity. Step through the wrong combination and the corridor sealed and signaled the surface. Shen Yujin read it in 6 seconds and walked through without breaking stride, naturally producing the balanced yin-yang field that made his passage red as neutral to every beam simultaneously. Behind him, Mu Wanqi followed in his wake, her with energy wrapped in a sympathetic resonance that borrowed the quality of his field. Tian Xuani and Zhuge passed through using a formation key the old master produced from somewhere in his robes with the unhurried certainty of a locksmith at his own house. The second puzzle was more interesting, a pressure plate sequence that required precise weight distribution over 13 tiles, each one assigned an elemental value. Wrong distribution triggered a yin energy shock that would knock an unprepared cultivator unconscious. Tian Xuani guided them through from memory, his recall of the configuration exact despite decades of elapsed time. You don't forget formations you've designed, he explained, stepping over a gray tile with the casual confidence of a man walking familiar floors. They're extensions of your own thinking. Forgetting one would be like forgetting a conversation you had with yourself. The third puzzle required simultaneous yin and yang energy emission at specific output ratios, a test designed, as Zhuge had suspected, to identify dual cultivators. Shen Yujin produced the required ratios with the natural ease of breathing. The door beyond opened silently. Then they heard the sound. Not an alarm, something worse. A human voice, ragged with fatigue beyond what sleep could fix, chanting cultivation verses in a cycle that had clearly been repeating for some time. The words were barely coherent, the kind of automatic repetition that a mind performs when it's trying to hold itself together by sheer insistence on pattern. That's the first cell level, Zhuge said. His voice had lost its professional calm. I didn't know anyone was that far gone. Keep moving, Tian Xuani said. His voice was unchanged, but something in his posture had shifted, a stillness that read not as composure, but as controlled grief. Volume first. Then the prisoners. The fourth puzzle was the resonance lock, and it was imposing. The corridor opened into a circular chamber 15 meters across, the floor inscribed with a formation pattern of extraordinary complexity, layered rings of glyphs in rotating configuration, the outer rings moving counterclockwise at a pace just fast enough to notice, the inner rings shifting in non-repeating patterns that made prolonged observation slightly nauseating. At the chamber's center was a sealed archway of black stone, its surface warm despite the underground chill, pulsing with a slow, deep energy that Shen Yujin's dual helix recognized the way you recognized a voice from your own bloodline. The archive entrance, Tian Xuani confirmed. The resonance lock requires the 17-note harmonic pattern from the jade slip, produced simultaneously, both polarities at the notated amplitude ratios. You'll feel the lock's response after the third note. It will push back with a counterharmonic designed to test whether the producer is maintaining true balance or compensating artificially. Shen Yujin reviewed the notation in his memory. The pattern was elegant, deceptively simple in its notation, demanding in its execution. Each note required a precise ratio of yin to yang emission, and the ratios changed in a progression that was not mathematically regular, but musically logical. Whoever had designed it had understood resonance not merely as a physical phenomenon, but as an aesthetic one. He took 4 measured breaths. Above them, at the compound's eastern gate, the diversion began. He felt it through the bond. Luo Qingyin's energy flaring to full expression, her pure Yin-Ice physique unleashed in a display calibrated to be spectacular enough to require the compound's serious attention. Simultaneously, Xiao Ruobing's metal element sword arts created a resonant shriek that passed through stone formations and triggered every vibration-sensitive detection array in the outer ring. The compound's upper levels erupted. Running footsteps. Commands. The activation sound of defensive arrays warming to full power. Xin Yujin opened his channels and began the sequence. Note 1. Yin at 40%, Yang at 60%, the ratio producing a frequency that the lock received without response. Testing. Note 4. The lock pushed back, exactly as Tian Xuani had warned. A counterharmonic that probed the edges of his emission pattern, testing for compensation and artificiality. He held the balance without adjustment, not because he had perfect control, but because the balance was genuinely his, the natural state of a physique that existed at the intersection of opposing forces. Note 9. The outer ring of the floor formation began rotating in reverse. The formation recognized him. Note 14. The warm pulse from the archive door synchronized with his emission, finding its harmonic match and leaning into it the way two instruments find a shared resonance and begin to amplify each other. Note 17. The black stone archway parted along a seam that hadn't existed a moment before, folding aside with the unhurried grace of something that had been waiting a long time for the right key. Beyond the threshold, the archive breathed, and with it came the smell of old knowledge and newer atrocity, the dust of preserved texts overlaid with the copper-sharp residue of systematic energy extraction. Then Xin Yujin's enhanced perception, pressing through the open archway, found the cells in the subchamber and stopped cold. Not 23 prisoners. 47. Chapter 46, he made himself keep moving. The archive proper was a long chamber with shelves cut directly into the rock, filled with jade slips, scroll cases, and cultivation manuals organized in a classification system that reflected someone's genuine scholarly care, which made the adjacent chamber, visible through a passage at the archive's far end, more obscene by contrast. The second chamber was utilitarian, clinical, designed not for preservation but for extraction. Stone channels ran from each cell to a central collector, the faint qi residue in the channels still active. He's been operating this for years, Tian Xuani said. The old formation master stood in the passage and looked at the extraction infrastructure with the expression of someone absorbing a long-suspected truth confirmed. The configuration supports continuous drainage. Low level, enough to prevent cultivation recovery while harvesting ambient emission. The prisoners don't lose cultivation quickly. They lose it steadily. He paused. Like interest on a debt. Mu Wanshi was already moving through the cells, her wood element sensing spreading in a rapid diagnostic sweep. Her expression remained professional, but the bond carried what her face didn't, a controlled devastation that she was keeping contained because becoming unavailable was not an option. 11 critical. 19 serious. 17 stable, but significantly depleted. She returned to the passage. The 11 critical won't survive transportation without support. I can stabilize them for movement, but I need time. 45 minutes, Zhuge said from the archive entrance. The diversion at the gate will hold their attention for 45 minutes before the tactical pattern forces a response perimeter change. After that, they'll send units underground. I need 30. Xin Yujin found the second volume in 12 minutes. It was on the archive's third shelf from the top in a case of spirit jade, a material that preserved formation-active texts by maintaining a stable energy environment inside the case. The case responded to his physique's field, recognizing the yin-yang harmonic signature and releasing its seal. He lifted the volume with both hands. The text was immediately legible to his cultivation perception, not because he'd studied it before, but because the sutra's first volume had prepared the reading framework. The second volume's initial chapters covered formation resonance theory, advanced bond mechanics, and the stabilization technique he'd come specifically to find. He read it in the time it took Mu Wanshi to stabilize 7 of the 11 critical prisoners. The technique was called yin-yang revolving core formation. It required shattering the existing Dantian foundation entirely and reforming it around a new structural concept. A dual-layered core that could handle multiple external energy inputs simultaneously by treating each input as a spoke in a wheel rather than a load on a beam. The analogy was architectural, but the execution was catastrophically dangerous. Shattering your own dantian was, under normal circumstances, the last thing a cultivator ever did. The difference was the bond network. With 3 partners channeling their yin energy inward simultaneously, holding the shattered components in a resonant field while he reformed around the new core structure, the danger window was theoretically survivable. Theoretically. The second volume's notation included a warning in red ink. Asterisk, this technique has a documented success rate of 17% when attempted without a minimum of 3 bond partners. With 3 bond partners at core formation or above, the success rate rises to 68%. This improvement is not a guarantee. The practitioner should arrange their affairs. Asterisk 68%. He was, statistically, likely to survive. He tucked the volume into his cultivation ring and returned to Mu Wanshi. She had stabilized 9 of the 11 criticals. Her hands moved with the efficient grace of someone who had found the exact minimum expenditure point for each intervention, not wasting energy on comprehensive treatment, but applying precisely enough to prevent deterioration during transport. Her wood element chi left trails of faint green light on each patient, the cultivation equivalent of triage markings. 2 more, she said without looking up. Tell me what you need. She handed him a formation talisman without pausing. Hold that at the solar plexus contact point on the one in cell 4. Maintain steady output, nothing active. I'll direct. He complied. The work strange and intimate. Holding someone else's life in a stable field, feeling the feedback of their damaged cultivation pathways through the talisman's resonance, following Mu Wanshi's wordless direction along the bond as she worked the second critical case. The patient in cell 4 was a young woman with what his perception identified as a water element yin physique, rare and valuable, which explained her presence here. Her cultivation channels had been constricted almost to closure by the drainage process. Mu Wanshi's technique was reopening them centimeter by centimeter with the patience of a surgeon. She'll hold, Mu Wanshi said finally. Don't move the talisman. How are we on time? Old Man Zhuge's voice came from the archive entrance. 22 minutes left. The 47 prisoners will not all move quickly, Tian Shuani said, appearing beside Shen Yujin without sound. I've opened the secondary escape route from the far end of the subchamber, my original extraction design from 40 years ago, and used since construction. It connects to the same passage network you used to enter but exits at a different point, 800 meters northeast. You built a prisoner extraction route when you designed this archive. I built this archive as a repository for the sutra, knowing someone would eventually need to reach it under duress. Extraction capability seemed like basic courtesy. He paused. I also knew, at some level, that the worst case was possible, that someone would eventually misuse the location. Shen Yujin registered the weight of that admission and let it rest where it landed. Lead the prisoners out. Mu Wanshi and I will follow with the 11 criticals on a second pass. And if the seal completes before the second pass, it won't. Through the bond, he found Luo Qingyan, still engaged at the surface, her energy burning cold and absolute. The particular signature of someone who was winning and keeping that fact from getting comfortable. He found Xiao Ruobing, precise, controlled, systematically dismantling the defensive response with the clinical efficiency of someone who had planned exactly this engagement for exactly this duration. We have more time than Zhuge's estimate. He was wrong by approximately 4 minutes. The alarm triggered when the 3rd Underground Patrol Unit encountered Tian Shuani's open secondary exit, not through detection, but through a guard who happened to be walking the wrong corridor at the wrong moment and had the presence of mind to activate his emergency talisman before Tian Shuani's formation sealed the route again. The compound went to full lockdown, and from above, moving through solid stone with the ease of water through sand, a voice reached Shen Yujin's perception, deep, cold, carrying the particular resonance of a cultivator so far above his current level that the distance felt geological. I see you found my archive, little prodigy. Guzhenwu. Chapter 47. Shen Yujin did not panic. Panic was the enemy of tactical clarity, and tactical clarity was the only thing keeping 47 drained cultivators alive. He spoke quickly through the bond. Luo Qingyan and Xiao Ruobing received the situation report, and he felt Luo Qingyin's response before her words formed. A spike of cold precision that meant she was already calculating the fastest route underground. He also felt Xiao Ruobing's response, which was more visceral, a sharp edge of readiness that was close enough to fury to be almost indistinguishable, but was fundamentally controlled. Above, their diversion transitioned from planned spectacle to serious fighting withdrawal. Underground, Xinyujin organized. The secondary exit was open. Tian Xuani was already moving prisoners through it in measured groups. Those who could walk first, in organized file, the old formation master operating with the calm precision of someone who had prepared for exactly this degraded scenario. Old Man Zhuge had positioned himself at the exit point as a formation key operator, ready to seal the passage behind each group and reopen it for the next. That left the 11 criticals. Mu Wanqi was designing a solution in real time. Wood element containment carriers. She was weaving her qi into physical constructs, lattices of compressed wood energy that could hold a person in stable suspension and be carried by any cultivator above foundation establishment. Each carrier took 40 seconds. She had 11 to build. Time remaining before Gu Jinwu's forces fully breached the underground level, approximately 6 minutes. I can speed the construction if you give me yang input, Xinyujin said. Carefully, he fed yang energy through the bond with surgical precision, limiting output to the specific frequency her wood construction needed for accelerated growth. The carrier lattices developed faster, 30 seconds each, then 25. The speed cost him, the foundation cracks absorbing the expenditure and widening by a degree that registered as a new quality of pain, less like pressure and more like glass. He kept working. The corrosive moonlight qi hit the passage walls at 4 minutes 30 seconds. It came through the stone itself. Gu Jinwu's technique was not blocked by solid matter, which meant the underground route's advantage of concealment was countered by a disadvantage of confinement. The qi had a particular character, heavily yang-dominant, artificially amplified moonlight converted to a corrosive application. It ate through stone slowly but through organic material faster. Cultivation barriers, qi constructs, protective arrays, all subject to gradual dissolution. Mu Wanqi's carriers were organic constructs. How long do they hold against this? Xinyujin asked, watching the faint shimmer of qi beginning to affect the nearest lattice structure. For minutes before structural compromise. 6 before failure. She looked at the 6 carriers still occupied by critical prisoners. I need to reinforce each one constantly. Which means you can't move and do anything else simultaneously. I can maintain them in motion. Running will accelerate degradation. He made the calculation. His 3 bond partners converging on their position, for minutes away at combat speed. 6 carriers that needed constant maintenance. A passage flooding with corrosive energy. His own foundation, already compromised, now receiving additional stress from his yang output. He picked up the nearest carrier by himself and began moving toward the exit. The passage was 60 meters long. He covered it in 12 seconds of careful movement. The carrier held at the specific stabilized angle Mu Wanqi had specified, her maintenance frequency running through it via his connection. He set it down at Zhuge's station, turned back. Second carrier. Third. The corrosive moonlight was thickening, the passage walls beginning to show erosion at their lower edges. His foundation screamed at him, not metaphorically, but literally, in the sense that his internal awareness of the dual helix structure was now producing a physical sensation in his chest and back simultaneously, a spreading sensation of heat that had no analog in normal cultivation experience. He carried the 4th prisoner and felt the crack in his left meridian line widen. He put the carrier down at the exit point and stood still for exactly 3 seconds, conducting an internal assessment that was urgent and ugly. The damage was accelerating. The combination of yang output, physical exertion, and the ambient corrosive energy was pushing his compromised foundation toward a cascade failure threshold. He turned back for the 5th carrier. Through the bond, the warmth of Mu Wanqi's presence was steady and intentional, not an emergency signal, but a constant reminder that he was not alone in this. Her wood energy was threading through the bond in a constant stream, patching the worst of his meridian damage with the botanical patience of growth pushing through cracks. It was not healing. It was maintenance, buying time. He got the 5th carrier to the exit. When he turned back for the 6th, Luo Qingyan and Xiao Ruobing were coming the other direction. They'd entered through a third passage that Tian Xuanyi had opened from above, an emergency route the old master activated when the secondary exit's timeline compressed. They were moving fast, Luo Qingyan trailing ice formations behind her that were countering the moonlight chi's corrosion by introducing an extreme Yin environment that the yang-dominant corrosive energy struggled to penetrate, and Xiao Ruobing covering the rear approach with sword formations that were cutting through the leading edge of the chi wave. Luo Qingyan reached the sixth carrier in the same moment Shen Yujin did. She picked it up without breaking stride, ice energy wrapping the structure in a preservation field that reinforced Mu Wanqi's maintenance frequency. "Move," she said, and the word contained the specific tone she used when she was deeply worried and had decided that urgency was the only acceptable response. They ran. Chapter 48-47 Prisoners and 5 cultivators emerged from the exit point in the dark before dawn into desert air that felt, after the underground passage, like breathing cold water. The exit was a crack in a red rock formation 800 meters northeast of the compound perimeter, close enough to hear the combat noise from the surface assault, distant enough to be outside the detection grid's outer ring. Chen Hao was there. Of course he was. He'd positioned 2 supply packs, a healing talisman array spread across 6 flat stones, and 3 transportation constructs he'd requisitioned from Old Man Zhuge's caravan supplies. And he was already in motion before the first prisoner came through, his organizational capability filling the gap left by every cultivator present being too powerful to efficiently run logistics. "Criticals here," he said, pointing, not asking. "Walking wounded there, stable in that row. Who has the worst injuries?" Mu Wanqi directed triage with 2 words, and Xun Hao translated them into action with 3, and within 4 minutes the 47 prisoners were in organized care configurations, and Mu Wanqi was moving through them with the systematic attention of someone working a problem she understood deeply. Shen Yujin sat on a flat rock and tried to assess his dantian without moving his face in ways that would alarm Chen Hao. The damage was worse than he'd allowed himself to fully catalog during the operation. The running, the yang expenditure, and the corrosive chi exposure had pushed the fault lines past what Mu Wanqi's maintenance threading could address. He now had a choice that wasn't really a choice. The stabilization technique from the second volume, performed within the next 12 hours, or a likely spontaneous foundation collapse within 48. There was also the matter of Gu Zhenwu, who had not pursued. That should have been reassuring. It wasn't. "He let us leave," Xiao Ruobing said, arriving beside him with the flat observation of someone who had been analyzing the same data point. "He let us leave with the second volume," Shen Yujin confirmed, "which he presumably didn't need, having already used information from it to upgrade his own cultivation experiments." She was watching the compound's distant lights with the focused attention of her sword Dao's spatial awareness. "So why not pursue?" Luo Qingyan, wrapping ice formations around the carrier lattices to preserve them during prisoner recovery, spoke without looking up. "Because we did part of his work for him. He knew the archive's location was compromised. He knew the prisoners would eventually be discovered. Extracting them under duress was acceptable to him. It emptied a facility he no longer needed. He moves to a new one. And he's watching to see where we go," Shen Yujin said. "He sent us away with the volume he expected us to need, because using it will require a fixed position and considerable energy expenditure. A cultivation session that broadcasts our location." The compound's lights were unchanged. No pursuit formations. No active tracking arrays that his perception could detect. He opened the second volume again and reviewed the stabilization technique's requirements with the particular focused attention of someone preparing to possibly die trying. 3 bond partners at core formation or above, channeling Yin energy inward simultaneously. His own active control of the fragmentation and reformation process. A stable energy environment, ideally a Yin-Yang convergence point to provide structural support. Duration, 4 to 8 hours. During that period, he would be entirely unconscious and entirely dependent on his partners maintaining the resonance field without guidance or feedback. Tian Xuanyi appeared at his shoulder like the desert had produced him. "I know a convergence point. 4 hours from here on foot. In the lower desert where the rock strata shift from iron-oxidized sandstone to silicate granite. The geological interface creates a natural yin-yang balance effect. Stable. Defensible. Can the prisoners travel? The criticals cannot travel at any speed. The rest can manage slow pace over 4 hours. Then we move as one group. Shin Yujin stood and felt his foundation register the transition from seated to standing in a way it hadn't registered anything last week. He kept his expression even. Slowly, carefully, Shen Hao was at his side. He didn't ask whether Shin Yujin was all right. He said, "I have 3 horses in a cache 200 meters north. I'll get them now." And he moved. The stars over the Scarlet Desert were extraordinary, thick and unblurred by any light source, filling the sky with a depth that made the usual scale of human concerns feel briefly inaccurate. Shin Yujin walked beneath them and read the second volume as he walked, preparing his mind for a technique that would require everything he had, and then require more, sustained by 3 people who had chosen to be there, by a foundation of genuine connection that was the only architecture he trusted to hold. One of the recovered prisoners fell into step beside him. The water physique woman from Cell 4, the one he'd stabilized with the talisman. She was young, 17, maybe 18, and moved with the careful deliberateness of someone testing whether her body still worked. "You came back for us," she said. "Yes." She was quiet for a moment, walking. "I was in there for 11 months. He had nothing adequate to say to that. He didn't try. "Where are you taking us?" "Away from here. After that, wherever you want to go." She absorbed this. "I'm Jiang Xiulan. My sect is the Jade Tide House in Suifeng Province. Or it was before." She stopped. "I don't know if they're still there. We'll find out." He tucked the second volume back into his ring. "Rest if you can. The walking is long." She nodded and drifted back toward the group, and Shin Yujin walked forward into the desert dark, holding the knowledge of the next 12 hours close and very still, the way you hold something you're not sure you'll get to keep. Chapter 49. The convergence point was a shallow basin between 2 granite formations, unremarkable to any sense except the cultivation one. Here the silicate rock's natural properties created a slow oscillation between yin and yang energy states, not dramatic, not visible, but deeply stable in the way that geological processes were stable. A cultivator's resonance session here would have a substrate as reliable as bedrock. They arrived at mid-morning. The 47 prisoners were organized into a recovery camp in the basin's protected northern end, where the rock formations provided shade and wind cover. Chun Hao administered supplies with military efficiency, while Mu Wanqi completed her triage circuit, flagging 3 cases she was still concerned about and directing specific treatment protocols for each. Tian Shuani walked the basin perimeter, setting formation anchors. Old Man Zhuge assisted, his formation knowledge sufficient for the maintenance tasks that didn't require Tian Shuani's depth. Between them, they established a defensive array that would detect any approach from beyond 200 meters and provide an active deterrent against the first 2 tiers of cultivation response. "Not enough to stop Gu Jinwu," Tian Shuani noted clinically. "It doesn't need to be," Shin Yujin said. "If he's tracking us, he already knows where we are. The formation is for lesser pursuit. Then you're counting on him finding you interesting enough to study rather than destroy before you complete the technique. I'm counting on him wanting to see what happens when someone with this physique survives the core formation stabilization. He's a researcher. He'll wait. That's a considerable wager on your read of his motivations. Most of what I've done this year has been considerable wagers." He sat at the basin's center point, where the yin-yang oscillation was strongest, and placed both hands flat on the silicate rock. The resonance rose through his palms. "I'm ready." Mu Wanqi settled to his right, Luo Qingyan to his left. Xiao Ruobing took position at his back. All 3 of them had been through the second volume's notation. He'd passed the relevant sections to them via Jade Slip during the journey. They understood what was required. "If the fragmentation goes wrong," Shin Yujin said, "don't hold the pieces. Let them go and withdraw. A damaged Dantian scattering is survivable if the surrounding cultivation channels aren't destroyed along with it. If you hold and it becomes catastrophic, we know the risks," Xiao Ruobing said. Her tone carried the finality of a sword returning to its scabbard. "I need to say it anyway. You've said it. Are we going to argue about it, or are we going to do the thing?" Luo Qingyan placed her hand on his shoulder with the precise intention of someone who had decided their position and was announcing it without words. Mu Wanqi's wood energy was already threading through the bond, gentle and strong and unbroken. He let out one breath. long and controlled, and turned his awareness fully inward. His foundation looked, from the inside, like a city after an earthquake. The basic geometry still recognizable, the dual helix channels still present, but the structural integrity compromised at 17 points he could identify, and probably several more he couldn't. The cracks ran along stress lines that made geological sense. Everywhere the Foundation's original solo cultivation architecture had received load-bearing input it hadn't been designed to handle. The technique's first step was assessment. He had done that. The second step was acceptance. This was the harder one. Looking at the damaged structure and understanding that the only path forward was through its complete destruction, that there was no patch, no reinforcement, no way to preserve the original and add new capacity. The dual helix had served him to the threshold of its potential. What came next required something built for what he actually was. He began the fragmentation. It was the strangest pain he had ever experienced. Not acute. More like the slow, deliberate taking apart of something that had been attached. He directed his own yang energy into the fault lines, one at a time, in a controlled sequence that the second volume's notation specified with the precision of a demolition plan. Each crack widened, structure separated, the dual helix's component elements coming apart, while the three-sided yin resonance from his partners held the components in suspension, not allowing them to scatter or drift. The basin's convergence energy rose to meet the process, providing the stabilizing background field that made suspension possible. The components hung in the resonance field like stars held in a formation array, each one still energetically active, still potentially his foundation if the reconstruction could be completed. He could feel Luo Qingyin's ice energy at the periphery of each component, cool, precise, preventing thermal drift. Mu Wanqi's wood energy threaded between them, maintaining the spatial relationships. Xiao Ruobing's metal frequency resonated through the bond as a structural backbone, providing the rigid framework within which the reconstruction would occur. His awareness of his own physical body had become peripheral. He was mostly Dantian now, mostly the suspended components, mostly the architecture that had to emerge from their reconvergence. The yin-yang revolving core. The second volume's description was architectural, not two channels in a helix, but two concentric rings, the inner ring yin-dominant and the outer ring yang-dominant, rotating in opposing directions around a still center point. The motion was the feature. The rotation created a perpetual self-generating resonance that could absorb, process, and harmonize any external energy input rather than receiving it as structural stress. A house that bent in the wind instead of standing rigid against it. He began the reconstruction around the design. The components fell into new positions, guided by the resonance field and by his own directed yang energy, fitting together according to a pattern that felt, as he assembled it, like something he had always known and never previously been able to express. Chapter 50. The Crimson Moon sect found them at the 8th hour. Not Gu Zhenwu himself, a senior elder and 40 disciples, moving in a formation configuration that suggested they'd been briefed on the unusual cultivation session in progress and had orders regarding disruption. They broke through Tian Xuani's outer detection array with a specialized counterformation that the old master hadn't anticipated. Xin Yujin, 8 hours into the reconstruction process, was not in a position to respond. He was a suspended framework of component energies held in resonance by 3 people who could not stop without ending the process catastrophically. Luo Qingyin and Xiao Ruobing received the intrusion warning through the array's feedback and made a shared decision in approximately 3 seconds. They did not abandon their positions. Mu Wanqi's maintenance of the reconstruction field required 3 stabilizing inputs. If any 2 withdrew simultaneously, the components would begin to scatter. If one withdrew and the reconstruction was at a stable enough stage, the other 2 could possibly hold. How far along? Xiao Ruobing asked. Mu Wanqi assessed without looking up from her work. 70% of components in final position. Critical junction in 40 minutes. If the field is disrupted in the next 40 minutes, it won't be. Xiao Ruobing stood up. She took her sword in both hands and walked toward the basin's northern approach where the Crimson Moon disciples were breaching the inner formation ring. And she was the only wall between 40 cultivators and the people behind her, and she built that wall out of sword art. Her technique at core formation was already extraordinary. amplified by the bond network and by the particular kind of focus that comes from protecting something genuinely worth protecting. It was something else entirely. The disciples' formation attack met her first sword formation and shattered into individual assault elements that she picked off in sequence, her blade moving in a pattern that Luo Qingyan, watching through the bond at the periphery of her concentration, identified as the Celestial Blade Sect's restricted 14-star dissolution array, a technique that was theoretically only authorized for elder-level practitioners. Xiao Ruobing had apparently learned it by watching. The elder pressed forward through his disciples' failing assault with a yang-dominant technique that sent a shock wave of golden energy across the basin's surface. Xiao Ruobing caught it on crossed blades, a move that should have overwhelmed her, and her bond connection pulsed, and Luo Qingyan's ice energy fed through it, cooling the golden impact into brittleness, and the shock wave cracked and scattered. The elder stopped. He looked at the two-realm gap between his own cultivation and the young woman blocking his path, and then looked at the bond network's operation with professional attention. Resonance sharing through a bond structure, he said. You're channeling the ice physique's energy through the swordswoman. And the swordswoman appreciates it, Xiao Ruobing said. The elder attacked again, more carefully. Xiao Ruobing held the line with 3 more exchanges, each one requiring the bond network to flex and compensate in ways that left Mu Wanxi's work uninterrupted. On the 37th minute, the disciples broke to flank. Xiao Ruobing couldn't cover 2 vectors simultaneously without retreating, and retreating meant pulling the southern approach open. Chen Hao was there. He was not a combat cultivator. He had foundation establishment chi that a talented child could have matched, and he was standing in the gap between Xiao Ruobing's retreating line and the 37 recovered prisoners behind him with a short spear he'd produced from somewhere, and his face had the specific expression of someone who has made a calculation and arrived at an answer that frightens them, and is doing it anyway. The flanking unit was for disciples. They slowed when they saw him. Not because he was threatening, his cultivation signature was negligible, but because the complete absence of self-preservation instinct was disorienting. Move, one of them said. No, Chen Hao said. Just the word, no elaboration. They moved to go around him. He moved to prevent it, spear angled, feet planted, buying seconds through sheer persistent physical presence. The recovered prisoners, those with any cultivation remaining, began to resist. Not effectively, most of them, their cultivation depleted. But Jiang Xiulan, the water physique woman from Cell 4, had recovered more than Mu Wanxi expected. She rose from the recovery row and produced water element barriers that the disciples hadn't anticipated, buying Chuan Hao the seconds he needed to hold his position. On the 40th minute, the elder called retreat. Not because he was losing, because a second energy signature had entered his awareness. Tian Shuani, moving from the formation anchor positions with the quiet deliberateness of an ancient weapon being raised. The elder's cultivation perception registered the old formation master's spiritual mass and concluded, correctly, that extended engagement was not survivable. The disciples withdrew through the outer formation ring. In the basin's center, the reconstruction reached its critical junction. Chapter 51. The critical junction was the moment of synthesis, when all the suspended components had to converge simultaneously into the new core structure. Not sequentially, not gradually, but at once. The second volume was explicit on this point. The yin-yang revolving core could not be assembled in pieces the way a structure could be built brick by brick. The rotation required all elements to be present simultaneously to generate the initial angular momentum that made the design functional. Mu Wanxi channeled the convergence signal through the bond, a frequency that instructed the suspended components to stop holding their individual positions and allow the new geometry to claim them. The components fell inward. Xin Yujin felt the synthesis the way a landslide felt the moment it became itself. A gathering of separate elements reaching a critical mass where the pattern's gravity became stronger than any individual component's resistance, and everything that had been separate rushing toward the new center with an inevitability that wasn't violent, but was total. The inner ring formed first, yin-dominant, rotating counterclockwise, its surface a deep indigo that his internal perception registered as both cold and warm simultaneously. The outer ring formed half a second behind, yang-dominant, rotating clockwise at exactly the same angular velocity, the motion creating the opposing rotation that the design required for its stability. At the center, stillness. A point of perfect balance between the two rotating rings, neither yin nor yang. The resolution of the opposition rather than either of its terms. The yin-yang revolving core settled into its first rotation. The sensation was extraordinary. Every external energy input that reached the core, the bond network's yin frequencies, the convergence points oscillation, even the ambient spiritual energy of the desert night, was received not as a load, but as additional material for the rotation, absorbed and integrated without structural stress. The fault lines were gone, not healed, genuinely absent, because the new architecture had no analogous stress points. It was not the old foundation repaired, but something entirely new, built for what he actually needed to do. He opened his eyes. The basin was night sky dark, stars overhead, the campfires of the recovered prisoners burning at the northern end. His three partners were around him, and the quality of their presences through the bond had changed, or rather, his perception of them had changed, because the new core's sensitivity was different from the old dual helixes. He could feel them more completely, not invasively, not with the intrusive depth of surveillance, but with the clarity of genuine connection reaching its intended resolution. The technique worked, Mu Wanqi said. Her voice was exhausted in a way that her composed face didn't fully show, but the bond carried it honestly. You sound surprised, he said. 68%, she said. I prefer odds closer to certainty. I know. He pressed his hands against the rock and pushed himself to standing. His foundation met the motion without complaint for the first time in weeks. Thank you, all three of you. Luo Qingyan was already looking away, which was her version of acknowledgement. Xiao Ruobing checked the edge of her blade with the matter-of-fact attention of someone ensuring her tools were in order after use. There's still the matter of breakthrough, Tian Xuanyi said from the perimeter. He had not come closer during the reconstruction, maintaining position at the outer formation ring with Old Man Zhuge as his secondary. His tone was professional, but something in it had shifted, a quality of attention that was less clinical than before. I'm aware. Shen Yujin felt the new core's threshold. The revolving core's rotation was accelerating as the ambient energy fed into it, building toward the critical mass that forced a choice between containing the buildup or releasing it. The technique had fixed his foundation, but the energy accumulation from weeks of cultivating through damage had not been addressed. It was all present, absorbed, waiting. He had, conservatively, for hours before containment became impossible. Chen Hao, he called. Here. The sound of footsteps, immediate. Find me somewhere to sit that won't get anyone killed if a core formation breakthrough happens on top of it. A pause. How explosive are we talking? Tian Xuanyi. Shen Yujin looked at the old master. Significant, Tian Xuanyi said. The dual-layer core's first breakthrough release is approximately 3 times the standard core formation event due to the accumulated energy and the new architecture's efficiency. I would estimate a 60-meter blast radius for the primary release, with secondary resonance effects extending somewhat further. Chen Hao surveyed the basin. The southern end. There's a natural rock depression that would contain the blast profile and redirect it upward. The prisoners are 200 meters north, should be outside the secondary radius. Will it be enough? Shen Yujin asked Tian Xuanyi. If the secondary resonance is aligned upward rather than laterally, yes. Then we go there now. He walked south, and his 3 partners fell in around him without discussion, and the night air tasted like desert cold and approaching transformation, and below his feet the silicate rock hummed its ancient oscillation without any awareness of the event preparing to use it as a foundation. Chapter 52. The breakthrough happened at the 3rd hour past midnight, before the first color had entered the eastern sky. The trigger was not dramatic, a moment of internal threshold crossing, the revolving core's rotation reaching the resonant frequency that the body's cultivation channels could not contain, a natural boundary met and exceeded in the inevitable way that rivers meet gravity. Shen Yujin was sitting in the rock depression's center when it happened, and the warning he'd set through the bond. A simple pulsed frequency, meaning now. All of you brace. Fired 2 seconds before the containment released. The blast went upward, as predicted. A column of yin-yang energy that was narrower than the previous day's resonance pillar, but far more concentrated. Not the expansive 4-way harmonic they'd produced together, but the specific signature of a single cultivator's compressed energy finding its new equilibrium. Black and white spirals, wound tightly together, punching into the night sky and spending themselves in the upper atmosphere in a display visible for perhaps 100 kilometers in every direction. Below the column, Shen Yujin sat in the depression and felt the transition complete. Core formation with a revolving core was qualitatively different from anything described in conventional cultivation texts. The standard golden core was a static storage structure. It held accumulated energy and released it on demand, which meant the cultivator's functional power was approximately equal to their stored charge. The revolving core didn't store. It processed. The energy moving through his system was in constant motion, the rotation generating more power from the processing than any static storage could match. His functional output was not determined by what he'd accumulated. It was determined by what was currently available in his environment, fed through his core's rotation at whatever amplification the current rotational speed supported. The practical implication: against an opponent with a static golden core, he could sustain output indefinitely. They could not. He stood, and the new strength moved through the standing without any effort at all. Gu Zhenwu chose that moment to arrive. He came through the basin's eastern entrance on foot, unaccompanied, and his cultivation signature preceded him by 20 meters in every direction. A Tao fusion realm presence that compressed the local spiritual energy the way a heavy stone compressed sand, creating a depression in the ambient field that every cultivator present felt as a physical pressure gradient. He was tall, spare, with a scholar's build and a scholar's face made wrong by the eyes, pale and categorizing, the eyes of someone who looked at everything as specimen rather than entity. "Congratulations on the breakthrough," he said. "The revolving core formation is not a technique I'd seen achieved in my lifetime. My predecessor's research notes mentioned it as theoretical. You've just demonstrated something unique." "You waited for the breakthrough to complete before arriving," Shen Yujin said. "Of course. A cultivator in mid-foundation reconstruction is an uninteresting specimen. A core formation revolving core practitioner is considerably more valuable." He tilted his head. "I came to make you an offer." Luo Qingyan, Mu Wanqi, and Xiao Ruobing were positioned in a formation around the depression's edge that was not accidental. Tian Xuani had appeared at the basin's eastern perimeter. Old Man Zhuge had quietly moved to a prepared formation anchor position. "The second volume," Gu Zhenwu said. "You've retrieved it. Good. I've had a copy for years and found the stabilization technique interesting, but incomplete without the physique to implement it. What I need is Volume 3. I know where it is. The Abyssal Tide Sect's ancestral temple, which is now accessible since their sect structure has fractured. I also know what's in it. Advanced resonance techniques. Bond projection. The material I need to continue my research. The material you need to drain more cultivators," Xiao Ruobing said. "The material I need to understand how far the resonance architecture can be pushed." His tone carried no particular heat. "What I'm offering: your group retrieves Volume 3 unmolested. I withdraw from the Scarlet Desert Kingdom. In exchange, I receive a copy of the volume." "No," Shen Yujin said. A pause. Something moved in Gu Zhenwu's pale eyes. "Consider carefully. I don't need to. Volume 3 doesn't get copied for your research into parasitic cultivation techniques. The prisoners you've drained don't get replaced with new ones after your tactical retreat. And you don't get to pretend this is a negotiation between equals." Shen Yujin felt the revolving core's rotation steady and unhurried, ready but not urgent. "You knew my foundation was failing. You arranged for my group to retrieve the second volume on a schedule that worked for you. You cleared your archive at minimal cost. And now you're here to see whether the new product is worth acquiring." Gu Zhenwu was very still. "You're not Tao fusion to my core formation," Shen Yujin continued. "You're a researcher looking at a resource, which means you won't destroy what you want to study. So the threat profile is different from what it looks like. You're considerably smarter than your age suggests. Most people underestimate me. I've learned to find it useful." He met the pale eyes without moving. "You should leave the Scarlet Desert Kingdom. Not because we can force you to. We can't. Not yet. But because every day you stay here is another day the heavenly balance court's search pattern comes closer, and having the faceless arbiter find you in the same location as the Dual Cultivation Sutra's second volume isn't in your interest." Gu Zhenwu looked at him for a long moment with the focused attention of a professional assessment. Then he turned and walked back through the basin's eastern entrance into the dark. The pressure his presence had created released gradually, the ambient energy field normalizing over the span of 3 minutes as his distance increased. No one moved until it was completely gone. Chun Hao let out a breath. He left. He'll be back, Luo Qingyan said. At a time of his choosing. Yes. Shen Yujin looked east, where the sky was beginning to pale with the earliest suggestion of dawn. His new core rotated, steady and ready. But not today. Chapter 53. In the days that followed, the basin became a temporary settlement of considerable organizational complexity. 47 recovered prisoners, 5 cultivators in various states of post-mission recovery, 2 allied formation masters, and Chun Hao, who single-handedly prevented the settlement from becoming chaos through the application of what could only be described as aggressive competence. Shen Yujin spent the first full day studying the second volume properly, not the crisis read of the archive infiltration, but a careful, methodical absorption of the text content. The volume's 8 chapters covered advanced resonance mechanics, the physics of yin-yang bond deepening, and, crucially, the warning about the pentagonal harmony configuration. 5 bonds creating a self-sustaining cycle. The power assessment was staggering. The risk assessment was equally so. He also found, in the volume's final chapter, a passage he hadn't had time to read during the archive raid. A brief note, written in the same hand as the main text but in a different ink, clearly added later. Asterisk. The revolving core practitioner will find, in Volume 2's final chapter, reference to Volumes 3 through 7 and their locations. I have changed those locations since writing this note. The sutra recognizes the physique. Trust the resonance, not the map. Asterisk. He sat with that for a while. On the second day, Tian Xuanyi began teaching. Not formally, he simply began explaining things during meals and walks, and the prisoners who were well enough to listen gathered around him, and the explanations expanded into something with the structure of a curriculum. Formation theory, advanced resonance mechanics, the history of the Dual Cultivation Sutra and its suppression, information that the Heavenly Balance Court had spent 2,000 years preventing from being widely known. Zhang Xiulan was among the most attentive students. Her water physique, partly recovered, added a perceptual dimension to formation theory that Tian Xuanyi found genuinely interesting. He began directing specific questions at her during the lessons, pulling her understanding out with the practiced attention of a teacher who recognizes genuine aptitude. She's extraordinary, Mu Wanqi observed, watching the lesson from a respectful distance. Her water element sensitivity is close to a true Yin physique. Not quite, but close. Gu Zhenwu recognized that, Shen Yujin said, which is why she was in that cell for 11 months. Mu Wanqi's voice carried its controlled quality. She should be with her sect. They need to know she's alive. I've drafted the Jade Slip, Chun Hao said from behind them, appearing with his characteristic good timing. Jade Tide House, Suifeng Province. I'll have it sent through the Desert Road Post Station by end of day. He paused. All 47 prisoners' families and sects have been notified. Logistically speaking. They both looked at him. I had time, he said. The 47 prisoners were not universally in a state to travel. 14 needed another week of recovery under Mu Wanqi's care before their cultivation channels were stable enough for the journey back to their sections. 12 were capable of departure now and chose to leave with Old Man Zhuge's caravan, which was reorganizing for a southward run. The remaining 21 were in intermediate states that required individual assessment. Among those choosing to stay for recovery, there was a notable trend. The ones who had observed the bond network in operation, who had watched Luo Qingyan and Xiao Ruobing's defensive action during the reconstruction, who had seen the way the group operated as a unit, they stayed, and they asked questions. Not about the sutra specifically, or about dual cultivation as a practice, but about the harmony pavilion that Tian Xuanyi had referenced in one of his lessons as the logical destination for the group's next phase. You don't have a harmony pavilion yet, Chen Hao pointed out during an evening briefing. Not yet, Shen Yujin said. You're talking about building a new cultivation faction from scratch. That's not something 2 formation masters and a recovered caravan master accomplish in an afternoon. No, it takes longer than that. He looked at the camp, the fires, the people in various states of recovery, the quiet sounds of a community maintaining itself under improvised circumstances. But this is approximately how it starts. Shenhao studied him for a moment. You've been thinking about this since before the archive. I've been thinking about it since Elder Shun Bai's annual review session at the clan compound 4 years ago, when he told me my cultivation was unsuitable for any respectable sect affiliation and I should consider manual labor. A pause. I had a lot of time to think about alternatives. Shunhao smiled, the small, precise smile of someone who has followed a friend through several years of being told they were inadequate and has his own feelings about that history. I'll manage the logistics. I know you will. On the third day, a jade slip arrived. Not from the jade-tied house, from the faceless arbiter. Chapter 54. The jade slip's message was brief and precise, in the formal language of the Heavenly Balance Court's official correspondence. Asterisk practitioner Shinyujin. Your location is known. Your cultivation technique is documented as heretical under the court's statute of forbidden resonance. You are directed to present yourself at the Desert Gate Tribunal within 14 days for examination and adjudication. Noncompliance will be treated as confirmation of heretical intent. The consequences will be commensurate. Asterisk. It was signed with the arbiter's seal, but no name, consistent with the tradition of faceless enforcement. Tian Shuani read the slip without apparent alarm. 14 days is generous, he noted. He's giving you time to arrive voluntarily. He knows I won't arrive voluntarily, Shinyujin said. He knows you won't arrive. The 14 days are for his own movement and preparation. Tian Shuani's expression was thoughtful in a way that suggested active calculation. He's going to find us. The energy pillar from your breakthrough was visible across 100 kilometers. He was already in the region. Then we should move. To where? The Harmony Pavilion doesn't exist yet. The Verdant Spirit sect is Mu Wanqi's home territory, defensible for a temporary stay, with established cultivation infrastructure. But bringing the court's attention to an existing sect, Mu Wanqi's sect leadership should make that choice themselves, Mu Wanqi said. She had the quiet certainty of someone who had already thought through this branch. I know Sect Master Ye's thinking. The Verdant Spirit sect has been neutral in larger cultivation politics for a century because they've been too small to be worth involving. The Dual Cultivation Sutra's revival isn't neutral territory. He'll want a conversation. He may want us to leave immediately, Luo Qingyan said. He might, but he'll want the conversation first. Mu Wanqi allowed herself a small, precise smile. He likes conversations. He likes information. The sutra's second volume's content alone is worth the politics. They broke camp the following morning. The remaining 21 recovering prisoners joined the group, not as guests being escorted, but as something in between, people who were traveling in the same direction and hadn't yet determined whether their destination was the same. It was, Shinyujin reflected, approximately the right way for a cultivation family to accumulate people. No one signed anything. No one made declarations. They just kept moving together. The journey north was 4 days. The Scarlet Desert's northern boundary was a gradual transition from red sand to pale scrub, the vegetation thickening as the silicate subsoil gave way to loam-bearing earth, and with the vegetation came a different quality of cultivation energy, wood element dominant, the natural bias of living landscape. They made camp each night in defensible positions that Tian Shuani selected and Zhuge reinforced. No Crimson Moon pursuit materialized. Gu Jinwu's observation period, or whatever followed his departure from the basin, apparently included a suspension of active harassment. The faceless arbiter's tracking was more concerning but less immediate. Spirit-severing level pursuit didn't announce itself through obvious signs. On the second night, a new figure arrived. She came from the east on a horse with a fire phoenix crest on its saddle cloth, alone and unescorted, dressed in travel clothes rather than sect regalia, and she rode like someone who had grown up on horseback in a landscape more mountainous than this. Her cultivation registered as nascent soul, high nascent soul, close to the spirit-severing threshold, and her energy signature was unmistakably fire element with a Yin foundation, a combination that was rare enough to be notable. She stopped her horse at the camp's formation boundary and spoke without dismounting. I'm looking for the cultivator with the Supreme Yin-Yang Physique. I was told he'd be somewhere in this region. She paused. The giant pillar of light 3 nights ago was a fairly strong hint. Who's asking? Shenhao said. appearing at the boundary with the specific expression he wore when he was assessing someone's threat potential. Feng Lihua, Flame Empress lineage, 4th generation. My sect sent me to the Scarlet Desert Kingdom as a diplomatic envoy, but I've been traveling independently for the past 2 days because my mission has gotten significantly more interesting than the original assignment. She looked past Chun Hao to where Shun Yujin had arrived at the boundary. Her eyes were amber, direct, and entirely unimpressed by the cultivation gap between them, which registered immediately in his perception as someone either lacking the judgment to be cautious or sufficiently confident in their own position to not need caution. Diplomatic envoy to whom? Shin Yujin asked. Originally, the Crimson Moon sect. But the Crimson Moon sect appears to have had a significant facility incident 3 days ago, and their diplomatic availability has correspondingly declined. She held his gaze. Your Shin Yujin. Your foundation establishment was described as a dual helix structure in the intelligence briefing my sect provided. You've just broken through to core formation with a structure that no briefing in my sect's archive covers. This is more interesting than the Moon sect. Why was your sect interested in the Crimson Moon sect? Because the Flame Empress lineage is dying, and we've been searching for the reason for 3 generations, and the Crimson Moon sect's research archive was believed to contain relevant materials on yin-yang energy imbalance in cultivation lineages. She dismounted. It still might, and whatever portion of it isn't rubble. But the person standing in front of me has a more direct solution to my problem than anything in that archive. Shin Yujin looked at her steadily. The resonance was there. He could feel it, a warmth at the edge of his perception that wasn't quite comfortable, the particular signal of a yin-yang compatibility that the new revolving core processed with considerably more sensitivity than the old dual helix. She felt it too. Her composure didn't change, but her fire energy shifted in a way that was involuntary and honest. Come in, he said. We'll talk. Chapter 55. The story of the Flame Empress lineage was a cultivation tragedy of the specific variety that happened when excellence compounded without correction. The Flame Empress, 1st generation, legendary fire cultivator, once described in cultivation records as the most powerful yin fire practitioner in the continent's history, had developed her own modified cultivation technique 300 years ago, optimizing it for pure output at the cost of elemental balance. The results in her generation had been extraordinary. The results in subsequent generations had been a gradual drift toward yang dominance, as the lineage's cultivation base absorbed the optimization and passed it forward, each generation slightly more yang than the last until the 4th generation. Feng Li had a lineage cultivation that was running 62% yang, approaching the threshold where yin-yang fire would lose its distinctive harmonic properties and degenerate into simple yang fire. Powerful, but no longer the rare and flexible flame art that defined the lineage. Once yang exceeds 65% in the lineage base, the yin fire component becomes inert, Feng Lihua said. She was sitting at the camp's central fire with Shun Yujin's group plus Tian Shuani, and she explained it without visible distress, the way people explained medical conditions they had accepted. The next generation won't have Flame Empress cultivation at all. Just ordinary yang fire, powerful in raw terms, but ordinary in application. 300 years of lineage, dissolved because my ancestor chose optimization over balance. And you believe a resonance bond would restore the balance? Mu Wanqi asked. Her medical attention was engaged. She was looking at Feng Lihua's energy signature with the diagnostic focus she applied to cultivation pathology. The sutra's 2nd volume, which I've been told you now possess, contains a passage about resonance bond effects on inherited cultivation base. The bond partner's complementary energy doesn't just assist the current cultivator. Maintained over time, it can gradually recalibrate the lineage base's balance through the inheritor's qi. Feng Lihua met Shin Yujin's eyes. A Supreme Yin-Yang Physique partner would be the most efficient mechanism for that recalibration. The perfect yin-yang balance in the core would anchor the lineage's yin component. You came looking for the physique specifically. My sect knew the physique existed. It appears in cultivation historical records every few generations. They sent me to the Crimson Moon sect because the archive was believed to hold the physique's current location. She was direct without being transactional, the difference being that she wasn't concealing the utilitarian dimension of the situation, but also wasn't pretending it was the only dimension. I want to be clear about the full picture. Yes, the lineage restoration motive is real and my sect benefits from the bond. But I also want to tell you that when I rode into your camp's boundary and felt the resonance, it wasn't cold. It wasn't calculated. It startled me. The campfire crackled. Somewhere in the recovery section, Jiang Xiulan was quietly practicing water formations. Old Man Zhuge was playing a card game with two of the recovered prisoners. I need to know you better before I discuss a bond, Shen Yujin said. Not because I doubt your sincerity. Because genuine connection is the foundation, not the outcome. If we form a bond because it solves your lineage problem, the bond is weaker than it should be. If we form a bond because we've built something real between us, the lineage benefit is a secondary consequence. Feng Lihua considered this with the specific expression of someone rearranging their expectations without being disappointed by the rearrangement. How long does it usually take? The getting to know each other part. It's different every time. I ask because the faceless arbiter is tracking your group, which means your timeline for settled cultivation may be compressed. She said it practically, not as a threat. I know his movement pattern. My sect tracks the court's enforcement activities as a matter of political necessity. He's 3 days northeast of your current position, moving southwest. 3 days, Shen Yujin said. 2.5, accounting for his pace. He looked at the fire. The Verdant Spirit sect was 1.5 days from here. Insufficient margin. He looked at Feng Lihua. She met his gaze with the amber directness that was apparently her natural mode. In 3 days of observation during the journey he'd been told about and the camp interaction, he could directly assess. She was exactly as she presented. Practical, confident, forthright to the point of bluntness, and carrying a genuine urgency that didn't collapse into desperation. Underneath the fire energy signature, something resonated with the revolving core's natural balance seeking in a way that was less like calculation and more like recognition. Stay with us, he said. Travel with the group. Help with the faceless arbiter problem when it arrives, because you know his patterns and we'll need that knowledge. The rest follows if it's meant to. She nodded without elaboration, which was its own kind of answer. To his right, through the bond, he felt Luo Qingyin's awareness, cool and watchful, not disapproving but attentive. He felt Mu Wanqi's gentle assessment, present and open. He felt Xiao Ruobing's focused observation, sword-sharp and honest. None of them objected. None of them welcomed, either. That would take longer. But the absence of rejection was itself a kind of space, and space was where things grew. Chapter 56. The Verdant Spirit sect occupied a forested plateau, 4,000 meters above sea level in the mountain range that marked the Scarlet Desert Kingdom's northern boundary. The approach was a winding road through increasingly dense pine forest, the cultivation energy thickening with each altitude gain as the wood element dominance of the environment accumulated into something that registered against Shen Yujin's perception as a deep green pressure, not hostile, but absolute in its presence. Mu Wanqi walked differently here. Not the careful precision of someone conserving energy in unfamiliar territory, but the ease of someone moving through a place that knew them. The wood element energy responded to her in visible ways, small flowers opening along the path as she passed, branches adjusting their angle by increments she probably wasn't conscious of directing. Home, Chun Hao observed, watching the flowers. Yes. She said it simply, without performance. Sect Master Yu was waiting at the outer gate. He was a small man in his 60s with a gardener's hands and eyes that moved between observations with the slow, comprehensive attention of someone who spent considerable time in quiet settings. He looked at Shen Yujin, the 3 bond partners, Feng Lihua, Tian Xuani, Old Man Zhuge, and the 21 recovered prisoners in sequence, and when he had finished looking, he bowed. Welcome to the Verdant Spirit sect. I've arranged accommodations for all of you. He turned to Mu Wanqi, including a fully equipped treatment center for your recovery cases. Word from Suifeng province arrived this morning. The Jade Tide House is sending a transport team for their disciple. Mu Wanqi bowed. Thank you, Sectmaster. Thank me by telling me what's actually in the 2nd volume of the Dual Cultivation Sutra. His tone was politely direct. I've been curious about that for 50 years. He turned and led them in, and Shen Yujin followed, feeling the weight of the past weeks settled differently here than it had in the desert. Not lighter, exactly, but more structured, the way a river settling into a deeper channel finds its pace changed by the new banks. The conversation with sect master Yi happened that evening in his private study, a room that smelled of old wood and cultivation materials, its walls lined with botanical specimen cases and formation notation. He listened to the full account without interruption, asked 6 questions of specific and remarkable quality at the end, and sat in silence for 4 minutes. The heavenly balance court has been suppressing information about the sutra for 2,000 years, he said finally. That's not a new observation. The historical inconsistencies in official records have been visible to scholars for centuries. The question has always been what to do about it. He looked at Shen Yujin. You're proposing to do something about it. I'm proposing to demonstrate that a different approach is possible. Not through argument. Through example. The Harmony Pavilion. If we can build it. Building it requires resources, territory, protective infrastructure, and a cultivation family capable of defending it. He folded his hands. The Verdant Spirit sect has been neutral for a century because we've been too small to be worth involving in larger conflicts. You're describing a conflict that will eventually reach everyone regardless of neutrality. Given that, I would rather be involved on the right side from the beginning. He offered the Verdant Spirit sect's resources for a 6-month residency, use of the plateau's cultivation facilities, access to the sect's library on botanical formation theory, supply chain through their established trade networks, and 10 of their senior disciples as a protective force. In exchange, he said, I want the Verdant Spirit sect represented in whatever structure the Harmony Pavilion develops. Not controlled, represented. Agreed, Shen Yujin said. And I want Mu Wanqi to have whatever she needs. She's been the sect's most capable healer for 3 years and has asked for nothing beyond modest accommodation. Whatever she asks for now, the answer is yes. Mu Wanqi looked at her sect master with the expression of someone who had been seen more completely than they expected. Thank you, she said quietly. You built something real, he said. That's the whole point of cultivation, isn't it? Not the rank advancement. The building. Outside the study window, the mountain forest held its ancient energy in the dark, and the wood element presence of the plateau settled around the group like something that had been waiting for them to arrive. Chapter 57 The integration of Feng Lihua into the group's daily operations was an interesting collision of strong personalities that resolved itself more quickly than Shen Yujin expected, primarily because Feng Lihua was the kind of person who responded to not being welcomed with redoubled effort rather than retreat. She watched. She was perceptive about it, not intrusive, not performatively respectful, but genuinely attentive, cataloging how the group functioned, where the pressure points were, what each person valued. She identified Luo Qingyan's reserve as coming from discipline rather than disinterest within the first day. She recognized Xiao Ruobing's competitive precision as respect expressed through standards rather than dismissal. She gave Mu Wanqi the professional deference one skilled practitioner gives another and received it back. With Chunhao she was immediately comfortable, because Chunhao operated with a directness that matched her own and never pretended capability he didn't have, which was apparently a quality she respected enormously. He's not a cultivator, she said to Shen Yujin on the second day, not as a criticism but as an observation-seeking context. He's been with me since before I had any cultivation worth describing. He's the reason I survived several situations that should have been terminal. She considered this. Loyalty of that kind is rarer than any cultivation technique. I know. Then why do you look like you feel guilty about it? He looked at her. What? Every time he does something that saves you significant time or effort, you look like you're calculating a debt. She was watching him with the amber directness that apparently didn't modulate based on how sensitive the topic was. He doesn't look like he's keeping count. It was an accurate observation, and he found he didn't have an immediate answer for it, which was itself an answer of sorts. The Verdant Spirit sect's facilities were excellent for the kind of cultivation work the group needed to do. The plateau's wood element dominance amplified all of their techniques. Mu Wanqi's healing reached new efficiency levels. Xiao Ruobing found that metal element art sharpened against the wood pressure in interesting ways, and Luo Qingyan's ice formation had a particular clarity in the mountain air that produced work she was quietly satisfied with. Tian Xuanyi settled into the sect's library with the focused attention of someone who had been away from good research materials for too long. He communicated via jade slip with formations rather than in person, which suited his apparent preference for uninterrupted thought. The second volume's study continued. Each day Shin found new depth in the text. The advanced resonance mechanics became clearer as his revolving core processed the information at a rate his old dual helix never could have managed. The warning about the pentagonal harmony was particularly arresting. 5 bonds creating a self-sustaining cycle could amplify total output to levels that the sutra's author described as approaching the theoretical ceiling of mortal cultivation expression. The risks were specified at equal length. On the third day, a note arrived from the faceless arbiter, not a jade slip this time, but a physical letter, hand-delivered by a mountain courier who looked very normal and very frightened. The letter revised the deadline and revised the language, less formal, more direct. Asterisk Shin. I know you're at the Verdant Spirit sect. I know what you've done in the Scarlet Desert and what you're attempting to build. Before I act as my mandate requires, I want to speak with you. I am extending a 2-day window for a private meeting at the location of your choosing. This is not a concession. It is what I believe the situation requires. You may decline, and I will proceed with the mandate. Or you may agree, and perhaps one of us will learn something. Asterisk Luo Qingyan read it, and said, It's a trap. Tian Xuanyi, who had emerged from the library for the day's evening meal, read it, and said, It's not. You know him, Shin said to the old master. He was my teacher's classmate and my contemporary. He believes in his mission absolutely, but he has never been dishonest in his method. If he says he wants to speak, he wants to speak. Tian Xuanyi's expression held its complex layering of things that had been felt long ago and processed into something quieter. He has also seen the pentagonal harmony. He saw something he didn't expect. That letter is the result of a man encountering evidence that conflicts with a belief he has held for 200 years. That doesn't mean a conversation resolves the conflict in our favor. No, but it means the conflict exists, which is more than it was before. Shin considered the letter for a long time. Chapter 58. He chose the meeting location as the plateau's eastern overlook, a natural formation of rock where the mountain's edge dropped away to the forest-covered slopes below, the wood element energy visible as a faint green luminescence against the dark. Open. Visible. No underground passages or enclosed chambers where power asymmetry was more consequential. He went alone. The group objected. He acknowledged the objections and went anyway, because the faceless arbiter had specified a private meeting and because the asymmetry of a spirit-severing peak cultivator meant that bringing his partners changed the risk profile without changing the outcome probability. The arbiter arrived at the appointed hour and was everything his title suggested. A figure in white robes with a smooth, featureless face that conveyed neither expression nor absence of expression, but something more unsettling. The presence of a person whose interiority was entirely internal, nothing leaking through the surface. He was also, Shin realized as they stood across the overlook from each other, old. Not in the way Tian Xuanyi was old, the accumulated depth of someone who had built and learned across centuries. Old in the way of something that had been running for a very long time on a specific purpose and was beginning to feel the weight of the run. You're younger than I expected, the arbiter said. His voice was a textured baritone, precise in its diction in the way of someone who had chosen words carefully for a very long time. You're the second person to say that to me recently. Is the observation useful to you? Less each time. Something in the smooth face shifted, not an expression, but a quality of attention. I want to ask you directly. Have you consumed any partner's cultivation energy without their consent? No. Have you gained cultivation advancement through a parasitic process of any kind? No. Every advance I've made has been through resonance, with partners who understood what they were agreeing to. In the bond network, your partners retain full autonomy? Their cultivation isn't subordinated to your advancement. The network amplifies all of us simultaneously. I benefit most in raw terms because my physique is the nexus point, but each partner advances faster than they would on any solo path. That's documented in the sutra's mechanics. The arbiter was silent for a time, looking at the forest below. I have spent 200 years enforcing a prohibition based on the principle that dual cultivation inevitably tends toward parasitic application. Every case I investigated confirmed it. Every practitioner I examined was using their bonds to extract energy from partners. Another pause. You are the first exception, or I'm evidence that the sutra itself is not the problem. The problem is practitioners choosing extraction over harmony. That was the argument the sutra's defenders made 2,000 years ago. His voice carried no emotion on this, but something shifted beneath it, and they were overruled because the Empress Void case was too extreme, too public, too damaging. The court needed a decisive response, and nuanced policy is not decisive. The court needed the sutra suppressed because it represented a cultivation path that existed outside their authority structure, Shin Yujin said. Not accusatory, just laying the piece on the table. The arbiter looked at him. You've spoken with Tian Xuani. He gave me context. He gave you his context. A pause. The court had other concerns beyond political authority. The fear was genuine, even if the response was blunt. A single practitioner with 5 bond partners, advancing through their collective energy, the power ceiling was believed to be catastrophically high, unbalanceable, because you were imagining the parasitic version, where the central practitioner extracts energy, their partners deplete, the system collapses eventually under the weight of extraction. Shin Yujin indicated the bond connections that the arbiter's perception could presumably detect. The harmonious version is different. My partners don't deplete, they advance alongside me. The power ceiling is high, yes, but the architecture is internally balanced. It doesn't accumulate in one place. The arbiter was very still. Shin Yujin had the impression of watching someone hold 2 incompatible things simultaneously and not yet be able to put either down. I need to see it in operation, the arbiter said finally. Not reports, not arguments. I need to observe the bond network under actual cultivation conditions. Then come to the Verdant Spirit Sects Cultivation Hall tomorrow and observe. No combat, no demonstration of threat, just cultivation. My partners and I will run a standard resonance session while you watch. A very long silence. All right, the arbiter said. He left without further conversation, his white robes moving through the dark with the particular quality of someone who had made a decision they weren't entirely comfortable with and was moving before they could reverse it. Shin Yujin stood at the overlook for a while after he was gone, looking at the forest's green luminescence below, feeling the revolving core's steady rotation, and thinking about the difference between someone who enforces a principle and someone who holds it. Chapter 59. The cultivation session the following morning was not a performance. That was the important decision. Performing for the arbiter would produce the same hollow result as every argument or evidence presentation. What would actually matter was the real thing, which meant running the session exactly as they would have run it without an observer. Sect Master Yi provided the cultivation hall with the pragmatic neutrality of a man who had committed to involvement and was now executing that commitment without second-guessing it. The hall's wood element formation enhancement was ideal for the resonance work. The faceless arbiter sat at the hall's north wall in the observer position, white robes settled around him, featureless face oriented toward the group with the patient attention of someone who had decided to see. The 4-way resonance session, Shin Yujin, Luo Qingyan, Mu Wanxi, and Xiao Ruobing, began without preamble. They had done this dozens of times, and the familiarity meant the startup phase moved quickly, each partner finding their resonance frequency and the bond network amplifying the connections with the ease of practiced musicians finding a familiar key. What it looked like from outside, Shin Yujin couldn't directly know. What it felt like from inside was home. For people who had chosen each other, not through circumstance alone, but through repeated deliberate choice, their cultivation energies finding the balanced configuration that existed specifically between them and nowhere else. Ice and metal and wood and yin-yang, not merged into undifferentiated fusion, but harmonized while remaining distinct. Each element more itself in the presence of the others. Mu Wanxi's wood energy had been doing this for months, finding the root systems between their cultivation architectures and growing along them, not to control, but to connect. Luo Qingyan's ice was the structure, the precise geometry that gave the resonance field its shape. Xiao Ruobing's metal was the edge, the clarity, the part that cut through any obstruction to find the true frequency. Shin Yujin, at the center, processed it all through the revolving core's rotation, the dual rings spinning in their opposing directions, yin and yang taking the incoming elements and synthesizing them into something that belonged to all of them and none of them individually. The session lasted 90 minutes. They surfaced gradually, returning to individual consciousness in the way practiced cultivators could, not abruptly, but with the care of divers ascending from depth. Shen Yujin opened his eyes last. The arbiter was still seated at the north wall. His posture had changed by a degree that was subtle but significant. The absolute stillness that characterized his presence had developed a small irregularity, a quality of unsettlement that read through his cultivation aura despite the featureless face's usual opacity. He was silent for several minutes after the session ended. "In 200 years," he said finally, "I have observed 43 dual cultivation practitioners. All 43 were extracting from their partners." A pause. "What I just observed is not extraction. It is what the sutra's defenders described, and which I dismissed as theoretical justification." Another pause, longer. "The energy distribution is actually equal. It always has been," Mu Wanqi said, without heat. "Just the precision of someone correcting a factual error. I understand that now." He rose from the observer position with the careful deliberateness of someone whose body had not received the message that the session was complete. "I need time." "How much time?" Luo Qingyan asked. "I don't know." He moved toward the hall's exit. At the doorway he paused. "The Heavenly Balance Court has issued a removal order against the Harmony Pavilion organization. That order was signed before I departed for this meeting. I cannot unsign it, but I can complicate the timeline for its execution." A pause. "I need time to think." He left. The door closed. Chen Hao, who had been in the observation gallery, descended the stairs. "How do we count that?" he asked. "As incomplete," Shen Yujin said, "but not as lost." He looked at the hall's wood element formation patterns and thought about 200 years of certainty encountering 90 minutes of evidence, and about the particular courage required to sit with that collision rather than resolving it toward the familiar conclusion. Chapter 60. The decision crystallized over 3 days. Not one dramatic moment. A sequence of smaller moments that accumulated like rain on stone until the stone remembered it was porous. Mu Wanqi's conversation with Sect Master Yi about the verdant spirit sect's future posture if the Heavenly Balance Court pressed its campaign against the Harmony Pavilion concept. Ye's response. Clear, careful, and fundamentally supportive, but carrying the honest weight of an existing institution that could not afford the kind of total commitment that a new faction could. His sect had students, elders, cultivators whose paths didn't involve this specific conflict. Putting them all in the line of fire was a decision that had to be made carefully. Luo Qingyan's private cultivation session, alone on the plateau's highest point, working through the bond network's implications for her own cultivation identity. She was not comfortable with dependency, even interdependency of the balanced variety. Her upbringing as the Ice Phoenix sect's standard-bearer had built self-sufficiency into her architecture at a level below conscious preference. The bond required her to regularly choose connection over that architecture. She was doing it, but it required choosing. Feng Lihua's daily presence. The way she had organized herself around the group's orbit without waiting for an invitation that wasn't going to arrive on her preferred timeline, because she had determined that the invitation would either come when the relationship warranted it or not at all, and in the interim, there was work to do, and she would do it. Her knowledge of the court's enforcement patterns was demonstrably useful. Her fire energy, separate from any bond discussion, produced cultivation outputs in her individual practice sessions that Shun Yujin's revolving core registered as compatible in a way that didn't require his direct attention to notice. And the jade slip from the faceless arbiter on the 3rd day, brief and unexpected. Asterisk, I have found a procedural mechanism that delays the removal order's execution by 45 days. This is everything I can provide within my mandate. Use the time. Asterisk, the final moment was an evening conversation at the plateau's common fire. The group assembled with Tian Xuani, and Shun Hao and Feng Lihua, and Shun Yujin looking at the people gathered and finding words for what had been true for some time. We're not going to keep moving from sect to sect, he said. We're not going to hide behind other people's institutions or their politics. We're going to build our own. He looked at each face in turn. The Harmony Pavilion isn't theoretical anymore. It becomes real when we decide it's real. We need territory, Shun Hao said practically. Infrastructure. Defensive capability. And we need the remaining volumes of the sutra, Tian Xuani added. Volume 3 is in the Abyssal Tide sect's territory. The subsequent volumes. He was quiet for a moment. They're more complicated. I know. Shen Yujin looked at Feng Lihua. She met his gaze with the amber directness that hadn't modulated throughout their 3 days of proximity. The resonance was there, as it had been from the first moment, neither fading nor resolving, just present, waiting. "I'm going with you," she said, "wherever the next part is." He looked at Luo Qingyan. "Cool, considering, not hostile." She said nothing, which was its own kind of acceptance. Xiao Ruobing had her blade across her knees, the metal edge catching the firelight. She looked at Feng Lihua with the evaluating attention of someone setting standards. Feng Lihua met the look without flinching. Mu Wanqi smiled, small and genuine. "The more, the better." Chun Hao laughed, an honest, full laugh that broke something in the night's tension. "I'll figure out the logistics." They departed the Verdant Spirit sect the following morning, all 6 of them. The group's shape changed and not yet settled into its final form, moving north and east toward the Abyssal Tide sect's territory and whatever the next volume held. Behind them, Sect Master Yi stood at the plateau's gate and watched them go with the expression of someone who has seen the right path taken and knows it won't be comfortable. Above them, the mountain air carried its wood element clarity, clean and cold, the forest below still luminescent with its ancient energy. Ahead, the world that had decided they were a problem, the world they had decided to change. The group walked forward into it together, and the distance between the plateau and the horizon was irrelevant because the distance was never the point. They were the point. Chapter 61. The yin-yang nexus revealed itself through sensation before it revealed itself visually. They had been traveling northeast for 6 days when Shun Yujin felt the first pulse, a deep oscillation beneath his feet that his revolving core picked up the way a compass needle picks up magnetic north. Not violent, not dramatic, just an insistent directional pressure. Left slightly, then ahead and down, deeper than the surface, coming from geological depth. He stopped walking. The others noticed within the same breath. The bond carried the perception across all 3 active connections. Luo Qingyan's ice arts always had a spatial dimension that enhanced geographic awareness, and she looked toward a narrow valley that the path they'd been following skirted along its northern edge with the expression of someone recognizing a description they'd read. "Natural yin-yang convergence," Tian Xuanyi said, arriving beside them. He had been quiet for most of the journey, his attention partly withdrawn into whatever internal landscape he occupied during long travel. "I've heard references to this formation. Never confirmed its location." He pressed one hand to the ground and held it for 4 seconds. "It's remarkable. The geological interface between this valley's eastern granite and western limestone creates a resonance effect of extraordinary stability. The 2 rock types' natural energy signatures are opposite in polarity. At the boundary, they don't cancel, they amplify through interference." "The Harmony Pavilion," Chun Hao said. He had been looking at the valley with the organizational assessment that was his version of cultivation perception, measuring sight lines, estimating defensible approaches, calculating supply logistics. "This is where we build." The valley was perhaps 300 meters wide at its broadest point, narrowing to a natural gateway in the south formed by 2 rock formations that stood like deliberate architecture. Inside, the terrain was unexpectedly gentle. The convergence effect apparently stabilized not just spiritual energy, but the physical environment, the ground level and free of the erosion features that characterized the surrounding mountains. Several freshwater springs emerged from the eastern granite face, which Mu Wanqi assessed with a healer's practical eye and confirmed as spiritually pure. "Formation anchors at the gateway," Tian Xuanyi was saying, already walking the valley's geometry with the measuring gait of a professional. 3 defensive rings minimum, using the valley's natural energy gradient as a foundation. The eastern springs provide not just water, but a constant yin element input for formation maintenance. "If I use the limestone granite interface as the core formation matrix." He was talking to himself more than anyone else, but Chun Hao had a notation slayed out and was recording. Shin Yujin stood at the valley's center point and felt the convergence energy move through his revolving core like a second rotation, complementary to his own. The dual rings spun in their opposing directions, and the valley's natural pulse synchronized with them, not identically, but harmonically. The difference between playing the same note and playing notes that belonged together. This was the right place. Feng Lihua was standing 20 meters away, looking up at the valley walls with an expression that had dropped its usual performance of direct confidence and become something more open. The amber eyes were wide. I can feel the fire energy in the limestone. The same kind of resonance my lineage cultivation uses. She looked at him. Your physique chose this place. Maybe. Not a maybe. The sutra recognizes the physique. This valley responds to the physique. These are the same statement. He considered arguing and decided she was right. Construction began immediately, not in the sense of stone and mortar, but in the sense that Tian Xuanyi began placing formation anchors that morning. Chun Hao began cataloging resources and drafting a supply acquisition plan, and Luo Qingyan began the geological survey that would tell them where natural defensive barriers existed and where constructed ones would need to be added. Mu Wanshi found a flat stone at the valley's eastern spring and sat down with the second volume, returning to a section on healing resonance that she had been working through for the past 3 days. Xiao Ruobing took to the valley walls, testing the climbing routes and sight lines with the thoroughness of someone identifying both vulnerabilities and opportunities. Shen Yujin walked the valley perimeter once, slowly, reading the energy patterns that his revolving core processed with a sensitivity that was still new enough to surprise him. He found the western formation nodes that Tian Xuanyi would want for his main array. He found the 3 natural underground channels where Yin energy pooled most intensely. He found the valley's resonance center, not exactly the geometric center, slightly east of it, precisely at the granite limestone interface where the two energies met in their most concentrated expression. He sat there for an hour, just reading. Tian Xuanyi found him there at midday. The old master sat beside him without conversation for several minutes, reviewing his own formation calculations. My original master's instructions on the sutra's complete geography become relevant here, Tian Xuanyi said finally. He wrote that the 7 volumes were distributed in locations that were not random. They describe a path that a Supreme Yin-Yang Physique holder would follow naturally. The convergence points, the dangerous sects, the encounters with complementary Yin cultivators. All of it traces a route. He paused. You are following the path. This valley is the midpoint. Midpoint of the volumes, or midpoint of something larger? Tian Xuanyi's expression shifted towards something that was not quite reluctance, but was the scholarly version of it. A consciousness of the weight of the next information and a pause before committing to its delivery. What I'm going to tell you needs to be balanced against the knowledge that the sutra's author intended this path to lead to something good. He folded his hands. The yin-yang nexus you're standing on contains a sealed entity. It has been there for 10,000 years. The convergence energy you're feeling is, in part, generated by the interaction between the geological formation and the seal suppression field. A long pause. Empress Void, Shen Yujin said. Tian Xuanyi looked at him. The faceless arbiter mentioned it. When he withdrew, the last warning he gave, that she was sealed beneath wherever we built our home. Shen Yujin felt the valley's pulse against his awareness with new context. Not hostile, not welcoming, just present, deep and old and patient. You knew? I knew the seal existed. I didn't know the nexus was the location until I felt the valley's energy signature and recognized the suppression pattern. The old master was very still. My master placed the seal. I helped him in my earliest cultivation years. I was a young formation student, and the complexity was far beyond me, but I held the formation anchors while he worked. I have been trying to find this location for a long time. He paused. She is not malevolent in the way a monster is malevolent. She is suffering, and she is dangerous because she is suffering. Shen Yujin looked at the ground beneath them. The pulse was steady. Let's build the pavilion, he said. Chapter 62. The Harmony Pavilion's early construction was, from a cultivation standpoint, the most intensive period of work any of them had experienced. Not combat, work. The particular demanding quality of building something real from nothing. Tian Xuanyi drove the formation architecture with the focused velocity of someone who had been waiting a very long time to apply specific knowledge. The valley's natural energy gradient made his design intentions achievable with far less material and energy than equivalent protection elsewhere would have required. The geological formation was doing most of the heavy lifting, and his formation work was more a matter of channeling and refining what already existed than creating from scratch. The first ring was complete within 4 days. a detection formation that registered any cultivator above foundation establishment approaching within a kilometer, and a soft deterrence field that created a vague but persistent sense of unease in anyone whose cultivation was actively hostile in intent. Not a wall, a threshold. The difference was philosophically important to Tianxuani, who believed that a formation which simply repelled enemies was less interesting than one which identified genuine threat and redirected it. The second ring was more complex. Tianxuani recruited Feng Lihua for this one, recognizing that her fire element in cultivation could generate a particular harmonic that the formation needed, but that he couldn't produce alone. The collaboration was interesting to watch. Tianxuani worked with the precise authority of an acknowledged master, and Feng Lihua operated in that professional mode where genuine competence overrides personal dynamic, giving him exactly what he needed without diminishing her own expertise's contribution. She's better than her sect master knows, Tianxuani told Shen Yujin in the evenings, reviewing the day's formation work. Her technique has an intuitive quality that standard formation training usually suppresses. The Flame Empress lineage's history with yin-yang imbalance may actually have sensitized her to resonance patterns in ways that purely yang-dominant practitioners wouldn't develop. The resource missions began in the third week. The Harmony Pavilion needed materials that the valley itself couldn't provide: specific formation stones, spirit metals, cultivation resources for ongoing practice and advancement. Shen Yujin's group fanned out in rotating pairs, taking contracts from the larger cultivation world, hunting commissions, formation installation for isolated sects, recovery of lost materials from dangerous territories. Not concealing their identities, but not announcing them either. The work was real, the results were demonstrable, and word moved through the cultivation networks in formal channels with the slightly accelerated pace of information about people who were unusually capable. Within 3 weeks, they had met 4 other cultivators who asked to affiliate. Not bond partners, cultivators who had heard something, found the valley, and had the particular quality of people who had been looking for something they couldn't name and recognized it when they encountered it. A formation specialist named Li Wei who had been expelled from her sect for conduct involving resonance experiments that her seniors found unsettling. A pair of brothers, earth element cultivators from a minor provincial clan, whose complementary cultivation styles had been judged as unorthodox by their clan elders, and who had been quietly looking for a context where unorthodox was an asset. A combat specialist, a woman named Yuan Shijing who had been raised in a mercenary cultivation unit and had developed a battle instinct-based technique that no formal school would acknowledge as legitimate. Shenhao processed their arrivals with the organizational equanimity of someone who had expected this trajectory and prepared for it. How many more before this becomes a proper faction rather than a family? Shen Yujin asked him during a late evening of supply logistics. 50 people with genuine commitment creates a faction structure, Shenhao said. 20 creates a nucleus. We're at 12, counting the original group and the new affiliates. He looked at the slate of numbers. The limiting factor is cultivation infrastructure. We can house and provision about 40 people effectively with current resources. After that, expansion requires a supply network rather than individual missions. Set up the supply network. That requires trade relationships with established sects and cities. Set those up too. Shenhao gave him the look he reserved for instructions that were perfectly clear and completely underspecified. Any particular method you'd prefer? Whatever you think works. You've been doing this longer than I have. I've been doing logistics for a group of 5, Shenhao pointed out. And now you're doing it for 12, and next month it will be 20, and at some point it will be 50. You can handle the scaling. A pause. If you can't, tell me and we'll figure it out together. But I think you can. Shenhao was quiet for a moment. He looked at his supply slate, and then at something beyond it. I'll need a formal structure. Titles, roles, decision authority. Right now, everything runs through informal consensus, which works for small groups. It won't work at scale. Design it. I'm not a cultivator. You're the person who's been keeping this organization alive since the beginning. You can design its governance structure. Shen Yujin met his eyes. You should be the one who designs it. This is your pavilion as much as mine. The silence that followed had a different quality than most silences. More like something settling into the right place after years of suspension. All right, Shenhao said. Chapter 63. The fourth bond formed in the third week of the Harmony Pavilion's construction. And it happened the way good things often happen when you've stopped trying to force them, sideways, while your attention was on something else. The volcanic spring was Tian Shuani's discovery, a natural geothermal vent 3 kilometers north of the valley, where the mountain's deep fire energy reached the surface through a fracture in the limestone. Not dramatic, no eruption, no visible flame. Just a pool of water at temperatures no natural process should maintain in this climate, surrounded by mineral deposits in colors that the fire element practitioners I would recognize as cultivation byproducts. He mentioned it over evening meal as a potential resource for the pavilion's heating formation during winter months. Feng Lihua went to look at it the next morning alone, the way she did many things, directly and without asking permission for her own choices. And when Xin Yujin arrived an hour later because the bond resonance he'd been aware of but not acting on had gotten specific enough to locate, she was sitting at the spring's edge with her hands in the water and her fire energy moving through the geothermal current in what looked very much like a private conversation. She heard him approach without turning. "The fire beneath this mountain is yin dominant," she said, "which shouldn't be possible. Geothermal fire is always yang. But the surrounding limestone's yin field is so strong here that it's converted the fire's character over however many millennia this spring has been active." She lifted her hands from the water. Steam rose from her palms, white and clean. "This is what my lineage's fire should be, not what it's become." He sat on the rocks beside the spring, close enough that the geothermal warmth reached him. She looked at him, sideways, careful, the amber directness modulated by something more private. "You came because you felt the resonance." "Yes." "Is that the same as choosing to come?" "It's compatible with choosing." He held her gaze. "The resonance tells me there's compatibility. It doesn't make the choice. I made the choice when I stood up and walked here." She considered this for a moment, then looked back at the water. "I've been watching how you are with your other partners. The way the bonds work, there's no rank, no hierarchy, no one whose needs take precedence over another's. I've been in cultivation structures my whole life that were basically pyramid hierarchies dressed in family language." She paused. "This is different. It's different because the sutra's architecture requires balance. You can't have a genuine resonance bond with a partner you're treating as lesser. The core rejects the imbalance. That's a very practical guarantee of equality." The sutra's author was a practical person. She smiled, genuinely, the first one he'd seen from her that wasn't also an instrument of something. "All right," she said. "Show me how this works." The cultivation session at the volcanic spring was different from the sessions with his other 3 partners, not better or worse, but different in character in the way that different elements have different natures. Luo Qingyin's ice bonds were built on structure and precision. Mu Wanqi's wood bonds were built on growth and patience. Xiao Ruobing's metal bonds were built on clarity and purpose. Feng Lihua's fire resonance was built on transformation. Where the other 3 elements maintained their character in the resonance exchange, fire changed what it touched, not destructively but catalytically, speeding processes, revealing underlying natures, burning away whatever was obscuring something real. What it burned away in him, in the session's first sustained exchange, was a residual calculation he hadn't known he was still carrying about whether adding more connections diluted the existing ones. The math, it turned out, was wrong. The network didn't divide, it multiplied. Each additional resonance created new interaction possibilities between all existing connections, not just between the central node and the new partner. The revolving core didn't have a fixed capacity. It had a scalable one. The bond formed in the 3rd hour, and it formed from fire's nature. A transformation from one state to another, complete and irreversible, fundamentally changing the structure it passed through. When they returned to the valley that evening, the 4-partner network had become a 5-partner one, and Xin Yujin felt the revolving core's rotation shift to a new configuration, a stability that was different from the 4-partner version, more complete, approaching something the 2nd volume had described as a natural threshold. Luo Qinyin, who had felt the new bond form through her own connection, looked at him when they arrived and said nothing. But the ice energy in her cultivation signature had shifted by a degree that, to his new perception sensitivity, read clearly. She was glad. Chapter 64, The Quadrilateral Harmony, as the 2nd volume called the 4-bond configuration, had unlocked a capability that Shun Yujin had been working to develop since the Scarlet Desert. The ability to combine any two partners' elements in simultaneous application through his nexus point, producing fusion arts that neither element could achieve alone. Fire and ice, a steam technique that carried thermal shock properties in both directions simultaneously, devastating against targets whose cultivation had a fixed temperature preference. Wood and metal, a binding art that combined organic growth with rigid structure, producing restraints that could grow tighter the more the target struggled while maintaining absolute geometric precision. Ice and metal, a cutting technique that combined Luo Qingyin's dimensional crystallization with Xiaoruobing's edge precision, producing bladework that could theoretically cut through spatial formations. Fire and wood, the most powerful of the initial combinations, a combustion enhancement that used Mu Wanqi's cultivation base as fuel structure and Feng Lihua's fire as the operating force, creating a cultivation fire that healed allies and burned enemies simultaneously. He spent the 4th week of the pavilion's construction period working through these combinations with each relevant pair in the valley's southern practice area, building the control architecture that made deployment reliable rather than theoretical. Each combination required a different processing configuration in the revolving core. The rotation speed, ring orientation, and output direction changed for each, and mapping that parameter space took time and careful iteration. Xiaoruobing and Feng Lihua developed a working relationship during these sessions that was less friction than Shun Yujin had anticipated and more interesting than either of them probably expected. Xiaoruobing's technique was about finding the single correct path through a problem with absolute precision. Feng Lihua's was about accelerating transformation to the point where the problem's nature changed before you needed to find a path through it. In combination, they produced an attack speed and impact conversion rate that was genuinely frightening. "She's very good," Xiaoruobing told him privately, which from her was approximately equivalent to a public testimonial. The news from the broader cultivation world arrived in fragments via jade slip communication and traveling cultivators who stopped at the Harmony Pavilion's outer gate. The Crimson Moon sect was in internal disorder. Gu Jinwu had not returned to his sect since the Scarlet Desert incident, and in his absence, faction conflicts that his authority had suppressed were erupting. The Abyssal Tide sect, already fractured by Duan Mahai's death, had further fragmented into 3 competing successor factions, none of which had the original sect strength. The Faceless Arbiter's 45-day delay was ticking. "We need to move toward the Abyssal Tide territory," Shin Yujin told Tian Xuani on the 4th week's final day. "Volume 3 is there. The Ancestral Temple will be contested by the 3 successor factions," the old master said. "None of them have the authority to grant access, and at least one will want to deny access on general principle. The temple's formation system, do you know its architecture? The Abyssal Tide sect was founded by a formation master who trained under the same lineage as myself, 3 generations back. The Ancestral Temple's outer formation is standard for that lineage's style. The inner chambers," he considered, "unknown to me. The founding master's personal work." Xiaoruobing retrieved the location from her scouting notes. "The temple is in the northeastern mountain range, 4 days from here at our travel pace." Shin Yujin looked at the valley around them, the half-built pavilion, the people who had gathered in it. "We leave the day after tomorrow. Li Wei and Ruan Shijing stay to oversee construction with Chunhao." "And the 5th bond?" Tian Xuani asked. Shin Yujin looked at him. "The sutra's 2nd volume is clear about the pentagonal harmony," the old master said. 5 bonds. The configuration is described. The warning is also described. He was quiet for a moment. "There will be a 5th. Shin Yujin thought of a particular absence in the valley, a presence that was not yet there, but that the revolving core registered as a gap in the resonance pattern the way a chord misses a note. "I know," he said. The departure 2 days later was organized with Chun Hao's characteristic completeness. 6 cultivators traveling in formation, Shin Yujin, the 4 bond partners, and Tian Xuani. Weapons, cultivation resources, the 2nd volume in a spirit jade case that Tian Xuani had fabricated, and a set of formation tools that the old master had been quietly preparing since their arrival in the valley. As they passed through the pavilion's south gate, still a formation threshold rather than physical construction, Shin Yujin looked back once. Li Wei was already at the formation anchors with her reference slate. Ruan Shijing was running a defensive perimeter check with the two Earth Element brothers. Xuanhao was reviewing supply manifests with the expression of someone who had made peace with being the most organizationally capable person in any room and had decided to lean into it. The pavilion existed, not as a completed structure, as a living thing in its early stage, already building its own momentum. He turned forward. Chapter 65. The Abyssal Tide Sect's ruins still smelled of yang excess energy degradation. A sharp, metallic scent that Xun Yujin's perception associated with the collapsed cultivation channels of practitioners who had overextended their techniques, the particular olfactory signature of power that had exceeded its architecture. 3 weeks after Duan Mahai's self-destruction had scattered the sect's power structure, the compound's buildings were largely standing, but the social infrastructure had fully dissolved. The 3 successor factions each controlled different sections of the outer compound and eyed each other across contested corridors with the wary hostility of groups who know the next action will probably be violence, but haven't yet determined who should initiate. They also, unanimously, eyed Xin Yujin's group with the specific quality of attention that a power vacuum bestows on outside parties. Tian Xuani handled the politics with the unhurried authority of a cultivator whose personal cultivation mass made negotiation feel optional. He presented each faction's representative with a formal acknowledgement of their disputed authority, which cost him nothing since it wasn't a recognition of legitimacy, and with the information that the Harmony Pavilion was interested in research materials within the ancestral temple and was prepared to offer formation installation in exchange for access. Formation installation was a significant offer. Each faction's compound section was demonstrably underfortified. The sect's original formation work had been centralized under systems that now had no maintenance authority, and the degradation was visible and progressive. Tian Xuani could fix any single section's defenses in approximately 3 days. 3 factions meant 9 days of work, 9 days of access. 2 of the 3 factions accepted immediately. The third, led by a young man named Guotianhua who had Duan Mahai's aggressive quality without his genuine talent, refused on general principle and made statements about the Harmony Pavilion's heretical cultivation status that were informed by the Heavenly Balance Court's official position. "We'll work around the third faction's section," Tian Xuani said, which was possible because the ancestral temple was in the second faction's territory and the third faction's contested section lay on the eastern approach, which they weren't using. The ancestral temple was 3 stories underground, accessed through a building that had been the sect's main cultivation hall, now empty, the silk banners still hanging, the formation channels dim but not dead. Xin Yujin descended the stairs with his partners and felt the ancestral yang energy thicken with each level. Duan Mahai's corruption residue saturating the second and third levels in ways that made Mu Wanqi's medical attention active and unhappy. "The energy residue from his chimeric experiments is still active," she said on the second level. "It's not dangerous unless your cultivation has a structural similarity to what he was working with, which the revolving core doesn't," Xin Yujin said. "The yang excess pattern has nothing to anchor to in my architecture." "Correct, but it will have effects on the formation systems on this level. The detection arrays may have been degraded by the residue contamination. Things that were sealed may now be accessible and vice versa." The formation work on the second level was, as Tian Xuani had predicted, clearly from the same lineage as his own training. The glyph structures and anchor geometry were recognizable as a philosophical descendant of his master's style, 3 generations removed. He navigated the degraded formations with the confidence of someone reading a family's handwriting, adapting to the corruption residue's distortions with professional adjustments rather than trial and error. Xiao Ruobing's spatial memory guided them through the structural information from her earlier scouting mission. She had been inside the compound before the Scarlet Desert events, during a sword sect mission to assess the sect's stability, and her recollection of the temple's lower levels was detailed enough to prevent 3 potentially significant navigational errors. The third level was where the yang excess energy was most concentrated, and where Xun Yujin's presence created an immediate effect. His revolving core's yin-yang balance pulled at the disordered energy like a lodestone, organizing it by proximity. The ambient chaos lessened measurably within 10 meters of his position. "You're cleaning the environment by existing in it," Feng Lihua observed, watching the effect with the professional attention of someone who dealt with extreme fire energy environments regularly. The yang overload has nothing to push against in your architecture, so it redistributes toward the outer volume of your field instead of finding purchase. Useful, Luo Qingyan said. Her ice arts operating at a level below peak because the yang-dominant environment would have required additional energy expenditure to maintain her normal precision. In Shun Yujin's 10-meter influence radius, the requirement dropped. Volume 3 was exactly where Tian Xuanyi expected to find it. In the temple's innermost chamber, in a spirit jade case fixed to the rear wall of the original founding master's meditation room. The case was keyed to a yin-yang resonance signature, the same mechanism as the archive's resonance lock, and Shin Yujin opened it with the same natural authority he'd opened the previous one. The volume was intact, clean, as if newly placed, the spirit jade's preservation environment having protected it completely against the surrounding energy degradation. He lifted it, felt the familiar resonance of the sutra recognizing his physique, and opened the cover. The first chapter was not what he expected. It was addressed to him by name. Chapter 66 * to the practitioner who carries the revolving core and has reached the third volume. You are further than most who attempt this path. You are also aware, by now, of what lies at your foundation's center. Do not be afraid of it, and do not let her deceive you. Both instructions are more complex than they appear. ****. The third volume's content begins on the following page. Before you read it, understand that this volume was written during the period when the seal was new and my understanding of its subject was incomplete. What I wrote about Empress Void in these pages reflects a judgment I have since revised. She is not what I called her then. But the techniques I documented to counter her potential escape remain valid. The threat model changed, but the technical specifications remain accurate. ***. The resonance projection techniques in chapters 3 through 6 are, I believe, the most important material I have recorded anywhere. The ability to extend your bond network across distance, to maintain connection and share cultivation support with your partners when physical separation is required, will prove its value at a time you cannot yet anticipate. Practice them. ***. I have been watching your path. I am, in the only sense available to a sealed entity, proud. ***. Primordial Master Hung the chamber was very quiet. He wrote this knowing you would be the reader, Tian Xuanyi said. The old master's voice was unusually still. He identified the physique reincarnation cycle and addressed the volume's inscription to its eventual arrival. He's been dead for 10,000 years, Xiao Ruobing said, the pragmatic edge in her voice carrying more uncertainty than it usually allowed. His cultivation reached a level that allowed him to perceive the resonance patterns across time. The sutra's author was a primordial Tao ancestor. Tian Xuanyi was quiet for a moment. He could see probable futures the way you and I read text. He wrote this knowing who would read it and when. Shin Yujin looked at the inscription and felt the weight of 10,000 years of deliberate preparation pressing down on the current moment. He had spent months believing, at some level, that the sutra's relevance to his life was convergent, his physique and the sutra's requirements happening to align. This was something different. This was someone who had looked forward through time and seen him specifically, and had spent their cultivation life preparing for this exact moment. The privacy of that was strange, and the responsibility of it was enormous. He read the volume properly in the temple's chamber, his partners maintaining the practice they developed, present, protective, not interrupting. The advanced resonance projection techniques were as significant as the note had promised. The ability to extend bond connections across physical distances, maintaining cultivation support and tactical communication regardless of separation. The implications for the Harmony Pavilion's operational capability were immediate and enormous. More significant, to his current thinking, the techniques for reinforcing Empress Void Seal without the pentagonal harmony. Volume 3 contained 3 seal strengthening methods that required different power tiers. One at core formation, achievable now, one at nascent soul, one at Tao fusion. The note's warning that she was not what the third volume called her was a caveat on the instructions, not a negation of the seal's necessity. They ascended from the third level with the volume secured, and Tian Xuanyi's formation work had reached the second faction section of the compound, and the sun was somewhere past noon above the ruined buildings when they emerged. The third faction's young leader, Tianhua, was waiting in the courtyard. He was not alone. 12 disciples flanked him in combat formation, and his cultivation had been pushed to its peak output. Early nascent soul, young dominant. The energy pattern carrying the unstable quality of someone who had been forcing advancement too quickly. He was 22 years old and furious in the way that young men with genuine talent and insufficient context for it were often furious at the world's failure to properly recognize what he was. "You're carrying sect property," he said. "The third volume belongs to the Abyssal Tide Legacy. To my faction. Your faction has been in existence for 3 weeks, Luo Qingyan said. The legacy predates the faction. Xin Yujin stepped forward past Luo Qingyan. The volume is a volume of the Dual Cultivation Sutra. It belongs to its original tradition. Your sect's founding master preserved it as a trustee, not as an owner. A trustee's rights transfer to the legitimate inheritor of the trust, which requires legitimacy, which requires your 3 factions to resolve their succession dispute, which you haven't done. Until you have, no single faction can claim trustee status." Guo Tianhua looked at him with the particular assessment of someone deciding whether the person across from them is a genuine obstacle or a challenge to be made an example of. He looked at the 4-partner group, reading each cultivation level, and arrived at conclusions about the power gap that were accurate enough to make him hesitate. But he was 22 and proud, and had just watched another young man of similar age take something he decided was his. "I'll fight you for it," he said. "1-on-1. I win, the volume stays. You win, you take it." Xin Yujin looked at him for a moment, at the forced advancement that was fraying the edges of his cultivation architecture, at the specific kind of talent that was trying to compensate for lost time by pushing past safe limits. "No," he said. Guo Tianhua blinked. "I won't fight you for the volume because you'd lose, and you'd learn nothing except that I'm stronger than you." Xin Yujin kept his voice level. "But if you want to come to the Harmony Pavilion and study cultivation with us, the offer is open. You're talented. You're also cultivating in a way that's going to cost you your foundation in 18 months if you don't change the approach." He looked at the forced advancement markers in Guo Tianhua's energy signature. "You know that already, don't you?" A long silence. "I know," Guo Tianhua said. He looked away. "Get out of my compound." They left. Behind them, Xin Yujin felt the particular resonance of a person who had just been seen accurately by a stranger and was trying to decide what to do with that experience. For months later, Guo Tianhua would arrive at the Harmony Pavilion's gate asking for the conversation. Chapter 67 Duan Mahai's return had the quality of a nightmare revisited. He appeared in the valley 2 weeks after their return from the Abyssal Tide ruins, not alone, but with a squad of 16 Crimson Moon disciples in a tactical approach pattern that Ruan Shijing detected through the outer formation ring's alert system with enough lead time for a defensive preparation. He was wrong in the way that people who have forced their architecture beyond its design are wrong. The chimeric physique experiments that Gu Jinwu had performed on him had taken multiple rare energy essences and fused them into his cultivation base, and the fusion was not harmonic. It was a collision for incompatible energies warring for spatial dominance in a cultivation system built for one. He moved with the slightly irregular quality of a machine whose components were designed for different tolerances, and his energy signature pulsed in the uneven way of something consuming itself. "He's in pain," Mu Wanqi said from the formation wall's observation point, her healer's perception cutting through the combat readiness assessment to the physiological reality beneath. The 4-way conflict in his dantian. Every breath is an active suppression effort. He's been managing this since Gu Jinwu modified him. "How long does he have?" Xin Yujin asked. She looked. 3 months? Maybe less. The internal conflict is escalating. At some rate, the suppression fails and the 4 energies reach mutual annihilation simultaneously. He held the information and felt its weight. Duan Mahai, who had been his primary adversary for the year before his physique's awakening, whose cultivation bullying had been such a consistent feature of his years at the clan compound that it had acquired the texture of weather, was dying from the inside, piece by piece. The squad approached the outer formation ring and stopped. Duan Mahai stepped forward to the threshold alone and held position there with the particular careful stillness of someone managing multiple pain sources simultaneously. "I want to fight you," he said. His voice was still aggressive, but the quality underneath it had changed from his previous confrontational tone. There was something desperate in its substrate, a reach for something that had defined him long enough that losing it felt like losing himself. He stopped. I want to fight you. Shin Yujin opened the formation ring and walked through it. He stood 5 meters from Duan Mahai in the valley approach and looked at someone who had spent the majority of his cultivation life being better than everyone around him and had then been overtaken by a physique he'd despised, and who had responded to that overturning by reaching for force beyond his natural ceiling, and who was now occupying the position that force had purchased, more powerful than he had ever been, dying faster than he had ever imagined. I'll fight you, Shin Yujin said. But I want you to know that I can also try to stabilize the conflict in your dantian. The yin-yang techniques in the second volume include emergency equalization methods for multi-element conflicts. I can't promise success, but I can try. I don't want your help. I know. I'm offering it anyway. He settled into a ready stance. Both options are open. You choose. Duan Mahai looked at him with the eyes of someone who had spent too long being told they were the best, and who had not yet fully arrived at the understanding that the best was not the same as the most capable, or the most important, or the most worth preserving. Fight first, he said. They fought. Chapter 68. The Battle of the Harmony Pavilion wasn't between Shin Yujin and Duan Mahai. That particular combat was, in some ways, the least important engagement happening simultaneously. The 16 Crimson Moon disciples, reading the one-on-one fight as a distraction opportunity, attempted a 4-vector breach of the pavilion's formation ring at the moment Shin Yujin moved through the threshold. They moved with professional coordination, the kind of assault pattern that a well-drilled elite unit produces. Simultaneous approach from cardinal directions. Formation attacks keyed to disrupting the specific array type they'd been briefed on. They'd been briefed on standard formation arrays. They hadn't been briefed on Tian Shuani. The eastern approach hit the second formation ring's yin-yang inversion layer, which Tian Shuani had designed specifically for yang-dominant assault forces. The Crimson Moon disciples' own cultivation energy was used against them. The inversion layer took their attacking chi and redirected it in a perpendicular vector that had no target, burning the energy without effect while the disciples' cultivation reserves depleted with each attempt. The northern approach encountered Luo Qingyan. She held the northern valley approach alone against 6 cultivators, which was a mismatch in numerical terms and exactly balanced in power terms. Her spirit-severing realm was still incomplete at this point, but the bond network's amplification brought her effective output to a level that the Crimson Moon disciples' best nascent soul practitioners found disorienting in the specific way that anyone finds disorienting the realization that the person across from them is operating on a different order of magnitude. She froze the approach corridor to a depth of 3 meters in 7 seconds. It was not a technique she had deployed before, and the crystalline structure she produced was more elegant than anything her normal practice generated. The bond network's flow, giving her ice arts a precision that single-entity practice couldn't sustain. The Western approach found Feng Lihua. She didn't use a defensive technique. She used an offensive one. The Fire Phoenix manifestation that her lineage had theoretically possessed for 3 generations, but which the yin-yang imbalance had prevented from being accessed. With the bond network's yin stabilization working through her cultivation, the Phoenix emerged, small, not the full ancestral manifestation, but real, and the distinction between theoretical access and actual deployment was visible and dramatic. For disciples on the Western approach retreated from a fire construct that should not have been possible from a nascent soul cultivator, and their retreat had the quality of a professional recalibration rather than fear. The Southern approach was handled by Mu Wanxi and the pavilion's newer affiliates. Li Wei's formation expertise sealing the defensive array modifications that turned the disciples' movement paths into increasingly constricted corridors. Ruan Shijing's battle instinct technique operating with the precise aggression of someone who had studied her opponent's formation patterns for 30 seconds and identified their individual timing tells. At the center of it all, Shin Yujin and Duan Mahai fought. The fight was not about power. Shin Yujin was stronger at core formation with a revolving core than Duan Mahai's chimeric nascent soul. The new architecture's efficiency and the bond network's constant support created a functional advantage that the pure power comparison understated. The fight was about something else. Duan Mahai fought with desperation and precision in combination. The desperation of someone with a time limit, The precision of someone who had spent his entire cultivation life honing technique at the expense of most other things. His four-element chimeric arts created attack patterns that were genuinely creative, combining the different energies in ways that Gu Zhenwu's experimental synthesis had produced despite itself. And it was costing him. Each technique required active suppression of the four-way conflict in his dantian, and the combat's adrenaline demand pushed the suppression cost higher. The physical manifestation visible as brief spasms in his movement that his cultivation reflexes compensated for but couldn't eliminate. Xinyujin tracked it, not to exploit it, to understand where the edge was, the point at which continuing would cross from combat into something he wouldn't participate in. That edge arrived at the seventh exchange. The spasm that crossed Duan Mahai's face in the pause between attacks was not a combat expression. It was pain, clean, involuntary, unmistakable. "Stop," Xinyujin said. "Don't stop." He lowered his guard completely. "Not because you're losing. I'm not going to hit you while you're managing what you're managing inside." Duan Mahai held his guard for 3 seconds, breathing hard. The internal conflict visible in his expression with the clarity of something that had stopped being successfully concealed. Then he let the guard drop. The Crimson Moon disciples had already disengaged from the pavilion's approaches. The eastern and northern forces had retreated to regroup, and without their assault pressure, the western and southern contacts had dissolved. The valley was quiet in the specific way it was quiet after violence, holding the memory of recent force in the texture of the air. "If I let you try to stabilize it," Duan Mahai said, not looking at him, "you'll see everything Gu Zhenwu did." "Yes, and you'll know how weak I was to let him do that. Or I'll know how difficult it is to refuse someone with Dao fusion cultivation when you're at nascent soul and desperate, and they're offering you everything you've always wanted." Xinyujin kept his voice level. "I'm not interested in judging it. I'm interested in whether I can help." Chapter 69. Duan Mahai refused to help. Not immediately. There was a period of perhaps 20 minutes in which he sat on the valley approach with the specific quality of someone who is genuinely considering something they've decided against and discovering that the consideration is doing something to the decision. He looked at the Harmony Pavilion's formation ring with the evaluating attention of someone reading an architecture they hadn't expected to be as sophisticated as it was. He looked at the cultivators visible beyond the ring with the particular assessment of someone whose entire cultivation life had been organized around hierarchies of strength. He sat with something that was not comfortable. The battle's aftermath required 3 days of formation repair, one significant structural fix to the eastern approaches array that had absorbed more load than Tian Shuani had calibrated for, and a debrief with the full pavilion membership that revealed both the defensive engagement's successes and the gaps that the Crimson Moon's 4-vector approach had identified. Ruan Shijing led the debrief with the professional precision of someone who had been processing tactical engagements since before she could fully manage the cultivation techniques behind them. Her analysis was clear, specific, and resulted in 7 formation adjustments and 2 revised patrol patterns that Tian Shuani and Li Wei implemented over the following week. Yi Suyin arrived on the 4th day. Chapter 70. She came over the South Valley Wall, not through the formation threshold, but over it, in the way of someone who had been trained to avoid obvious entry points as a matter of survival. She moved with the soundless efficiency of someone for whom silence was a professional baseline, not a cultivated addition to natural movement. Shadow element, she left no tracks in the soft soil near the spring. She was inside the pavilion's 2nd formation ring before Li Wei's array detected her. Li Wei's detection alert was immediate. Ruan Shijing's response was 4 seconds. She arrived at the spring's edge with the Earth Element brothers flanking her and found a young woman sitting on the flat stone where Mu Wanshi sometimes studied, her hands in her lap, making no attempt to conceal herself now that she was found. She was perhaps 20, with the particular quality of someone who had been trained in high-stress environments since childhood. The economy of movement that had become habit, the assessment of spaces and people that happened automatically before conscious thought. Her cultivation registered as mid-core formation, dark element Yin, and it had the suppressed quality of a fire banked rather than extinguished, functional at low output, with considerable reserves that weren't being used. "I'm not attacking," she said, to Ruan Shijing's formed combat stance. "I know how that looks. I came over the wall because the gate would have required a conversation I wasn't ready to have yet. What conversation would that be? Shin Yujin said from behind Wan Shijing. She looked at him. The one where I explain why the Twilight Pavilion sent me to gather intelligence on this location, and why I'm here instead of back there with that intelligence. Tell me the second part first. She looked at him with the evaluating quality he was starting to recognize as the standard expression of someone who assessed everything as a question of threat and opportunity and was finding that the usual metrics weren't producing clean answers. I watched the battle from the South Ridge, she said. 4 days ago, when your people pushed back the Crimson Moon assault. She paused. And then I watched what happened with Duan Mahai at the end. After. And my sect has been sending me into situations like that since I was 9 years old. I've watched a lot of cultivators face a lot of similar moments. The person I was watching from should have won, and the person they were watching should have been humiliated. She looked at her hands. That's not what happened. Shin Yujin sat down on the opposite side of the spring. The battle readiness in Wan Shijing and the brothers relaxed by several degrees without anyone giving them a signal. What did happen? He asked. I don't know the word for it exactly. She was careful about this, choosing language the way someone navigated terrain they'd never mapped before. You offered him something that would have cost you nothing, but that you knew he'd refuse because the refusal was the point, not the offer. And when he refused, you didn't mark it as a loss. You just... She stopped. You're still planning to go to him, aren't you? Yes. Why? Not hostile, genuinely asking. The question of someone who was trying to understand a behavior that existed outside the framework they'd been trained to use. Because his life matters. Not in the abstract. His specific life, with his specific history and choices and the particular shape of how he got here. None of that stops mattering because he made bad choices. He met her eyes. The Twilight Pavilion sent you here to gather intelligence. What does it do with the intelligence it gathers? A pause. It sells it. Or uses it for leverage. Or both. And you're not back there because I sat on the South Ridge for 3 days trying to figure out if what I watched was real. She was very still. And because when I finally stopped trying to explain it as technique or strategy, I had to accept that it was just what you are. And I've spent 11 years in a sect that treats everything as technique or strategy, and I'm tired. She said the last word with the flatness of something stated as fact rather than complaint. Shin Yujin felt the resonance before he'd consciously processed the conversation to the point where he'd have predicted it. A deep, quiet recognition in his revolving core, the dark element of her sealed nature pressing against his perception with a familiarity that wasn't random. Not the warmth of fire or the precision of ice or the growth of wood or the clarity of metal. Something else. The quality of things that exist in the spaces between other things, the shadow that proves the light, the silence that gives music its meaning. There's a seal in your cultivation, he said. She looked at him with the expression of someone who has been found. I've known it was there since I was 14, she said. I thought it was the Twilight Pavilion's control mechanism. It's older than the Twilight Pavilion's access to your cultivation. The energy signature predates their work by at least a decade. He leaned forward slightly. If you'll allow it, I'd like to look at it more carefully. I'm not going to remove it today, but I want to understand what it is. She held his gaze for a long time. The default assessment of threats and opportunities ran through her expression, and something on the other side of it shifted, and she said, All right. Chapter 71. The seal was complex and old, and had been placed by someone with considerable formation expertise on a child who had not consented and had not known what was happening to them. The outer layer was the Twilight Pavilion's control architecture, functional, standard for their method of binding gifted cultivators, and now largely inactive since she'd been operating independently for 4 days. The inner layer was different. Shin Yujin's yin-yang perception mapped it carefully over the course of a 2-hour session, with Mu Wanqi present as a second diagnostic perspective and Tian Xuani consulted at the boundary, reviewing the formation architecture through a jade slip relay rather than direct contact because the seal's inner layer reacted to unfamiliar cultivation presences with a tightening reflex that was functionally harmful. The inner seal was a suppression mechanism, not a control tool, a preservation one. It was protecting something inside her cultivation from being accessed or drained by outside parties, including the Twilight Pavilion's control layer, which had apparently been placed without the inner seal's designers knowing the inner seal existed. Two incompatible formation systems occupying the same cultivation space, one trying to restrict and one trying to protect, creating the compressed quality her cultivation carried. The banked fire impression that was actually two opposing formation pressures creating an artificial ceiling below her natural potential. The inner seal was placed on a child with a moonlight physique. Tian Xuani's voice came through the relay, careful and deliberate. The moonlight physique is a rare Shadow-Yin variant. In its full expression, it produces dark element Yin cultivation of considerable depth, not the shadow element combat arts the Twilight Pavilion trained her to use, but a fundamental attunement to the Yin principle's most complete expression. He paused. The inner seal's formation language is ancient. Precourt. I need to study it further, but the glyph style is consistent with work from the same era as the Dual Cultivation Sutra's composition. The room's silence had a different quality after that. Are you saying someone placed a protective seal on her specifically a very long time ago? Mu Wanqi asked. I'm saying the seal's technology is consistent with that era. The intent is clearly protective. And the moonlight physique's compatibility with the pentagonal harmony configuration is another pause. Significant. Yi Suyin was listening to all of this with the expression of someone processing a sequence of revelations that were changing the geography of their self-understanding. She was holding herself very still, not defensively, but with the specific quality of someone maintaining stability through concentration while something large moved through them. The Twilight Pavilion, she said. They knew about the moonlight physique. They acquired you specifically because of it, Shen Yujin said. Their intelligence network is extensive. If the physique appeared in their monitoring, they would have moved quickly. I was 8 years old. It was not a statement demanding a response, just the precise age, spoken flatly, a fact being placed where it could be seen. Yes. She looked at the ground. The shadow element qi in her cultivation signature pulsed once, deeply, with the quality of something that had been very still for a very long time and was beginning to move. If you unravel the outer seal, she said, the Twilight Pavilion loses their control layer. They'll know immediately. They'll send people. We've handled people sent by larger organizations than the Twilight Pavilion, Mu Wanqi said, with the gentle precision of a statement made from a record of evidence rather than bravado. And the inner seal? We don't touch the inner seal yet, Shen Yujin said. Not until you understand what it's protecting and you're ready. That's your choice, at your pace, with whatever information you need beforehand. He held her gaze. Nothing in this valley happens to you without your understanding and consent. She looked at him for a long time with the calculating eyes that had assessed everything as threat or opportunity for 11 years, and then something shifted in the calculation. Start with the outer seal, she said. The removal of the Twilight Pavilion's control layer took 4 hours. Tian Xuani directed via relay. Shen Yujin's yin-yang techniques providing the frequency precision the outer seal's dissolution required. Mu Wanqi maintaining a stabilizing field that prevented the dissolved formation's energy from disrupting Yi Suyin's existing cultivation channels. When the outer seal dissolved, the cultivation energy that had been compressed beneath it expanded to its natural volume. Yi Suyin breathed in deeply once, the kind of breath that a body takes when something has been constricting its ribcage for a very long time and the constriction is suddenly gone. Her cultivation registered differently now, not medium core formation with suppressed reserves, but late core formation with a foundation that was more complete than anything the Twilight Pavilion's training had produced. The moonlight physique's natural depth was visible in the baseline, quiet and dark and deep as still water. She sat with it for a while, simply existing in the expanded state. Then she looked at Shen Yujin, and the resonance that had been present at the edge of perception since his first sight of her in the valley was no longer at the edge. It was clear and mutual and certain. I'm staying, she said. Chapter 72 The joint nascent soul breakthrough with Luo Qingyan had been planned for the right moment, and the right moment had taken 3 weeks of arriving and departing and arriving again. Because the cultivation technique required for joint breakthrough demanded genuine readiness rather than scheduled convenience, and genuine readiness had its own timeline. They were at the valley's resonance center, the point on the granite limestone interface where the yin-yang convergence energy was strongest, and the hour was pre-dawn, the mountain air carrying its particular clarity, and the valley was quiet enough that the convergence pulse was audible as a faint, regular vibration in the rock beneath them. The joint breakthrough required them to merge their souls briefly. Not permanently, not invasively, but completely. A full exchange of experiential memory. Each person inhabiting the other's interior life for the duration of the merging, experiencing not just significant events but the texture of them. The emotional weight, the sensory detail, the accumulated way that a life's events shaped a person's orientation toward everything that came after. Luo Qingyan was not comfortable with this. She had been straightforward about that over the 3 weeks. Not evasive or dishonest, simply honest about the thing she found difficult. Her life had required the discipline of not being known too completely. Her cultivation path, as the Ice Phoenix sect's standard-bearer, had built a practice of internal sovereignty as protection against the cultivation politics that would have used any visible weakness. Being known to the depths was the opposite of that practice. "I know what I'm asking," Shen Yujin said, sitting across from her at the resonance center in the pre-dawn dark. "And I know what I'm agreeing to." She looked at him with the precise calm that was her most fundamental mode. "I'm not afraid of you seeing it. I'm afraid of what it means after, that you'll look at me differently. That the image you've built of who I am will be replaced by something more complicated." "The image I have of you is already complicated," he said. 3 months of daily resonance sessions tends to build a detailed picture. A pause. Something moved in her expression that was small and honest, and quickly contained. "I know. Show me the rest," he said simply. "I'll show you mine." The technique began with the standard resonance alignment, the familiar bond connection deepening to its maximum functional state. The energy exchange that characterized their daily sessions amplified to the point where the individual boundaries became permeable. And then permeable became transparent, and transparent became absent, and there was a moment of absolute vertigo as 2 distinct interior lives occupied the same awareness simultaneously. He saw Luo Qingyan's childhood, a family with cultivation aspirations that centered entirely on her. The eldest daughter with the pure Yin-Yang physique that every sect wanted, groomed from the age of 5 for a destiny that had been decided before she could speak. The weight of expectation that was not cruel but was crushing, the particular quality of being valued for what you were before anyone knew who you were. A girl who learned discipline not because it was demanded, but because it was the only space that was entirely hers. The practice halls at midnight when everyone else was asleep. Working techniques that no one had assigned because no one else would interrupt. Her sister, 6 years younger. The one who wasn't exceptional. Luo Qingyan at 12, understanding for the first time that her cultivation excellence had a cost. The family's attention was not infinite, and her sister was growing up in the shadow cast by the talent the family had placed all their weight on. He saw the Ice Phoenix sect's arrival to negotiate a direct intake. He saw Luo Qingyan agree to it before her family asked, because agreeing first meant she was choosing rather than being chosen. The distinction had mattered enough to build an identity around. He saw her first encounter with a soul resonance test, a standard compatibility assessment that the Ice Phoenix sect ran for potential bond pairings, and the result that had been judged incompatible with every assessed partner because her pure Yin foundation was too extreme in its polarity. The systematic conclusion that she would never have a cultivation partner, delivered with professional regret by an elder who genuinely wasn't being cruel, just honest. He saw her carry that conclusion for 4 years until she met him. She was seeing his parallel. The clan compound's dismissals. Elder shunned Baiha's disappointment, delivered not with cruelty, but with the worst quality of genuine concern. A grandfather who believed in the cultivation system and believed his grandson simply didn't fit within it. The years of being the talented family member who somehow didn't translate. The specific loneliness of being surrounded by people who wanted to help and couldn't. The first stirring of the physique. The moment everything that had been impossible became available. The year that followed. When they surfaced from the merging, the sun had cleared the eastern peaks, and the valley was filled with the particular amber light of early morning. Neither of them spoke for several minutes. "You were 12 when you decided you were choosing rather than being chosen," he said finally. "You were 16 when you realized that being unfit for the traditional path meant you might be fit for something else entirely," she said. They looked at each other across the resonance center's convergence point. "Your image of me is now more complicated," she said. "Considerably. Is it still a good image?" It's a truer one. Which is better? He met her eyes. Ready? She was quiet for exactly 1 second. Yes. The breakthrough happened in the next hour, clean and complete. The nascent soul formation requiring the merged awareness as its foundation and building the new soul projection from the intimate knowledge of two people who knew each other in the way that only the full exchange makes possible. His nascent soul manifested as a figure with one white and one black eye, perfectly balanced, radiating the revolving core's steady rhythm. Hers manifested as crystalline ice with veins of golden yang, the pure polarity transformed by years of genuine connection into something that was still fully itself and no longer only itself. The bond deepened to its second layer in the same moment. Chapter 73. The Harmony Pavilion's reputation traveled faster than its builders. By the end of the second month, jade slips were arriving from minor sects seeking affiliation, trading relationships, or information about the cultivation methodology that had produced the incident at the Crimson Moon Archive and the subsequent standoff with the Heavenly Balance Court's enforcement directive. The cultivation world's information network was imprecise and prone to embellishment, but the basic facts were accurate enough. A young cultivator with a revolving core dual cultivation technique had extracted 47 prisoners from a major sect's facility, defended an independent valley against a Crimson Moon assault, and was in an apparently open conflict with the court's suppression campaign. The conflict with the court was the one that moved information fastest. The Heavenly Balance Court's authority was simultaneously unquestioned and resented across the cultivation world. Unquestioned because challenging it was usually fatal, resented because 2,000 years of suppression politics had left institutional wounds that hadn't closed. Any faction in visible conflict with the court acquired a quality of interest in the eyes of cultivators who disagreed with the court's agenda but lacked the power to do anything about it. Shin Yujin found this attention useful in the specific way that resources arriving from unexpected directions are useful, and problematic in the specific way that attention you haven't earned through direct relationship is problematic. We can't accept every affiliation request, Chunhao said, over an evening that had been largely devoted to reviewing the incoming correspondence. Some of these sects have their own political complications that would become our complications by association. Agreed. What criteria would you use for the initial filter? Genuine shared values over opportunistic alignment. Sects that have independently operated outside the court's preferred framework, not sects that want to use us as a shield against a problem they couldn't solve themselves. He tapped his notation slate. The Tidal Creek Association in the Eastern Province. They've been teaching resonance cultivation techniques that the court classifies as adjacent to the sutra's material for 30 years, quietly, without drawing attention. They're not doing it for political reasons. They're doing it because it works. Contact them. The Clearwater Mountain sect wants affiliation specifically to have Harmony Pavilion protection against a neighboring sect dispute that has nothing to do with cultivation philosophy. Decline, with a note that if their philosophical alignment develops, we're open to further conversation. Chunhao worked through 15 more, Shin Yujin approving or declining based on a judgment that he was developing faster than he'd anticipated. The difference between genuine cultivation philosophy and political convenience was usually visible in the language of the requests, the specific framing of what the petitioner was offering versus what they were asking for. There's one that doesn't fit either category, Chunhao said, setting a jade slip aside. The Jade Tide House, Suifeng Province. Jiangxiulan sect. They want to offer a formal alliance. Not affiliation, alliance. They're proposing a mutual protection arrangement and open cultivation exchange. The sect leader's note is personal, not formal. He read from the slip. She says Jiangxiulan returned home in better condition than when she left, and with cultivation insight that has already produced results in their sect's general population. She says whatever Harmony Pavilion is doing, they want to understand it. He looked up. She also says Jiangxiulan asked specifically to return to the pavilion as a student, if the offer remains open. It does. Send confirmation and accept the alliance. Shin Yujin thought of Jiangxiulan at the recovery camp, walking through the dark desert night with him, asking where they were going. She'll be a good student. She's already passed foundation establishment. Then she'll be a good practitioner. Whatever the word is. Cultivator. Chunhao smiled. The word is cultivator. The pavilion's physical construction had proceeded further in the second month. The formation rings were complete through the third layer. The living spaces were built using the valley's limestone and granite in a design that Tianxuani and Li Wei had developed to maximize the natural energy gradient's benefit. And the practice areas were established in positions relative to the resonance center that put each element's optimal frequency zone at the location where that element's practitioners would be working. It looked increasingly like a real place. When Yi Suin's past emerged into full clarity, it added a specific texture to the pavilion's purpose that Xin Yujin hadn't anticipated. Chapter 74. Yi Suin's memories of her pre-Twilight Pavilion life were fragments that her inner seal had protected without making accessible. With the outer control layer gone, the fragments surfaced gradually over the weeks following her arrival, not in a rush, but in the way that suppressed information returns when the pressure keeping it down releases, slowly, in pieces, occasionally in the wrong order. The clan, a small valley, not unlike this one, different in every physical detail, but similar in the quality of a place that held a family. Her parents, both water element cultivators, and the particular gentle pride they'd had about her moonlight physique's emergence. She had been 7 when it first manifested, and the darkness that gathered in her shadow element was nothing frightening. It was the natural depth of the Yin principle's most complete expression, the shadow that proved light, the quiet that made all other sounds meaningful. The Twilight Pavilion's approach had been professional and quiet, and had happened when both parents were away from the clan on a cultivation mission. The remaining elder, a great-uncle with foundation establishment cultivation and no ability to resist the Twilight Pavilion's nascent soul operatives, had been told that Yi Suin was being selected for specialized cultivation training, which was technically accurate and completely misleading. She had been 8 years old. The inner seal had been placed by someone, at some point in the time between the clan and the Twilight Pavilion. She didn't remember who. The memory of it had been sealed along with everything else the inner seal was protecting. Mu Wanshi, working through the diagnostic records of the seal's architecture with Tianxuani's continued relay consultation, identified the placement as contemporaneous with the moonlight physique's emergence. Someone had responded to the physique's manifestation at age 7 by placing a protective formation immediately before anyone else could. Her parents knew the physique was a target, Tianxuani said. The inner seal's construction suggests cultivation knowledge significantly above their foundation establishment level. They received assistance from someone with advanced formation expertise. Could there be a record of it? Xin Yujin asked. If the clan had a formation library. Most small clans don't. But the style is recognizable to me. It uses techniques from the pre-court formation tradition. Specific glyph patterning I haven't seen since my training period. He was quiet. I think I know who placed it. But that person has been dead for 400 years. The conversation had happened in the pavilion's study room, and Yi Suin had been present for it, listening with the focused attention of someone piecing together a history they'd been denied access to for 11 years. She was not visibly distressed. Distress was, apparently, something she processed internally and completely before acknowledging externally, which was a quality Xiao Ruobing recognized as similar to her own. The two of them had developed a pragmatic operational respect that was the pavilion's most surprising alliance. Xiao Ruobing's standards-based respect and Yi Suin's assessment-based caution had found common ground in the domain of practical competence. Both of them placed extreme value on being genuinely capable at the thing you were doing. The discovery that each found the other genuinely capable had produced a working relationship that functioned as effective partnership without requiring or involving warmth. The clan's location, Yi Suin said. Do you know it? Not exactly, Tianxuani said. The region, yes. The exact location would require research. A pause. I can find it. If you want to know whether your parents. I want to know, she said. Whatever the answer is. He found it within a week. The Suilong clan was still there, small, still minor in cultivation terms. In the same valley it had always occupied, reduced in number by years of modest natural attrition and the absence of Yi Suin's generation's most talented member. Her parents were alive. They were at foundation establishment still, their cultivation paths having plateaued in the standard way of minor clan cultivators who lacked the resources for significant advancement. They had been looking for her since she was 8 years old. Tian Xuani delivered this information through a jade slip relay with the careful directness of someone who had learned that the worst approach to difficult truths was indirect delivery. Yi Suyin read it once, set the slip down, and went to the North Valley wall where no one else was working, and was gone for 2 hours. When she came back, she was entirely composed, and her shadow element cultivation had a quality it hadn't had before, a depth that was still deep, but that had something underneath it other than pressure. Something that was closer to foundation. She asked Xin Yujin if she could have a cultivation session. Chapter 75, The Inner Seal's Dissolution, was not a technical exercise. It was a reckoning. The seal had held for 11 years, protecting something that had needed protecting and simultaneously preventing access to the person who needed it. As Xin Yujin's yin-yang techniques worked through its outer architecture, carefully, following Tian Xuani's relay guidance, Mu Wanshi maintaining the stabilization field, the protection's contents became visible before they became accessible. They were memories. 11 years of Yi Suyin's pre-twilight pavilion life. Not just significant events, but the texture of existing as a person who was loved by specific people in specific ways, the accumulated experience of having a home that was genuinely home, complete with the ordinary details that made it real. Her mother's particular way of making tea, twice as much leaf as any standard instruction specified, because she liked the strength. Her father's habit of narrating his cultivation sessions to her as he practiced, not as teaching, but as company. The valley at different seasons. The way her shadow cultivation looked in her shadow on summer afternoons, dark and deep and entirely hers. The anger came with the memories. It was clean and cold and specific, the precise anger of someone who has fully accounted the cost of something that was done to them and has found the number. Not violent, not a loss of composure, which was something Yi Suyin apparently didn't do regardless of stimulus, but visible and enormous. Xin Yujin held the stabilization field steady and let the anger move through the dissolution process without redirecting it. It was part of the release. Trying to manage it would be trying to manage her, which was not his role. When the inner seal dissolved completely, the moonlight physique's full expression opened like a door. The darkness that gathered around Yi Suyin was not threatening and not simply shadow element cultivation. It was the actual thing, the Yin principle's deepest resonance, the complete expression of what exists in the spaces between other things, the quality that makes light understandable and that makes all forms of connection possible by providing the contrast against which connection is visible. Against Xin Yujin's revolving core's yin-yang balance, it resonated with the clarity of two things that were made to be understood in relation to each other. The bond formed in the storm of the anger, which was appropriate. Genuine connection made under the full emotional weight of honest experience. When Yi Suyin's eyes opened, the shadow element expression had settled into its natural depth, and the revolving core had shifted to its new 5-partner configuration with a completeness that his perception registered as a threshold reached. Pentagonal harmony, Tian Xuani said from the doorway. He looked at the energy pattern with the expression of someone who has seen a theoretical description become physical reality. All 5 bonds. All 5 elements. Self-sustaining cycle. He paused. The power output potential is extraordinary. The risk is equally so. The second volume's warning, Xin Yujin said. Yes. If any one bond weakens significantly, the cycle's self-sustaining mechanism can overload rather than compensate. The weakest point becomes the failure point. The cascade would, he stopped, consume everyone in the cycle, Yi Suyin said. She was reading his expression with the operational precision that translated directly from threat assessment. Including the people including all of them. Including all of you, yes. Then we don't let any bond weaken, Xin Yujin said. He felt the 5-way resonance in his revolving core. Ice and wood and metal and fire and shadow. 5 elemental expressions in their continuously rotating self-sustaining pattern. It was not a burden. It was an architecture. The way a building with 5 load-bearing walls is stronger than one with 4. The configuration's danger is the configuration's protection. Every bond's maintenance is everyone's interest. A structural incentive for genuine connection, Mu Wanshi said, from where she'd been working throughout the dissolution with the focused attention that her healing work always demanded. She smiled slightly. The sutra's author was very practical. He was. Xin Yujin had been developing that appreciation for months. Yi Suyin, he said, your parents' address is in Tian Shuani's relay record. The pavilion can spare travel resources. If you want to go, not yet, she said. When this is more stable. When I have something to tell them other than 11 years of what happened. She looked at her hands, the shadow element qi moving with its new depth. When I can arrive as what I actually am, not what I was made into. She paused. When I can tell them I'm all right, and it's true. All right, he said. She looked at him. Thank you. The five-way bond hummed its self-sustaining resonance through the cultivation session that followed. Each element present and distinct and part of the whole, and Xin Yujin sat at the center of it and felt the weight of what they had built and the weight of what they still needed to do, and both weights were manageable because they were shared. Chapter 76. The Faceless Arbiter arrived on a Tuesday morning 3 days after the pentagonal harmony activated, which Xin Yujin considered somewhat poor timing from a practical standpoint and entirely appropriate timing from a narrative one. He came through the pavilion's south gate with the directness of someone who had received a formal invitation and was accepting it with the weight of a decision made. He was not carrying any particular energy. His cultivation was present, but not deployed in any aggressive configuration, the spirit-severing peak mass simply existing as an environmental fact. The formation ring's threshold registered his approach and provided an alert that was, in his case, academic. The alert was there to inform them, not to stop him. Xin Yujin met him at the gate. The Arbiter's white-robed figure in the valley's morning light was unchanged from the overlook meeting. Featureless face, immense cultivation presence, the quality of something that had been running on a specific purpose for longer than most cultivators had been alive. But the quality of that purpose's expression had shifted by a degree that Xin Yujin's enhanced perception picked up as clearly as it picked up anything. He was uncertain. Not weak, uncertain. The two were completely different. Uncertainty in someone who had operated from absolute conviction for 2 centuries had a specific character. Not the absence of conviction, but the presence of 2 incompatible convictions simultaneously and the exhaustion of holding both. You've activated the 5th bond, the Arbiter said. Yes. The pentagonal harmony. In the court's historical records, the last instance was 3,000 years ago. The practitioner who achieved it, not Empress Void, an earlier case, destroyed 6 settlements before being contained. He was stating facts, not arguments. The power configuration is categorized as a civilization-level threat in the court's restricted archive. The historical case was a parasitic practitioner. The power level produced by parasitic pentagonal harmony would be catastrophically high. 5 partners' life force being actively consumed would produce an enormous output. Xin Yujin met the featureless regard. The harmonious version produces its power through resonance amplification rather than extraction. The output is significant. It's not uncontrolled. Demonstrate. He opened the pentagonal harmony deliberately, not at full output, but at a functional level, and let the Arbiter observe the configuration in operation. 5 elements, self-sustaining cycle, the rotation of the revolving core at its center processing the input and producing a balanced output that registered to the Arbiter's advanced perception as precisely what it was, an amplification of combined cultivation without depletion of any participating partner. The Arbiter observed for 12 minutes. He was very still during this, the particular stillness of someone whose perception was fully occupied. 2 centuries, he said when the demonstration concluded. 43 cases. In 43 cases, I identified exactly this configuration and found exactly the parasitic mechanism you've described. The partners were always depleted. He looked at Yi Suyin, who was the most recently bonded partner and whose cultivation residue would show the freshest evidence of bond formation. She's not depleted. None of them are. Mu Wanqi offered her cultivation baseline assessment with the precision of a practitioner presenting medical records. All 5 partners are advancing faster through the bond network than their solo path projections suggested they would. The network is net positive for every participant. The court's record is not false, the Arbiter said. The cases were real. The cases were real. The conclusion drawn from those specific cases was that dual cultivation produces this result. The correct conclusion is that those specific practitioners chose the parasitic approach. Xin Yujin held the featureless regard. The sutra is neutral. The choice of how to practice it determines the outcome. Very long silence. I cannot tell the court this myself, the arbiter said finally. My testimony would be dismissed as evidence of corruption, a zealot turned by the subject of his enforcement mandate. He paused. But if there were independent verification, a comprehensive record, compiled by a neutral third party, of this configuration's operation over a sustained period. He paused again. There is a reformist faction within the court that has been arguing for re-examination of the suppression statutes for 50 years. They've lacked evidence sufficient to overcome the traditionalist majority. You're proposing we provide the evidence, Shin Yujin said. I'm proposing nothing formally. I am observing that such evidence, if it existed, would be of considerable value to people within the court who have been trying to do the right thing for half a century. He turned toward the gate. I have a mandate to execute. I have been finding procedural delays. Those delays have an outer limit. He stopped at the threshold. I have a former student within the court's reformist faction. He's been waiting for this argument for 30 years. His name is Elder Kai Shiriwa. If you send him documentation of the pentagonal harmonies operation, accurate, detailed, in the format the court's evidence review system accepts, it will reach the right people. He stepped through the gate. Arbiter, Shin Yujin said. He stopped. We know about Empress Void. About your connection to her case. About the guilt you've been carrying. He kept his voice level. It wasn't your fault. What she became, what primordial master Hang's choice to seal her instead of finding another way cost both of them. None of that is your responsibility to correct by enforcing a prohibition that's hurting people who've done nothing wrong. The arbiter was very still for a long moment. It is kind of you to say that, he said. I will think about it. He left. Chapter 77 The Pentagonal Harmonies' first real test came 6 days later. Not Gu Jinwu, not the Heavenly Balance Court. A spirit-severing elder from a sect that the arbiter had destroyed in the Scarlet Desert. The Dusk Serpent sect's surviving senior member, a woman named Ning Liangji, who had spent 3 weeks consolidating whatever remained of her sect's resources and had decided, with the specific logic of grief made into purpose, that Shin Yujin's group was the cause of the destruction because the arbiter had been following them. The causation logic was incorrect, but the grief was real, and someone operating from real grief with spirit-severing cultivation and genuine combat arts was a threat that Shin Yujin's group needed to address without either dismissing the grief or surrendering to the logic. She arrived at the pavilion's outer formation ring at full combat capability, her energy deployed in the distinctive coiled configuration of the Dusk Serpent sect's signature technique, a compressed attack pattern that released in a single overwhelming burst. The formation ring's third layer detected her, and the alert went through the pavilion's warning system with the speed of Tian Xuani's design. The pentagonal harmony activated. It was different at full deployment than in the partial demonstrations. The difference between understanding a design specification and experiencing the designed object. 5 elements in self-sustaining resonance, feeding through the revolving core's dual ring processing, produced a combined output that was not simply the sum of 5 capable cultivators. The interactions between elements created their own additional products. Fire feeding would created a cultivation energy with properties of both and the properties of neither. Shadow providing the dimensional context that made the other 4 elements' distinctions meaningful. Ice structuring the whole into a precision that solo cultivation couldn't maintain at this output level. Ning Liangji's burst attack hit the 4th formation ring and met the pentagonal harmony's output moving in the opposite direction, and the collision was instructive in the way that dramatic energy mismatches are instructive. Spirit-severing cultivation against the harmonious combination of 5 core-to-nascent soul practitioners amplified through a revolving core nexus was not the power gap it appeared on paper. The burst dispersed. Ning Liangji stood outside the dissipating energy and looked at what had just happened with the expression of a practitioner whose tactical model had just received significant revision. Shin Yujin opened the formation gate and walked through it alone. She watched him approach with the combat readiness of someone who had not yet decided whether to continue, and he stopped 6 meters from her and said, "Your sect was destroyed by the faceless arbiter. My group was his target. I know that's why you're here." Her expression didn't change, but her energy signature did, the combat coil releasing by a degree as something shifted in her response to honest statement. "They were coming out of their cultivation session when he arrived," she said. 7 senior disciples. They had nothing to do with anything except being in the wrong compound when the arbiter decided to make an example. Her voice was level and terrible with contained feeling. I need someone to answer for it. I know. He held her gaze. The arbiter is who should answer for it. Not me. But I can't give you the arbiter. He's operating under a mandate from an institution that protects him. What I can do is give you the truth about the situation and offer whatever resources I have that are relevant to what you're actually trying to achieve. He paused. What are you trying to achieve? Pass today. A long silence. I want the suppression statute overturned, she said. I want the court's enforcement mandate abolished. I want what happened to my sect to never happen to anyone else. Those are my goals too. We're working on the evidence compilation the court's reformist faction needs. If you have testimony from a spirit-severing practitioner about the arbiter's method, documented, formal, in the court's evidence format, it would be valuable. She looked at him for a long time with the assessment of someone who has arrived expecting one kind of encounter and found a different one. You're very young, she said. Yes. And you actually believe this will work. I believe it has a better chance than the alternative. He met her eyes. Come inside and let me show you what we're building. Make your decision about whether to trust it after you've seen it. She came inside. Chapter 78. 3 weeks passed in the specific productive quality of time that has stopped fighting the main current. The Harmony Pavilion's operations developed the natural rhythm of an organization that had found its structural form. Formation maintenance cycles, cultivation practice schedules, incoming affiliation correspondence managed by Chunhao's 3-tier review process, and the steady work of building the evidence record that Elder Kai Shiyue's reformist faction needed. Ning Liangji stayed. Not as an affiliate, not as a formal member. She existed in a category that the pavilion's new governance structure didn't have a name for yet. Someone who was there because the work was there and the work was what mattered. Her spirit-severing cultivation added a defensive capability to the valley that changed its threat profile significantly. Shin Yujin spent the productive weeks working through the 3rd volume's resonance projection techniques with increasing proficiency. The ability to extend bond connections across distance was, as Primordial Master Heng's note had promised, more important than he'd initially realized. The tactical applications were obvious, coordinating partners across a battlefield without direct proximity. The cultivator support applications were deeper, maintaining the harmonious energy cycle's benefits for a partner who was days' travel away, preventing the accumulation of elemental imbalance that solo cultivation produced. He was deep in a projection practice session, his awareness extending along the bond network's distance-amplified frequency, when the warning came through Tian Shuani's formation system with the quality that distinguished it from all previous alerts. Not direction and distance, just the specific alert tone that Tian Shuani had designated for a spirit-severing peak approach in active combat configuration. The faceless arbiter, but not moving toward the pavilion. Not in the cautious, protocol-respecting approach of someone extending a procedural delay. Moving in the configuration of someone who had been given an order and was executing it. The 45-day window had run out. Shun Yujin rose from his practice position and felt the revolving core's response. Not panic, not fear, but the particular quality of resolution that comes when something you've known was approaching is finally close enough to address. He opened the pentagonal harmony and felt all 5 of his partners respond. He's coming, he said. The pavilion's defensive protocols activated with the efficient speed of a system that had been designed and practiced and was now performing as designed. Tian Shuani at the formation anchors. Li Wei at the array refinements. Ruan Shijing coordinating the affiliated cultivators' positioning. Ning Liangji at the outer perimeter with the combat readiness of someone whose entire purpose had been pointing at this kind of moment. The faceless arbiter crossed the outer formation ring at the 4th hour of the morning, and his arrival was like a weather event. The spirit-severing peak cultivation, mass warping the spiritual energy environment in his vicinity the way a gravity center warps space. He stopped at the inner gate and looked at what the Harmony Pavilion had become in the months since his last visit. I have a mandate, he said. I know, Shin Yujin said, from the gate's interior side. The delay mechanisms are exhausted. The court's removal order is active. His voice was what it had always been, precise, careful, carrying the weight of long commitment. I can choose to execute the mandate as written, or I can choose to interpret it as narrowly as possible, which is to say not at all. I am here because I have not yet made that choice. And you're letting us watch you make it. A pause. Yes. Shen opened the gate. Chapter 79. He stepped through it, and the spirit-severing energy field's proximity was immediate and physical. A pressure gradient that began at approximately 12 meters and increased to something that made breathing conscious effort at 5. The revolving core processed it, the yin-yang balance providing a structural response to the pressure that allowed Shen to maintain functional cultivation output rather than simply survival output. The arbiter looked at him with the smooth, featureless face's particular attention quality, all awareness directed inward through a surface that gave nothing away. Show me the inside, the arbiter said. Shen turned and walked back through the gate, and the arbiter followed. The Harmony Pavilion at this hour was quiet with the specific quality of a community asleep rather than absent. The cooking fires banked, the formation lights running at maintenance levels, the practice spaces empty but maintained. The valley's convergence energy moved through it all in the subtle pulse that Shen had learned to notice in the same unconscious way you noticed your own heartbeat. He took the arbiter to the resonance center, the granite limestone interface, the convergence point's strongest location. Not a demonstration, not a statement, just the place that was most genuinely what the Harmony Pavilion was, at its deepest level. The arbiter stood there for a long time. Then he looked at Shen and Shen extended his perception outward, not to bond, not to connect, but to show. The way the revolving core's yin-yang balance could be extended as a communicative gesture rather than an attack vector, offering the interior of the cultivation architecture as information to be read by anyone with sufficient perception to read it. What the arbiter saw, reading it, not an ambitious young cultivator building a power structure. A person who had spent years being told they had no place in the cultivation world's established order, who had found a place by building one, who had built it with specific people who had chosen it with him, whose bonds were the architecture rather than the vehicle for something else. And beneath that, the resonance center's pulse. Empress Void's slow, deep, 10,000-year presence. The seal that was the Harmony Pavilion's most serious long-term challenge, sitting directly under the home they'd built. You know what's below you? The arbiter said. Yes. You built here anyway. The location is uniquely suited. And yes, knowing what's here is part of taking responsibility for it. Shen looked at the ground beneath them, feeling the ancient sealed presence with the new sensitivity of the fully formed pentagonal harmony. She's not what the court's historical records say. She was someone who suffered enormously and made catastrophic choices from that suffering. That doesn't mean she's not dangerous. It means the situation is more complex than a simple threat. You are going to try to resolve it. I'm going to try to do right by everyone involved, including her. The arbiter was silent for a long time. The valley's dawn light was beginning to build at the eastern peaks, the amber early illumination touching the formation ring's outer boundary. I was her student, he said. Not as a revelation, they'd known this, but as a statement made in the full weight of the context he'd never before offered in that context. She was extraordinary. Before, I chose my mandate because I wanted to prevent what happened to her from happening again. I chose the wrong instrument. He paused. The suppression statute doesn't prevent the corruption. It prevents the cultivation. The corruption comes from choice, not technique. Yes. And you have been right about that the entire time. Yes. He removed the mask. It was not a dramatic act. He reached up and removed it with two hands, the motion simple and deliberate, and placed it in his sleeve. The face beneath was old and scarred, not disfigured, but marked by the history of someone who had spent 2 centuries wearing a mask over something unresolved. My name is Bai Chunwen, he said. I am the last student of Empress Void from before her fall. I have been enforcing a mandate I no longer believe in for 180 years. He looked at Shen with eyes that had been hidden by the mask's smooth surface and were now visible as what they'd always been, a person's. What do you need from me? Chapter 80. What happened next was not simple, because the situation wasn't simple and Shen had stopped pretending anything was simple approximately 7 months ago. Bai Chunwen's defection from his mandate, which was what it was, regardless of the courteous language they used for it, had immediate consequences for the Heavenly Balance Court's political machinery. He was their senior enforcement officer. His removal order against the Harmony Pavilion was the currently active directive. When he walked into the pavilion and did not emerge with an execution, the court would know. How long before the court sends a response? Shen Yujin asked. 3 days to receive a credible report through normal channels. 2 days to convene an emergency session. 1 day for the next action's mandate preparation. Bai Chunwen assessed it with the professional accuracy of someone who had navigated the court's internal machinery for nearly 2 centuries. 6 days. 6 days to do what exactly? To build your case. The reformist faction's opportunity is when the court has to formally discuss revising a mandate in light of new evidence. If the evidence compilation for Elder Kai Shiyue's faction is complete, and if a spirit-severing level practitioner's testimony is in that record, he looked at Ning Liangji, who had entered the valley's central area during the conversation with the wary observation of someone who was recognizing an enemy who had become something more complicated. Both of those things being in place when the court's emergency session is called changes the procedural landscape significantly. You said your testimony would be dismissed as evidence of corruption, Shen Yujin said. My testimony as the court's enforcement officer would be. My resignation testimony. A former officer making a formal declaration of conscience operates under different procedural rules. It can't be dismissed on the corruption grounds because I'm no longer in the mandate structure. He was calm about this, the calm of someone who had made their decision and was now managing its implementation. I resigned my mandate when I removed the mask. You resigned your mandate, and you knew the consequences. I have had 200 years of practice operating within a system that I was increasingly certain was wrong. I am not afraid of the system's response to my disagreement. He looked at the valley, the formations, the living spaces, the practice areas, the people moving through the morning's early light. I would like to stay, if the Harmony Pavilion will have me. The pavilion will, Shen Yujin said. In the evening of that same day, when the valley's convergence energy was doing its deep oscillation in the dark and the formation lights were running at their maintenance levels, and the Harmony Pavilion was quiet with the quality of something that had reached a threshold it hadn't known it was approaching, Shen Yujin walked to the resonance center alone and stood on the granite limestone interface. He felt the seal's pulse beneath his feet, and for the first time, the pulse answered him, not the distant, ancient, unrelated presence of something sealed and dormant, but a response, a recognition, the quality of something that had been waiting to be found by the specific person looking for it. Her voice was quiet and very old and surprised. You built your home above my prison, Empress Void said. That was either very foolish or very brave. I cannot decide which. Perhaps both, Shen Yujin said. A pause. I have been alone for 10,000 years, she said. And I have had considerable time to think about the things I did before I was sealed. Another pause, longer. I want to tell you something. Before anything else happens, I want you to know, I know what I am. I know what the seal is for. I know that the appropriate response to what I became is caution. A very long silence, filled with the pulse of geological time. But there is a difference between being dangerous and being evil. And there is a difference between being dangerous and being irredeemably so. He looked down at the ground beneath him. I know, he said. The valley's convergence energy moved through him, steady and deep, and above it the night sky opened its full depth, and the darkness between the stars had the quality of something that contained everything that was not yet visible. The Harmony Pavilion existed. The sutra was half recovered. 3 volumes remained, and an ancient enemy lay beneath their feet waiting to be understood, and the heavenly balance court was mobilizing, and Gu Jinwu was somewhere in the world building toward a return, and the path forward was unmapped and genuine and entirely theirs. He stood there for a while, holding all of it. Then he went back inside, where his 5 partners were waiting and Chun Hao had made tea, and the work of building something real continued. Chapter 81. The descent was Shen Yujin's decision and his partner's unanimous refusal to let him make it alone. They argued it briefly and practically, Luo Qingyin's position being that the pentagonal harmony's architecture required all 5 bond participants to be present for any engagement with Empress Void Seal. The cycle's stability was the whole point, and sending one person into an environment that would challenge the cycle's structural integrity while the other 4 remained above was both tactically unsound and personally unacceptable. The other 4 concurred on both grounds. Bai Chunwen provided the descent route. He had been to the SEAL's upper access point twice in his capacity as the court's enforcement officer, the first time to verify the SEAL's integrity, the second to perform a standard maintenance check 60 years ago. The route descended through the valley's eastern geological formation, following a natural void in the granite that had formed at the same convergence point where the yin and yang energies met most intensely. The deeper layers begin at approximately 40 meters depth, he said, reviewing the route's details from memory. At 60 meters, the SEAL's outer formation ring becomes physically visible. At 100 meters, the primary containment layers. And below that, he paused. I have not been below the primary containment. The maintenance protocols for court-level SEALs specify that enforcement officers do not enter the prison's effective radius. What does that mean, effective radius? Within it, the sealed entity's perceptual range is active. She can speak, extend her awareness, potentially interact with any cultivator who enters the range. He met Xinyujin's eyes. She has spoken to you already from above the radius, which means her range has expanded. Or I'm detecting her earlier because of the pentagonal harmony's sensitivity. Both are possible. He was quiet for a moment. She was not always as I now describe her. I want to be clear about that. Before the fall, she was extraordinary, patient, brilliant, genuinely invested in the sutra's development as something that would benefit all cultivators. What happened to her was not inevitable. It was a response to an unbearable situation that she chose to respond to in the worst possible way. He folded his hands. I am not asking you to feel sympathy. I am asking you to understand that the seal contains a person, not a monster, and that persons are complex. I already understand that, Xinyujin said. They descended at the second hour of the morning, the valley above them quiet, the mountain's internal silence replacing the natural soundscape as the walls of granite closed around the passage. The seal's outer formation ring appeared at 53 meters, not 60, which confirmed the expansion of her active range. It was visible as a pattern of formation glyphs pressed into the natural rock, ancient enough that the stone had grown partially over them, partially absorbed them, and partially been shaped by them into configurations that were no longer purely geological. The glyph style was immediately recognizable to Xinyujin as the pre-court formation tradition he'd been seeing throughout the sutra's associated infrastructure. The language of my master's formation work, Tian Xuanyi confirmed, his voice barely above breath. He had insisted on joining the descent, citing irreplaceable expertise. At 70 meters, the spiritual environment changed fundamentally. Above this depth, the valley's convergence energy was the dominant feature. The yin-yang oscillation between the geological formations, the stable balanced pulse that made the Harmony Pavilion's location so suitable. Below 70 meters, the convergence energy was still present, but was in dynamic relationship with something that was not geological, not natural, and very old. The two energies interpenetrated without canceling. The natural convergence and the ancient sealed presence engaged in a 10,000-year dialogue that had shaped each other in ways neither had originally been designed for. At 100 meters, the primary containment layers were physically imposing. Actual formation barriers, crystal clear and internally lit by the energy they were containing, arrayed in a sequence that Tian Xuanyi read as the most sophisticated large-scale formation work he had ever encountered outside of his own master's direct portfolio. Which meant it was his master's direct portfolio. He was here for years, the old master said, looking at the containment array's architecture with the recognition of a student reading a teacher's handwriting on a grand scale. The seal took years to build. This is not a single-session formation. These are layers placed over time, each one integrating with the previous, the whole evolving as his understanding of her situation evolved. He touched the nearest barrier with careful fingertips. He was trying to make it humane. He was leaving space for the dissolution technique, Xinyujin said. The 7th volume's method. He designed the containment to be dissolvable, not just sustainable. Yes, he always intended for this to end. The passage at the primary containment layer's base was narrow and required the group to move in single file, each person passing through a section of the formation that read their cultivation signature and, rather than blocking, recorded. The seal was cataloging everyone who entered its effective radius. She was observing them. Beyond the primary containment, the passage opened into a space that was not geological in any natural sense. A cavern, perhaps 30 meters across, with walls that had been shaped over millennia by the interaction of the containment energy and the sealed entity's presence into something that was partly stone and partly crystallized formation architecture and partly something that had no word in Shun Yujin's vocabulary for materials. At the cavern's center, suspended in the primary seal's focal point, a construct of pure formation energy, yin and yang woven together in a pattern of such complexity that simply looking at it produced a cognitive disorientation, was the prison. And inside the prison, visible as a figure through the translucent walls, was a woman. She was not threatening. She was not dramatic. She was sitting with her legs folded in the cultivation posture, and she was looking at them with eyes that held 10,000 years of experience in their depths, and she looked tired. "You brought your family," she said. Her voice carried the resonance of the seal's distortion, present and distant simultaneously, like hearing someone speak through water. "I hoped you would." Chapter 82. Tian Xuanyi moved to the formation notation carved into the cavern's walls, his master's original annotations, preserved by the formation's maintenance energy, and began reading with the focused absorption of a scholar who has found the primary source. Shin Yujin stood at the prison's perimeter and looked at Empress Void. She was beautiful in the way that ancient things could be beautiful, not the beauty of living things that was also partly the beauty of their being alive, but the beauty of something that had endured, a landscape quality of having been shaped by enormous forces over enormous time. Her cultivation signature, even through the seal's layers, was extraordinary. Pure yin at its absolute apex, the yin principle's full expression in a human architecture, which was the precise complement to his own yang-dominant yin-yang balance. She was looking at him with an expression that he could not, initially, find a category for. Then he found it. Recognition. "I know your face," she said. "You've been watching the reincarnation cycle," Tian Xuanyi said, without looking up from the wall annotations, his voice detached in the way of someone who is processing information and speaking from that process rather than from social navigation. "For 10,000 years. She kept looking at Shin Yujin. "Every generation. Not always. The physique doesn't always appear, perhaps one generation in 4. And it doesn't always reach cultivation maturity. It's fragile in the early stages." She paused. "You are the first to build what you've built above me. Most who've carried the physique spent their lives trying to hide it." "What happened to them?" Mu Wanqi asked. "The court found them. The court found them and sealed their cultivation, and they lived the remainder of their lives as mortals." Her voice carried no anger about this. The distance of geological time had apparently done something to the way she experienced the court's historical actions. The prohibition was effective, not because it prevented the sutra from existing, but because it prevented the physique holders from accessing it. Until now. Until you. Yes. She looked at each member of his group in turn, the recognition in her eyes taking on a different quality as she moved through them. Ice and wood and metal and fire and shadow. The pentagonal harmony. "I designed that configuration." A pause. "We designed it. Hung and I both contributed. He provided the yang architecture of the nexus role. I provided the yin architecture of the bond network." She looked at Shin Yujin. "Which is why your core is half me and half him." The cavern was very quiet. "The reincarnation," he said. "Our child. The first one. The one who died." Her voice changed on this, not breaking, but shifting to something that had been processed 1,000 times over 10,000 years and was now stated with the flat precision of something that was still painful and had been accepted. The Supreme Yin-Yang Physique is a natural convergence of extreme yin and extreme yang in a single cultivation system. When two complementary extremes parent a child, that child carries both extremes. Sometimes it manifests in the Dantian structure. The first time, she stopped. The first time the Dantian was too powerful for the body. You know this. Tian Xuanyi told us. What Tian Xuanyi may not have told you is that Hung and I resolved the structural incompatibility after losing her. The revolving core, the architecture you're using now, was our joint solution. A foundation that could handle the dual extreme without shattering. She looked at him steadily. We resolved it too late for her. But we designed the solution into the sutra so it would be available for the next instance. Mu Wanqi made a small sound. The second volume's stabilization technique. You wrote that. We both wrote that. For you specifically. A pause. For whoever carried the physique next. The weight of that specific intentionality was different from the abstract awareness that the sutra had been designed with the physique in mind. This was a mother's specific technical contribution to the survival of a child she would never meet, passed forward across 10,000 years in a formation technique that had been sitting in the Crimson Moon sect's archive waiting for the right person to need it. Shin Yujin stood with that for a moment. "The 7th volume," he said. "You mentioned it's embedded in the prison walls. In the section directly above my head. Primordial Master Hang's final placement." She looked upward. "He put it there as a test, and as a provision simultaneously." "A test?" Any practitioner who reached it was demonstrating the cultivation and commitment necessary to use it responsibly. "A provision. The dissolution technique is there waiting, as it was always meant to be waiting. He always intended to end the seal. He could not end it himself. His yang-dominant cultivation couldn't access the prison's interior. The containment was keyed to a specific yin-yang balance that would only allow entry to a practitioner with a balanced physique." She looked at Shin Yujin. "Which is why the solution required you." Tian Xuanyi had finished his initial reading of the wall annotations and rejoined the group. His expression was the complex layering that Shin Yujin had learned to read as genuine feeling processed into measured form. The research record on the walls. He documented everything he learned about the seal, about her situation, about his own errors. A pause. He acknowledged the errors explicitly, in writing, in formation notation, on the walls of the prison he built. "He had 10,000 years, Empress Void said. Her voice was not bitter. He made good use of them, in the end." Chapter 83. The crisis of faith arrived at exactly the wrong time, which was perhaps inevitable. The right time for a crisis of faith doesn't exist, and if the situation had been completely comfortable, it probably wouldn't have qualified as a genuine crisis. Tian Xuanyi found it in the wall annotations, and he told Shin Yujin immediately, because it was information that required telling, and he was not someone who withheld important information because the timing was inconvenient. The revolving core, the pentagonal harmony, the specific sequence of volume acquisition, all of it, including the moments that had felt like choice, including the connections that had felt like genuine mutual selection, was documented in Primordial Master Hang's annotations as steps in a process he had designed. Not the specific people, not the specific conversations. Those couldn't have been predicted with precision. But the shape of the path, the physique holder who would form 5 bonds through genuine resonance, acquire the volumes in sequence, descend to the prison, and perform the dissolution. That shape had been specified. He designed the cultivation path that leads here, Tian Xuanyi said. The sutra is not neutral. It is a mechanism. It draws the physique holder through specific experiences, encounters, and cultivations because those experiences and cultivations produce the specific practitioner the dissolution requires. He paused. It draws them because Primordial Master Hung designed it to draw them. The entire sutra is an elaborate apology to his sealed partner, 10,000 years in the construction. Shin Yujin sat with that. The bonds were real. He knew the bonds were real. The revolving core's resonance was not manufacturable, and the specific individuals who had formed those bonds had done so through their own genuine choices. Luo Qingyin could have walked away at a dozen different points. Mu Wanqi had chosen to stay rather than return to the verdant spirit sect's safety. Xiao Ruobing had come into the Crimson Moon archives underground when she didn't have to. Feng Lihua had ridden across the desert toward an energy signature she'd never encountered. Yi Suyin had climbed over a formation wall instead of delivering intelligence to a sect that had used her for 11 years. All of those were genuine choices made by genuine people, but they had been in a structure, a designed path. The sutra had, not manipulated, but oriented, like a river's banks that don't force the water but do determine the direction. Was he the person who had chosen this path, or the person the path had produced? He was still sitting with it 2 hours later when Empress Void, who had been observing through the prison walls with the patience of 10,000 years, said, "May I tell you something?" He looked at the prison. "Hung designed the path," she said. "He designed it to produce you. But the path only works because you are the person you are, not because you are following the path. If you had been someone who chose bonds for strategic advantage, the resonance wouldn't have formed. If you had been someone who pursued the volumes for personal power, the sutra wouldn't have recognized you." She paused. He designed a path that requires a specific kind of person to walk it. You are that person. That is not a small thing. Did you know? When your child reincarnated, did you know the design was active? I knew the sutra was active. I could feel each volume's resonance when the physique holder found it. I could feel the bond formations through the seal's ambient sensitivity. I watched every instance. A very long pause. I didn't know about the design until Hang's annotations were written, which was late. He wrote them toward the end, after most of his cultivation life. She looked at the walls. I didn't know he'd been building this for me until I read what he wrote. When did you read it? When he died. His consciousness touched the seal briefly at the moment of his death. He could have said anything. What he chose to say was, "I'm sorry. I designed the solution. I left you the 7th volume." The cavern was very quiet. Didn't you try to escape? Yujin asked. 10,000 years is a long time to be very angry, she said. Yes. The first millennium was mostly trying to escape. The seal held. By the second millennium, I had run out of rage. Rage requires somewhere to put itself. A sealed prison has no outside surfaces. She was matter-of-fact about this. By the third millennium, I was thinking about what I had done. What I had actually done, to the people I had drained, to Hong, to the practitioners who were harmed afterward by the court's response to my existence. She paused. It took considerable time to think clearly about it because thinking clearly was uncomfortable. And now I am tired and I am sorry and I want it to end. He looked at her. I believe you. I know, she said. That's why you're here. Chapter 84. He told his partners the full picture that evening. In the cavern's upper access passage where the natural granite gave back its acoustics without distortion. All 5 of them listened without interruption. When he finished, the silence lasted long enough to be meaningful, and then Luo Qingyan said, "The bonds are real." It was not a question. Yes, he said. Then the design is irrelevant. Her voice was its customary precision, but the content was not its customary careful qualification. She was stating a conclusion, not building to one. What primordial Master Hung designed was a path that required genuine connection to walk. The fact that the path existed doesn't make the connection any less genuine. You can't replicate genuine connection by following a recipe for it. The design produced the conditions. We made the choices. We were drawn here, Yi Suyin said. Her shadow element cultivation was particularly active, the dark element in finding something in the enclosed space with its ancient sealed presence that resonated in specific ways. I was drawn here. My physique, my situation, the moment in the valley, it all worked out in a way that's too specific for coincidence. She looked at Yujin. And I'm still here by choice. The circumstances may have been arranged. The staying is mine. Mu Wanshi, with the directness of someone who processed complex information through the lens of what was immediately useful. The relevant question is whether the dissolution is right to do, not whether we were designed to do it. The design doesn't answer the ethical question. That answer comes from us. Xiao Ruobing, who had been quiet in the specific way she was quiet when she was thinking through something with the focused determination of a person working a technique. She's been in there for 10,000 years, and she's asking to end. We can do it or we can't. If we can, and the dissolution is peaceful, then refusing on principle is cruelty for the sake of philosophical consistency. Feng Lihua, do it. The reasons to wait are excuses. The reason to proceed is clear. He looked at each of them. The pentagonal harmony's resonance moved through the connections, warm and specific, each element present in its distinct character and part of the whole simultaneously. When I'm ready, he said. Not before. The preparation matters. Agreed, Luo Qingyan said. What do we need? Mu Wanshi asked. The 7th volume. Which means returning to the cavern when we've recovered from today's descent and attempting the extraction. Which requires. He reviewed the 2nd volume's notation on the extraction conditions. Maximum simultaneous yin and yang output through the pentagonal harmony, focused on the prison's upper seal. The volume is embedded in the wall above her. The extraction triggers the seal's cascade failure, which she holds from the inside. He paused. The dissolution follows immediately. How long is the window between extraction and dissolution? The 7th volume will contain that information. He looked at the passage that led deeper, which means we need to go back. They rested overnight at the passage's midpoint, not fully ascending, conserving the cultivation energy that the descent and the resonance-intensive interaction with the seal had consumed. Mu Wanqi's healing maintained each person's recovery rate, the bond network allowing her to maintain care for all 5 simultaneously without depleting her own reserves. Before sleep, Shin Yujin sat alone for 20 minutes at the passage's edge with the 2nd and 3rd volumes in his lap, reading the dissolution technique's prerequisite conditions with the specific focus of someone preparing for the most consequential technical exercise of their life. The technique required complete emotional harmony among all 6 participants, himself and his 5 partners. Not false harmony, not suppressed conflict, genuine alignment. The way a resonance session reached its highest function when no cultivation energy was being spent managing internal dissonance. He thought about what that meant, not as a cultivation requirement, but as a statement about what had been built. For the technique to work, they needed to actually be what they'd been building. He thought that was probably all right. Chapter 85. 2 days of recovery and preparation preceded the 2nd descent. The surface work during those 2 days was the practical work of ensuring that the Harmony Pavilion could function without Shin Yujin's physical presence if the dissolution took longer than expected. Bai Chunwen's strategic assessment of the court's timeline suggested the emergency session would be called within the 48-hour window since his formal departure from his mandate. Chunhao's evidence compilation for Elder Kai Shiriwe was complete and had been dispatched through the formation relay Bai Chunwen had specified. The pavilion's defensive infrastructure was at full operational capacity. Ning Liangji would hold the outer defense. Bai Chunwen would manage the court contact. Chunhao would run the logistics. Tian Xuani would maintain the formation systems and handle any technical requirements from above. Come back, Chunhao said, on the evening before the 2nd descent. It was 3 words said with the economy of someone who had more to say and was choosing the essential part. Shin Yujin recognized the restraint as its own kind of statement. I will, he said. All 6 of us. Chunhao made the small, precise nod that indicated a promise had been received. The descent was faster on the 2nd approach. The route familiar, the formation ring's responses already adapted to their cultivation signatures, the primary containment layer's passage completing without the 1st descent's careful uncertainty. They arrived at the cavern in better cultivation state than the first time. Empress Void was watching when they came through. I looked at the 3rd volume's projection techniques last night, she said. Her voice was quieter than the previous visit, not weaker, but turned inward slightly, the quality of someone who has been thinking and is still engaged with the thinking. The resonance projection work. Heng's development of it after the sutra's original draft. A pause. He was addressing the problem of connection across distance because he was trying to solve for what would happen when I needed to reach my practitioners from here, once the seal was complete. He thought of everything except whether to seal me at all. He didn't have another option, Shin Yujin said. He did. The dissolution technique was available at the time. He could have used it immediately after the sealing, when I was still new in here and hadn't yet fully descended into what I became in the 2nd and 3rd millennia. Her voice remained even. He wasn't ready. He wasn't ready to end it because ending it meant fully losing what we'd been, not just losing the person I'd become. He chose the seal over the dissolution because he wanted to leave open the possibility that I would return to who I was. A long pause. I didn't for a very long time, but eventually I did. And by then he was dead. And the dissolution technique waited. Everything waited. Everything was designed to wait. She looked at Shun Yujin with the particular expression that had been consistent across both visits. The recognition quality, the maternal depth. Are you ready? Almost. He felt the pentagonal harmony state, the 5-way resonance in its self-sustaining cycle, each element present and healthy and genuine. The emotional harmony prerequisite was something he assessed not technically, but directly. How did the bonds feel? Not as cultivation structures, but as the actual connections they were. One thing first. He sat down in front of the prison and looked at her through the translucent walls. The 3rd volume's warning about the pentagonal harmony, he said. If any bond weakens during the dissolution, the cascade could consume everyone in the cycle. I know that, but I want to know. Can you feel the bond network from in there? Can you tell if any of the 5 starts to deteriorate during the process? She was quiet for a moment. Yes. The Moonlight Physique's bond with you has the clearest signal from here. Shadow element, Yin, is the most permeable to the seal's sensing range. The others I can read through their interaction with the seal's ambient field. She paused. If any weakens critically, I will hold the process. Even if it costs you the dissolution window. Even then. The response was immediate, without hesitation. I have waited 10,000 years. I can wait longer. He held that. Let's begin, he said. Chapter 86. The Yin-Yang storm found them on the way to retrieve the fourth volume's fragment. A piece of the journey that happened between the dissolution's preparation and the descent's second day. One of those navigations through time that the story's accumulation made necessary. They had been in the cavern for 6 hours when the geological disturbance in the upper levels became audible. A deep vibration that the mountain stone carried in waves, the physical expression of a rare phenomenon that Tian Shuani, via jade slip relay from above, identified as a natural yin-yang storm in the surrounding mountain range. They occur when the convergence energy in a yin-yang formation point reaches critical density and discharges, he explained through the relay. The Harmony Pavilion's own convergence point has been accumulating energy from the pentagonal harmonies operation over the past weeks. The discharge is generating what amounts to a spiritual weather event in the surrounding mountains. Should we surface? The cavern is the safest location during a yin-yang storm. The primary containment's formation architecture is designed to handle extreme energy fluctuations. You're better off below than above. They waited out the storm in the cavern. 6 hours of the mountain's deep vibration moving through the stone around them. The seal's prison glowing more intensely as the external yin-yang discharge amplified the ambient energies. Empress Void sitting with her eyes closed in the cultivation posture that had apparently become her default state sometime in the 2nd or 3rd millennium. It was Mu Wanshi who noticed it first. There's a fragment embedded in the southern wall, she said, her wood element sensing having spread through the cavern during the wait with the unhurried thoroughness of roots finding moisture. Above the 3rd seal layer's anchor point, the energy signature is the same as the volumes. Shin Yujin looked at the indicated location. His revolving core confirmed it. A cultivation artifact embedded in the stone, its energy partially masked by the seal's ambient field, recognizable now that someone had pointed to it. A fragment of volume 4, he said. Empress Void opened her eyes. He placed it there when he completed the primary containment. A provision, in case the 4th volume was lost or destroyed before the practitioner could retrieve it. She looked at the wall. The Abyssal Tide Sects temple copy was the primary location. This was the failsafe. Did he always do that? Design failsafes? Always. Something crossed her expression. Not quite a smile, but what a smile became after 10,000 years of being processed through perspective. He designed failsafes for his failsafes. When I accused him of excessive caution, he said that the things worth protecting were worth protecting twice. A pause. He was right. I was the one who needed protecting in the end. The fragment's extraction was simpler than the archive retrieval. The stone yielded to his revolving core's frequency without resistance, the placement intentionally accessible to a balanced physique practitioner. He held the fragment and felt the 4th volume's content filter into his awareness, different from the full volume's depth, but containing the specific material the fragment had been loaded with, the advanced joint breakthrough techniques, and, most immediately relevant, a specific notation on the dissolution technique's window duration. 49 minutes from the moment the seal's cascade failure began. He committed the number to memory. When the storm passed and they surfaced, the Harmony Pavilion's valley was transformed. The convergence energy's discharge had intensified the natural formation effects. The geological resonance amplified. The balance point of the yin-yang oscillation shifted toward a more stable equilibrium. Several of the practice area's formation arrays had spontaneously strengthened. The storm improved your home, Empress Void had said before they left. That's appropriate. Chapter 87. The Abyssal Tide Sects temple visit yielded something Shin Yujin hadn't expected. They'd gone for the 3rd volume, which they'd retrieved. The 4th volume's fragment from the cavern was the failsafe he'd found during the storm. What he hadn't expected was Guotianhua waiting in the ruins' lower passage on their departure route, sitting on a collapsed stone with his chimeric experiment-free cultivation and his forced advancement energy fraying visibly at its edges, with the expression of someone who had spent several weeks having an argument with themselves and had arrived at the argument's conclusion. The offer, he said, when Shin Yujin came around the passage bend. You said it didn't expire. It doesn't. My foundation is, he stopped. The pride that had structured the statement was fighting with the accuracy of what needed to be said. He was 22 years old, and the cultivation damage was real, and the choice was the same one Duan Mahai had faced, and he was making the other decision. My foundation is compromised from the forced advancement. I need help. Xiao Ruobing looked at him with the assessment of someone who had taken the measure of this specific situation at their previous meeting and was checking whether the measurement still held. It apparently did, because she said, with the economy of someone who respected genuine decision-making in others, "Can you travel?" "Yes." "Then let's go." He joined the return journey to the Harmony Pavilion with the subdued quality of someone who had gotten what they asked for and was now beginning to understand what they'd asked for. Mu Wanqi's diagnostic assessment during the journey was precise and honest. The foundation damage was significant. The forced advancement energy was creating a pressure that would have structural consequences within months. But the underlying cultivation talent was excellent, and the architecture was recoverable. The revolving core technique, he said, looking at Shen Yujin at the evening camp. You can read about it in the second volume, Shen Yujin said. But the technique requires bond partners to stabilize the reconstruction. We're not forming a bond with you. This will require a different approach. Tian Xuani, consulted via relay, provided a modified stabilization technique that worked for non-bond cultivation partnerships. Lower success rate than the bond-assisted version, but achievable. It would require Guotianhua to sit in the Harmony Pavilion's Convergence Center with cultivators providing external resonance support without the bond network's intimate connection. Lower success rate, Guotianhua said, when this was explained. 42%, Tian Xuani said, versus 68% with bond partners. Yes. Guotianhua was quiet for a moment. Is there a third option? If you built genuine connections with people in the pavilion over time, Mu Wanqi said, with the careful precision of someone making a factual observation rather than a pitch, the bond formation might occur naturally. That would change the stabilization options. You're suggesting I cultivate genuine connections with people. I'm suggesting that's what happened to everyone here, she said. Not all at once. Not by design. By being in the same place and choosing to stay. He thought about this for several days while traveling. Shen Yujin left him to think. Chapter 88, The Joint Spirit Severing Breakthrough with Xiao Ruobing happened at the Harmony Pavilion's Resonance Center on a clear morning, which was the most honest setting for a technique that required honest cutting. Spirit severing, the sixth cultivation realm, required severance. The precise cutting away of the cultivator's ties to conventional cultivation wisdom, to the accumulated assumptions and frameworks of the established system, to the expectations of what cultivation should be and how a cultivator should operate within it. The severing was not destructive. It was clarifying. It was the difference between carrying a map of a territory you'd left and putting the map down because you knew the terrain. What Xiao Ruobing severed, in her breakthrough, were her remaining ties to the Celestial Blade Sect's framework of judgment, the assessment rubric she'd internalized over years of training that measured cultivation worth in terms of individual technique mastery rather than genuine growth. She had been departing from that framework gradually for a year, in every choice she'd made since meeting Shen Yujin's group. The breakthrough made the departure complete. Her spirit severing manifested as a sword of white light that appeared and disappeared in the same instant, cutting through the air without touching anything physical, its passage leaving a clarity in the space it had moved through that lasted several minutes. Shen Yujin's own severing, when the joint breakthrough reached his stage of the process, was more complex. What he severed was the small, persistent voice, operating below conscious attention since childhood, that said the establishment's judgment of his cultivation was relevant, that being outside the traditional hierarchy meant being less, that the years of dismissal from elder Shinbaiha and clan cultivators and sect recruiters who had assessed him and found him unsuitable contained any truth about his actual worth. It wasn't anger. He didn't sever with anger. He severed with the calm precision of someone who had accumulated enough evidence to make a definitive assessment, and whose assessment was that those judgments had been wrong, and that knowing they were wrong was sufficient, and the voice no longer deserved the energy required to argue with it. The breakthrough manifested as a surge of yin-yang balanced energy that illuminated the resonance center's convergence point with a quality of light that was neither white nor black, but both, the revolving core spinning at a new operational frequency. Spirit severing realm. The bond network's response was immediate. All 5 partners felt the advancement simultaneously, the pentagonal harmonies cycle operating at a new tier of efficiency, the resonance between them amplified by the transition to a cultivation level that was genuinely outside the conventional hierarchy's framing. How does it feel? Feng Lihua asked, with genuine curiosity. Like a room I've been carrying for years that I just realized I didn't need, he said. She nodded, as someone who had experienced her own version of that clearing. It's a good feeling. Yes. The pentagonal harmony at Spirit Severing Realm was a qualitatively different configuration from its core formation inception. Each element's expression deepened, the resonance connections carrying more information and more nuance, the self-sustaining cycle operating with the efficiency of a system that had been refined by months of use and was now running at its design tier. The evidence compilation for Elder Kai Shi Wei included this advancement. Bai Chunwen transmitted the updated record through the court relay, and the reformist faction's correspondence that came back within 24 hours contained a quality of urgency that suggested the information was reaching people who had been waiting for exactly this kind of evidence for a very long time. Chapter 89 Gu Zhenwu's return was announced by a city on fire. Not metaphorically. The Suifeng province city of Tianluo, a mid-sized trading center with a cultivation population that included the Jade Tide House as its primary sect, was burning from its southern district outward when the first Jade Slip alert reached the Harmony Pavilion's communication array. The alert was from Jiang Xiulan, who had returned to her sect and whose connection to the pavilion had remained active through the relationship maintenance protocols Chun Hao had established. Her message was brief and contained the specific concision of someone who was writing a report while under immediate threat. Gu Zhenwu. Tribulation crossing realm. He absorbed something. People from Tianluo's cultivation district are gone. The Jade Tide House is holding but won't hold long. We have civilians who can evacuate to the north. Please come. Tribulation crossing realm. The leap from Tao fusion to tribulation crossing required what the sutra called a sovereignty severance, cutting all ties to the mortal cultivation hierarchy in a way that permanently elevated the practitioner beyond its range. Most cultivation theories held that this couldn't be accomplished parasitically. The severing required genuine transcendence. Gu Zhenwu had apparently found a way to force it. Or he had found victims who could provide the forced transcendence experience through their own involuntary contribution. The thought was worse than the first option. They were moving within 3 minutes of the Jade Slip's receipt. The Harmony Pavilion's defenses were on automatic protocols, Ning Liangji and Bai Chunwen holding the command positions, Chun Hao running the communication arrays. The journey to Tianluo at spirit-severing travel speed was 6 hours, for if the pentagonal harmony's resonance projection could maintain coordinated movement at sustained peak velocity, it was 4. Tianluo at their arrival was not ruined, but was severely damaged. The southern district's cultivators had been consumed directly, their cultivation essences pulled from them with the same systematic methodology the Crimson Moon Sect's archive had operated, but without the archive's controlled precision. The damage was larger and messier, and had the character of something done in haste or rage rather than method. Gu Zhenwu was in the city's central square. He had changed. The spare scholarly figure was still recognizable in its physical dimensions, but the cultivation presence around it had a different character. Tribulation Crossing Realm was not simply more powerful than Tao Fusion. It was a different order of existence. The cultivation mass, generating a local distortion in spiritual reality that made the surrounding space feel geometrically wrong. The pale eyes were the same. The expression was the same. The feeling of standing across from someone who saw everything as specimen was the same. But he had crossed a threshold that wasn't supposed to be crossable through parasitic means, and the cost of that crossing was visible in the cultivation signature's edges. There was a fragmentation quality to the tribulation crossing energy, the same incompatibility signal as Duan Mahai's chimeric physique, but operating at a vastly higher power level. The stolen essences were not integrated. They were being held through continuous active suppression. Shen Yujin, he said, with the professional warmth of a researcher greeting a particularly successful experimental subject. You've reached spirit severing. I'm pleased. You destroyed a district of Tianluo, Shen Yujin said. I required the advancement. The natural path was too slow. He looked at the 5 bond partners arrayed in their natural formation. The pentagonal harmony is active. The resonance projection technique from the 3rd volume. You've implemented it. This is everything I needed to see. He tilted his head. I want to observe the configuration at full output. If you'll oblige. I won't. Then I'll create a situation that requires it. His tone was entirely conversational. There are approximately 300 civilians in the evacuation shelter in the northern district. The Jade Tide House's formation is maintaining the shelter's protection. If that formation fails, stop. Shin Yujin's voice was flat. You're not going to harm those people to force a demonstration. Because harming them and observing the demonstration is not your actual goal. Your actual goal is to understand the pentagonal harmony's architecture well enough to replicate it. Harming 300 civilians achieves the first part of the demonstration, but ends your access to the subject before you get what you actually need. Gu Zhenwu looked at him for a long moment. You are consistently more perceptive than I expect, he said. Not flattery, a professional observation. Show me the consumed cultivators, Shin Yujin said. A pause. Something shifted in the researcher expression, a quality of attention that was, for a moment, less analytical and more personal. They're not dead, he said. The consumption process doesn't kill. It extracts the cultivation essence while preserving the biological system. They're in a cultivational state. Their systems are intact, but empty. Can it be reversed? No previous attempt at reversal has succeeded. He paused. I'm aware of what that means. I want to try. Gu Zhenwu was very still for a moment. You can't reverse it with current available techniques. The yin-yang separation technique from the 2nd volume separated the consumed souls from Duan Mahai's body. The principles should be applicable at larger scale. He looked at Gu Zhenwu with the steady attention he brought to every impossible situation for the past year. Let me try. If I fail, nothing changes for you. If I succeed, you've observed the technique's operation at a scale that gives you the data you wanted. The pale eyes calculated. The consumed cultivators are in the northern shelter, Gu Zhenwu said. The Jade Tide House's formation master has been maintaining them. He stepped aside, not a retreat, a deliberate provision of space. Show me what the pentagonal harmony can do. Chapter 90. The battle that followed was not between Shin Yujin and Gu Zhenwu. It was between 2 approaches to power, not philosophically, but practically, in the sense that philosophy and practice were the same thing at the level where the pentagonal harmony operated. The consumed cultivators in the northern shelter numbered 41. The cultivational state was exactly as Gu Zhenwu had described. The biological systems intact, the cultivation channels present but empty, the Dantian foundations like rooms with all their furniture removed. Not destroyed, emptied. The yin-yang separation technique's principles were applicable, but the scale was 17 times larger than the Duan Mahai application. Shin Yujin had managed 3 cultivation essences in that instance, isolated from a single compromised system. Here he was dealing with 41 essences, scattered and compressed into Gu Zhenwu's tribulation-crossing cultivation mass, which was neither cooperative nor stationary. He opened the pentagonal harmony to full configuration. The 5 elements in their self-sustaining cycle, the revolving core's dual rings spinning at spirit-severing operational frequency, the resonance projection techniques from the 3rd volume extending the configuration's reach to encompass the northern shelter space. The yin-yang perception at this output level was extraordinary. He could see each consumed essence within Gu Zhenwu's cultivation mass as a distinct signature, their original elemental characters still identifiable beneath the suppression of his forced integration. Gu Zhenwu, across the square, was watching with the complete attention of someone whose primary interest was the technical demonstration rather than its outcome. The separation requires identifying each essence's original frequency and applying a resonance stimulus at the exact matching frequency, Shin Yujin said, not to Gu Zhenwu, but to Mu Wanxi, who was at his right and whose diagnostic precision was going to be the technical backbone of the entire process. I can identify them. I need you to build the frequency library. Already started, she said. Her wood element cultivation was threading through the consumed essences one by one. The diagnostic patience that was her fundamental quality applied to a problem of this complexity with the same methodology she brought to individual healing, precise, sequential, thorough. Gu Jinwu's cultivation mass resisted the examination. Not actively. His investment in observing the technique apparently included allowing the examination. But the suppression fields maintaining the forced integration were not neutral structures, and they responded to external resonance stimulus with counterharmonic outputs that required active management. Feng Lihua handled the counterharmonics. Her fire element transformation arts had a particular facility with disrupting suppression structures. Fire burns through barriers by catalyzing the barrier material's own energetic instability. Applied to the suppression fields, it created gaps that Mu Wanqi's examination could pass through without triggering the counterharmonic responses. Luo Qingyan provided the structural framework, the precision geometry that turned 41 separate separation processes into a coordinated simultaneous operation rather than a sequential one. The timing required to prevent the separated essences from recombining before they could be returned to their original hosts was a precision problem, and precision was Luo Qingyan's foundational competency. Yi Suin's shadow element work created the dimensional space, the between zones in which separated essences could be held in stable suspension without a host body to return to immediately, the darkness that provided context for the operation's most technically demanding phase. Xiao Ruobing was watching Gu Jinwu, not performing guard duty, actively monitoring, reading his cultivation mass's response to the separation process with the metal element's sensitivity to structural tension. If the forced integration's disruption reached a critical threshold where his tribulation crossing cultivation began to destabilize, she would know before it was visible to any other observation method. The separation took 42 minutes. In the 43rd minute, the essences were reintegrated with their original hosts and 41 cultivators took conscious cultivation breaths for the first time in however many days since Gu Jinwu's arrival in Tianluo. The square was quiet. Gu Jinwu looked at Shun Yujin across the space, and his pale eyes held something he apparently hadn't expected to feel, which was why it was visible. The expression of someone confronting a fact that contradicts the framework they've built their life around. Chapter 91. The confrontation that followed was the consequence of 42 minutes of technical work having said everything that needed to be said. Gu Jinwu, with 41 fewer cultivation essences in his forced integration system, was running a tribulation crossing cultivation that was structurally compromised in ways that hadn't been visible from outside the integration state. The separation had not simply removed the essences, it had revealed the architecture of what remained. A cultivation system that had reached tribulation crossing through others' involuntary contributions and was now holding that advancement without the stolen foundation. The advancement was always contingent on the consumed essences, Shin Yujin said. Yes. Gu Jinwu's voice was its customary precision, but the professional warmth had dropped. What was under it was the voice of someone who had known this was true and had not acknowledged it until now. Without the integrated essences maintaining the tribulation crossing threshold's structural requirements, the realm becomes unstable. How long? Days. Perhaps less. He looked at his hands. I have been aware of this possibility since the breakthrough. The calculation was that I would have sufficient time to document the pentagonal harmony's complete architecture before the threshold destabilized. And if you had that documentation, I could reconstruct a stable path to the threshold through genuine methods. The documentation of the harmonious approach would have allowed me to. He stopped. The sentence was exposing something that his clinical register was struggling to present as neutral. I have spent 40 years researching parasitic dual cultivation as the only viable accelerated path. The genuine resonance path's effectiveness was, in my assessment, theoretical. I have been documenting you specifically because you are demonstrating that it is not theoretical. Because you want to do it correctly, Luo Qingyan said. The ice in her voice was not hostile, but it was absolute. You wanted to study us so you could copy the genuine approach without having to do the genuine work. He looked at her. Yes. That's not how it works, she said. I know that now. He looked at the northern shelter where the 41 recovered cultivators were being assessed by Mu Wanqi's mobile healing operation. I knew that before. I simply didn't accept the implication. He looked back at Shin Yujin. I cannot undo what I did to those people. I can return the essences. You've done that. I cannot return the weeks they spent in the consumption state. No. I will destabilize within days. The tribulation crossing advancement will collapse. I don't know what the collapse looks like. My research has no case studies for this specific failure mode. I do, Mu Wanqi said, from across the square. The collapse of a forced advancement state creates a catastrophic energy discharge proportional to the advancement scale. Tribulation crossing collapse would affect everyone within approximately a kilometer. The northern shelter was within 300 meters. Xin Yujin held the situation. Gu Zhenwu had spent 40 years pursuing power through methods that treated people as resources. He had damaged hundreds of cultivators through his systematic extraction. He was, right now, a walking structural failure that would kill everyone in the immediate area when it resolved. I can stabilize the collapse, Xin Yujin said. The yin-yang containment sphere technique from the third volume. I've been practicing it. If I can contain the discharge within a sphere rather than allowing it to propagate. That requires physical proximity to the collapse point, Xiao Ruobing said, which means being inside the kilometer radius when it goes. Yes. No, said three of his partners simultaneously, with the particular unified quality that the bond network gave to consensus decisions. The technique works, he said. I've practiced it. The pentagonal harmony provides enough output to maintain containment at this scale. The pentagonal harmony requires all 5 partners. Putting you inside the collapse radius means putting all 5 of us inside it. Feng Lihua's fire energy was very present. We discussed this. You discussed it 3 weeks ago for a hypothetical scenario. This is the actual scenario. He met each of their eyes in turn, feeling the bond connection's warmth and firmness. This is what the Harmony Pavilion is for, not just cultivation advancement. The silence that followed was not hesitation. It was 5 people arriving at the same place from 5 different directions. Inside the shelter first, Luo Qingyan said. The civilians and the recovered cultivators. Move them further. Done. Chen Hao's voice came through the resonance projection. He was at the shelter's entrance, having traveled separately at the beginning of the engagement when Xin Yujin had sent him ahead for evacuation coordination. Give me 4 minutes. They gave him 4 minutes. Then the pentagonal harmony's containment sphere technique began, and the collapse of Gu Zhenwu's forced advancement happened inside it. And the energy that should have destroyed a kilometer of city instead spent itself against the sphere's interior surface in a cascade that the 5-way resonance absorbed, converted, and discharged safely through the valley's yin-yang convergence point 300 kilometers away. The connection maintained through the third volume's resonance projection at its maximum range. When it was over, Gu Zhenwu was sitting on the cobblestones of Tianluo's central square. His cultivation was foundation establishment. Every advancement above that, 40 years of research and extraction and forced progress, was gone with the collapse. He was, in the most direct cultivation sense, the person he'd been before he started. He sat there for a long time. Chapter 92. The legal and social aftermath of Tianluo took 3 days to process, and what emerged from those days was something none of them had designed, but all of them recognized as significant. 41. Recovered cultivators. A city district partially destroyed and partly preserved through the Harmony Pavilion's intervention. A research practitioner reduced to foundation establishment and sitting in Tianluo's cultivation hall being assessed by Mu Wanqi with the specific patient attention she gave to cultivation pathology cases that were severe enough to require genuine reconstruction rather than mere repair. The Jade Tide House's formal statement, issued by sect Master Ji herself, who had been in the evacuation shelter and was now personally managing Tianluo's recovery, described the Harmony Pavilion's intervention as the definitive demonstration that the harmonious cultivation approach exceeds the parasitic approach in every metric relevant to a cultivator's stated goals. It was precise, specific, and publicly distributed to 7 cultivation news networks simultaneously. The statement reached the Heavenly Balance Court's reformist faction on the same day as by Qinwen's complete evidence compilation. Gu Zhenwu's situation was Mu Wanqi's problem for the 3 days, which meant it was handled with the particular combination of technical precision and genuine human attention that defined her healing practice. The foundation establishment cultivation that remained after the collapse was intact. The underlying architecture of his original cultivation, pre-parasitic modification, was healthy and recoverable. What had happened above it was gone. He has the same underlying talent he started with, she told Xin Yujin on the 2nd day, which was considerable. The research intelligence that drove 40 years of cultivation study, is still there. What he pursued that intelligence toward, and the methods he used, those are choices he made, not capacities. Is he going to be all right? Physically, yes. The cultivation recovery is straightforward. She paused. The rest is his work to do. I can't do it for him. On the third day, before the Harmony Pavilion contingent prepared to return, Gu Jinwu asked to speak with Shen Yujin. He was sitting in the cultivation hall's inner room, Foundation establishment cultivation quiet in its recovered state, the pale eyes unchanged in their quality of professional assessment despite the Foundation's radical simplification. The pentagonal harmony documentation, he said. I still want it. Shen Yujin waited. Not to replicate, to understand. He met Shen Yujin's gaze with the directness of someone who has given up the residual misdirection that operated when they still had a position to protect. I spent 40 years studying the wrong approach to a real question. The real question is how the resonance architecture achieves what it achieves. Why it works. The mathematics of it. A pause. I would like to study the correct approach. With appropriate permission. In an appropriate context. The Harmony Pavilion is not a prison, Shen Yujin said. If you want to come and study, you come as a student. Not as a researcher treating the practitioners as subjects. I understand the distinction. And the people you harmed, the 41 in Tianluo and everyone before them, their recovery support is the first obligation. Before cultivation study, before research, before anything else. Agreed. He would take 6 months to arrive at the Harmony Pavilion, because 6 months was what the 41 cultivators' recovery required, and he provided that recovery support personally before doing anything else. When he arrived, he came with the specific quality of someone who had used half a year of simplified circumstances to think clearly about the choices that had brought him to Foundation establishment at the age of 63, and had arrived at some conclusions. He was not simple or easy as a person. He was also, it turned out, an excellent teacher of cultivation theory. Chapter 93 The Heavenly Balance Court's emergency session happened on the 38th day after Bai Chunwen's departure from his mandate. The evidence compilation had reached Elder Kai Shuriwe through 3 separate channels. The Jade Slip relay by Chunwen had specified, a second transmission from Ning Liangji through the Spirit Severing Practitioners Network, and a third from the Jade Tide House's formal statement, which had been officially registered with the court's evidence archive as a cultivation incident report. The reformist faction convened with 14 of the court's 42 senior members. The traditionalist faction held 23. The remaining 5 were uncommitted. The session lasted 2 days. What changed the arithmetic was not Bai Chunwen's testimony, which was expected and discounted as corruption by the traditionalists. It was the Jade Tide House's recovered cultivators providing personal testimony, 41 individual accounts of the Harmony Pavilion's intervention and the condition of the people who had been in Gu Jinwu's consumption state when that intervention occurred. The testimony was not rhetorical. It was precise and medical and documented in the format the court's evidence review system required, each account consistent with the others in the factual elements while distinct in the personal detail that proved individual composition rather than coordinated narrative. The uncommitted 5 moved to the reformist side. 14 plus 5 was 19, not a majority. But the arithmetic of institutional bodies in crisis was not simply numerical. It was momentum-dependent, and 19 against 23 with 2 days of evidence, and a former enforcement officer's conscience declaration was a different configuration than 23 against 14 had been a month before. The Grand Adjudicator called a recess. What happened in the recess was never fully documented, but the outcome was, the suppression mandate against the Harmony Pavilion was suspended pending formal review. Not lifted, suspended. The review process was scheduled with the specific procedural weight that indicated it would be conducted with genuine rather than performative rigor. The Jade Slip notification reached Shen Yujin at the Harmony Pavilion's Resonance Center, where he was working through the combined 3rd and 4th volume techniques with the focused attention of someone preparing for the final descent. He read it once. Then he sent a Jade Slip to Elder Shen Baihe in the Shun clan compound, which contained 3 sentences. Asterisk, the suppression mandate is suspended. We're building something real up here. When you're ready, you're welcome to visit. Asterisk, the reply came 4 days later, in Elder Shun Baihe's precise formal hand. Asterisk, I have received your message. I am glad for you. I will visit when my responsibilities here allow. Asterisk, no apology. No acknowledgement. Just the two sentences that were the maximum of what a man with elders shunned by his particular kind of pride could produce in the circumstances. Shin Yujin read it twice, set it down, and went back to his cultivation practice. It was enough. Chapter 94, Volumes 5 and 6. They were accessible, according to the third volume's now combined understanding and the fourth fragment's specific notation, only through the yin-yang nexus's dimensional layers. Not the geological formation that provided the harmony pavilion's convergence energy. The deeper dimension, the internal cosmology of the seal itself, the space that existed within Empress Void's prison at a level below the physical cavern. You built your home above a pocket dimension, Tian Xuanyi said, when this was confirmed. His tone was the particular dry clarity of someone acknowledging an architectural surprise. The access point was the cavern's lowest level, below the primary containment layers, where the formation architecture gave way to something that was no longer simply formation work, but the actual dimensional boundary between the mortal realm's physical reality and the space that Primordial Master Hung had created specifically to hold a practitioner of Empress Void's cultivation depth. She created it with him. Empress Void corrected, when Shin Yujin discussed this on his next visit to the cavern. The dimensional space is not purely his construction. I was cooperative, in the beginning, before I understood what I was being asked to accept. The internal dimension has my architecture in it, as thoroughly as his. Which is why volumes 5 and 6 are inside it. He hid them there knowing that the practitioner who could retrieve them would need to navigate an environment built partly by me. A final test of whether the resonance was genuine. She paused. Also, there was nowhere safer. The dimensions within the seal are not accessible to anyone who doesn't have the pentagonal harmony's active operation and my consent. Do I have your consent? You have had my consent since you arrived with genuine intent. She looked at him steadily. You always had it. I was simply waiting for you to ask. The dimensional descent required the complete pentagonal harmony. All 5 partners present, all bonds active at full resonance, the self-sustaining cycle operating at the spirit-severing tier that they'd achieved. Tian Xuanyi remained at the cavern's physical level as anchor, maintaining communication through the resonance projection technique. The dimensional boundary was not visible. It was felt, a quality of transition that the revolving core registered as a shift between operational parameters, like moving between mediums. And then the physical cavern was gone, and they were standing in a space that was, and was not a cavern. The internal dimension of the yin-yang nexus was a cosmos unto itself. Not large. The scale was comprehensible, several kilometers in every direction, but complete. A space where yin and yang existed as physical landscapes rather than energetic qualities. Ice plains to the north, pale and deep and silent. Volcanic fields to the south, the fire quality of yang excess in its pure form. Between them, a narrow path of balance. The geological metaphor of the convergence point made actual, a road of stable ground threading between the opposites. Above them, 2 celestial bodies. A black moon and a white sun, locked in their mutual orbit, their light falling on the landscape in a combination that produced the specific illumination of a space that was simultaneously night and day. At the dimension center, the prison's internal expression. Not the crystalline formation construct of the physical cavern, but something that looked, in this context, more like what it was, a place where a person had been for 10,000 years, shaped by the person inside it in the way any long-occupied space acquired its inhabitant's character, and embedded in the walls of the dimensional prison, glowing with the sutra's recognizable resonance. Volumes 5 and 6. Chapter 95. Empress Void's voice came from everywhere in the dimension simultaneously. The first trial is to my north, she said. Primordial Master Hung placed it there. The landscape's in extreme, the ice plains. The trial requires that you maintain all 5 bonds simultaneously, while each partner faces an individual manifestation of their deepest concern about the bond network. A pause. I know what you're thinking. That it's a trap. That I designed this to break your bonds so the cycle fails and I can escape. Another pause. I understand why you're thinking that. You're right to think carefully. But I didn't design the trials. He did. And I have not interfered with them in 10,000 years, despite having the capacity to. Why not? Because his tests are honest. They don't manufacture fear. They reveal what's actually present. If any of your bonds would break under genuine pressure, it's better to know now rather than during the dissolution. She was quiet for a moment. I want the dissolution to succeed. Interfering with the trials would risk its success. Shin Yujin looked at his 5 partners. She's telling the truth, Yi Suyin said. Her shadow element cultivation was exceptionally sensitive in this environment. The dimensions yin-yang extremes made shadow, which existed at the intersection of both, particularly attuned. The trials are his. The architecture is different from hers. Then we proceed. The ice planes separated them immediately, not through any apparent mechanism. One moment they were together on the balance path, and the next each person was standing alone in their individual section of the dimensional landscape. The bond connections present but stretched, the resonance projection technology's principles now being applied at a dimensional rather than physical distance. Shin Yujin held all 5 bonds simultaneously and felt each partner's experience through the connections. Luo Qingyin's trial manifested as her deepest concern, that the bond network would subsume her individual identity, that what she had been before, precise, self-contained, completely sovereign, would dissolve into the collective until she couldn't find herself in it anymore. The manifestation was a version of the ice planes that was familiar in the wrong way, a copy of her own cultivation arts appearing in the landscape, without her having created them, as if the bonds had begun producing her techniques without her participation. He felt her response through the connection, a recognition of the fear's specific shape, a moment of sitting with it, and then the precise assessment of whether it was true. Was she less herself in the bond network than she had been before? She reviewed the past year. She had made different choices. She had shared her interior life in ways she hadn't previously. She had been vulnerable in ways that her training had designated as weakness and that had turned out to be genuine strength. She was not less herself. She was more herself because some of what she'd been before was armor rather than identity, and the bonds had made the distinction visible. The ice planes reformed around her into their natural configuration. Trial complete. Through each of the other 4 connections, he felt parallel processes. Mu Wanqi working through her concern about being the weakest link in the cycle. Xiao Ruobing working through the question of whether dependence and strength were compatible. Feng Lihua working through whether the lineage motivation that had brought her to the pavilion tainted her bonds. Yi Suyin working through whether she had fully chosen the bonds or been moved into them by the momentum of events. Each answer arrived through the bond network to him, not as reported conclusions, but as the emotional quality of genuine resolution. He held all 5 and felt them arrive at the other side. The ice planes released them back to the balance path, and they stood together again in the dimensional space, the 5 connections intact, and, in some specific way, he could feel through the revolving core, stronger than they had been before the trials. Chapter 96 Volume 5 was released from the prison wall when all 5 trials were complete. It appeared at the wall's surface with a gentle luminescence that Shin Yujin read as the formation's release mechanism triggering in response to the trial completion. The volumes were not just hidden here, but guarded by a condition. The content of Volume 5 filtered through his perception as he lifted it. Advanced Tao-level fusion techniques, the cultivation theory for breakthrough beyond spirit severing, and the specific technical notes on the dissolution techniques preparation requirements that the earlier volumes had referenced but not yet provided. The dissolution window, 49 minutes, confirmed. The emotional harmony prerequisite, confirmed. The specific cultivation alignment required between all 6 participants, himself, his 5 partners, and Empress Void from inside the prison, was specified in a notation that took careful reading to fully parse. Primordial Master Hung had designed the dissolution to require the dissolving parties' active cooperation. Empress Void had to help. That's new information, Feng Lihua said, reading over his shoulder. Is it? He looked at the prison's internal wall. She told us from the beginning that she wanted to end, that she would hold the prison walls during the Volume 7 extraction, that she would stop the process if a bond weakened rather than let us be harmed. She's been cooperative since our first descent. The technique requires her to actively channel her yin energy into the dissolution rather than passively accepting it, Mu Wanqi said, working through the technical notation with her diagnostic precision. It's not just consent. It's participation. She has to help break down her own prison, which means the dissolution only works if she genuinely wants it. Exactly, Through the prison wall, he felt Empress Void's attention on them, her awareness of their conversation, the particular quality of a person who has waited a long time and is listening carefully. Su Wuying, he said, using her actual name for the first time. A pause. Yes, she said, the word carrying 10,000 years in 2 syllables. You know what the 5th volume says. I've watched practitioners enter this dimension for 3,000 years. I've seen the volume's activation mechanism. I know what it requires. She was quiet for a moment. Are you asking whether I'm willing? I'm asking whether you're ready. Another pause, longer. I have been ready for 8,000 years. She paused. I was not ready for the first 2,000. I want to be honest about that. He held the honesty and found it exactly as adequate as honesty always is. Not comfortable, but sufficient. Volume 6, he said. We need that too before we can proceed. The second trial is to the south, she said. The Yang Fields. It requires something different from the first, not individual facing of fears, but a collective test. A pause. It requires all 6 of you, including me through the prison's external access point, to maintain a resonant state while I show you my memories. Empress Void's memories, Luo Qingyan said, with the precision of someone identifying the specific content of the trial. The complete record. Not selected. Not edited. Everything, including the worst of it, from the 1st and 2nd millennium. She was quiet. It is Heng's final test. Whether the practitioners who will perform the dissolution can maintain compassion while knowing the full truth of what they are dissolving. And Volume 6 appears after the trial completes? It appears when the compassion is genuine. A pause. I don't know if you'll pass. I want to warn you of that. What I became, what I did, is not easy to witness without judgment. We'll try, Shin Yujin said. They began. Chapter 97, 10,000 years and 49 minutes of subjective experience was not what the trial was. 10,000 years of memories, filtered through the emotional architecture of the person who had lived them, experienced by 6 participants through a resonance connection that preserved both the content and the quality of the experience while it was happening. That was what the trial was. And 49 minutes was generous. The memories began with the beginning. Su Wuying at 18, her cultivation emerging, the Pure Yin Physique's first full manifestation, the particular exhilaration of discovering that your cultivation's potential was as large as you'd hoped and nothing like what you'd been told to expect. Her first encounter with primordial Master Hong, not romantic initially, but intellectually electric. 2 practitioners who recognized in each other the same orientation toward cultivation as something that could be larger than the conventional system imagined. The development of the sutra. The years of collaborative work, genuine in both its intellectual rigor and its emotional depth. 2 people building something because they both believed in it. The bond between them growing from professional resonance to personal one in the way that shared work sometimes produces. The child's birth. The particular joy of that first year, and then the crack that appeared in the infant's dantian at 3 months, and the growing terror as they understood what was happening, and the helplessness of 2 of the cultivation world's most capable practitioners unable to apply their capability to the problem most immediately before them. The child's death at 43 months. The memories held that grief with the honesty of something that had not been processed away but had been lived with for 10,000 years. It was still enormous. It had different dimensions now than it had at the time. The rage was gone. The desperation was gone. What remained was the grief itself, which was not destructive but was permanent. It did not require resolution. It required acknowledgement. And then, what came after? The period in which she had reached for Heng's yang energy and called it preservation and knew, at some level, she wasn't accessing consciously, that it was not preservation. The practitioners she had bonded with and drained before he stopped her. The choice. It was a choice. The trial was honest about that. She had made a choice to continue. The ceiling. The 1st century. The rage. The attempted escape. The 2nd century, and the 3rd, and the slow, grinding transition through darkness towards something on the other side of it. The 7,000 years of becoming different. The memories ended. Shin Yujin was still connected to all 6 points in the resonance. His 5 partners, who had experienced everything he had experienced, and Su Wuying, who had let them experience it. He could feel through the connections what each person was holding. Not judgment. The trial had not produced judgment. What it had produced was something more complex and more adequate: understanding. The full human weight of a specific person who had been in extreme circumstances and had made catastrophic choices from those circumstances, and who had spent 10,000 years arriving, slowly, at the person the choices had left. Volume 6 appeared at the prison wall with the quiet luminescence of a condition fulfilled. The trial was complete. Chapter 98, The Joint Tao Fusion Breakthrough with Feng Lihua, happened 3 days after the return from the dimensional descent, in the volcanic spring 3 kilometers north of the valley. The timing was not coincidence. The geothermal spring's fire element Yin resonance had been part of the preparation, building over weeks of practice sessions at that location. The accumulated energy creating ideal conditions for the most intensive breakthrough process either of them had attempted. Tao fusion required merging one's personal cultivation Tao with the broader heavenly law, not submitting to it, not imposing on it, but finding the specific alignment where a practitioner's individual understanding of reality was genuine enough to integrate with the universe's actual operation. It was not achievable through technique alone. It required the kind of genuine comprehension that only came from living a particular path long enough to understand its principles in their full depth. Shen Yujin's Tao was the Tao of harmonious relationships, not in the simple sense of getting along, but in the profound sense that reality's actual operation was fundamentally relational, that the revolving core's dual rings expressing the yin-yang interaction was not a description of cultivation technique, but a description of how everything worked. Nothing existed independently. Everything was in perpetual relationship with everything else. Understanding that deeply enough to merge with it was the breakthrough. Feng Lihua's Tao was the Tao of transformation, the recognition that fire's nature, the continuous conversion of one state to another, was the universe's fundamental dynamic. Nothing remained as it was. The only question was whether transformation was catalytic, enabling deeper potential, or consumptive, destroying existing form. Her lineage's history was a demonstration of what happened when fire forgot the distinction. The joint breakthrough was the intersection of these two Taos, transformation within relationship. The recognition that change and connection were the same process expressed differently. When it completed, the dimensional minimum of a sun manifested in the volcanic spring, not destructively, but as a confirmation, a Tao fusion milestone that the cultivation world's tradition represented as a personal celestial object manifesting briefly in the mortal realm. Below in the yin-yang nexus, Empress Void felt it through the seal. "It's happening faster than I calculated," she said, when Shen Yujin descended the next morning. "Your cultivation progression." She was quiet. "The sutra's design is working as Hung intended. You're ready for the dissolution before I expected." She stopped. "Before you'd finished preparing yourself?" A long pause. "I've had 10,000 years. I don't know what additional preparation looks like." She met his eyes through the prison wall. "I'm afraid. I want to be honest about that too. After all the wanting to end, now that it's close, I'm afraid." "What are you afraid of?" "Disappearing." She said the word simply. "The dissolution doesn't send me somewhere. It ends me. I've known that for 8,000 years. Knowing it and facing it are different." He sat on the cavern floor in front of the prison and looked at her. Primordial Master Heng's note in Volume 3 said the dissolution technique was an apology. The 7th volume contains the actual technique. He paused. He designed it as an ending for someone he loved. When he finally accepted that ending was what she needed, he made it peaceful on purpose. "I know. The peaceful ending for something that's been in pain for 10,000 years, it matters. The choice matters. That it ends with you choosing is different from any other way it could end." She was quiet for a long time. "You are very like them," she said finally. "Both of them. The steadiness is his. The emotional attention is mine, as I was before." She paused. "I am glad you exist. I'm glad the physique found its way to someone who is you specifically." "Thank you for that," he said. "When?" she asked. "When Volume 7 is retrieved and the dissolution preparation is complete." He held her gaze. "Soon." Chapter 99, The offer came on the morning they were preparing for the Volume 7 extraction. Shen Yujin was in the cavern with his 5 partners, the resonance at the preliminary alignment for the extraction, when Empress Void said, "I want to tell you something. About the 7th volume. And about myself. Before we proceed." He indicated he was listening. The seventh volume contains the primordial harmony ascension technique. Hung designed it as the sutra's culmination, a method to transcend the mortal cultivation system entirely. Not just to reach its upper tiers, but to move beyond them into the celestial realm as a complete cultivator with a harmonized foundation. She paused. He designed it specifically for the pentagonal harmony configuration. It's a group ascension method. I know. The fourth volume fragment mentioned it. What the fragment may not have contained. The ascension requires that the dissolution happen first. The prison's energy, released properly, provides the final catalyst for the ascension formation. My ending is the mechanism for your next beginning. A pause. I want you to know that I find this appropriate. It is the last thing I can give. I am glad there is a last thing. He held the information. The dissolution as catalyst for ascension. His beginning enabled by her ending. The circularity of it had the quality of things that were true at the deepest level of the sutra's architecture. All right, he said. The extraction, she said. It requires maximum simultaneous yin and yang output. You know this. What you don't know is that when the volume dislodges from the wall, the cascade begins at the prison's external ring first and moves inward. You will have 49 minutes from the moment I feel the external ring begin to fail. She paused. I will tell you when to stop containing it and let the dissolution proceed. If you begin before I tell you, we lose the window. You're directing the timing. It's my dissolution. Yes. Luo Qingyan said quietly. All right. The extraction began. Maximum yin-yang output through the pentagonal harmony. The revolving core's dual rings at their Tao fusion operational tier, all 5 element expressions at full power, focused on the upper section of the prison wall where the 7th volume glowed with its recognition resonance. The wall resisted, not through active defense, through simple structural density, the 10,000 years of seal architecture compressing the formation material into something harder than stone. The pentagonal harmony pressed against it, and the press produced heat and cold and growth and sharpness and depth simultaneously. Each element, finding the specific material it was most effective against, the combined effect exceeding what any of them could have achieved individually. The wall yielded at the 37th second. Volume 7 dislodged. The external ring of the prison's cascade failure began. 49 minutes, Empress Void said. Her voice was steady. I have it from inside. Proceed to the dissolution preparation. Chapter 100. They ascended from the deepest level to the cavern's main chamber with the volume and the clock running. The dissolution preparation required the pentagonal harmony to shift from the extraction configuration to the formation configuration, a technical transition that Shun Yujin managed through the revolving core's parameter reconfiguration, each element repositioning from focused extraction to surrounding embrace, the 5 partners moving to the cardinal points around the prison while he stood at the nexus. He read Volume 7's notation while the reconfiguration completed. The formation was complex but legible, built on the foundation of everything the previous 6 volumes had taught, each technique a brick in this architecture. He understood it completely within 4 minutes. Tian Xuani's voice came through the resonance projection from above. The formation system is aligned. I'm maintaining the anchor points. Whatever you need from up here, I have it. Thank you, Shin Yujin said. He felt each partner's readiness through the bond connections. Not asking, not requiring confirmation, but the natural awareness of the pentagonal harmony's complete configuration. All 5 elements present, all 5 genuine, all 5 chosen. Su Wuying, he said. I'm here, she said. I've always been here. Are you ready? The silence lasted exactly 4 seconds. Yes. He opened the primordial harmony ascension formation, not the ascension itself, but the prerequisite structure that would receive the dissolution's energy and hold it until the moment came. 5 elements surrounding one. The prison's interior meeting the exterior formation through the prison wall's failing integrity. And from below, pushing upward through the geological formation, through the cavern's stone and the valley's convergence point, and the harmony pavilion's living spaces, and the mountain's rock into the open air above. The first genuine movement of a thing that had been still for 10,000 years. The Heavenly Balance Court's emergency mandate alert reached the pavilion's communication array in the same moment. Not a removal order, but a suspension extension. The reformist faction had achieved a procedural vote. The suppression statute was under formal review. The court's campaign against the Harmony Pavilion would not proceed pending the review's outcome. Chunhao received the notification at the pavilion's surface, read it once, and looked up at the sky above the valley, where Xin Yujin and his 5 partners were somewhere in the mountain's depths, doing something that the surface-level awareness of his non-cultivator perception could feel as a deep vibration in the rock beneath his feet. He went and made tea. In the cavern, the dissolution's first stage completed, and Empress Void's voice said, clear and steady and somehow lighter than it had been, "This is right. I can feel that it's right." "Yes," Xin Yujin said. "How long left?" 34 minutes. "Good," she said. "That's enough." The formation's second stage began, and outside in the world above, the morning was ordinary and the mountain was ancient, and the path that had led here was everything it had been. Chosen, genuine, difficult, built from connection and sustained by care, and now arriving at the place it had always been traveling toward. And Xin Yujin stood at the center of it and held every bond steady and did not look away. The dissolution continued. Outside, the Harmony Pavilion breathed in its natural convergence rhythm, yin and yang in their geological dialogue. The living spaces and the formation rings and the practice areas and the people in them all present and real and built together, and through the mountain's depth, something that had been waiting for 10,000 years was, finally, almost over. And 34 minutes ahead, something that had never existed before was about to begin. Chapter 101. The dissolution's final 34 minutes were the most complete silence Xin Yujin had ever inhabited. Not absence of sound. The cavern had its own acoustics, the stone carrying the deep resonance of the formation work, the occasional settling of ancient rock, the breath of 5 people maintaining cultivation focus with the particular steady quality of practitioners who had been at this long enough that sustained effort had become its own kind of rest. The silence was interior, the kind that comes when a person has given everything available to a single task and discovered that the task and the person are the same thing for the duration. The dissolution formation operated through the pentagonal harmony's 5-point array with the revolving core at the nexus, each element finding its corresponding face of the prison's failing architecture. Luo Qingyan's ice worked the northern face, the yin-dominant geometry of the prison's founding principle, the aspect of the seal that had been strongest for longest. Mu Wanqi's would found the organic structure in the formation's living architecture, the aspects of the seal that had grown and adapted over 10,000 years of being in relationship with the person it contained. Xiao Ruobing's metal worked the cutting edge, the precision dissolution of each layer's individual anchors, sequential and exact. Feng Lihua's fire catalyzed the transformation of sealed energy into free energy, the necessary conversion that prevented the dissolution from being simply destruction. Yi Suin's shadow held the dimensional context, the between zones in which the dissolution's released energy would need to exist briefly before the ascension formation could receive it. Empress Void worked from inside. She had said it would require her participation. What Xin Yujin hadn't anticipated was the quality of that participation. Not passive, not simply withholding resistance, but active. She was taking apart her own prison with 10,000 years of familiarity with its architecture, finding the formation nodes that she had been in proximity to since their construction, knowing which nodes were load-bearing, and in what sequence their release would produce the most peaceful cascade. Designing the best ending with the resources available. At the 22nd minute, she said, "There are memories I want to pass before the window closes. I can only pass them to you. The nexus point is the only position with the bilateral access." A pause. "They're not for you specifically. They're for the cultivation world. Records that don't exist anywhere else." "Pass them," he said. The memories were not the experiential flood of the second trial. They came in the formation language, the precise notation of a cultivation philosopher encoding decades of research into transferable data, the same way a scholar's years of thought could be compressed into a text that transmitted the conclusions without requiring the reader to repeat the research. 200 years of her pre-fall work on the sutra's theoretical foundations. The complete history of the pentagonal harmony configuration, including applications that she and primordial Master Hung had theorized but never tested. The full technical specifications for the dissolution technique's design process, preserved so that anyone who encountered a similar sealed entity could apply the method. A curriculum for what she had learned. an apology rendered in the form of a contribution. He received it and felt its weight, not as burden, but as trust. The cultivation world had lost 2,000 years of this knowledge to the suppression statute. She was giving it back through the only mechanism available. At the 35th minute, she said, "Thank you for coming, for building here, for being what you are. Thank you for waiting," he said. At the 39th minute, the prison's internal structure completed its dissolution sequence, and Empress Void's cultivation presence dispersed, gently, by her own direction, with the quality of something that has been held in one place for a very long time and is now free to become the ambient. He held the moment, not with grief. The grief had been present earlier, during the first descent, when he'd understood that there was a person inside the seal rather than a monster, and that the person had been isolated for 10,000 years. The grief had done its work. What was present now was something he didn't have a word for, the specific quality of witnessing something that deserved to be witnessed with full attention. He had arrived here because he'd built a home on the seal's location and discovered the seal by accident. He'd descended because a sealed entity asked for something reasonable, a conversation, and eventually, an ending, and because refusing would have been wrong in a way that had nothing to do with cultivation strategy. The dissolution had been the right thing to do, and the right thing to do was sometimes this: standing in a cavern as 10,000 years of compressed history released into the ambient, carrying 200 years of a brilliant mind's research in the formation language notation that she'd chosen to leave as her contribution rather than her complaint. She could have been bitter. 10,000 years in a seal was sufficient justification for bitterness. She had been many things during those years: despairing, enraged, resigned, peaceful, active, quiet. She had ended with gratitude and a curriculum for what she had learned. The yin-yang nexus changed. The black moon and white sun in the internal dimension stopped their adversarial orbit and moved toward alignment, the perpetual tension of their opposition converting to the stability of balance. The internal dimension's landscape changed from the opposed extremes of ice and fire to something more continuous, a world where the elements existed in relationship rather than separation, where the path between them was not narrow and precarious, but broad and natural. The seal's energy, released, rose through the geological formation and reached the valley above. The Harmony Pavilion's convergence point received it. What had been a geological resonance, stable, ancient, and limited in its natural boundaries, expanded outward as the sealed energy integrated. The valley's yin-yang balance deepening by an order of magnitude, the formation rings strengthening in a cascade that Tian Shuani above was tracking with the focused attention of someone observing a once-in-10,000-year formation event. And through the revolving core, in the same moment, Shen Yujin felt the Ascension formation's catalyst condition meet its requirement. The primordial harmony ascension was ready to begin. Chapter 102: The Heavenly Balance Court's contingent arrived on the morning of the 49th day. Not with swords drawn, with paperwork. Grand Adjudicator Feng Wei arrived at the Harmony Pavilion's south gate at the 7th hour, accompanied by 4 senior court officials and Elder Kai Shuriwei, who was a small man in his 80s whose cultivation presence was tribulation crossing realm, and whose expression was the specific quiet of someone who has been working towards something for a very long time and has just watched it begin to become real. The suppression statute review has reached preliminary conclusion, Grand Adjudicator Feng Wei said. He had the particular manner of someone who has made a difficult institutional decision and is committed to communicating it with the precision it deserves. The Dual Cultivation Sutra and its associated practices are not inherently heretical. The historical classification is being revised. The enforcement mandate against the Harmony Pavilion and its practitioners is lifted with immediate effect. Shen Yujin stood at the gate and received this information with the specific quality of a person for whom a thing they had worked toward has arrived before the work felt complete. "Thank you," he said. It was not sufficient to the moment. He knew that. The moment deserved more ceremony, more acknowledgement of what the decision represented after 2,000 years of suppression. But he was also genuinely tired, in the specific way of someone who had been dealing with crises and extraordinary events and fundamental transformations for the better part of a year, and the genuine tiredness was producing an honesty that ceremony would have obscured. Grand Adjudicator Feng Wei looked at him with the assessment of someone who was deciding what kind of person he was dealing with. You're not celebrating, he observed. I'll celebrate when I've had sleep, Shen Yujin said. Something crossed the Grand Adjudicator's expression that was, improbably, close to approval. Bai Chunwen speaks highly of you. He's been a better ally than I expected. He's been a better person than any of us expected. Which is a statement about what we expected, not what he is. Feng Wei was quiet for a moment. May we come in? Elder Kai Shuriwei has specific questions about the third volume's resonance projection techniques. He's been working on a parallel formulation for 40 years and would like to compare notes. Chen Hao, who had appeared at the gate behind Shen Yujin with the timing that characterized all his appearances, said, I'll prepare a meeting room. How many of you will be staying for the working session? They came in. The working session lasted 3 days and produced the beginning of something that the cultivation world had not seen in 2,000 years, an institutional conversation about the sutra's content that was motivated by understanding rather than threat assessment. Elder Kai Shiyue's independent formulations aligned with the third volume's techniques in ways that confirmed the genuine convergence of parallel research, the kind of confirmation that validated both parties' work. The Harmony Pavilion's practitioners and the court's reformist representatives exchanged cultivation theory with the focused engagement of professionals who recognized that they were each in possession of part of a picture they both needed complete. Bai Chenwen, no longer the faceless arbiter, in the sense that the face he now showed was his own, participated in the working session with the careful authority of someone who was rebuilding their relationship with an institution from within rather than having left it. The reformist faction needed his institutional knowledge. He needed the legitimacy of working from within rather than permanently against. Grand Adjudicator Feng Wei attended the second day's session, said very little, and left on the third morning with the expression of someone who has observed a process they understand is correct and are not entirely comfortable with, which was possibly the most accurate description of institutional change Shen Yujin had ever witnessed in a single person's face. He'll support the reformists, Bai Chunwen said, watching the adjudicator's departure. Not publicly, not yet, but he'll stop opposing them. That's the decisive shift. What changed him? You and your partners. Specifically, the 42-minute demonstration in Tianluo. Bai Chunwen was quiet for a moment. He is a fundamentally fair person who has been working within an unfair system because he believed the system's conclusions were correct even if its methods were sometimes crude. Evidence of a different conclusion changed his calculations. He paused. He also has a grandchild with a minor yin-yang resonance physique who has been told she has no path in the cultivation system. The personal dimension should not be underestimated. Shen Yujin filed that information. The ascension preparation, Bai Chunwen said. How long? 49 days. The formation requires a sustained cultivation period at the nexus center point. He looked at the valley's resonance center, where the post-dissolution energy had transformed the convergence point into something genuinely extraordinary. The geological resonance amplified, the yin-yang balance deeper and more complete than before, the sealed entity's 10,000-year presence having shaped the landscape into something that was, in its own way, magnificent. 49 days, and then we leave. And I manage this in your absence, Bai Chunwen said. Not a question. You and Chen Hao. Between you, I have complete confidence. Bai Chunwen looked at him with the expression of someone who has lived long enough to recognize genuine trust as a specific and valuable thing. I'll try to be worthy of it. Chapter 103 The political aftermath of the working session had a momentum that didn't require Shen Yujin's active management, which was fortunate because he was spending his attention in other directions. He read Volume 7 completely in 3 sessions, the revolving core's Dao fusion processing speed allowing him to absorb the technical depth without the extended period that the earlier volumes had required. The primordial harmony ascension formation specifications were detailed and demanding not in terms of raw power, which the pentagonal harmony at spirit-severing tier had in abundance, but in terms of the cultivation stability required to maintain a sustained 49-day formation without the kind of periodic energy fluctuation that normal cultivation sessions experienced. The formation required something he had been working toward for months without knowing he was working toward it. A pentagonal harmony that was so stable, it was self-monitoring. Each partner's connection so genuine and so practiced that the network's maintenance didn't require conscious management. It ran on the foundation of the relationships themselves. He discussed this with his partners at the evening meal, 3 days after the court delegation's departure, and the discussion had the quality of a conversation that was summarizing something they had all already understood individually but hadn't yet put into shared language. The 49 days are going to be the quietest period we've had in a year, Li Wei said. Relatively, Mu Wanqi said. We'll still be doing cultivation work. The formation requires active resonance maintenance. I mean quiet in the external sense. No crises. No opponents. Just the work. We've had those periods before, Luo Qingyan said. At the Verdant Spirit sect. At the early pavilion period. And in those periods, things happened anyway, Xiao Ruobing noted, with the precision of someone pointing out a pattern. The Crimson Moon Assault. The Faceless Arbiter. The Yin-Yang Storm. This will be different, Yi Suyin said. Her shadow element cultivation had a particular reading of the valley's energy that her moonlight physique extended to things the others couldn't directly assess. The dissolution changed the nexus. The energy that was in tension is now in balance. The formation will be stable. How confident? Chun Hao asked, with the practical directness of someone who was going to be running the pavilion while they were 49 days in a cultivation formation and needed an accurate probability assessment for contingency planning. Significantly, Yi Suyin said, I'd say 80% that nothing major interrupts it. What's the 20%? Gu Zhenwu is somewhere in the world in a foundation establishment body. The Abyssal Tide sect's remaining factions are in three-way conflict. The Jade Tide House's rebuilt sections have made them a target for opportunistic smaller sections. And the court's traditional faction is not dissolved, just outvoted. She was recounting the landscape with professional care. Any of those could generate a situation requiring response. But not one we can't manage, Chun Hao said. Not one you can't manage, she corrected. He made the specific nod that indicated he'd received an honest assessment and was accepting its implications. The evening before the formation period began, he sat in the central garden with Luo Qingyan, Mu Wanqi, Xiao Ruobing, Li Wei, and Yi Suyin in the specific, comfortable gathering of a group that had stopped needing to perform for each other a long time ago. The garden's wood element energy, cultivated through months of Mu Wanqi's careful tending, was at its most vivid in the early evening light. The flowering plants she'd coaxed from desert-adapted stock into genuine blooming. The paths between them worn by regular use into patterns that reflected the people who used them. Chun Hao was there too, because he was always there in the places where the actual decisions were made. Even though he developed the specific art of making himself invisible at the decision's margin where he could listen and comment without interfering. What does it feel like? Mu Wanqi asked. Going in, knowing you won't come back out the same way you went in. The question was genuine and specific in the way her questions always were. Not rhetorical, not seeking reassurance, asking about the actual phenomenology. Shen Yujin thought about it. Like the morning before the Crimson Moon infiltration, he said. Everything that needed to be decided has been decided. Everything that needed to be prepared has been prepared. What's left is just going. That's not quite what I meant, she said. I meant the quality of the change itself. The true immortal tier. What it means to become that. I don't know yet, he said honestly. The sutra describes it in terms of the eternal resonance activating, the pentagonal harmony at its final tier, all 6 cultivation systems advancing simultaneously. What that feels like from inside, I can only extrapolate. He looked at each of his partners in turn. But the sutra's description of the ascension formation's purpose is specific. It's not just a power advancement. It's a completion. The sutra's design, all 7 volumes, was built toward this configuration. The primordial harmony is what the whole system was always pointing toward. And afterward, Li Wei said, the celestial realm. And afterward, the celestial realm, which the sutra's 7th volume describes as having its own set of challenges that we are inadequately prepared for. We're adequately prepared for challenges we can't predict, Xiao Ruobing said. We've been doing that for a year. Chun Hao raised his cup of tea. A year of impossible situations, each resolved by improbable people doing what they're actually suited for. He looked around the group with the expression of someone choosing the precise shape of a thing they want to say. I want you to know that managing this from the outside has been the most interesting year of my life, and that I'll miss you while you're up there in whatever the celestial realm turns out to actually be. A pause. and that I fully expect jade slip communication at regular intervals. Twice monthly, Shen Yujin said. Monthly minimum, Chun Hao countered. I have operational needs. The garden held them until the stars came out, and when they descended to the nexus center point in the morning, it was with the specific quality of people who had said what needed to be said and could give the next 49 days their full attention. The 49-day preparation period began the following morning, with the specific beginning of and ending quality that all deliberately chosen starting points had. Shen Yujin and his 5 partners descended to the nexus's center point, not the cavern level, but the geological layer where the convergence energy was most concentrated and where the post-dissolution transformation had produced its most stable manifestation. The valley above continued. Chun Hao managed its continuity with the competence of someone who had been building toward this responsibility for the better part of a year and had arrived at it fully prepared. Bai Chunwen contributed institutional knowledge and spirit-severing cultivation presence as needed. Ning Liangji held the outer defense with the grim efficiency of someone who had found a purpose that accorded with what she had left. Li Wei maintained the formation systems. Ruan Shijing trained the affiliated cultivators. Tian Xuani studied and advised and occasionally emerged from the library to correct someone's formation theory with devastating precision. Guo Tianhua, 6 weeks into his foundation reconstruction process, was making progress that Mu Wanqi's remote monitoring through the 3rd volume's resonance projection confirmed as positive. He was also, based on Chun Hao's biweekly report relayed through the projection, developing what appeared to be a genuine cultivation rapport with Li Wei, who had approached his foundation work from the formation theory side and found his cultivation instincts surprisingly compatible with her analytical methodology. The Harmony Pavilion lived. Chapter 10 for the war came anyway, not from the sources Yi Suyin had identified as the 20%, from the thing that no one had fully anticipated. The Heavenly Balance Court's traditional faction, outmaneuvered in the procedural vote and unwilling to accept the outcome, orchestrated a coalition. It was old political technology, the kind that had maintained the suppression statute for 2,000 years. The traditional faction contacted the heads of 17 sects whose authority structures were directly threatened by the Dual Cultivation Sutra's legitimization. Not the small sects, not the ones that had already affiliated with the Harmony Pavilion. The large ones, sects whose cultivation monopolies on specific techniques, specific territories, specific cultivation populations depended on the existing hierarchy remaining intact. The argument was not that dual cultivation was heretical. The traditional faction was not capable of winning that argument anymore. The argument was that the Harmony Pavilion specifically represented an existential threat to the established order, that a group capable of the pentagonal harmony, operating outside traditional sect structure, accountable to no existing authority, was inherently destabilizing. It was, from a certain perspective, entirely accurate. The coalition of 17 sects mobilized in a coordinated advance on the Harmony Pavilion's valley 22 days into the 49-day cultivation formation. Chun Hao received the intelligence through Yi Suyin's shadow network, which continued to function even with Yi Suyin in the formation 40 meters below, and made a set of decisions that demonstrated exactly the quality Shen Yujin had placed his confidence in. He sent jade slips to 43 affiliated sects and cultivation organizations. He contacted the Jade Tide House, the Verdant Spirit Sect, the Tidal Creek Association, the Ice Phoenix Sect, the Celestial Blade Sect, and 6 others whose relationship with the Harmony Pavilion or its practitioners was genuine rather than political. He reached the reformist faction of the Heavenly Balance Court through Bai Chenwan, and the court's reformist senior members reached the adjudicator. And he prepared the Harmony Pavilion's defenses with the systematic thoroughness of someone who had been paying very close attention to every battle the pavilion had survived and had drawn accurate conclusions from each one. The coalition of 17 arrived to find not the undefended valley they apparently anticipated, but a defensive arrangement of 56 cultivators, 3 spirit-severing practitioners, and formation infrastructure that Tian Xuani and Li Wei had been quietly improving for months. The coalition's advance stopped at the outer formation ring, and a negotiation began that was clearly not what the coalition had intended. Grand Adjudicator Feng Wei arrived on the negotiation's second day. He came with the court's full formal contingent, which was an institutional statement that dwarfed any individual argument. The court was present as a body, not as factions, and its presence on the side of the negotiation that was protecting the Harmony Pavilion was the kind of signal that made 17 sects leadership recalculate their arithmetic. The suppression mandate is lifted, Li Wei said, to the coalition's senior representative. The statute review process is ongoing and will not be preempted by external action. Any attack on the Harmony Pavilion while the review is active constitutes contempt of court process. The legal argument was not the most powerful element in the room. The most powerful element was by Chunwen standing at the Grand Adjudicator's right shoulder with the expression of someone who had spent 200 years enforcing the court's mandates and whose endorsement of this position was therefore not theoretical. The coalition negotiated for 3 days and withdrew without attacking. The battle that followed was diplomatic rather than military. Each of the 17 sects' specific concerns about the Dual Cultivation Sutra's legitimization were addressed in formal proceedings, their monopoly concerns acknowledged, and in most cases addressed through provisions that allowed existing techniques to retain their status, while the sutra's techniques were classified as a separate category. Political negotiation of the specific kind that produced imperfect but durable outcomes. The most significant negotiation happened not in the formal proceedings, but in a private conversation on the 28th day between Chun Hao and the Celestial Blade sect's senior representative, a middle-aged elder named Li Fengquan, who had known Xiao Ruobing since she was 9 years old and had spent 3 weeks watching the Harmony Pavilion operate before arriving at this conversation. The Celestial Blade sect's position on the coalition was strategic, Li Fengquan said, not ideological. We joined because declining the coalition's invitation at the time it was issued would have cost us alliances we needed for unrelated purposes. I understand, Chun Hao said. I want the sect's participation noted as reluctant, Li Fengquan said, with the specific directness of a cultivator who had decided that honesty was cheaper than pretense. And I want to formally inquire about the Celestial Blade sect's potential affiliation with the Harmony Pavilion. Chun Hao looked at him. Xiao Ruobing is 40 meters underground in a formation period. I know. This inquiry is on behalf of the sect, not her personally. She will decide her own affiliation when she resurfaces. A pause. The sect's view of her path has changed. We watched a recording of the Tianluo intervention, which one of the coalition sects had obtained for tactical assessment purposes. What she did there, what all of them did, is not what we trained her to do, and it is considerably better than what we trained her to do. Chun Hao made a note. Affiliation inquiry received. I'll relay it when she's available. She'll tell us we should have figured this out sooner, Li Fengquan said. She'll be right, Chun Hao said pleasantly. Below the valley, 40 meters down, in the Yin-Yang Nexus's center point, the formation continued its work without interruption. Chapter 105 Chun Hao's guerrilla response to the coalition's supply lines was not, technically, a military operation. It was more of a logistics restructuring. The coalition's advance had required considerable supply management across a mountain approach that had 2 vulnerable points, a narrow canyon pass at the 30-kilometer mark and a river crossing at the 50-kilometer mark, both of which were managed by independent supply contractors who were, it turned out, entirely willing to redirect their services in exchange for Harmony Pavilion formation installation at their home facilities. The supply disruption that resulted was not violent. It was inconvenient, persistent, and professionally executed. Several of the coalition's rear-echelon cultivators found themselves spending their cultivation energy on supply problems rather than formation assault preparation. The net effect on the coalition's timeline, according to Yuan Shijing's battle assessment, was a delay of approximately 4 days at a critical juncture in the diplomatic negotiations. Those 4 days were when the court's formal proceedings reached the stage that required the coalition to either commit to the attack while in contempt of court status or withdraw. You did that on purpose, Ning Liangji said to Chun Hao, with the specific tone of a professional recognizing a professional. I identified an opportunity and addressed it, he said, with the economy of someone who didn't require the acknowledgement but was accepting it with appropriate humility. The supply contractor's situation genuinely benefited from formation installation. This was not purely tactical. It was also tactical. Yes, he allowed this. I've been paying attention for a year. Cultivation, and everyone forgets that cultivation requires supply chains and logistics, and the specific work of making sure things keep running. That work has leverage that purely cultivation-focused analysis misses. You should lead the pavilion's external operations, she said. I run the pavilion's logistics. I mean publicly, formally, not as Shin Yujin's organizational assistant, but as an independent role with its own authority. She met his eyes with the directness of a spirit-severing practitioner who had been in enough hierarchies to recognize genuine competence without the cultivation-level packaging it usually required. The cultivation world doesn't have a category for what you do because cultivation dominates every category. You could create one. Chunhao was quiet for a long moment. When they come back up, he said, I'll discuss it with Shun Yujin. He'll agree immediately. I know. A pause. That's part of why I want to discuss it rather than just implement it. The things he gives freely need to be asked for, not assumed. Ning Liangji looked at him with the expression of someone who has received an unexpected answer to an expected question. She said nothing further, which was its own form of acknowledgement. The diplomatic proceedings concluded on the 31st day of the formation period. 14 of the 17 sects withdrew their coalition positions formally. The remaining 3 maintained hostility privately, but operationally withdrew because the arithmetic without the other 14's support was prohibitive. The court's formal review produced an interim ruling that would remain in effect until the full review completed, approximately 6 months, during which the Harmony Pavilion had the same legal status as any established sect. Legal status as an established sect. Tian Xuani received this information via Jade Slip Relay in the library where he had been working and made a note in his formation research notebook that read, *, the Harmony Pavilion is now, formally, a fact. I will revise my initial timeline assessment. Things move faster than I calculated when the people involved are what they are. * He returned to his research. Chapter 106 The suppression arrays the coalition had brought. Yi Suin's intelligence network had flagged them as specialized formation tools designed to disrupt dual cultivation bonds, had been captured in the second day of the nonviolent supply restructuring operation. Chunhao had them analyzed by Li Wei within 6 hours of acquisition. Li Wei's analysis reached the formation conclusion that should have been obvious but hadn't been. The arrays were fundamentally misdesigned for their stated purpose. They operated on the assumption that dual cultivation bonds were vulnerabilities in a system rather than the system's strength. The suppression mechanism was keyed to the bond connections as interference patterns, trying to introduce noise into the resonance frequencies. The actual effect of introducing noise into a pentagonal harmony configuration, as Li Wei's analysis confirmed, was to add energy to the self-sustaining cycle. The noise was processed through the revolving core's rotation as additional input, converted to usable cultivation energy, and discharged through the normal bond amplification mechanism. Their power sources, she told Bai Chunwen, with the flat precision of someone delivering a finding they found professionally interesting rather than dramatic. When deployed against the Harmony Pavilion's configuration, these arrays would strengthen it. Bai Chunwen looked at the array specifications. The court's formation team that designed these hadn't seen the pentagonal harmony in operation. They designed against the parasitic version's vulnerability structure, which is real. Parasitic bonds can be disrupted by noise because they're mechanically maintained rather than organically sustained. The harmonious bonds can't be disrupted by noise because the disruption is incorporated rather than resisted. Exactly. He looked at the arrays with the expression of someone who has spent 200 years in a profession that was operating on a wrong model and is now seeing the wrong model's specific technical manifestation. How do you reverse them? Already done, Li Wei said. The reversal is straightforward. The inversion only requires remapping 3 glyph patterns. I've configured 12 of the captured arrays as amplifiers rather than suppressors. She showed him the modification. We can deploy them in the outer formation ring's 3rd layer. Any future suppression attempts using this technology will strengthen our defenses rather than weakening them. Bai Chunwen studied the modified arrays. The court's traditional faction will eventually develop a different approach when this one fails. Yes, we'll study that approach when it arrives. She was matter-of-fact about it. The principle of turning their strength into our strength doesn't expire just because the specific technology changes. You think like a formation master who has been in conflict before. I was expelled from my sect for conducting resonance experiments that my seniors found threatening. She met his eyes with the directness of someone who had processed that history into useful information. I spent 3 years studying what threatened them while living outside their protection. It was an education in understanding systems from their failure points outward. Bai Chunwen was quiet for a moment. The Harmony Pavilion collects people who've been excluded from the established system, he said. Yes. She allowed the observation. That tends to produce a certain kind of perspective. He looked at the valley around them, the formation rings, the living spaces, the practice areas, the people doing their work in the specific way of a community that had chosen its place. I was the established system's representative for 200 years. And I am now here. You were also excluded, eventually, she said. You just did it to yourself when you removed the mask. A pause. That counts. He found he agreed. Chapter 107 Luo Qingyan's spirit-severing breakthrough happened at the 38th day of the formation period, which was either a remarkable coincidence or an appropriate alignment, depending on your orientation toward patterns. The formation's sustained resonance had been building cultivation pressure in all 5 partners throughout the 49 days. The primordial harmony ascension's preparatory structure required each participant to exist in a continuous state of cultivation intensity that was not a normal cultivation session, but something more fundamental, an extended inhabiting of their own Tao, a 49-day practice of being most completely what they were. For Luo Qingyan, being most completely what she was meant facing the final vestige of the question she had been working on since the Harmony Pavilion's early period, whether her cultivation identity was preserved or transformed by the bonds. The trial in the dimensional descent had addressed this question at one level. The 49-day formation addressed it at the deepest one. Spirit severing required severing her ties to the remaining framework she had been cultivating within, not the bonds, not the Harmony Pavilion, but the layer of her cultivation identity that was still organized around the Ice Phoenix sect's assessment rubric, still measuring her value against a standard that had never fully accounted for what she was. The pure Yin-Yang Physique, assessed by the Ice Phoenix sect, was extraordinary and incomplete. It couldn't partner, couldn't bond, was structurally incompatible with the dual cultivation that the sect's framework designated as dangerous. That framework was a lie about her potential, dressed in the language of cultivation science. She severed it on day 38, and the breakthrough manifested as ice, but ice unlike anything she had produced before. Not the precise geometries of controlled cultivation work, but something more organic, the natural ice that forms in high mountain regions where the water is so pure it crystallizes in patterns that no formation art could design, complex and exact simultaneously, nature's own precision. Through the bond connection, Xin Yujin felt the breakthrough with the quality of something settling into a configuration it had always been moving toward. The pentagonal harmony's Luo Qingyan component deepened, not in power only, but in character, her ice energy carrying a quality it hadn't previously held. She's spirit-severing, Mu Wanqi said, from her position at the formation's west point. I know, he said. The formation's stabilizing factor just increased significantly. I know. He felt the resonance through the bond and felt Luo Qingyan feel it back. Not communication, not in words, but the particular quality of 2 people simultaneously understanding that something important has completed. She's been working toward this since we met. The severing? The proof that what she is doesn't require their categories to be what it is. He paused. She doesn't need anyone to tell her she's extraordinary. She knows. Mu Wanqi was quiet for a moment. Do you think that's what all the spirit-severing breakthroughs are, fundamentally? Someone becoming uncontingent on external validation. I think that's one way to describe what getting cut free from a wrong framework feels like. Then yours was the biggest one. You had the most wrong frameworks to cut through. He thought about this. His own breakthrough, the simultaneous cutting of a voice that had been operating below conscious attention for years, accumulating dismissals and reframing them as evidence of deficiency. It wasn't the most painful one, he said. Xiao Ruobing's was. She cut free from the framework that said she had to be self-sufficient enough to never depend on anyone, which was the framework she'd built in response to losing her sister. That's not an abstract belief. That's bone. She's also the one who walked out of the formation positions to face 40 cultivators alone. Yes. A comfortable silence moved through the bond connections. the specific quality of people who are simultaneously in conversation and in shared work, neither requiring the other's full attention. The formation continued. Chapter 108 Mu Wanqi's contribution to the Battle of Harmony Pavilion. The diplomatic and defensive engagement of days 22 through 29 had been remote, conducted through the resonance projection technique while maintaining the formation stability. What she had done was less visible than Luo Qingyan's ice or Feng Lihua's phoenix or Xiao Ruobing's sword work, and she had accepted that invisibility with the practical equanimity of someone who understood the difference between visible contribution and necessary contribution. But the offensive application of her healing that she had discovered, the reversal of wood element healing energy to cause rapid aging and decay in enemies, had continued to develop in ways she found genuinely disturbing and genuinely necessary. She worked through it in the formation's meditative space, which the 49-day sustained cultivation period made continuously available as an interior processing resource. The technique existed. She had used it. It had saved lives. The question was not whether to have it, but how to understand having it. The Tao of healing was not. She had concluded over several weeks of careful thought, equivalent to the principle of always healing. A healer who could not also cause harm was not operating from genuine understanding of the biological process. They were operating from a cultivated aversion to the harm side of the same mechanism. Understanding healing deeply enough to use it as a weapon when necessary was not a betrayal of the Tao. It was a completion of it. What distinguished appropriate use from inappropriate was the same criterion that distinguished Shun Yujin's dual cultivation from Gu Zhenwu's: intention, consent, and the relationship between one's own advancement and others' detriment. Healing as a weapon, used to protect the people in her care when no other option existed, was within the Tao's integrity. Healing as a weapon used for personal advancement or casual application was not. She documented the conclusion in her cultivation journal, in the precise botanical notation she developed for internal cultivation observations, and felt the particular quality of something settled. The formation period was also, unexpectedly, one of the most productive research periods of her cultivation life. Sustained resonance with the nexus's post-dissolution energy, the amplified and balanced convergence that Empress Void's released energy had contributed to, was producing healing insights that she had been approaching from external research for years. The wood element cultivation responded to the balanced convergence field with an enhanced understanding of the biological systems she worked with, the healing techniques developing new precision and new scope. She was building, she realized, a synthesis. The sutra's resonance mechanics and her own cultivation's healing foundation were the same thing expressed in different domains. Both were about understanding the natural processes of organic systems and working with them rather than imposing on them. The third volume's bond maintenance techniques were healing techniques. The healing techniques she developed were bond maintenance techniques. They were the same practice with different clinical versus relational framings. She wanted, for the first time in her cultivation life, to write about this. Not a technical manual, a cultivation philosophy text. The kind of document that primordial Master Heng had produced with the sutra, capturing not just the techniques but the understanding behind them. Through the bond, she felt Shin Yujin's awareness brush past this thought with the specific quality of someone who has noticed something and noted it without interrupting. She would write it. After Chapter 109 Xiao Ruobing's mission to neutralize the traditional faction's leadership was not, in the end, an assassination. It was a cultivation duel. Specifically, a formal challenge delivered through the court's existing procedural mechanism for resolving cultivation disputes between practitioners, which required the traditional faction's senior representative, an elder named Ma Shuijing, whose cultivation was spirit-severing peak and whose institutional influence had been the primary driver of the coalition formation, to accept or decline. He accepted because declining in the formal challenge mechanism was functionally equivalent to a public acknowledgement that his position was indefensible, and his position was institutional rather than personal, which meant he could not afford that acknowledgement. Xiao Ruobing was not, in any technical sense, the appropriate person to issue the challenge. She was the Harmony Pavilion's third-ranking combat practitioner in cultivation tier terms, operating at a spirit-severing level that was significant but not the senior member's superior. The formal challenge mechanism was usually reserved for senior members acting on behalf of their faction. She issued it anyway because she had assessed Elder Ma Shuijing's specific cultivation style, personality, and decision-making patterns over 3 days of remote observation through the third volume's resonance projection technique, and had concluded that the formal challenge mechanism exploited the specific vulnerability she'd identified, his regard for his own reputation above his strategic judgment. He would accept. She would win. The winning would be the message. The duel happened outside the coalition's forward camp, with the formal witnesses the mechanism required, and Xiao Ruobing arrived in Harmony Pavilion formal representation with the specific bearing of someone who had spent their entire cultivation life being measured against standards and had decided this was the last time she would accept someone else's. The fight lasted 19 minutes. She used the Celestial Blade Sect's restricted 14-star dissolution array, the technique she'd learned by watching rather than by authorization, which her former sect had designated as available only to elders, and combined it with the bond-amplified metal element arts that the Harmony Pavilion's training had produced, and one with the precise margin that communicated the message she had intended. This was not a close victory. This was a demonstration that the assessed hierarchy was wrong. Elder Ma Shuijing, sitting on the ground of his own forward camp with his cultivation temporarily suppressed by the dissolution formation's lingering field, said, "You're not authorized to use that technique." "I'm authorized by the Harmony Pavilion," she said. "Our authorization works differently." She returned to the valley with 2 cracked ribs from the 31st exchange of the duel, which Mu Wanqi addressed via resonance projection with the exasperated efficiency of someone who had been treating Xiao Ruobing's injuries for the better part of a year and had developed both the technique and the emotional response. The traditional factions coalition began its formal dissolution procedures 2 days later. Elder Ma Shuijing had apparently communicated something to his allies about the nature of the opposition they were facing that had revised their probability assessments. Chapter 110 Feng Lihua's Flame Empress Bloodline Manifestation was, in cultivation terms, the most dramatic event of the coalition period's defensive engagement. But its significance went beyond the tactical. The white fire phoenix that emerged from her cultivation during the 49th day formation, not the full ancestral manifestation yet, but real, actual, the genuine article rather than the theoretical access that the yin-yang imbalance had always prevented, was visible from 30 kilometers in every direction and registered on every cultivation perception sensitive enough to detect phenomenon-level events. What registered alongside the phoenix's visual spectacle was its elemental character. White fire was not yang-dominant fire. White fire was the product of extreme yin and extreme yang in perfect simultaneous combustion, the fire of balance rather than the fire of excess. It was the Flame Empress lineage's founding cultivator's fire, the original art before 300 years of optimization had drifted it toward yang dominance. The cultivation world's practitioners who were present or who received reports understood what this meant. The Flame Empress lineage was not dying. It was recovering. The Jade Tide House's sect master, watching the phoenix from the defensive perimeter, made a notation in her private cultivation record. Asterisk the harmonious path is not theoretical. The first generation in 3 centuries has recovered what was lost. Documentation follows. Asterisk. The notation was the beginning of a record that would become, in time, the most widely read cultivation document of the generation. Not because Feng Lihua's lineage was uniquely significant, but because the recovery mechanism was universally relevant. Cultivation paths that had drifted from their foundational balance through optimization could be restored. The Harmony Pavilion's methodology was the mechanism. Through the bond, during the 49-day formation's sustained resonance, Feng Lihua's fire energy had the specific quality of someone who has spent their entire life aware that something was wrong with the cultivation they'd inherited and is now experiencing the wrongness corrected. It was not dramatic. It was the quiet relief of a note finally tuned. "Does it feel different?" Shin Yujin asked, during one of the formation's natural communication periods. "Everything is louder," she said, and more quiet simultaneously. She thought about this. The yang dominance was like an instrument played too hard. Technically powerful, but without the resonance space that appropriate volume creates. Now there's space in the sound. She paused. "I didn't know I was missing it. Most people don't know what they're missing until they stop missing it." Philosophical observation. I've had a lot of time to make them. 49 days of cultivation gives you space for it. She laughed. Genuine, unguarded. The specific laugh of someone who is genuinely happy rather than performing it. Your philosophical observations have gotten noticeably more relaxed since the dissolution. You think. Su Wuing did something to the foundation of this place. The whole valley feels like a held breath that finally exhaled. She paused. The pentagonal harmony feels different too. Deeper. Like the fifth connection's shadow dimension extends further now that there's nothing sealed and suffering below us. He had felt that too. Yi Suin's bond, since the dissolution, had a quality of depth that was different from its pre-dissolution character. Not more powerful in the raw sense, but more fundamental, more present, as if the moonlight physique shadow dimension had been in sympathy with the sealed entity below them in a way that had been affecting both. With the entity released, the sympathy was resolved, and the shadow dimension was entirely its own again. 49 days is almost over, Feng Lihua said. 11 days, he confirmed. And then we ascend. And then we ascend. She was quiet for a moment. I'm not afraid. Neither am I, he said. That's either very brave or very naive. Probably both. It usually is. Chapter 111. Yi Suin's intelligence work had been running continuously through the formation period via the network she'd built from the Twilight Pavilion's former infrastructure, which she'd redirected with the professional efficiency of someone who understood the network's mechanics better than the organization that owned it, since she'd built most of it herself. The Twilight Pavilion's response to her departure and the Outer Seal's dissolution had been, operationally, nothing. No pursuit. No formal declaration. The organization had assessed the situation, Harmony Pavilion's defensive capability, spirit-severing practitioners on site, court support, and concluded that the recovery cost of attempting to reclaim their former asset exceeded the asset's value in the organization's cost-benefit calculus. She had expected something more. The clinical calculation, delivered in the form of operational inaction, was its own kind of information about what she had been to them. She processed this in the formation's meditative space with the thoroughness she brought to any analysis, and arrived at a conclusion. The Twilight Pavilion's assessment was accurate. The recovery cost did exceed the value. She had been a tool, and tools were valued in proportion to their utility, and her utility to the Twilight Pavilion was lower than her current operational situation, which required significant force to change. The assessment was cold and entirely logical and had nothing whatsoever to do with her. She was not the assessment. This was something Shun Yujin had said in a different context months ago, and she had filed it under possibly true, requires verification, and the verification had been the past 6 months of the Harmony Pavilion. The Twilight Pavilion's utility calculation was not her value. Her value was what she had built and contributed and chosen since the seal's removal. The shadow network she was now running in service of genuine protective purposes rather than commercial intelligence. The 5 bonds and what they contained. The valley and the people in it. Her parents in the Suelon clan's valley, whom she would visit after, when she could arrive as who she actually was. The intelligence from the traditional factions' remaining holdouts was manageable. 3 sects had maintained private hostility while operationally withdrawing, and the monitoring of their activity required standard procedures that Ruan Shijing was managing with adequate competence above. The Abyssal Tide sect's 3-way successor conflict had produced a resolution of sorts, 2 factions merging under pragmatic pressure, the 3rd faction's leader being Guotianhua, who had arrived at the Harmony Pavilion 6 weeks ago, and was not currently leading anything, but was making progress on his foundation reconstruction that suggested he might lead things differently in the future. The intelligence finding that she flagged immediately to Bai Chunwen through the resonance projection relay was different from any of these. The Twilight Pavilion, which had neither pursued her nor declared against the Harmony Pavilion, had been quietly building a relationship with the traditional faction's remnant. Not military, informational. They were sharing intelligence about the Harmony Pavilion's internal operations with the 3 hostile sections. The information they had access to was, she noted with professional concern, accurate in the details, which meant they had a source, or multiple sources, within the pavilion's affiliation network. She relayed this finding with the specific format she used for actionable intelligence: situation, source reliability, recommended response, timeline. Bai Chinwan, who had experience identifying and managing information security problems from his 2 centuries in the court's enforcement apparatus, began the identification process immediately and quietly. Within 5 days, he had identified 2 affiliated sect representatives whose private communication patterns had the specific irregularities of double-source reporting. He addressed this through the same method Shen Yujin had used with Yi Suyin: direct conversation, accurate information about what had been observed, and an offer of understanding rather than punishment for people who had been in difficult positions and had made choices from those positions. One of them turned. The other withdrew from affiliation. Net result: the Twilight Pavilion's intelligence line was closed, the Harmony Pavilion's information security was improved, and one person who had been making choices from fear found a context where they didn't have to. "You're good at this," Bai Chunwen told Yi Suyin after. "I was trained to be," she said. "That's not what I mean." He met her eyes. "The training is visible. The person using it is different from what the training was designed to produce." She received this information with the specific quality of someone who is beginning to believe things about themselves that they've been working toward believing. In the formation's meditative space, she sat with the thought and extended it in a direction she hadn't yet explored: what it meant to be a practitioner whose primary cultivation work was intelligence rather than combat, or healing, or formation. The Harmony Pavilion had roles for combat, healing, formation, and leadership. The shadow network she maintained was necessary, and she was clearly suited for it, but it was difficult to describe what the role was in terms that didn't reduce to spy, which was what the Twilight Pavilion had trained her to be, and the distinction between what she was now and what she'd been was something she wanted to be able to articulate. She sat with it for 3 days of the formation's meditative processing time and arrived at something she could work with. What she did was protect the network's integrity by understanding threats accurately. Not deception, accuracy. The Twilight Pavilion's intelligence work had been about manipulation. Her work was about seeing what was actually present and ensuring that the people she worked with had accurate information to work from. The tool was the same. The orientation was different. She wrote this down in her cultivation journal. In the notation she'd developed since the seal's removal, her own cipher, not the Twilight Pavilion's, a system that expressed her actual observations rather than the sanitized version the organization had required. The journal was already 43 entries long and growing. Through the bond, she felt Shen Yujin's awareness acknowledge what she'd been working through without commenting on it. The bond's particular quality for this kind of work: presence without intervention. He trusted her to arrive at things by her own route, and the trust had the specific quality of something that had been earned rather than assumed. She turned back to the intelligence monitoring. 3 days remaining. The network was quiet. Chapter 112, the Heavenly Balance Court's formal review, completed its interim phase on the 44th day of the formation period. The full review would take 6 months. What the interim phase produced was a document, brief, precise, carrying the weight of institutional authority in every line, that established the Dual Cultivation Sutra's practices as legal within the existing cultivation framework, subject to the harmonious rather than parasitic methodology criterion. The criterion was specified in technical terms that drew directly from the evidence compilation Bai Chunwen had submitted and Ning Liangji's testimony had supported. It was not perfect language. No institutional document addressing a 2,000-year suppression controversy in a 6-week interim review produced perfect language. But it was honest language, and honest language was sufficient. Elder Kai Shuriwe sent a personal jade slip to the Harmony Pavilion that contained 2 sentences. * 50 years. Thank you. * Bai Chunwen read it and was quiet for a long time. He wrote back 3 sentences. * It was worth the years. The work continues. I hope you are well. * The communication between them. A former enforcer and a reformist who had been working in opposition for half a century had the character of 2 people discovering, late but genuinely, that they had been trying to achieve the same thing by different routes. It was not warm in the conventional sense. It was specific and honest, and there was no word for what it was that didn't miss something important. The valley above the formation was in the specific equilibrium of an organization that had survived its testing period and was now consolidating rather than defending. The affiliated sects that had remained through the coalition confrontation were, collectively, more committed for having stayed. The three sects that had maintained private hostility were not a threat on any timeline that required current attention. The court's traditional faction had lost its organizational momentum. Chunhao's report to the formation via resonance projection on the 46th day was coalition gone. Court interim ruling active. Pavilion's affiliated cultivator count at 63. Guo Tianhua's reconstruction at 80%. Gu Zhenwu is in Tianluo, working with Jade Tide House on the 41's ongoing recovery. No major external threats current. 3 days remaining. 3 days remaining. Shen Yujin sat with that number and felt the formation's accumulated work in his cultivation. Not heavy, not tiring, but present, like the weight of a year's worth of doing the right thing settling into the architecture of what he'd become. The revolving core at Dao Fusion Tier had taken on a character in the 49 days that it hadn't had before. Not more powerful in the raw sense. The Tribulation Crossing breakthrough had addressed the power ceiling, but more settled. The core's rotation had been, since the pentagonal harmony's first full configuration, a technically maintained phenomenon. Now it was something else, natural. The 5 elements cycling through the nexus point with the organic inevitability of a system that had found its genuine equilibrium and would maintain it without requiring management. He realized, in the formation's 48th day, that the revolving core's self-maintenance had been the sutra's actual promise. Not invincibility, not unlimited power, but a cultivation system that could sustain itself because it was genuinely in balance rather than balanced through constant intervention. The difference was the same as the difference between a cultivator who healed through sustained conscious attention and one who had built the body's natural healing capacity to the point where most healing happened without it. He thought about his grandfather, about the 60 years of grief that had been compressed behind a foundation of rigid philosophical opposition, about the external interference in his grandmother's death, documented in a sealed report footnote, that Shun Baihe had chosen not to investigate because the truth had been unbearable in a way the familiar explanation was not, about the fact that Gu Zhenwu had poisoned her, and that Shun Baihe had closed the investigation, and that both things were true and neither one was simple. His grandfather was, 3 days from now, going to watch his grandson ascend to a realm that conventional cultivation had never produced a Supreme Yin-Yang Physique practitioner to reach. He was going to watch it from a garden in a valley that the grandson had built on the foundation of the cultivation practice the grandfather had forbidden. Shen Yujin hoped it would give him peace. He thought it might. The people who spent the longest time being wrong about something often found the most relief in the proof of it. The pentagonal harmony at its full configuration, the resonance connections to 5 people who had chosen to be here in the specific way of people who choose things because the choice reflects who they are, all of it present, all of it genuine, all of it ready. 3 days, Feng Lihua said, through the bond. 3 days, he confirmed. Chapter 113. On the 47th day, Elder Shun Baihe arrived. He came alone, unannounced, through the south gate with the bearing of someone who had made a decision and was executing it before they could unmake it. His cultivation was spirit-severing, which Shen Yujin had not previously known, because Elder Shun Baihe had always presented himself as simply senior clan leadership, never with the cultivation register displayed that would have revealed its actual tier. The concealment was habitual, the particular privacy of someone who had decided their cultivation was not relevant to the identity they were presenting. He arrived in the valley, and Chunhao met him at the gate with the courtesy of someone who had been told the visitor was a possibility and had prepared accordingly, and showed him to the central garden that the valley's wood element energy had been growing in the natural way of things that develop when cultivation practitioners stop cutting them back. He sat in the garden for 2 hours before the message reached Shen Yujin through the resonance projection relay. Chunhao's message, * your grandfather is here. He's been sitting in the garden looking at the formations for the past 2 hours. He hasn't said much. I thought you should know. * the formation was 47 days complete. The ascension's preparation was essentially finished. 2 days remained in the technical requirement, but the practical requirement, the accumulated stability of the formation's sustained resonance, was present as of this morning. He discussed it with his 5 partners through the bond. Go to him, Luo Qingyan said immediately. The formation is stable. We've been stable for 4 days. Her precision was absolute, but not cold. You've spent a year building toward a moment that requires you to be fully settled within yourself. Your grandfather is in your garden. Go. He went. The surface of the valley was the mountain air and the formation ring's outer boundary and the natural cultivation energy of the convergence point post-dissolution, richer, deeper, more balanced than anything this valley had produced before. He walked through it with the specific awareness of someone returning to a place after a long absence, even though they'd never left. Elder Shinbaiha was sitting on a stone in the garden's center, and he looked older than Shun Yujin remembered, and he looked like someone who had been sitting with something for a very long time and had finally decided to put it down. He stood when Shun Yujin arrived. His posture was still formal. It always would be. That was the architecture of who he was. But there was something different in it. The cultivation pressure he habitually concealed was visible now, not because he'd changed, but because the valley itself had the specific quality of a place where concealment required more energy than it was worth. The post-dissolution convergence energy responded to authenticity the way light responded to clear glass. Shunbai's spirit-severing cultivation was present in the garden like the weight of deep water, enormous, old, and for once not held back. He looked at the garden. He looked at the formation rings visible beyond the garden's edge, Tian Xuani's work in all its extraordinary precision. He looked at the valley itself, the natural convergence point that his grandson had found and chosen and transformed, the wood element growth that Mu Wanqi's cultivation had produced, the balance energy that he could feel even at spirit-severing tier as a quality of the air itself. You built this, he said, not as a question, as a statement of what he had been sitting with for 2 hours. We built it, Shin Yujin said. He nodded once, which was the way Shinbaiha acknowledged things that he needed time to process before he could respond to fully. The formations are yours? He asked. Tian Xuani and Li Wei built the actual structure. The conceptual design is collaborative. Shin Yujin looked at the formation rings. It's good work. It's extraordinary work. Elder Shinbaiha was quiet for a moment. I came to tell you something. He looked at his grandson. Your grandmother's death. I told you for 30 years that she died because her dual cultivation partner's bond was unstable, that the dual cultivation itself was the cause. A pause. That is not accurate. He said it precisely, in the specific way of someone who has been holding a lie for a long time and has arrived at the point where the lie is heavier than the truth. Gu Jinwu poisoned her cultivation. It took 4 years to kill her, and it looked, from outside, like cultivation instability. I accepted that conclusion because the alternative, that she was murdered and I failed to find the murderer, was unbearable. Another pause. I was wrong, and I transferred that wrongness to you for 30 years. The garden's wood element energy was very still. I know, Shin Yujin said. Elder Shun Baiha looked at him. I've known since we recovered the prisoners from the Crimson Moon archive. There were records in the archive that included cultivation poisoning cases from Gu Jinwu's early research period. The timeline and symptoms matched what I knew about grandmother's death. He held his grandfather's eyes. I was going to tell you when the timing was right. You were protecting me. I was managing the information carefully. He paused. Both. The garden was quiet for a long moment. You built something remarkable, Elder Shunbai has said. Not as a consolation or a deflection, as a statement of what he had witnessed in the 2 hours he'd spent sitting in the valley. We built it, Shin Yujin said. Yes. His grandfather looked at the valley with the expression of someone who has come to give something and is finding that the giving is more complicated than the thing itself. I was wrong about the cultivation. About you. He met Shin Yujin's eyes. I am sorry. The apology was not elaborate. It was not accompanied by additional justification or qualification. It was simply the truth, stated plainly, which was the only form of apology that was worth anything. Thank you, Shin Yujin said. They stood in the garden for a while longer, and it was enough. Chapter 114, The Duel That Never Happened. Grand Adjudicator Feng Wei had come in person on the 45th day with the formal challenge mechanisms documentation, not to challenge the Harmony Pavilion, but to offer Shin Yujin the court's formal acknowledgement of his cultivation level as Dao fusion equivalent for the purpose of the traditional ranking systems documentation. The acknowledgement was technically an invitation to the formal classification review that all major cultivation advances required under the established hierarchy. Accepting it would place the Harmony Pavilion within the court's formal oversight structure. Declining it would maintain the pavilion's independence. The Grand Adjudicator had come with the formal documentation because the reformist faction had negotiated his participation and he had agreed to present it personally, which was an unusual step for a tribulation-crossing cultivator and made the offer's seriousness clear. Shen Yujin had read the documentation for 20 minutes and then said, "The pavilion will accept formal recognition from the court as a cultivation organization, with the same status as established sects, under the interim rulings provisions. What we won't accept is classification within the ranking hierarchy's standard structure. The pentagonal harmony configuration doesn't fit the ranking system's categories, and attempting to fit it in would either misrepresent the cultivation or distort the category." Feng Wei had considered this. "What do you propose?" "A new classification. The harmonious dual cultivation path as a distinct category within the court's formal recognition framework, with its own cultivation standards and its own advancement criteria." He met the adjudicator's eyes. The classification system should describe what exists, not impose categories on things that don't fit them. That would require a formal review process, the same one you're already conducting for the statute revision. Added to the agenda. A very long silence. "You are the most persistent person I have dealt with in 50 years, Feng Wei said. "Thank you," Shen Yujin said. The agenda item was added. There were 3 more hours of discussion, during which the new classification framework's preliminary shape emerged from the collision of Shen Yujin's practical knowledge of what the pentagonal harmony actually was, the Grand Adjudicator's institutional understanding of how the court's classification system worked, and the reformist faction's accumulated political intelligence about what language the traditional faction's holdouts could accept. The process was the specific kind of productive that institutional reform was always productive: messy, iterative, producing language that captured 60% of the truth and left 40% for future revisions, with the understanding that 60% of the truth in institutional language was infinitely more accurate than 2,000 years of a complete falsehood. The final draft of the classification framework had 7 provisions. Shen Yujin read them, identified 2 that would require clarification within 5 years, accepted them, and signed the preliminary agreement with the specific feeling of someone who has finished a thing they started and knows the thing isn't done yet, which was the honest relationship with any significant institutional work. Feng Wei signed it after him, with the deliberateness he brought to everything, and looked up once before capping his brush. "For what it's worth," he said, "I would not have believed this possible 18 months ago." "Neither would I," Shen Yujin said. "That's either reassuring or alarming." "Both. It usually is." Bai Qinwan, who had been observing, made a notation in his daily record. The cultivation world has begun to adapt to what the pavilion represents rather than requiring the pavilion to adapt to the cultivation world. This is the most significant change I have seen in my 2 centuries of involvement with institutional cultivation. The process will take decades. It has started. Chapter 115, the 49th day arrived with the particular quality of an ending that was genuinely an ending, not a transition dressed in ending language. The formation had done what it was designed to do. The pentagonal harmony was in its most complete and stable configuration. The post-dissolution nexus center point held a balance energy that was qualitatively different from anything the valley had produced before, richer, more complete, carrying the specific quality of a space that had been transformed from a prison into a sanctuary. Primordial Master Heng's dimensional work was no longer a sealed containment. It was a foundation. The primordial harmony ascension formation had been running in its preparatory configuration for 49 days and was ready to complete. The completion required one final element: the practitioner's direct contact with the ascension formation's apex structure, which manifested at the nexus center as a visible construct, a pathway of yin-yang energy that rose from the center point into the sky above the valley and continued upward into a dimension that ordinary cultivation perception could not access. It was visible, not just to cultivation perception, to direct sight. The valley's affiliated practitioners could see it from the surface as a column of balanced black and white energy, narrower than the resonance pillar they produced in the Scarlet Desert, but stable, sustained, emanating from the valley's center with the specific quality of something that had been carefully built rather than spontaneously released. Chun Hao looked at it from the south gate. and felt the specific combination of feelings that the past year had prepared him for. The recognition that this was the point toward which everything had been moving, the pragmatic assessment of what came next logistically, and the grief that was the appropriate response to genuinely caring about people who were leaving. He managed all three simultaneously. Bai Chunwen stood at the outer formation ring and looked at the column with the expression of someone who has waited 2 centuries for evidence that their original belief was wrong and is now watching that evidence become physical reality. Ning Liangji, at the defensive perimeter, watched the column appear and thought about her 7 lost disciples with the specific quality of thought that had, over the past months of working toward the same goals they had died for, shifted from grief as wound to grief as history. Not healed, transformed. Tian Xuanyi looked at the column from the library window and then returned to his notes, which said, "The formation is complete. The ascension is possible. The sutra is fulfilled. My master's work is finished." He sat with that for a moment, then added, "The work continues." Below, in the Nexus Center, Xin Yujin and his 5 partners were standing at the formation's apex, and the column's base surrounded them with the yin-yang balance that was the revolving core's natural element. And the 49 days had produced exactly what 49 days of genuine effort and genuine connection and genuine cultivation produced: readiness. Not the absence of uncertainty. Not the confidence that everything would go perfectly. Readiness in the specific sense of having done the preparation and having arrived at the moment where the preparation was complete and the doing was what remained. He looked at each of them in turn. Luo Qingyan, ice and precision and the particular fierce loyalty of someone who had chosen every step of this path from a genuine rather than compelled understanding of what it meant. Mu Wanshi, wood and healing and the steady courage of a person who had always known what mattered most and had found the place where that knowledge could become action. Xiao Ruobing, metal and integrity and the sword of a woman who had converted loss into purpose and found that purpose was worth living for. Feng Lihua, fire and lineage and the recovered flame of a bloodline that had been dying and was now more alive than it had been in 300 years. Yi Suyin, shadow and moonlight, and the choosing of a person who had been told they were a tool and had decided they were not. 5 people, 5 bonds. The sutra's intended architecture, arrived at through a year of impossible situations and genuine connection. Ready, he said. 5 voices, distinct in their elemental characters and united in their response. Yes. He looked up at the column, through the stone above them and the sky above that, toward a realm that his perception could not yet fully access but that the formation's resonance assured him was real. Then let's go home, he said. Chapter 116, The Tribulation came first. That was the tradition's rule, the universe's requirement, the structural logic of cultivation advancement at this tier. You could not ascend without the heavenly tribunal's examination. Not as a punitive mechanism, but as a genuine check. The cosmos examining whether the advancement was earned, whether the power being added to the upper realm's balance had the foundation to carry itself without destabilizing the larger architecture. Xin Yujin's tribulation was not lightning. The conventional tribulation crossing breakthrough involved heavenly lightning. The universe's electrical discharge testing a cultivator's defensive capability and resilience. The standard examination. What descended into the Nexus Center's column instead was light. Specifically, judgment light. The particular illumination that the cultivation tradition's oldest records described as the appearance of the Tao's direct assessment, present only for cultivators whose advancement operated outside the standard framework in ways that required a different kind of examination. The light read him. Not just his cultivation, his choices. The record of the past year. Every bond formed, and every relationship sustained, and every crisis faced, and every decision made. The light didn't judge by standard. It assessed by nature, whether the being requesting ascension was what they claimed to be, whether the path they'd walked was genuine, whether the bonds they'd formed were real. It read each bond partner simultaneously through their connections to him, each one illuminated from the nexus outward, the light examining the resonance connections with the specific quality of something that was determining whether the network was as it appeared. Luo Qingyan's ice and her history and her choices, examined. Mu Wanshi's wood and her care and her courage, examined. Xiao Ruobing's metal and her standards and her loyalty, examined. Feng Lihua's fire and her lineage and her transformation, examined. Yi Suin's shadow and her recovery and her choosing, examined. The examination lasted 7 minutes. Then the light changed quality, from the specific illumination of assessment to the specific illumination of acknowledgement. The tribulation was complete. The column's upper extension, which had reached into the sky above the valley with the steady presence of a formation in its final preparatory stage, began its transition to the active ascension mechanism. The yin-yang balance at its base intensified, the revolving core's rotation responding with the exact frequency match that the 49-day formation had been preparing. Above, the sky above the Harmony Pavilion shifted in a way that the cultivators on the surface perceived as a quality of light changing. Not darker, not brighter, but more present, as if the atmosphere had become more attentive. Xin Yujin felt the boundary. Not a wall. A threshold. The difference was important. A wall was a barrier against entry. A threshold was a line between states that you crossed when you were ready. He was ready. He looked at each of his 5 partners one more time. Not checking, not confirming, just looking. Present with the specific quality of genuine attention. Then he stepped forward. Chapter 117, the Heavenly Balance Court's formal resolution arrived 12 minutes before the ascension. Bai Chunwen, watching the column from the outer formation ring, received the jade slip from Elder Kai Shuriwe with the particular timing that made it feel less like coincidence and more like the universe's sense of occasion. The resolution read, the Dual Cultivation Sutra and its associated practices are hereby formally classified as a legitimate cultivation path within the court's recognized framework. The suppression statute is repealed with full retroactive effect. The Harmony Pavilion's classification as an established cultivation organization is confirmed. The court extends its apologies for the harm caused by the statute's enforcement over 2,000 years. Apologies from the Heavenly Balance Court. The wording had been Elder Kai Shuyue's insistence, and the traditional faction had fought it to the last available procedural objection, and it was in the document anyway, because the reformist faction now held the majority, and because Grand Adjudicator Feng Wei had added his signature below Elder Kai Shuyue's with the particular deliberateness of someone who was doing the right thing at the right time for all the right reasons. Bai Chunwen read it twice. He looked up at the column of yin-yang energy rising from the valley's center. He said nothing, which was appropriate. Some moments didn't require words. They required presence, and he was present. Chun Hao, who received his own copy of the resolution through the pavilion's communication array, read it with the focused attention of someone who was going to have to manage its legal and practical implications for the foreseeable future and was already categorizing those implications. Then he stopped categorizing and simply read it again, without any particular purpose other than to have read it twice. Around him, the Harmony Pavilion's 63 affiliated cultivators were watching the column, and the skies changed quality with the specific awareness of people who understood that they were witnessing something that would be described in cultivation histories for generations. In the valley's practice areas, in the living spaces, in the formation maintenance stations, and the research rooms, and the central garden, people stopped what they were doing and watched. Gua Tianhua, at 80% foundation reconstruction, sat at the resonance center's edge, outside the Ascension Formation's active area, the appropriate distance, and looked at the column with the expression of someone who has arrived at a place just in time to see the thing that the place was made for. Tian Shuani had come out of the library. Ning Liangji had moved from the defensive perimeter to the valley's interior. Elder Shinbaiha, who had been preparing to depart and had been delayed by the specific gravity of the column's appearance, stood in the garden and looked upward. Chapter 118, the breakthrough to true immortal, happened in the column's upper extension, at the boundary where the mortal realm sky gave way to a dimension that ordinary perception didn't access. The threshold Xin Yujin had felt in the nexus center and stepped across with his 5 partners at his sides. The true immortal breakthrough for a pentagonal harmony practitioner was not, as the sutra's 7th volume had specified, a solo event. The eternal resonance, the configuration the sutra called the fully realized pentagonal harmony at its final tier, activated simultaneously across all 6 cultivation systems, each partner advancing through their own breakthrough in the same moment that the Nexus practitioner's advancement pulled them forward. The tribulation lightning that descended was not singular. It descended in 5 colors simultaneously, one for each bond's elemental character, spiraling around the central column with the structured complexity of something designed rather than merely powerful. Ice blue for Luo Qingyan, forest green for Mu Wanqi, silver white for Xiao Ruobing, fire gold for Feng Lihua, deep violet for Yi Suyin. They converged at the column's apex into white gold light. Below, in the valley, the people watching saw a flash that was not blinding, more like illumination, the quality of light that makes things visible rather than the quality that prevents seeing. And then a moment of the particular silence that follows something enormous. Then, from the valley's surface, a voice. Chunhao's voice, not particularly loud, not particularly restrained, carrying the specific quality of someone who has spent a year holding the practical foundation of something that has just become extraordinary. Well, he said. There they go. Laughter moved through the 63 people around him. Not performed, not forced, the genuine release of people who have been holding enormous amounts of sustained attention and have found a moment in which the right response was something uncomplicated and human. Elder Shinbaiha, standing in the garden, made a sound that was not exactly laughter but was adjacent to it, the sound of a man who had spent 30 years being wrong about the most important thing in his life and had arrived at the moment that proved it and was finding the arrival better than he'd expected. The column's light faded gradually, the formation's active work completed, the energy settling back into the valley's natural convergence at a new depth. The formation anchors that Tian Xuani had spent 49 days maintaining released their structure in the orderly sequence of a properly designed termination, the formation's energy returning to the landscape rather than dissipating. The yin-yang nexus center, without the formation's active structure, was simply the valley's resonance point, the geological interface of granite and limestone, the convergence energy in its natural pulse, the transformation from prison to sanctuary complete and settled. Tian Xuani put down the last formation anchor and looked at his hands. Done, he said, to no one in particular. Chapter 119, They did not arrive in paradise. The celestial realm's boundary was a courtyard of considerable size that managed to be simultaneously enormous and intimate. The scale of something designed for beings with expanded perceptual ranges, the atmosphere of a place that had been here for longer than any of the institutions in the mortal realm could remember. The cultivation energy was overwhelming in the specific way of an environment that was calibrated for a different order of practitioner than any of them had been until approximately 20 minutes ago. They arrived together, not sequentially, not staggered by power tier, but together, the eternal resonance maintaining their simultaneous advancement through the threshold the way the pentagonal harmony had maintained their cultivation sessions at every tier below this one. The courtyard was not empty. A cultivator stood at its far end, dressed in robes of a quality that registered not as decoration, but as accumulated power expressed in material form. The cultivation presence was immense, something above true immortal, in the tier that the mortal realm's historical records called celestial sovereign, and that the mortal realm had very little accurate information about. The celestial sovereign looked at them with an expression that Shun Yujin identified, with the enhanced perception of true immortal realm, as genuine interest. Not the kind of interest that preceded challenge or assessment, but the kind that preceded observation of something that had not been seen before. The first group ascension in recorded history, the sovereign said. Her voice had the quality of cultivation at that tier, present in the air as a physical phenomenon. I sent an emissary to invite you individually. This is not what I expected. The individual invitation was for one cultivator, Shin Yujin said. We're not that. Clearly. She looked at each of his 5 partners with the methodical attention of a practitioner who was cataloging a new phenomenon. The pentagonal harmony in the eternal resonance configuration. I have records of this in historical texts as theoretical. A pause. It exists. It exists, he confirmed. Welcome to the upper realm, then. She made a gesture that took in the courtyard's broader extent. There is considerable work to be done here. The political structures of the celestial realm make the mortal cultivation world look straightforward. A slight pause. I thought you should know that before you settled in. Luo Qingyan, in the refined voice of someone who had spent a year navigating political structures that consistently underestimated their opposition, said, We've had practice. The celestial sovereign looked at her with the expression of someone who is recalibrating their initial assessment. Yes, she said. I can see that. The courtyard held the particular stillness of a new beginning. Not the absence of things, but the presence of a space that had not yet been defined by what was going to happen in it. The six of them standing in it with the eternal resonance's continuous hum, in a realm that the mortal world had only theorized, with the Dual Cultivation Sutra's 8 volumes waiting in the jade slip that Shin-Yujin had not yet opened. 8 volumes. A celestial volume. The 8th volume titled Celestial Bonds. The work continued. Chapter 120 below. On the surface of the mortal realm's continent that the Harmony Pavilion occupied, the valley was the same valley it had always been and was also entirely different. Chun-Hao organized the practical transition from the Harmony Pavilion as a temporary gathering point for people following Shun Yujin's path to the Harmony Pavilion as a permanent cultivation institution with its own organizational logic. The difference was significant, and the transition required the specific kind of thoughtful redefinition that Chun-Hao brought to every organizational problem. Not imposing a new structure, but listening to what the community that already existed required. What it required was continuity. The people who had affiliated with the pavilion because of what it represented, the harmonious cultivation path, the genuine community, the working alternative to the established hierarchy's limitations, needed to know that those things continued without the specific people who had established them. They did continue, not because of any design, but because they had been built into the pavilion's structure from the beginning. The practice, not the practitioners. Bai Chenwen continued his role as the court liaison with the focused authority of someone who understood the institutional landscape from both sides. Elder Kai Shiyue's reformist faction, now the majority, pursued the full review process with the energy of people who had waited 50 years for this opportunity and were not going to waste the chance. Ning Liangji took the outer defensive responsibility with the spirit of someone who has found a purpose that accords with their history rather than despite it. Her 7 disciples were remembered in the pavilion's formation memorial, the names carved in the eastern granite face. They would be read at every formal gathering for as long as the pavilion existed. Guo Tianhua completed his foundation reconstruction 11 days after the ascension, under Tian Xuanyi's guidance, with the modified technique that the convergence energy's post-dissolution amplification made more reliable than the original specifications had indicated. He walked out of the reconstruction session with core formation cultivation and the specific expression of someone who has arrived at the thing they were trying to reach by a different route than they planned and found it was better for the indirect approach. He stayed. He studied. He found, in time, that the cultivation he was building from his recovered foundation had a character he hadn't expected, more patient, more attentive to other people's cultivation paths, more interested in the intersection of his own technique with others rather than in his technique's individual superiority. He would become an excellent teacher. In the celestial realm, the Jade Slip's 8th volume glowed at the edge of Shun Yujin's awareness with the patient presence of something that has been waiting and is content to continue waiting until the right moment. The courtyard's political landscape was, as the celestial sovereign had promised, considerably more complex than anything below. Faction structures that had existed for thousands of years, cultivation techniques that made the mortal realm's advanced methods look preliminary, the particular texture of a world where every person present had survived the tribulation that this world required. It was, in the most precise sense, a new beginning. The eternal resonance moved through the 6 bonds with the steady hum of something that had been built from genuine connection and sustained by genuine choice, and had arrived here, still genuinely itself. And the courtyard held its new inhabitants with the particular spaciousness of a place that was large enough for the work that was coming and had been waiting for the right people to arrive. Shin Yujin looked at each of his 5 partners in the celestial realm's extraordinary cultivation-dense atmosphere, felt the bonds between them in their full, eternal resonance depth, felt the Jade Slip's 8th volume at the edge of awareness, and felt the celestial sovereign's calculating observation from across the courtyard. He felt, most clearly, the rightness of being exactly where he was. The path that had been designed had been genuinely walked. The designed path and the genuine walk had, in the end, been the same thing, because that was what good design was, in cultivation or in anything else. not the imposition of a predetermined route on an unwilling traveler. The creation of conditions in which a willing traveler could find their natural direction. He took Luo Qingyan's hand on his left and Mu Wanqi's on his right, his remaining 3 partners arrayed behind him, and looked at the celestial sovereign across the courtyard. "What's the first problem?" he asked. She looked at him with the expression of someone who has been waiting for this question and had not expected it to be asked so directly. "The celestial hierarchy's classification structure for cultivation organizations," she said. "It's 2,000 years out of date, and no one has been willing to revise it because the revision would require acknowledging several significant errors in the original classification system's premises." Luo Qingyan made the small sound she made when a problem was exactly the kind of problem her particular combination of precision and patience was suited for. "We've done this before," Xinyujin said. "I thought you might have," the sovereign said. The work continued. The Tao continued. Below, in the mortal realm, the Harmony Pavilion held its 63 affiliated cultivators, and its formation rings, and its research, and its training, and its community of people who had found their place in a structure built from genuine connection. The yin-yang nexus pulsed in its geological rhythm, the convergence point balanced and deep. The prison dissolved, and the sanctuary remained. A new generation of cultivators would find the valley and find the sutra and find the path. They would walk it as it was meant to be walked, in genuine connection, with genuine purpose, toward genuine growth. The design was complete. The living was just beginning. Chapter 121. The Celestial Realm's first month taught Xinyujin the specific lesson that every cultivator who had survived the mortal realm's politics and then arrived in the upper tiers eventually learned. The scale changed, but the nature of things didn't. The celestial hierarchy was an institution. It had been designed by beings of extraordinary power and long experience, and it had been running for thousands of years with the accumulating weight of precedent and the specific blindness that accumulating weight produced. Its classification structure for cultivation organizations was 2,000 years out of date, not because the people running it were incompetent, but because the people running it had too much invested in the existing structure to revise it without an external catalyst. The Harmony Pavilion's group ascension was the external catalyst. The celestial sovereign, her name was Tao Elder Qianmei, which Xinyujin learned on the 3rd day when she appeared in the courtyard with a working group of 4 senior celestial cultivators and an agenda, had been aware of the classification system's deficiencies for centuries. She had been unable to revise it alone because revision required a supermajority of the hierarchy's 12 regional authorities, and the political arithmetic had never been available. What the Harmony Pavilion's arrival provided was not votes, but evidence. The eternal resonance configuration was impossible to classify within the existing system's categories. It didn't fit the individual advancement track, the sect cultivation track, or the dual cultivation track as the upper realm recognized it, which was the parasitic version, classified as a restricted practice available to specific celestial sovereign tier practitioners under specific conditions. The system has no category for harmonious group cultivation at the true immortal tier because the system's architects believed it was impossible, Tao Elder Qianmei said. In the 3rd meeting of the working group, which had expanded by this point to include 7 of the 12 regional authorities. "You are impossible, therefore the category must be created, or the system's premise must be revised," Luo Qingyan said, with the precision of someone who had spent a year handling institutional revisions. Qianmei looked at her with the evaluating attention of someone who was recalibrating their assessment of a practitioner they had initially classified as secondary to the primary subject. "Both," Qianmei said. "Both," Luo Qingyan agreed. The working group's process was long and complex and had the specific quality of institutional change. 2 steps forward, 1 step back, the occasional breakthrough when someone said the right thing to the right person at the right moment, the gradual accumulation of momentum that eventually made the conclusion inevitable. The celestial realm was not what the mortal realm's cultivation text described. Those texts had been written by people who had either never reached the upper realm or had reached it and found the experience impossible to translate into language that the mortal realm's frameworks could accommodate. The result was a body of literature that was simultaneously extensive and useless, volumes of information that was accurate in its individual claims and wrong in its overall picture, because the picture required a context that the texts couldn't provide. What the celestial realm actually was, as Shen Yujin experienced it in the first weeks of arrival, was larger. Not just spatially larger, experientially larger. The cultivation energy that saturated the upper realm's environment was an order of magnitude denser than the mortal realm's richest spiritual zones, and the eternal resonance's processing of that density produced an expanded awareness that was not, technically, larger perception but felt that way. Like having lived in a small room, and then discovering the room had always been part of a much bigger structure. The political situation was Qianmei's first priority because it was the most immediately consequential. The hierarchy's classification problem with the eternal resonance configuration was not hostile. Several regional authorities were genuinely curious rather than threatened, but institutional confusion had a way of producing hostile outcomes if left unmanaged, because confused institutions defaulted to their existing frameworks, and existing frameworks were rarely kind to things that didn't fit them. The Mortal Realms Suppression Statute took 2,000 years to produce, Shen Yujin said to Luo Qingyan on the third evening, after the first working group session. 2,000 years is a long time for a wrong framework to become infrastructure. The Celestial Realms classification system is several thousand years old, she said. Yes, but Qianmei has been working toward revising it for centuries and has never had the external catalyst. We're the catalyst. He looked at the upper realm's evening sky, a quality of light that was genuinely different from the mortal realms, the cultivation density manifesting as a richness in the atmosphere that was visible as color depth rather than brightness. The same mechanism. The difference is the pace. Faster. Faster. Because the precedent is already established, the Mortal Realms Statute revision is known here. The Harmony Pavilion's track record is known. We're not starting from zero. We're extending an argument that has already been won. She was quiet for a moment. You're more confident than I expected you to be. I'm more settled than I expected to be, he said. The Ascension and the Nexus's dissolution completed something. The formation's 49 days completed something else. I arrived here less prepared for the political work and more prepared for it simultaneously. The first way, I don't know the celestial realm's specific landscape. I have to learn it the same way I learned the mortal realms. The second way, I know who I am and what the work is and why it matters. That part doesn't change with the altitude. She looked at him with the expression she kept for things she agreed with entirely, but was not ready to elaborate on. Then we work. Then we work, he confirmed. Shen Yujin, in the meantime, read the 8th volume. Chapter 122. The 8th volume began with the same kind of inscription as the 3rd had, an addressed message. This one in a hand he did not recognize from any of the previous volumes' notation styles. Asterisk to the group who has ascended by the eternal resonance. You are the first. That is a more significant statement than it appears. The celestial realm's fundamental structure is built on individual cultivation paths. Everything here assumes a single practitioner as the unit of cultivation progress. You are not a single practitioner. You are a configuration. The upper realm has not had to account for a configuration before. Asterisk. This volume does not contain techniques. The techniques you need, you already have. What this volume contains is the theory of what you are, the eternal resonance's full implications for cultivation at the celestial tier, and the particular way that the upper realm's energy responds to balanced group cultivation as opposed to individual advancement. Asterisk. The upper realm's energy favors balance. This is not widely known because most practitioners who ascend have solo path cultivation, and solo path cultivation cannot fully leverage what the upper realm offers. The eternal resonance can. You are not operating at a disadvantage relative to solo practitioners of equivalent tier. You are operating at an advantage, in a domain that has been waiting for practitioners who could use it. Asterisk. The politics are yours to navigate. I did not design them. I designed you to be capable of navigating them. There is a difference. Asterisk. Primordial Master Hung. Shen Yujin read it twice and then read the rest of the volume, which was, as promised, theory rather than technique. But theory at the depth that made techniques possible. The kind of foundational understanding that his revolving core could translate into practice because the revolving core was designed to do exactly that. He shared the reading with his 5 partners through the eternal resonance's shared awareness capacity. One of the features of the true immortal tears bond configuration was the ability to transmit not just energy and tactical coordination, but knowledge, the same way the pentagonal harmony had allowed him to absorb Empress Void's curriculum during the dissolution. 6 minds reading the same material simultaneously, each from a different elemental perspective, the synthesis emerging from their combination rather than from any single reader. The upper realm's energy favors balance, Yi Suyin repeated after. We've been underestimating our position. We just got here, Feng Lihua said. It's too early to have estimated our position at all. Early is a good time to adjust, before the wrong estimate becomes the operating model. Mu Wanshi, who had been working through the theoretical foundations with the diagnostic patience of someone reading a medical text. The upper realm's energy response to balanced group cultivation is described as a multiplier, not additive, exponential. The eternal resonance at celestial cultivation densities produces an energy efficiency that increases geometrically rather than arithmetically with altitude. Which means, Xiao Ruobing said, the further we advance, the more our configuration outperforms the solo path's equivalent. In energy efficiency, yes. In raw power comparison, individual celestial sovereign tier is still significantly above true immortal tier regardless of configuration. Qianmei is a celestial sovereign, Luo Qinyan observed. Yes, and she invited us here rather than treating us as a threat, Shen Yujin said, which suggests she's made the same calculation about what we represent at higher tiers and has decided cooperation is preferable to competition. He set the 8th volume down. She's very old and very intelligent. We should treat her as an ally until she gives us reason not to. And the political structure? We navigate it the same way we navigated the mortal realms version, by being what we are rather than fitting into what it expects. Chapter 123 The revelation of Shen Yujin's origins reached its full depth in the celestial realm's 2nd month, when the Yin-Yang Nexus's dimensional echo, the internal space that had been Empress Void's prison, reached through the mortal celestial boundary and delivered something Shen Yujin had not expected. A memory, not his own, one that the dissolution's energy release had preserved and the eternal resonance's ascending movement had carried upward. Su Wuying's final gift from the Volume 7 extraction, the complete record of her and Primordial Master Heng's first year together, before the sutra was written, when they had been simply 2 extraordinary practitioners who had found each other. The memory was specific and ordinary and exactly what it was, 2 people learning to know each other. The formal cultivation sessions that became informal ones. The arguments about technique that became arguments about approach, then arguments about philosophy, then the realization that the arguments were the form their care for each other took. The specific quality of intellectual partnership that becomes something more because the people involved are paying close enough attention to notice. He received it with full attention. The memory contained Primordial Master Heng as a younger person, not the sealed entity the cultivation world had reduced to a title and a forbidden text, but a specific human being with specific mannerisms, who laughed at unexpected things, who ate too little when deep in theoretical work and too much when the work was stuck, who had a habit of drawing formation diagrams in the condensation on cold surfaces and then looking startled when other people pointed them out, who had loved Su Wuying with the specific intensity of someone who had found a person whose mind worked in a complementary way to their own and was astonished daily by what the complementarity produced. And Su Wuying, not the Empress Void whose name was synonymous in the cultivation world with parasitic corruption and catastrophic failure, but the person she had been before the grief that had twisted her path. A practitioner of extraordinary precision who had also been tender in the way that very precise people sometimes were, the tenderness expressed as the specific attention of someone who noticed small things and believed small things mattered, who had given Shen Yujin 10,000 years' worth of accumulated research and 200 years of insight as her parting contribution rather than asking for anything in return. It was not about him. It was about them. About what was worth preserving from their history, not the grief and the choices and the consequence, but the original insight. The genuine belief that cultivation was most complete in relationship, that the highest power was not the solo achievement, but the harmonized connection. He received the memory with the specific attention it deserved, fully, without interpretive overlay, letting it be what it was. Then he held it for what it meant in the larger context. Evidence that the sutra's insight had been discovered in exactly the way it described. Not designed in abstraction, but learned through genuine experience. The techniques weren't theoretical. They were the codified form of something that had been real, between two real people, and the realness was what made them work. He shared the memory with his 5 partners through the eternal resonance, without comment. They received it with the quiet attention of people who understood that they were being given something intimate. Luo Qingyan was the first to speak. After, they were remarkable. Yes, Shen Yujin said. The insight about cultivation in relationship, it's present in everything the sutra contains. But seeing where it came from makes it more real. They weren't just writing theory. They were describing what they understood from personal experience. All the best theory does that, Mu Wanqi said. A comfortable silence moved through the eternal resonance. You are not your origins, Yi Suyin said, with the directness she brought to things that were important and required saying clearly. You've been who you are through your own choices. The physique is inheritance. The person is yours. A pause. But it's good to know where the physique came from. What it carries. It carries their best insight, Feng Lihua said. Yes, he said. That's exactly what it carries. Chapter 124 Tao Elder Qianmei's first formal meeting with the Full Harmony Pavilion Group was in the 3rd week, at the Celestial Realm's Eastern Convergence Court, a facility for cultivation organization meetings that predated several mortal realm civilizations and carried the specific aesthetic of something that had been designed for grandeur and had accumulated so much use that the grandeur had become comfortable. She opened the meeting with the directness that Shen Yujin had by now identified as her characteristic mode. There are 7 regional authorities who want you incorporated into the hierarchy's standard structure. There are 3 who want you designated as an unclassified external organization with limited access to upper realm resources. There are 2 who see the eternal resonance as a potential strategic asset and want to negotiate a formal alignment agreement. She looked at them. None of these positions accounts for what you actually are. What do we actually want to be? Feng Lihua asked, with the amber directness she'd had since before she joined the group and that had not moderated at all in the celestial realm's cultivation-dense atmosphere. Independent, Shen Yujin said, with clear relationships to the hierarchy structure that don't require incorporation but do allow cooperation on mutual interests. The same relationship the Harmony Pavilion established with the mortal realm's heavenly balance court, Luo Qingyan added. Qianmei looked between them. You know that the 7 regional authorities who want incorporation are asking partly because they're afraid of what an independent eternal resonance configuration represents. We know, Shen Yujin said. The same 7 would have tried to incorporate the Harmony Pavilion in the mortal realm if they'd had jurisdiction. The fear is real, but it's not well directed. The eternal resonance isn't a threat to the hierarchy. It's an addition to its capabilities. He met the celestial sovereign's eyes. Show them what we can do in a context that addresses a problem they already have. Let the demonstration do the work the arguments can't. And what problem does the hierarchy already have? The classification structure revision, Luo Qingyan said. 7 regional authorities want incorporation partly because their classification system has no category for us. Give them a category that works. The eternal resonance as a distinct cultivation track, with its own advancement criteria. The problem of what we are becomes the solution to the classification gap. Qianmei was quiet for a long moment. You've done this before, she said. Several times, he said. The situation changes. The approach is consistent. And the approach is, make the thing that seems threatening into the thing that solves the problem. Not through deception. Through demonstration. She looked at him with the calculating eyes that had been assessing them since arrival. You are considerably more politically capable than a true immortal practitioner of your age has any right to be. I had good teachers, he said. Chun Hao would have appreciated the attribution, if he could have heard it. Chapter 125 The Harmony Pavilion at the Celestial Tier began with the same simplicity the mortal realm version had, a declaration of intent, a convergence of genuine commitment, and the specific work of making something real from what had been theoretical. They did not have a valley. What they had was a conceptual location, a point of acknowledged presence within the celestial realm's spatial organization that the hierarchy's administrative structure recognized as a cultivation organization's established address. The actual practice space was portable, the eternal resonance carrying its own cultivation environment within the six-way bond configuration wherever they moved. This turned out to be a significant practical advantage. Celestial realm political situations rarely resolved at a fixed location. Qianmei's intelligence about the 7 regional authorities' concerns was specific and actionable, and the best approach to those concerns involved moving between the relevant parties rather than establishing a fixed defensive position and waiting for pressure to arrive. The first 3 weeks of celestial cultivation practice confirmed the 8th volume's theoretical claims about the upper realm's energy response to balanced group cultivation. The advancement rate was extraordinary, not in raw power accumulation, which moved at a measured pace that suited the tier's inherent stability requirements, but in cultivation understanding. The upper realm's energy carried information about the Tao at a density that the mortal realm's spiritual energy couldn't approach, and the eternal resonance's 6-way processing of that information produced insights that would have taken decades of solo cultivation to develop. Each of them found the aspect of the upper realm that was most specifically suited to what they were. Xiaoruobing found techniques in the upper realm's metal element zones that were centuries beyond anything in the Celestial Blade Sects archive. She worked through them in the systematic way she worked through everything. Each technique fully understood before the next was attempted, no shortcuts, no approximation. The upper realm's metal element environment had a precision to it that was the cultivated precision of thousands of years of practitioner presence, and it responded to her own precision with the specific quality of a standard that had found someone capable of meeting it. She did not say much about this. She simply worked, and her cultivation registered the advancement in the eternal resonance's shared awareness as a deepening note in the bond's metal harmonic. Mu Wanqi discovered that the upper realm's botanical cultivation energy had direct applications to healing at the true immortal tier that changed several foundational assumptions in her practice. The change was not about power, it was about understanding. The upper realm's wood element energy at celestial density carried a depth of biological information that made the mortal realm's diagnostic techniques look like reading a map rather than walking the territory. She found herself rethinking chapters of the text she was writing in light of each new discovery, the manuscript growing longer and more precise as the upper realm's resources expanded her understanding of what she already knew. Yi Suin's shadow element cultivation in the upper realm's dimensional complexity was like, as she described it, in one of the more private conversations the eternal resonance facilitated, being given the proper instrument for work she'd been doing with improvised tools her entire practice life. The mortal realm's shadow dimension was thin. The upper realm's dimensional structure had depth that her moonlight physique could work with at a level that changed what the shadow Tao was capable of. She was careful about this, methodical, the professional caution of someone who understood that expanded capability required expanded understanding of appropriate application. But the work was extraordinary. Luo Qingyin's ice arts, in an environment where yin energy was not a minority element requiring external amplification, but simply part of the natural range, reached depths of precision and expression that she spent quiet hours working through with the focused satisfaction of a practitioner finding their most natural state. The ice formation theory she was developing became more ambitious with each passing week, the theoretical framework expanding to accommodate what the upper realm's yin density made possible. She had stopped calling it a theory and started calling it a framework, which was the distinction between something still being tested and something that had produced enough verified results to become the organizing structure for what came next. Feng Lihua's fire, with the lineage balance restored and the upper realm's energy density to work with, produced cultivation results that the Flame Empress lineage's historical records described as theoretically achievable at celestial sovereignty. At true immortal, with the eternal resonance's support, they were accessible now. She handled the mortal realm communications with a patience that was its own kind of growth. The lineage's inheritors were excited and uncertain, and patience with excited and uncertain people was a different practice than patience with opponents or institutional resistance. Through all of it, the bond network maintained its fundamental character. 6 people in genuine connection, each fully themselves, their individual natures more expressed in relationship than they had been in isolation. The design, as primordial Master Hung had known when he built the path that led here, was working exactly as intended. Chapter 126, the second month's political work produced what the first month's groundwork had been building toward. A formal proposal to the hierarchy's 12 regional authorities for the eternal resonance classification track. The proposal was not Shen Yujin's work alone. It was the product of 6 practitioners working from their respective areas of expertise. Luo Qingyin's precision in institutional framework language, Yi Suin's intelligence about each regional authority's specific concerns and priorities, Feng Lihua's negotiation strategy, built from years of navigating the Flame Empress lineage's complex diplomatic situation, Mu Wanqi's evidence synthesis from the 8th volume's theoretical foundations and their practical demonstrations, Xiao Ruobing's clear-eyed assessment of the proposal's strongest and weakest points, and Shen Yujin's cultivation instinct for what was true and what would therefore eventually prevail. The proposal was 40 pages in the hierarchy's formal documentation style. Its core argument was simple. The eternal resonance was a cultivation path that the upper realm's energy was specifically suited to support. Preventing its recognition was not protective. It was a waste of the upper realm's own resources. The classification track would not require the hierarchy to endorse the path or encourage it. It would simply acknowledge what existed and allow its practitioners to access the upper realm's resources that their cultivation rightfully could use. The argument was precise and thoroughly documented and addressed each of the 7 concerned authorities' specific objections with targeted evidence. Dao Elder Qianmei reviewed the draft in 4 hours and made 8 editorial suggestions, all of which improved the argument without changing its substance. "You wrote this together," she said. "Yes. I can tell. It has the specific quality of something that was examined from multiple angles." She looked at the proposal. The 7 regional authorities will argue for 3 months. The 3 neutral authorities will wait to see which way the argument moves. The 2 who want strategic alignment will vote for the proposal because its passage serves their interest. She paused. "You need 2 of the 7 concerned ones." "I know which 2, Shen Yujin said. "Tell me." "The ones who are concerned about structural threat versus the ones who are concerned about resource competition. The structural threat ones will take longer. The resource competition ones will support the proposal once they understand the eternal resonance's energy efficiency advantages are additive to the upper realm's overall resources rather than extractive from their individual portions." Qianmei looked at him with the expression she used when she was recalibrating. "When did you have time to learn the celestial realm's resource structure?" The 8th volume's theory plus Yi Suin's intelligence network plus Luo Qingyin's institutional framework analysis plus 2 months of observation. He allowed the small satisfaction of a problem well diagnosed. The upper realm's political structure is different in scale and in the specific content of its concerns. The underlying human behavior is consistent. You are either very perceptive or you have been told too many times that people are essentially the same across contexts and have taken it too literally, she said. "The second has led to the first," he said. She was quiet for a moment, and then she made the sound she made when something was both accurate and amusing, and said, "Submit the proposal." Chapter 127. 3 months passed in the productive quality that good work produced when the people doing it were suited to the work and had adequate resources. The proposal moved through the hierarchy's deliberative process, and Shen Yujin let it move without trying to accelerate it beyond the pace the process could sustain. The hard-won understanding that institutional change had a natural speed that pushing too hard against produced resistance rather than progress. In the meantime, cultivation. The true immortal tier's advancement had a different character than any previous tier. The mortal realm's advancement was largely about building capacity, adding power, refining technique, expanding the ceiling of what was achievable. The true immortal tier's advancement was about integration, not building more, but understanding more completely what was already present. The revolving core's dual rings, the eternal resonance's 6-way configuration, the Tao that had been developing since the first bond formed. All of it present, and the work now was to understand it at a depth that translated into the next tier's foundational comprehension rather than the current tier's peak expression. The work was, in some ways, the most satisfying work he had done. Not the most dramatic, not the most dangerous, but the most satisfying in the sense that it was exactly what he was suited for, with exactly the people he would have chosen, in exactly the context where his particular combination of cultivation nature and personal character could be most completely itself. His 5 partners felt the same. He knew this through the eternal resonance's shared awareness, not because any of them had stated it explicitly, though Feng Lihua had, because Feng Lihua always stated things explicitly, but because the bond network carried the quality of people being fully present in their lives. Luo Qingyan was working on an ice formation theory that incorporated the upper realm's Yin element depth into a new architecture that had no precedent in mortal realm scholarship. She did not talk about it much. She simply worked, with the focused satisfaction of someone who has found the edge of their field and is extending it. Mu Wanqi had started writing. The cultivation philosophy text she had been planning since the 49-day formation period was taking shape in the celestial realm's library resources, which contained materials her mortal realm scholarship had referenced but never accessed. It was going to be the kind of text that changed how a generation of healers understood their practice. She didn't know that yet. She was just writing it because it was true. Xiao Ruobing was teaching. The celestial realm had young cultivators at various tiers who came to the Eternal Resonance Group's established presence with the specific attention of people who had heard about the mortal realm history and wanted to understand the techniques. She taught them with the exacting standards and genuine investment in their development that characterized how she operated with everything she cared about. Feng Lihua was managing the external relations, coordinating with the Flame Empress lineage's mortal realm inheritors, who were beginning the balance restoration process that her breakthrough had demonstrated was possible. The communication was complex, conducted through the celestial mortal boundaries formation relay systems. She handled it with efficiency that belied how much work it involved. Yi Suyin maintained the intelligence network that kept all of them accurately informed about the proposal's progress and the celestial realm's political dynamics. She did this with the professional competence that had always been present and the personal investment that was new. And Chun Hao, below, was managing the Harmony Pavilion. Chapter 128. The Jade Slip from Chun Hao arrived in the 4th month, and it was longer than his usual communications. He wrote, The pavilion is 63 affiliated cultivators at the start of this quarter and 78 at the end. Hua Tianhua has been elected to the training committee, which I did not predict but am not surprised by. Bai Chengwen has established a formal relationship with the court's reformist administration that allows information exchange in both directions. The court's full statute review concluded last week and was, I'm told, the largest institutional change in its 2,000-year history. Ning Liangji was given the role she suggested months ago. She is now the pavilion's formal head of external defense, with the title and authority she should always have had. The Suilon clan sent word that Yi Suin's parents have been informed that she is well. They would like to correspond when she's ready. Tian Shuani is still in the library. I suspect he may be there permanently. I want to report that the Harmony Pavilion is, in my assessment, functioning as designed. The cultivation path you established is producing results in practitioners who follow it. The community continues to grow because what it represents is genuinely worth coming to. The work you started is continuing. I have accepted the role of head of operations as my formal title, following the suggestion that was made. The title is less important than the work. I tell you because you asked to know. I think about the year often. Not with sadness, with the specific quality of having been part of something that mattered and continuing to be part of it, which is the better version of remembering. The path continues below. I hope it continues above. Come back when you can. Shin Yujin read it in the celestial realm's equivalent of morning. The time when the upper atmosphere's cultivation energy was at its most receptive and his own awareness was most clearly calibrated. He wrote back immediately. He wrote, The proposal for the Eternal Resonance Classification track passes in 3 weeks. I'll tell you what it looks like when it does. The celestial realm is as difficult and as extraordinary as I expected. We're well, all 6 of us. You were right about everything. You have been right about everything for the past year. I should have said that more often when I could say it in person. Consider it said now. The path continues above. I promise to come back when we can. Tell Tian Shuani the 8th volume's formation theory section would benefit from his perspective. Give my regards to grandfather, if he's still visiting. He paused, then added, Asterisk, the best thing I ever did was bring you along. From the beginning. Whatever this is, you built as much of it as I did. Asterisk, he sent it. Chapter 129, the proposal passed in the 43rd vote. Not unanimously. 5 of the 7 concerned authorities maintained their opposition, which was noted in the record, and which Shun Yujin expected would eventually shift as the eternal resonances demonstrated results accumulated over years. 2 of the 7 joined the 7 who supported it, plus the 2 who had always been interested in strategic alignment, plus the 3 who had been waiting. 14 of 12 required for the supermajority, a margin that was larger than the arithmetic minimum, but smaller than comfortable. The Eternal Resonance Classification Track was formally established in the Celestial Hierarchy's organizational structure as of the 43rd day of the 4th month of their residency in the Upper Realm. Dao Elder Qianmei sent a formal notification through the hierarchy's standard channels and a personal jade slip that read, Asterisk, you built the majority one relationship at a time. That is the correct method. I was watching. Asterisk Luo Qingyan read the notification with the expression she wore when something was completed, not satisfied, because satisfaction for her was a brief state followed immediately by the question of what came next, but genuinely pleased. The mortal realm took 6 months, she said. The celestial realm took 4. The mortal realm was a more complete revision, Mu Wanqi said. The celestial realm change is procedural. The deeper cultural change takes longer. Always does, Yisuin said. But it starts somewhere, Shin Yujin said. The classification track is the start. They were in the Eastern Convergence Courts Garden, a space that had been assigned to their use by the administrative staff, who had apparently been uncertain about what to do with a true immortal organization and had defaulted to conventional hospitality while the proposal was deliberated. The garden had the upper realm's cultivation-dense vegetation, each plant a species that had evolved in celestial energy density and carried an accumulated cultivation presence that the mortal realm's most exceptional spirit plants could only approximate. Feng Lihua had, over 4 months, learned the names of every plant in it. What's next? She asked. It was a direct question and it deserved a direct answer. The cultivation track needs practitioners, which means the path that leads here needs to be available to people who could walk it. He paused. Which means the Mortal Realms Sutra needs to be in the hands of people who can use it rather than organizations that will restrict it. The Harmony Pavilion already has copies, Xiaoruobing said. The pavilion has copies. The wider cultivation world has access to the interim ruling and the court's revised statute, and by Qinwen's public testimony. What it doesn't have is, he paused, the experience of being shown the path by someone who walked it. The sutra is a text. What we learned isn't fully in the text. You want to write a supplement, Mu Wanqi said. I want to write everything we know that didn't fit in the 7 volumes. The practical knowledge of the path, the specific ways the revolving core's formation needs to be understood before attempting it, the actual character of what bond formation feels like versus what the technical notation describes, the mistakes we made and what they cost, and what we learned from them. He looked at his 5 partners. Each of you knows things I don't know. The supplement should be all 6 of ours. A cultivation memoir as a practical guide, Feng Lihua said. Exactly. That's an interesting genre, Yisuin said. The Twilight Pavilion's library had nothing like it. That's because the Twilight Pavilion's library contained intelligence and technique, Xiaoruobing said. Not experience. Experience is what I'm proposing, Shin Yujin said. The honest version of the path, including the parts the sutra's notation doesn't capture. They began that afternoon. The supplement text's first session was both productive and revealing. What each of them understood as the essential knowledge that hadn't fit in the sutra's notation was different, and the difference was as informative as the content itself. Shin Yujin wrote the core cultivation mechanics, the revolving core's formation process and its relationship to the individual dantian's existing architecture, the specific sequence of the dual helix transformation that the 2nd volume's stabilization technique enabled, the way the bond network's self-sustaining cycle felt from the nexus position versus from the partner position, the common misunderstanding about the relationship between elemental strength and bond depth. Luo Qingyan wrote the institutional context, the political reality of walking a suppressed cultivation path, the specific challenges of maintaining personal cultivation momentum when external forces were applying pressure to the path itself, the way genuine bonds sustained themselves through external crisis, while forced bonds failed under the same conditions. Xiao Ruobing wrote the combat applications in the specific technical detail that her standards required, but also, and this surprised everyone, including her, a section on the emotional reality of being a practitioner whose sword Dao was integrated with bond cultivation rather than independent of it. The section was honest about the cost of independence as a cultivation value versus the strength of appropriate interdependence. It was the best thing she had ever written. Mu Wanshi wrote the medical and healing dimensions, drawing on the upper realm's expanded botanical knowledge to produce a cultivation health reference that addressed bond formation's physiological reality with the specificity that the sutra's notation had never included. Feng Lihua wrote the lineage dimension, what it meant to carry a cultivation path that had been drifting from its foundational balance for generations, the recognition of that drift, and the mechanism by which genuine bond formation had restored what was lost. It was a case study that would be read by lineage practitioners across the cultivation world. Yi Suyin wrote the intelligence and security dimension, how to identify genuine resonance compatibility versus manufactured approximation, the warning signs of cultivation paths that claimed resonance without the genuine foundational work, the specific predatory techniques that practitioners like Gu Jinwu had developed, and how they differed architecturally from genuine bond formation. By the first session's end, 41 pages existed that hadn't existed in the morning. Chapter 130 Su Wuying's dispersal into the yin-yang nexus had not been an ending in the way that biological death was an ending. They understood this through the 8th volume's theoretical foundations, confirmed over 4 months of the celestial realm's cultivation work. The dissolution technique had released her cultivation essence into the nexus's energy field rather than annihilating it. The energy that had been a sealed person for 10,000 years was now the ambient quality of the convergence point. The specific character of balanced yin-yang energy that made the valley uniquely suited for cultivation, the quality that had drawn the revolving core's perception when they first approached. She was, in the most accurate description available, part of the landscape now. This was not presence in the way that a living person was present, but it was not absence either. When Shin Yujin paid attention to the nexus through the eternal resonance's connection to the mortal realm, the bond network's resonance projection operating at its maximum cross-realm extension, he could feel the specific quality of the convergence energy that was hers. The same energy he had felt in the cavern through the prison walls. Patient, deep, tired, but no longer in pain. Free. He spent a meditation session focused on this, in the celestial realm's 4th month, and found in it the specific kind of peace that came from completing something that had required completion for a very long time. The grief of the original loss, Su Wuying and primordial master Heng's child, the first one, whose physique had been too powerful for their body, had not been resolved by his existence. The loss was still real. 10,000 years of its consequences had been real. But the consequence chain had reached its completion. The designed path had arrived at its designed ending. The apology that had taken 10,000 years to deliver had been delivered. And the understanding that the original loss had produced, the foundational insight of the sutra, that cultivation was most complete in genuine connection, had traveled forward through the centuries and produced something extraordinary. The first harmony pavilion. The second, the eternal resonance classification track in the celestial realm. The work that would continue beyond this generation's direct participation. He thought of Su Wuying saying, in the cavern, "You are everything we hoped you would be." He did not know if that was true in any absolute sense. He knew that he had tried to be worthy of the path that had been designed for him. He knew that trying genuinely and failing forward was the closest any person could come to being what they hoped. He thought that was probably enough. He wrote in the supplement text, the Dual Cultivation Sutra was designed by 2 people who had suffered enormously and had chosen, in response to that suffering, to build something that would prevent the same suffering in others. The path it describes is genuine, not because it was designed to be genuine, but because genuine connection is the only thing that actually walks the path. The design created the conditions. The practitioners make the choices. Those are different things, and both are necessary. He shared the passage with his 5 partners through the eternal resonance. Luo Qingyan read it and said, "Yes, that was enough." Chapter 131, the 5th month, brought the first practitioners to ask about the eternal resonance classification track. Not mortal realm practitioners ascending. The ascension path required decades of development that hadn't been redesigned by the classification track's establishment yet. These were celestial realm cultivators at various tiers who had heard about the track's establishment and had cultivation configurations that made the conventional paths less effective than they wanted. A pair of spirit-severing practitioners whose cultivation had developed independently and without any sutra reference into a complementary resonance that they didn't have a framework for. A group of 3 nascent soul cultivators from a sect whose founding master had independently developed a proto-resonance technique that the sect had been preserving without fully understanding. 2 practitioners whose elemental cultivations were naturally complementary in ways that the conventional paths treated as coincidence. They came to the Eastern Convergence Quartz Garden and they asked, and Shin Yujin's group taught. The teaching was not technical instruction in the sutra's notation. The sutra texts were available through the Harmony Pavilion's Celestial Relay and the New Classification Tracks Resource Archive. What they taught was the knowledge that the supplement text was capturing, the experience. The practical understanding of what the bond network felt like in actual operation, how to recognize genuine resonance versus the hope of resonance, the specific challenges of maintaining cultivation integrity while also maintaining genuine connection, the way power-ups felt earned when they came from genuine advancement versus forced when they came from external pressure. Xiao Ruobing taught. She was, it turned out, a natural teacher. Her standards were high, but her investment in her students' development was genuine, and practitioners who met her standards found that they advanced in ways they hadn't expected because the challenge was calibrated to their actual capability rather than a generic standard. Mu Wanshi provided the medical context. The cultivation health implications of bond formation done well versus done badly. The physiological markers of genuine resonance versus manufactured proximity. The specific warning signs in cultivation channels that indicated a practitioner was using bonds as substitutes for the individual foundation work that bonding required, not replaced. Luo Qingyan contributed the institutional framing, the Harmony Pavilion's relationship with the celestial hierarchy, the classification track's formal requirements, the path from these early sessions to the full classification. Feng Lihua managed the external relationships and the communication with the mortal realm's cultivation world about what was developing in the upper tier. Yi Suyin maintained the intelligence context that kept the teaching practical rather than theoretical. She knew which of the incoming practitioners had specific situations in their backgrounds that affected how they should approach the path, and she briefed the teaching group before each session with the information that mattered. And Shun Yujin taught the center of it. The revolving core's foundational logic, the way the dual ring structure processed the bond network's input, the specific meditative practice of sitting with genuine connection as an internal experience rather than a theoretical construct. By the end of the 5th month, 12 practitioners were formally pursuing the eternal resonance path. By the end of the 6th, 23. The teaching itself was part of the advancement. This was something the sutra had described theoretically in the 3rd volume. That explaining the path to others required the explainer to understand it more precisely than solo practice required, and the reality of it was more significant than the theory had prepared them for. Each session where Shun Yujin explained the revolving core's formation logic produced a clarification that went back into his own cultivation practice. Each time Mu Wanshi described the physiological markers of genuine resonance, her own diagnostic sensitivity improved. Each time Xiao Ruobing corrected a student's Sword Dao application of bond-amplified metal energy, her own technique refined. The 23 practitioners were, without any of them intending this, helping build the path further by walking it. Chapter 132 Elder Shunbai's letter arrived in the 6th month. He wrote it in his formal hand, but the content was not formal. I have been to the Harmony Pavilion 3 times in the months since you left. Each time I understand something I didn't understand before. The formations are very good. The people are very good. Chunhao manages everything with a competence that I find professionally impressive and personally somewhat humbling, given that I've been managing a clan compound for decades, and he is managing an institution. Asterisk asterisk, I want to tell you something I should have told you when you were here. I watched you from the time you were 7 years old, and I spent most of that time comparing you to what I expected you to be rather than seeing what you actually were. I'm telling you this not to apologize again. I apologized when we last spoke, and an apology stated twice is diminished by repetition. I'm telling you because I want you to know that I see it now. What you built, what you are. And I think your grandmother would have been extraordinarily proud. Asterisk. Asterisk, the clan has 8 cultivators pursuing the resonance path now. 2 of them have compatible physiques that Tian Xuanyi identified during his last consultation at the compound. He is very good. He also has opinions about everyone's cultivation that he states without being asked, which I find I respect. Asterisk asterisk, come back when you can. I will make tea. Asterisk, Xin Yujin read it once, then set it down and looked at the celestial realm's morning sky, the upper atmosphere's cultivation density visible as a specific quality of light that mortal realm sky never had. He thought about being 7 years old and not yet knowing what he was. He thought about his grandfather's face in the compound's formal assessment room, managing disappointment with the careful discipline of a man who believed in the system and whose belief couldn't account for what was in front of him. He thought about what it had taken to arrive here from there, and found that the ledger was not something he needed to audit. The past was settled. The present was the celestial realm's morning light, and 5 people he loved and 23 practitioners learning to walk the path, and a letter from his grandfather who was, finally, seeing clearly. He wrote back, asterisk, I will come back when I can. The celestial realm is extraordinary. The work here is real. Asterisk asterisk, the pavilion is doing what it should do. You should be proud of what you've supported. Asterisk asterisk, I'll tell Tian Xuanyi you find his unsolicited opinions respectable. He'll appreciate that. Asterisk asterisk, grandmother would have been proud of all of us, I think. Including you. Asterisk, he sent it. Chapter 133, the Celestial Realm's first year concluded with a review that Shun Yujin conducted privately, in the way that practitioners periodically reviewed their cultivation path's progress. Not formally, not with documentation, but with the honest attention of someone who had been responsible for many things and wanted to know whether they were what they claimed to be. The Eternal Resonance Classification Track, established, with 23 practitioners formally pursuing it in the first year and 12 completing their foundation assessments with results that the classification track's criteria recognized as genuine resonance bonds rather than manufactured proximity. The supplement text, 63 pages in its current draft, each section contributed by all 6 practitioners from their individual perspectives, the synthesis accurate in ways that no single perspective could have made it. The hierarchy proposal, passed, with the ongoing political work of the 2-year consolidation period that Qianmei's strategic assessment had identified as necessary for the vote majority to become a structural majority. The Harmony Pavilion, 78 affiliated cultivators, 3 celestial sovereign acknowledged relationships, 1 ongoing research collaboration with the Mortal Realms Court Reformist faction, and an institutional culture that Chunhao reported as self-sustaining, which is the goal. His own cultivation, true immortal tier, eternal resonance configuration, revolving core at the celestial energy density's operational level, 5 bonds of the specific depth that a year of upper realm cultivation had produced. And his 5 partners, each of them fully themselves, more completely their best selves than they had been at any earlier point in the path. The upper realm's energy density having the specific effect the 8th volume had described, amplifying not their power but their nature, each person's essential character becoming more expressed rather than less as the cultivation advanced. He reviewed all of this and found that it was what it appeared to be. The design had produced something genuine. The genuine thing had produced work worth continuing. The work worth continuing was the life worth living. He was satisfied. This was not a terminal state. Satisfaction, for someone with a revolving core at true immortal tier and 4 additional cultivation tiers visible ahead, and the eternal resonance's continuous awareness of 5 people who were all actively engaged in their own work, was not the stillness of completion, but the specific quality of a person who had arrived at a genuine foundation and could build from it rather than building on instability. He thought about the first year's arc, from the outer sect disciple who had been dismissed as permanently stagnant to the true immortal practitioner sitting in the celestial realm's morning light with 23 practitioners choosing to walk the path he'd pioneered. The distance was enormous. The person at both ends was the same person, which was the most significant fact. Not that he'd become someone different, but that he'd become more completely who he already was. The sutra's insight had been proven in his own life. Cultivation was most complete in genuine connection. Not because connection made you stronger in the power comparison sense, though it did, but because genuine connection was what allowed a person to be fully themselves, without the performance of independence or the distortion of external expectation. With the eternal resonance's 5 bonds, he had been most completely himself. The cultivation had followed. He sat with this understanding for a while. In the specific way he sat with things that mattered, fully, without rushing toward the next question. Then, with the particular quality of someone who has reviewed a period and acknowledged its completion, he turned to what came next. Chapter 134. What came next, in the celestial realm's 7th month, was an invitation. From Tao Elder Qianmei, delivered in person rather than through the standard jade slip communication channels, which indicated the invitation's weight. She came to the Eastern Convergence Courts garden in the early afternoon, alone, without the administrative staff that typically accompanied her official communications, and sat down in the cultivator's garden with the directness of someone who had decided something and was doing it without elaborate framing. The hierarchy has a specific situation, she said, one that the standard celestial cultivation paths have not produced a solution for, in which the eternal resonance configuration may be uniquely suited to address. Tell me about it, Xinyujin said. The celestial realm has a region called the void boundary, the outermost edge of the upper realm's stable energy field, where the organized energy of cultivation gives way to the unstructured energy that exists beyond the celestial hierarchy's extent. The void boundary is not a fixed location. It moves, gradually, over decades, inward. The organized realm is contracting. By how much? Approximately 2% per century. The contraction has been measured for 3,000 years. The theoretical projection suggests the contraction will reach a critical threshold in approximately 800 years, at which point the upper realm's organizational coherence becomes insufficient to maintain the tier structure. A pause. The eternal resonance's balance property, Luo Qingyan said. She had been listening with the focused attention that this kind of structural problem engaged, and the connection between Qianmei's description and the 8th volume's theory of the upper realm's energy response to balanced cultivation was visible to her immediately. The upper realm's energy favors balance. The void boundary's contraction is a manifestation of imbalance. Too much yang concentration in the celestial realm's core, not enough yin at the periphery. That is the leading theoretical explanation, yes, Qianmei said, with the expression of someone who had just watched a conclusion reached in 30 seconds that her research staff had taken 3 months to formalize. And the eternal resonance can address peripheral yin deficiency, because the configuration produces balanced energy output rather than yang-dominant output, and the output can be sustained at any location through the resonance projection technique. Luo Qingyan looked at Xinyujin. She wants us to work at the void boundary. For how long? Xinyujin asked. The initial assessment mission would be 6 months, Qianmei said, to determine whether the hypothesis is correct and whether the eternal resonance's intervention has measurable effect. And if it does, then the conversation about what comes after becomes much more interesting. She met his eyes with the calculating expression that was her baseline but which now carried, after 7 months of interaction, something more comfortable beneath it. This would be the work that justifies the classification track's establishment better than any formal argument could. He looked at his 5 partners through the eternal resonance's connection. The question moved through the bonds without being stated explicitly. He felt each person's response in their elemental character: ice precision, wood openness, metal readiness, fire enthusiasm, shadow assessment. All 5, yes. Tell us what we need to know about the void boundary, he said. Qianmei spent an hour with them. Not the administrative briefing she typically delivered to people she was assigning tasks, an actual working session, the kind she reserved for people whose understanding of the material mattered rather than people who just needed the relevant points. She drew energy diagrams in the cultivation formation notation that the upper realm used, mapping the void boundary's geography, the deficit zone's extent, the measurement methodologies her research staff had been refining for decades. Shen Yujin understood, watching her work through the technical detail with a precision that matched Luo Qingyan's, genuinely invested in this problem. Not as an institutional priority, but as a personal one. She had been watching the void boundary contract for hundreds of years and had not found a mechanism for addressing it. And the eternal resonance's arrival was the first theoretically sound possibility that had presented itself. "You've been working on this for how long?" he asked. "The void boundary has been my primary research focus for the past 3 centuries, she said, without particular emphasis on the number. 3 centuries was not unusual for a celestial sovereign's dedicated research period. I became the regional authority responsible for the boundary zone 2 centuries before that. I have watched the deficit grow measurably in my tenure. And the previous authorities? Documented it, theorized about it, attempted several interventions that produced no measurable effect." She folded the energy diagram. "The fundamental problem is that the interventions that were attempted were all solo path interventions. Individual practitioners of significant power attempting to address a systemic imbalance through individual force. The imbalance is not a power problem. It's an architecture problem. The eternal resonance addresses architecture. The eternal resonance is an architecture," she said. "That is the distinction." He thought about Primordial Master Heng's inscription in the 8th volume. Asterisk, "The upper realm's energy favors balance. You are not operating at a disadvantage. You are operating at an advantage." Asterisk, and felt the theoretical statement resolve into concrete reality. This was what that meant. "We'll go," he said. "I know," she said. "I knew when I designed the invitation. But asking matters." Chapter 135. The night before the Void Boundary mission began, Shen Yujin and Luo Qingyan had the conversation they had been approaching for months. Not about cultivation, not about the mission, about them, specifically, about the thing that had been present in their bond since the joint nascent soul breakthrough and had been developing through every subsequent tier in the way that things develop when they're genuine rather than forced. They were in the garden. The celestial realm's equivalent of evening was a shift in the cultivation energy's quality rather than the sun's position, a deepening of the Yin element's presence in the atmosphere, a settling that his revolving core registered as a natural breath at the end of a cycle. She said, "I want to ask you something." He turned to face her. "The bond is the foundation," she said. "That's always been true. The cultivation resonance, the shared advancement, the bond network's mutual support, that's the structure." She was precise in the way she was always precise, but there was something underneath the precision that was not carefully managed. "I'm asking whether there's something beyond the structure." "You know there is," he said. "I know what I feel," she said. "I'm asking what you know." It was a genuine question, not rhetorical, not a setup for a statement she'd already prepared. The precise clarity of someone who had spent a year learning to ask for what they needed rather than inferring it from context and hoping the inference was correct. He thought about the nascent soul breakthrough merging, about seeing her childhood of crushing expectations and the midnight practice halls and the choice to leave before she was asked to. He thought about every crisis they'd navigated together, about the specific way her ice precision always found the right structure for any impossible situation. He thought about the bond's second layer deepening after the breakthrough, the shared technique capability that only worked because the connection was genuinely that deep. "I have been in love with you since somewhere around the Scarlet Desert period," he said. "Specifically since the night before the Crimson Moon infiltration when you said I would face nothing alone and meant every word." He held her gaze. "I didn't say it then because the timing was always wrong and I was always afraid of changing what was working. And now, the timing is probably wrong again," he said. "We're about to go to the edge of the celestial realm to do something that's never been attempted. The mission is genuinely dangerous. Yes, and I don't want to wait for a better time that doesn't exist." She was quiet for a moment that had the quality of someone fully present in the specific space between receiving information and responding to it. Then she said, "I know." The specific phrase being, "I know," she said again, which was not clarification but answer, the ice precision finding the most accurate possible expression for the state she was in, which was not uncertainty, but complete clarity of a specific kind. He reached out, and she took his hand, and the bond connection deepened in a way that was distinct from all previous depth. Not power, not cultivation, but the particular quality of two people who have stopped pretending that the distinction between the structure and what the structure was built on was a distinction that needed maintaining. The celestial realm's evening light was extraordinary around them, the yin element deepening in the atmosphere as the cultivation energy's daily cycle moved toward its quiet period, the color of the upper realm's sky shifting toward the blue-silver that the mortal realm's sky could only approximate on its clearest nights. He was aware, through the eternal resonance's quiet, continuous hum, that his other four partners were giving them this garden and this evening with the particular tact of people who understood that this moment was appropriate and had arranged themselves accordingly, present in the bond, available if needed, and entirely elsewhere in the physical sense. He thought about the first dawn at the Azure Cloud sect's northern cliff, before either of them had understood what the resonance between them was. The wind pulling at her unbound hair. The world beginning to come apart around both of them at the precise moment when the most important thing in it was becoming clear. I used to think about that first dawn, he said. She didn't ask which dawn. She knew. I thought about it as the beginning of the crisis, she said. For a long time. And now, the beginning of this. She indicated the garden, the celestial realm, the bond connection between them, with a single gesture that was very Luo Qingyin, precise enough to be specific, restrained enough to not require elaboration. The crisis was what it was. This is what the crisis was the beginning of. That's the same event with a different frame. Different frames are the practice of cultivation, she said. You taught me that, in one of the early sutra sessions when I still thought the resonance was primarily a technique rather than a reality. A pause. You were right about most things. Not everything. Not everything, she agreed. But enough. She looked at him with the expression that was, of all her expressions, the most complete. The precision and the warmth and the loyalty and the specific fierce quality of a person who has decided something and will not be moved from it. Enough to be worth the rest. The celestial realm's evening light was extraordinary around them. The garden held them both. Chapter 136. The void boundary was visible at approximately 50 kilometers distance. A quality of wrongness in the celestial realm's energy field that resolved, as they approached, into a visual phenomenon. The place where organized energy gave way to unstructured energy looked like the edge of a map, the place where the careful work of cosmic architecture met its own limit. The approach took 3 days at celestial sovereign travel speed. Chinmei's fastest transport formation, offered as a gesture of institutional seriousness about the mission's importance. The formations ran smoothly, the travel comfortable, the upper realm's energy density shifting gradually from the hierarchy's core's rich cultivation saturation to the boundary's progressively depleted quality. At 20 kilometers from the void boundary, the depletion became measurable. The yin energy deficit that Luo Qingyin's theoretical assessment had identified as the contraction's root cause was physically present as a specific asymmetry in the cultivation environment. The yang energy dominant, the yin insufficient, the balance that the upper realm's natural architecture required for stability absent. At 5 kilometers, the eternal resonance's response was involuntary. The six-way bond configuration was not a device that could be turned off. It was the state of six people's cultivation, permanent in the way that the revolving core's architecture was permanent. At 5 kilometers from the void boundary's yin deficit, the eternal resonance began producing balanced energy output that oriented itself toward the deficit's gradient, the same way water oriented toward low pressure. The configuration is reacting naturally, Mu Wanqi said. Her diagnostic awareness was reading the process with focused attention. The revolving core's processing is finding the deficit and orienting toward it. Not by choice, by nature. That's the upper realm's energy response at work, Shin Yujin said. The energy favors balance. We're the balancing mechanism in this environment. And if the deficit is larger than we can address at this tier? Feng Lihua asked. We don't address it completely. We determine whether we can make measurable improvement. That's the mission's first stage. He felt the void boundary's gradient pressing against the eternal resonance's orientation. Let's get closer and find out. At the void boundary's edge, the deficit was specific and enormous. 3,000 years of gradual contraction had produced a zone of severe yin deficiency that extended for kilometers in every direction along the boundary's interior face, and the organized energy's degradation was visible as a literal dimming. The celestial realm's characteristic cultivation-dense luminosity, fading to something that was present but thin. The eternal resonance at full output, with the upper realm's energy response multiplier operating at the boundary's specific conditions, produced balanced energy at a rate that Mu Wanqi's measurements recorded as measurable improvement in the deficit zone within the first 4 hours. Not complete correction. Measurable improvement. How measurable? Luo Qingyan asked. 0.03% improvement in the Yin coefficient over a 6-kilometer zone, Mu Wanqi said. In 4 hours. That extrapolates to roughly a 1% improvement per month of sustained operation in a 6-kilometer zone. She paused. The void boundary's total deficit zone is approximately 40,000 kilometers of boundary length. One configuration at one location, Shin Yujin said. But if the eternal resonance path produces more practitioners, multiple configurations distributed along the boundary length, Luo Qingyan finished. The classification track, Yi Suyin said. The classification track, he confirmed. This is the work it was established for. Not just the Harmony Pavilion's practitioners, the 100, the 1,000, the eventual base of practitioners walking the harmonious path who would have been suppressed under the old statute. He looked at the void boundary's edge with the specific feeling of someone seeing the full shape of something that had been unfolding for a very long time. The sutra had been written by 2 people who had lost their child and chosen to build something that would prevent others from losing what they had lost. The choice had produced 10,000 years of consequence. The consequence had arrived here, at the edge of the celestial realm, with 6 people from the mortal world who had built the first example of what the sutra described as possible, now addressing a problem that had been approaching for 3,000 years and that the established paths had not been able to solve. One conversation at a time, one bond at a time, one practitioner walking the genuine path at a time. The work the sutra was designed to enable. Chapter 137. The 6-month assessment mission's results were submitted to the celestial hierarchy in the format that Qianmei's staff had specified. Full documentation of the eternal resonance's boundary intervention, measurements from 40 observation points along the 6-kilometer zone, theoretical projection modeling for extended intervention by multiple configurations. The projection was significant. With the current 23 practitioners on the eternal resonance path, distributed optimally across the boundary's deficit zones, the contraction rate could be reduced by approximately 12%. With 100 practitioners, achievable in 10 years at the current path development rate, the reduction was 60%. With 1,000 practitioners, achievable in a generation, the contraction could be stopped entirely and potentially reversed. The hierarchy's 12 regional authorities reviewed the assessment in 2 weeks. The vote for expanded eternal resonance track development was 11-1, the one holdout being the most adamant of the traditional faction's remaining representatives, whose opposition at this point was more philosophical than practical. Tao Elder Qianmei sent a jade slip that read, **The hierarchy has formally acknowledged the eternal resonance path as strategically necessary for the upper realm's long-term stability. The classification track's resource allocation has been tripled. I believe you were right about the demonstration method being more effective than the argument method. This is also confirmation that the decision to ascend together rather than individually was correct. A single practitioner at the void boundary would have produced no measurable effect. The configuration was necessary for the work. She added, at the end, I will tell you, privately, that I am glad you arrived when you did. 3,000 years of watching the boundary contract without a solution has been its own kind of patience. Thank you for bringing one. Shin Yujin read it in the void boundaries observation camp, with the specific quality of light at the celestial realm's edge visible through the camp's formation windows, the organized light on one side, the unstructured beyond on the other, the boundary itself a clear line between what had been built and what had not yet been reached. The work continues, Yi Suyin said, from behind him. The work continues, he agreed. He looked at the boundary and felt the eternal resonance's orientation toward the deficit. Not urgent, not desperate, but steady, the same way the Harmony Pavilion's cultivation had been steady, the same way the bonds between them had been steady since the beginning. The path that had been designed had become the path that was genuine. The genuine path had become the work. The work had become the world. Chapter 138, 8 years after the Eternal Resonance's first mortal realm bond formation. Measured in the subjective time of the path rather than any calendar, Shin Yujin stood at the void boundary's edge and felt what the revolving core's yin-yang perception registered as impossible and true simultaneously. The boundary was stable, not merely slowed, not merely reduced in its contraction rate. Stable, the yin coefficient in the deficit zone holding at a level that the boundary's natural architecture could maintain without ongoing intervention. The yang dominance that had been driving the 3,000-year contraction addressed to the threshold that the upper realm's own balance-favoring energy could take from here. 112 practitioners walking the eternal resonance path, distributed across the boundary's length. The classification track's second generation of students, working at their assigned zones with the specific quality of people who understood that their practice had implications beyond their personal advancement. The Harmony Pavilion's Mortal Realm branch had provided 43 of them. The Celestial Realm's native practitioners accounted for 69. The intersection of both worlds' cultivation communities in a single shared project was something that the hierarchy's administrative staff had taken months to figure out how to categorize. Shin Yujin's 5 partners were distributed at their own boundary zones, each one's elemental character suited to a specific section of the deficit's geography. The Eternal Resonance's coordination capability, allowing them to work across kilometers of boundary in synchronized pulses that the solo practitioners couldn't achieve independently. The void boundary work settled into a rhythm that had the quality of genuine work sustained over the long term. Not the crisis response rhythm of the past year, not the focused intensity of the 49-day formation, but the steady daily engagement of people who have found what they are suited for and have organized their lives around doing it well. Each day, cultivation maintenance of the balanced energy output in the assigned boundary zone. Documentation of measurable changes. Mu Wanqi's diagnostic precision extending to the boundary's energy architecture in the way it extended to everything she turned her attention toward, building a data record that the hierarchy's research staff received monthly with increasing interest. Communication with the mortal realm through the cross-boundary relay formation. The regular correspondence with Chun Hao and the Harmony Pavilion's practitioners. The development of the classification tracks expanding student body through Xiao Ruobing and Mu Wanqi's teaching sessions. And cultivation. The true immortal tier's advancement, in the void boundary's specific conditions, had a character that their 6-month assessment hadn't fully predicted. The boundary zone's yin deficit, which was what the Eternal Resonance was addressing, created an environment where balanced cultivation was not just possible but necessary. The deficit pushed back against imbalanced practice. It was the upper realm's energy-favoring balance made physically present as a boundary condition. He advanced 3 significant understanding layers in the first year at the boundary, each one produced not by deliberate practice, but by the sustained work of maintaining balanced energy output in an environment that demanded it. The revolving core's processing depth increased. The Eternal Resonance's 6-way configuration became more efficient at the specific task of producing and sustaining balanced energy at the tier's full output. And his partners advanced alongside him, each in their own domain, each finding in the boundaries conditions what the upper realm had always offered but that they could now fully use. It was the most complete cultivation period any of them had experienced. Not the most dramatic, not the most dangerous. The most complete, in the sense that everything they were suited for was being used, and the use was producing the advancement, and the advancement was serving the work, and the work was worth doing. At the 8th year's anniversary date, felt rather than calculated, the cultivator's internal clock that worked at true immortal tier with a precision that matched celestial time. Shin Yujin pulled his attention from the boundary work and let it rest. On the mortal realm, the Harmony Pavilion's Chun Hao reported 63,000 Jade Slip downloads of the supplement text in the year since its publication through the Celestial Hierarchy's distribution network. The number was, by any cultivation communication standard, extraordinary. It was also exactly what the text deserved, which was the more important point. The supplement text had circulated in ways none of them had fully anticipated. The 6-perspective structure, each author's voice distinct, the synthesis produced by their combination rather than any single perspective, had the specific quality of genuine experience rather than theoretical instruction, and practitioners who read it reported the difference clearly. This was a text written by people who had walked the path, not people who had studied it. The errors it described were real errors. The corrections were earned. The moments of genuine confusion and genuine discovery were present rather than retrospectively cleaned into a coherent narrative. Chun Hao had included, in his report, an excerpt from a correspondence he'd received from a practitioner in the mortal realm's northern cultivation region. Someone who had been told for a decade that their cultivation affinity was anomalous, borderline defective, unsuited for any recognized sects training methods. Who had read the supplement text, identified the resonance compatibility description in Yi Suin's Intelligence Perspective section, and was now 2 months into the preliminary foundation work with a compatible practitioner they had identified through the practical guidance. I didn't know this path existed, the practitioner had written. I thought I was broken. The text is the first time anyone has described cultivation in terms that match what I actually experience. Xinyujin read this excerpt twice. He thought about being 3 years stuck at first stage qi gathering, about the specific quality of believing you were broken. He wrote back to Chun Hao, send them the first volume. Full access to the pavilion's resources. If they need direct guidance, I'll teach them through the relay when the boundary work allows. Chun Hao's response was immediate. Already done. You always reach the same conclusions. I've stopped waiting. On the celestial realm, the Eastern Convergence Court had established a formal Eternal Resonance Study Center that Xiao Ruobing had agreed to direct, with Mu Wanxi as its research lead. Both of them had agreed with the specific quality of people who recognize that the work they're being asked to do is the work they were suited for and had been moving toward. On the void boundary, the stability held. He thought about Primordial Master Heng's inscription in the 3rd volume. I have been watching your path. I am, in the only sense available to a sealed entity, proud. He thought about what watching this would have looked like. The path designed in grief and completed in love, the apology that took 10,000 years to deliver, the cultivation insight that 2 people had developed from personal experience and encoded into a text that had eventually produced this moment. A stable boundary, a living community, and the understanding that the highest cultivation was not the solo achievement, but the genuine connection. He thought about the outer disciple who had been stuck at first stage qi gathering for 3 years, dismissed at the founding ceremony's back tables as a liability to the sect's reputation, unable to explain why his cultivation wouldn't move. Who had been given a jade slip by Elder Mingi with the sutra's first chapter and had read it in a single night and understood, with the specific clarity of someone reading something that was always meant for them, that this was the path, that the physique everyone else saw as deficiency was the architecture for something they couldn't imagine. He thought about Luo Qinyan at the northern cliff's edge, unbound hair in the pre-dawn wind, the first time he'd seen her as a person rather than a political situation. About Mu Wanxi tending desert blooms in cultivation light that turned the sand gold. About Xiao Ruobing and her sister's memory, forged into a core stronger than sorrow. About Feng Lihua and the white fire that was the lineage's true nature emerging for the first time in 300 years. About Yi Suin choosing, the specific daily quality of a person who had been a tool deciding to be themselves and finding the decision available. 5 people, 5 bonds, 112 practitioners at the boundary, 112,000 jade slip readers in the mortal realm. The design had been worthy of the grief that produced it. The genuine walk had been worthy of the design. The Tao continued. Chapter 139, the 49th year. Not the 49 days of the primordial harmony ascension formation. 49 years of celestial cultivation, which was a span of time that the mortal realm would call a generation, but which at true immortal tier felt like a period of focused development rather than a duration to endure. The eternal resonance's true immortal tier was no longer the ceiling. The path ahead was visible, celestial sovereign tier, and beyond that the tier above it, each one a deeper comprehension of what was already present rather than the addition of something absent. The preparation was not something that happened in the 49th year. It was something that had been happening continuously, each year's cultivation work adding to the foundation for the next breakthrough. What happened in the 49th year was the specific recognition that the foundation was complete. Not perfect. Cultivation was not a domain where perfection was achievable or even the relevant standard. complete in the sense that what was present was sufficient for what came next. The celestial sovereign breakthrough for a pentagonal harmony configuration at eternal resonance tier was not the 9th volume, which had appeared in Shun Yujin's Jade Slip collection in the 32nd year with the by now familiar inscription, described in terms of an external event. It was described as an internal one. The recognition of the complete integration of the individual Tao with the celestial Tao, not merging, not submission, but the recognition of genuine compatibility. The practitioner's understanding of their path being accurate enough to align with the celestial energy's own operation without requiring the energy to adapt to the practitioner. For Shun Yujin, the recognition was the Tao of harmonious relationships, expressed through the eternal resonance, is the celestial realm's own operation made visible in a person's cultivation. This is not my Tao aligning with the cosmos. This is the cosmos recognizing itself in my Tao. The breakthrough happened on a morning that was ordinary in every external sense and completely extraordinary in every internal one, and his 5 partners experienced their own breakthroughs simultaneously through the eternal resonance's perfect coordination, each element finding its celestial tier expression in the same moment that the Nexus practitioner's recognition completed the configuration. The celestial tribulation came in 6 colors simultaneously. They moved through it together, as they had moved through everything. When it was done, the void boundary's entire deficit zone, all 40,000 kilometers, registered a measurable improvement. Not because they had intervened directly. Because the celestial sovereign tier's cultivation output was different in kind from the true immortal tiers, and the difference was felt throughout the boundary's energy field immediately. The boundary's 3,000-year contraction had stopped. Not slowed. Stopped. The 40,000 kilometers held. Chapter 140 in the mortal realm. On the morning of the celestial sovereign breakthrough's impact reaching the void boundary's full extent, Shunhao was at the Harmony Pavilion's desk reviewing correspondence. He was 53 years old and entirely unglamorous in his role, and had been running the organization that had become the largest harmonious cultivation institution in the mortal realm's history for the past 30 years, since Shun Yujin and his 5 partners had ascended and left the pavilion in his hands. He had gray in his hair and a permanent stack of jade slips that never fully cleared, and a satisfaction in his work that he had never bothered to describe to anyone because it was self-evident to him, and therefore didn't require description. The cultivation world had changed. Not completely. The Heavenly Balance Court's traditional faction still existed, reduced in institutional authority, but persistent in the specific way that organizations with long histories were persistent, slower to change than the world that surrounded them, eventually compelled to adapt by the evidence that accumulated past the threshold their previous framework could absorb. The resonance path had become legitimate. Not unanimously, not without residual stigma, in specific regional cultivation communities, but legitimately, in the way that anything that produced demonstrable results in practitioners who walked it sincerely eventually became legitimate. Gu Zhenwu taught cultivation theory at the Jade Tide House. He was 86 years old and had foundation establishment cultivation and a scholarly reputation that had been rebuilt from the ground up over 30 years of contributing to the field he had previously tried to exploit. The work was genuine. The students didn't know the full history, and he didn't tell them unless they asked. Guo Tianhua led the Abyssal Tide sect's successor faction, the one that had eventually incorporated the other 2 through the patient approach he had developed under the Harmony Pavilion's mentorship. He led it with the specific quality of someone who had learned from being wrong in a very specific way and had converted that learning into a cultivation philosophy. Zhang Xiulan was the Jade Tide House's formation master, the position she had been moving toward since the day she came out of the Crimson Moon Archive with her water element cultivation compromised and her determination intact. She was 25 years into a formation research career that Tian Xuani, who corresponded with her regularly despite being permanently resident in the Harmony Pavilion's library, described in a private letter as the most interesting formation work currently being produced anywhere in the mortal realm. Tian Xuani was in the library. Shunhao set down the correspondence and looked out the window at the valley's convergence point, where the post-dissolution energy continued its geological pulse, the yin-yang oscillation that had been present since before the pavilion existed and would continue long after everyone currently alive had passed. The Jade Slip Relay from the Celestial Realm carried its alerts through the communication array on Chun Hao's desk. Most were operational updates, cultivation advancement reports, administrative notifications from the Classification Track's administrative office, Yi Suin's regular intelligence briefings. One slip was different. It was from Shun Yujin, personally, in his own cultivation notation rather than the formal relay format. Asterisk Celestial Sovereign. All 6 of us. The void boundaries contraction has stopped. The path works at every tier. Asterisk how are you? Chen Hao read it twice. He set it down and looked at the valley for a moment. Then he wrote back, in the same informal notation, asterisk I am very well. The pavilion is very well. Tian Xuani has found 4 more volumes that don't appear to be part of the sutra but are definitely related to it. He's been working on them for 2 years and hasn't told anyone what they contain yet. The garden is extraordinary this season. Asterisk asterisk congratulations. All 6 of you. Asterisk asterisk come back when you can. Elder Shin Baiha's grave in the Eastern Garden has particularly good seasonal flowers this year. He would have been impossible to be around in the best possible way. Asterisk he sent it and returned to his correspondence. Above, in the celestial realm, 6 celestial sovereign practitioners stood at the void boundary's edge and looked at the stable horizon, the organized light of the upper realm meeting the unstructured beyond in a boundary that held. The boundary had been contracting for 3,000 years. It was not contracting now, not because they had solved the deep problem. The deep problem would take generations of practitioners walking the eternal resonance path to address in its full extent, and even then, fully reversing 3,000 years of deficit would require cultivators that didn't exist yet. But it was stable. The contraction had stopped. The 800-year countdown to structural instability had been removed from the calculation, replaced by a different kind of math entirely. The patient arithmetic of 1 practitioner at a time, 1 bond at a time, 1 balanced contribution extending the realm's sustainable frontier. This was what the sutra had been designed to produce. Not a single extraordinary practitioner who solved the world's problems with sufficient power, but a path that could walk itself. A cultivation methodology that improved the practitioners who walked it, that produced relationships that sustained themselves, that generated the kind of understanding that could be transmitted and taught and built upon. Primordial Master Hung and Su Wuing had built a cultivation practice from the specific insight of their own relationship. They had encoded it into 7 volumes. The 7 volumes had survived 2,000 years of suppression. The suppression had ended. The path was now in the hands of practitioners who were walking it genuinely, and the practitioners were spreading it, and the eternal resonance configuration was already producing evidence in the celestial realm of what the path was capable of at its highest tier. The design had worked. The genuine walk was continuing. Behind them, the work they had built. The institution, the classification track, the practitioners walking the genuine path, the mortal realm and celestial realm in productive relationship through the relay networks, the design completed and the genuine thing operating beyond its completion. Ahead, the tiers that remained. The 9th volume, which Shin Yujin had not yet opened. The void boundaries' deep stabilization work that would take centuries of sustained practice to complete. The celestial realm's political structures that continued to need the patient work of evidence and demonstration and relationship building that had worked at every previous tier. Luo Qingyan stood beside him. Mu Wanqi on his other side. Xiao Ruobing, Feng Lihua, and Yi Suin behind them. The 6-point formation of the eternal resonance in its natural configuration, not formal, not deployed, simply how they stood when they were together and at rest. He took Luo Qingyan's hand. She took it without looking at him, which was her version of having been ready before he moved. The 9th volume, Feng Lihua said. Tomorrow, he said. You've been saying that for 2 weeks. I'll mean it tomorrow. She laughed, and the others joined her, and the void boundary held its stable line in the light of the celestial realm's extraordinary, ordinary morning. He looked at the horizon for a while longer. The balance between the organized and the unstructured. The boundary that had been contracting for 3,000 years and was now, at last, still. He thought about the eternal resonance's configuration in its natural state, not the formal 6-point deployment for combat or cultivation work, but the resting state, the way the 6 bonds existed when they weren't being directed. Continuous. Self-sustaining. Deepening with time the way genuine relationships deepened, each year adding layers that the initial formation couldn't have contained. The first bond had been a discovery. The sixth bond had been a completion. What they were now, 7 years into celestial cultivation and 49-day formations and void boundary work and all of it. What they were now was something the sutra had named, but that the name didn't capture. The eternal resonance. Eternal not in the abstract. Immortality implying sense that the terms sounded like in the notation. Eternal in the specific sense. Continuously renewed by the same source that created it, which was the genuine choice, made daily, to be present with these people in this work. The bonds didn't sustain themselves on momentum. They sustained themselves on the same thing they had always been sustained by. He had known this for years. He thought it would be good to go on knowing it. The path that had been designed had been genuinely walked. The genuine walk had produced something real. The real thing continued. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.